Chapter 376 Regular Props Production Workshop, for subscription. As the capital planet of the Votan Alliance, the prosperity of Thorian is second to none. It is surrounded by a densely populated, industrialized world. They are gathered together to create an extremely prosperous world group. Thorian is the center of this bustling world group, and it is also the center of the waterway leading to those worlds. There are countless ships in the void, and a large number of ships arrive and leave every second. Busy and bustling, like a school of fish. There are rows of buildings on the surface with no end in sight. The ground has long been engulfed by increasingly complex artificial structures. Even at the highest point, the horizon cannot be seen. You can only see endless buildings, tall and majestic. No green, no plants and no soil. Some small black spots can be seen in the distant sky. That is a large number of airships and spaceships taking off and landing in the port. All the materials and resources from all over the place were transported to the planet Saurian. Planet Saurian is an administrative planet, responsible for handling the daily affairs of the Votan Alliance. Itself does not have much production capacity. Very dependent on other worlds for food and various daily necessities. The most important building on planet Thorian is nothing more than the Parliament building. Here is the center of power. All affairs of the Votan Alliance are subject to parliamentary supervision. The Parliament building is located in the center of the city, with a circular structure at the top, and the sky blue dome is pleasing to the eye, like a beautiful work of art, standing among the high-rise buildings that simply focus on efficiency. The interior of the Parliament building is spacious and grand, and the rotunda has designed rows of activity podiums for the many senators of the Mota Alliance on different levels. All are disc-shaped, and some seats are fixed. There are councillors and their assistants sitting on it. They represent their respective forces. There are also some seats floating around, and the MPs on them are expressing their opinions loudly. Various matters of the Votan Alliance are decided in their hands. The man's speech drew a low-pitched discussion from everyone participating in the meeting. For a time, there was a lot of voices, and hundreds of voices echoed in the venue. There are those who are very staunch in their support of the war, fighting to defend their hard-earned homelands, to expel those ghouls of their kind from the galaxy, and to secure their interests and survival in the Andromeda Nebula. Some people also suggested that maybe we can discuss it, send a diplomatic team to communicate with the enemy, and then decide on the next thing. The heavyweight force of the Votan Alliance, the representative of the Cronus military group dominated by dwarves, Corinne Gonjan stood up from the platform to which they belonged. The essence of the Votan Alliance is a collection of various large forces. It is like a government composed of super enterprises and chambers of commerce. The Cronus military group has invested a lot in military industry and the army. They have the most powerful military industry production line and source of soldiers in the Federation. This military group is also the most active external expansion force. Their behavior style is also very violent, and they have all kinds of powerful technologies. Often show off their force to those aliens or even other forces in the Alliance. If a war is launched, they will undoubtedly be the biggest winners. The Alliance's main weapon production lines and shipyards are in their hands. War is suffering for most people, but it is a rare opportunity to make money for arms dealers. Colin Gonkin's voice preached to other meeting members through the intercom on the suspended platform. We must defend our homeland, or those evil spirits from will take it away and leave it in ruins, and everything we have worked so hard to create will be wiped out. They were born in the same blood as us. Is it too arbitrary to start a war rashly? I ask for peace talks and communication. Another congressman refuted the representative of the Cronus military group. Maybe the situation is not so bad that now that there are many internal conflicts in the Alliance, we should not increase the burden on the people. Don't be so indecisive. Only by taking strong measures can we win this victory. Realize that they are no longer our compatriots, but a group of evil spirits wearing human skin. Chaos God will never let them escape the palm of your own hand. Are you going to tell me that they have a savior who can fight against evil gods? Please, Mr. Patton, this universe is not a fairy tale. If we start a war rashly, eager to destroy and conquer, and use our barbarism to prove our strength, then what is the difference between us and the creatures manipulated by chaos? The member called Patton said, humans, the interests of the people should be the top priority in all matters, and this should not be changed or questioned in any way. Warning against our corrupted counterparts is to ensure the interests of mankind. Said the congressman representing the forces of Cronus. I don't think so. Mr. Patton said, we can't talk about war lightly, unless it is absolutely necessary. The quarrel between the two also aroused discussions among other members of parliament and power representatives. Noisy voices sounded from all directions. Everyone is talking, everyone is talking. War. Peace. The members of Congress are arguing endlessly, and they cannot give in to each other. At the end, all the representatives stood up, from whispering to shouting, the waves of voices were getting louder and louder. Until the Supreme Councillor presiding over the parliament kept shouting. Order, order, keep order. Many congressmen fell silent. Another representative of a heavyweight force flew out of the suspended platform. The Star Walker Trade Alliance supports the war proposal. We must not compromise. Whether those of the same kind are our compatriots or not, war is inevitable. The congressman shouted, even if they get rid of the evil god's control, so what? Listen to them, they call themselves an empire, put billions of lives under the control of a dictator. Shall we accept that fate too? If we don't want to join the so-called empire, what will they do? Will they let us go like this? No, they will find a way to conquer us, ask us to compromise and submit, let us kneel before their emperor, so just thinking about it makes people feel sad. Isn't this worth fighting for? The representative of the Star Walker Trade Union blushed, and the words he said were even more provocative. With this short speech, he made the entire parliament boil. The audience is shouting to vote. Determine the future in a democratic way. Without any doubt, the war bill was finally passed. The Votan Alliance will wage war on those galactic kin. The voices of Representative Patton and others who want peaceful talks are too weak. No one wants to hear their opinion. Everyone is like a crow seeing carrion, swarming towards the quagmire of war, eager to share some carrion in it. They are all crazy. Councillor Patton said to his colleagues next to him, "We don't know what happened to the Milky Way, there has been no news for almost 20,000 years, who knows if those terrible things are still there. They are laying hands on their own people for a disaster they are not even sure about." Another congressman shook his head, sighing and sad. Those guys are unwilling to give their long-lost compatriots even a chance to explain, and stubbornly believe that war is the best medicine. Their concerns are not unreasonable. Another colleague said, "More importantly, there are many contradictions within the alliance, and many forces hope to divert internal contradictions through war. Conflicts within the alliance should be resolved within the alliance, rather than diverted by setting up external enemies. Such an approach cannot divert conflicts, but just cover them up." MP Patton said, "I have a hunch that the parliament will act like this, absolutely will regret it. Let's talk about it at that time." The colleague said, "At least for now, launching a war has united the various forces that were originally divided. The introduction of the war bill has excited many forces. The quality of Andromeda far exceeds that of the Milky Way, but the available resources are much less than that of the Milky Way. There are strong radiation areas everywhere, where there is no way to survive. Those strong radiation areas are difficult to deal with, and can only be fought against with heavy protective clothing. However, as long as there are a few mistakes, exposure to those places for 5 or 6 seconds will have disastrous consequences. It will immediately lead to the collapse of flesh and blood, the loss of control of cell tissue, and eventually death. The development of the Votan Alliance has reached its upper limit. 0.001% of the big business owners and trade alliance executives hold 200% of the wealth of the Votan Alliance. Many humans and dwarves in the Votan Alliance are carrying loans, and their assets are all negative. Even cloned dwarves have to bear a loan. The resources that created him didn't come out of thin air. Are all loaned to him by commercial organizations. Will be converted according to interest. You need to pay back the money. The economic indicators of the Votan Alliance have stagnated all year round, and may even retreat. Various contradictions and conflicts have become extremely acute. From time to time there will be large-scale rebellions. More importantly, the core database they once took away has also experienced a crisis. The running speed is getting slower and slower, and there is already a possibility of crashing. So many contradictions have made the alliance crumbling. A large proportion of dwarves and humans are also deeply tired of the intrigue of the council, and believe that the council cannot guarantee their power. Once proposed to end the Votan Alliance and open up the territory alone. For this reason, in the eyes of many people, starting a war against the same kind of galaxy is a matter of all benefits and no harm. It can make the military production line work, stimulate the vigorous development of the economy, and allow people to have an enemy to fight against together. War is the easiest way to create group illusions. Even the beggars who can't eat in the Votan Alliance will be proud of the victory of the Alliance army. The beggars would puff out their chests proudly and shout, "I am proud to be a member of the Votan League." War is the best medicine, which can make people forget their pain. Planet Velo. The agricultural planet of the Votan Alliance. If the temperature in the morning is considered hot, then at noon, the star-facing planet Velo will become a furnace of hell. The heat visible to the naked eye rises, distorting the air. Weskier is manipulating the harvesting machine and is harvesting the huge wheat field. This is his harvest for the whole year. Next year's living expenses, seeds, and fertilizers are all in it. The harvesting machine is very bulky. It uses the old anti-gravity suspension magnetic plate to provide the power of suspension, and the 2 nozzles on the back provide the forward thrust. In the sweltering cockpit, Weskier was completely wet. Fuck, his uncle, this broken machine. Weskier cursed in a low voice. In fact, these machines are capable of automatic harvesting. Yet the meditator built into it has been broken. It is impossible for a farmer like Weskier to afford the cost of a meditator. For this, he can only do it manually. Unless he is willing to take on a loan. A loan that he will have to repay over 30 or 40 years. Use 1/3 of your income to repay other people's interest and principal. The Chamber of Commerce was happy to lend the money to Weskier, and even encouraged him to borrow it. If he can't pay it back, the Chamber of Commerce will take away the thinker he bought on loan and put it up for auction. The money will be used to fill the hole, and he will continue to pay back the rest. Weskier finally chose to operate the harvesting machine himself. He already has a loan on his back. In order to buy this barren land and the machinery to develop this land, his parents borrowed a sum of money, and the entire family needs to repay it for more than 300 years before it can be repaid. It is only the second generation to him. Weskier estimated that he would have to wait until his grandson's generation to pay it off. The premise is that he has a son. If there is no son, once he cannot work and cannot repay the loan and interest, then there is nothing to say. The machine roared. Weskier had to work hard to speed up in order to get out of this terrible furnace as soon as possible. He couldn't figure out what his parents thought. Borrowing such a large sum of money just to become a farmer. It would take a sip of cold ale to free his soul from this dreadful hell. There was a louder roar. That voice overwhelms the sound of the harvesting robot. A huge shadow appeared. Covers everything on the surface. Weskier's attention was attracted. He poked his head out and saw a huge alliance ship in the sky. The ship crossed mountains and rivers and headed for a city named Shiloh. There is a huge airport there. Ships can anchor there. The top of the ship is covered with all kinds of weapons, the steel is towering, and the dark muzzle makes people fearful and uneasy. It is like a giant fort installed on a steel mountain. It is magnificent and can be called a majestic miracle. Weskier's eyes showed surprise and anxiety. He has never seen those warships when he grows so big, the only thing he can see are those commercial ships used to transport goods and taxes. Each planet pays a fee to the Chamber of Commerce or trade organization they belong to. The Votan Alliance is a capital country through and through. Council members are made up of the most powerful merchants and business owners. Each planet has a clear belonging. People are still free. The problem is that the water, land, air, sunlight, etc. on the planet are all owned by the Chamber of Commerce. To get these things, you have to buy them. If you buy it, you have to participate in the work and create value for the enterprise and Chamber of Commerce. Everyone has to work in order to survive. Those who cannot work will be abandoned. Whether it is a dwarf or a human, the end is the same. Dwarves are even worse, many of them are created using cloning technology. Once the interests of enterprises and chambers of commerce cannot be satisfied, they will be discarded cleanly and new ones will be created. The moment they stepped out of the clone machine, they were in debt, and they had to pay back the cost of making them. Weskier has lived in such a social environment for a long time. To be honest, he's used to it. I don't think there is any problem with such a life. This is the tradition left by the Great Votan Alliance. A lifestyle condensed through the wisdom of countless ancestors. Can make the Votan Alliance stronger. Thinking of this, Weskier also felt a little proud. This is the confidence of the people of the Votan Alliance. Their civilization has gone through tens of thousands of years, and it can be regarded as a long civilization. But the situation should have some problems. Alliance warships have never been in Velo, let alone a spaceport on the ground. It seems that something happened. Weskier watched the battleship fly to Shiloh, and then continued to work hard, otherwise there would be no way to complete today's workload. He has to work hard. After finishing the farm work, he has to work a job to repay the loan. If there is no way to repay the loan, the controller of Planet Velo, the Deep Rock Mining Guild will definitely take away their land without mercy. All their things will also be auctioned to compensate for the loss of their land to the Weskiers for farming. He has to work hard so that the days will get sweeter and sweeter. Weskier did not complete his harvesting task until the sun went down. He parked the harvesting machine in the hangar, set up safety measures, and drove to the tavern. There are not many people in the tavern. Just some workers after a busy day and some waitresses wearing bad perfume. Those who drank loudly talked about their meager knowledge, trying to win the attention of others. Those guys talk about everything. From astrogeography to league history to the latest policy. They pretended to know a lot, but in fact they also knew some superficial knowledge, showing off the crappy theoretical knowledge they read from the communication network or street stall literature. Occasionally when talking, there will be disagreements and quarrels, and even hands-on. Weskier ordered a glass of wine. Sitting at the long table and talking to the bartender about what happened today. Accidentally learned about the implementation of the War Act from the other party. War is about to start. The bartender said, the news of the galaxy invaders came from the border planet. The adults in the council think that those guys have no way to save them. They must be clean to protect the alliance itself. That ship is here to recruit soldiers, and each world provides enough soldiers. I heard that the parliament allocated a large sum of money as a war fund. It's time to change your destiny. A man next to him raised his wine glass and said, this time the enlistment allowance is unprecedentedly high. As long as you work for 10 years and come back, you will be a rich man. It's really high. Many people want to be soldiers. They are fed up with this kind of life and think that being a soldier is their only way out. The bartender said, it's a pity that the number of recruits is limited. I can't even do it. Aren't they afraid of death? Weskier said. Death? Just a bunch of bugs running out of the galaxy. The Votan Alliance has never suffered a devastating blow. Our technology has crushed all the aliens. If they were not honest and chose to spend money to buy peace, they would have been killed by now. It was wiped out. The galaxy is full of crises, even if those people are not corrupted, they don't have much time to develop technology. According to some gossip, those guys still use old-fashioned warships from 20,000 to 30,000 years ago. Beating them is an easy task. Many people think that this conscription is just a welfare distribution. We will win easily and drive those kind back to their shitholes, and even follow the way they came go attack them. Let them know how powerful the Votan Alliance is. Everyone is talking about it, thinking that the Votan Alliance will surely defeat all enemies. Speaking of the strong military power of the Alliance, they all showed pride and were proud of the Alliance's army. It's as if the military listened to them. Will protect their property and safety. Of course, if the interests of business owners and chambers of commerce are not offended, those troops will generally protect them. After all, they also paid taxes. But if they can't pay the loan owed to the Chamber of Commerce or the Enterprise, Alliance Army soldiers will definitely beat them without a temper. Let these idiots obediently hand over all their assets, and then go to be a beggar waiting to die. If they offended those noble business owners and representatives of the Chamber of Commerce, the soldiers broke through their doors, rushed into their homes, and pointed guns at the heads of their wives and children. As long as they resist, they will be dealt with as enemies against the Alliance. If they do not resist, they will be sent to prison and their property will be confiscated. Some people will also talk about the welfare conditions for this conscription. Such benefits are definitely beyond the reach of ordinary workers and farmers. Those enterprises have powerful computers. Through model calculations, the income of workers and farmers is limited to a level where they cannot starve to death or make a fortune. Taxes are fixed. However, the pricing power of those fertilizers and seeds is all in the hands of the other party. Workers and farmers have nothing to do but toil till they die. Weskier was also a little tempted. Perhaps, I should find some ways to go to the battlefield with a gun on my shoulders. Find some fun in my boring life and live a different life. After the Battle of Cadia, the troops of the Empire continued to go to Universes 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, and 06 along the Inter-Universe Tunnel, and started the Inter-Universe Colonial War. The main enemy of Universe 01 is the Chaos Creature. This battlefield is also the most difficult. Even those terrifying monsters are active in the void. As long as they relax a little, they will attract the invasion of the enemy and cause huge casualties. Relying on a variety of anti-subspace technologies, the Empire is still winning victories, forcing the enemy back into the subspace, reshaping the rules and order of reality, and establishing magnificent cities and fortresses. After escaping from the Cadia battlefield, Dawn also came to Universe 01. Colonizing across universes is not an easy task. Especially in a universe that has suffered severe corruption, rebuilding order is even more difficult. Dawn's task is to design various fortress cities, which can not only ensure the comfort of life of the people of the Empire, but also ensure their safety, so that they will not be captured by the biological clock of chaos again. There is also a more important mission, which is to ensure that the base of Universe 01 can stably produce and supply the props needed by other universe natives. Such a building not only requires advanced technology, but also requires all kinds of incredible witchcraft. A group of technical experts in Eldar and subspace research followed him into the No. 01 universe from the original universe. Every captured planet must build an anti-warp space barrier, only in this way can they guarantee the results of their war. Dawn stood in a fortress on the front line. The Empire has seized a territory with a diameter of 35 light-years in Universe 01, and tens of thousands of planets have fallen into the hands of the Empire. Of course, seizing territory is only incidental, and more importantly, weakening chaos and weakening the enemy. Letting chaos continue to erode the universe will make them stronger and stronger. For this reason, the Empire must those universes from chaos. Of course, the current size of the Empire is too weak. Not even a complete universe was captured. But that kind of enterprising mentality is indispensable. 01 universe paid a lot, but also gained a lot. When regaining various planets and reshaping the order of reality, it is easy to dig out some special rule products. Those rule products are the remnants of the powerful civilizations and individuals in this universe, formed after a long period of precipitation. Like coal and oil buried in the ground. Has undergone a long evolution. Is an alternative resource. This is also why the props for natives of other universes come from Universe 01. There are unique conditions to produce those regular creations here. Dorn and his bodyguards stroll through a giant factory in Universe 01. Here is responsible for the production of rule products of dolls. We recently launched a series of regular props called the Rabbit series, which are specially provided to the natives of other universes. At present, Universe 03 has sent a large number of orders. With this series, we should be able to reach 60% of the order this year. 5 indicators of economic growth. A supervisor with half of his body embedded in machinery introduced their unique products to Dawn. The rules of reality in Universe 01 have been fragmented. The time and space of many areas are broken. If it weren't for the large number of maintenance devices built with the help of imperial technology, I'm afraid it would soon be lost in the subspace. Production of other scientific and technological creations is half the effort, but the production of these weird items is twice the result with half the effort. Dawn picked up a blue rabbit doll. The data of the doll automatically appeared in front of him. Baron Tutu, minor disaster level. After throwing it out, it will form a huge Baron bunny, attracting the hatred and attacks of the enemies present. The effective time depends on the degree of resentment towards the privilege in the opponent's heart. There is a group of rabbits living in the beautiful radish homeland. They are dissatisfied with the cruel exploitation of the privileged class and set off a wave of resistance. The rabbits shouted that the princes and generals should be kind, and they want to launch a liquidation against all privileged classes. As the old rulers, the Tutu nobles naturally became the target of hatred. And the noble rabbits also hate those rabbits who dare to resist themselves, thinking that they have betrayed the great homeland. Hint, the more oppressed an individual is, the more he will hate the doll. If the opponent is in the oppressive class, it will have a certain resistance to the doll. The higher the status, the higher the resistance. Reminder, it is recommended to exchange the entire series. The noble rabbit can be used for the oppressed. The higher the title, the greater the hatred it will attract. Can the red revolutionary rabbit be used for oppressors? The lower the level, the greater the hatred it attracts. It is recommended to use it in combination and use it according to the actual situation. Dawn took a look and put it down. Are the natives of other universes very keen on such props? Yes, Lord Primarch, and such props have strong adaptability in each universe. Even if the rules of the universe are slightly different, they can be perfectly adapted, and there will be no rejection. The director said, the current series it is the best seller, and we secretly set the number and time of scrapping to ensure that the natives will continue to exchange for this powerful item, making them the most powerful force for the Empire to conquer their universe. Chapter 377 Dorn's Confusion, Seeking Subscription. The inter-universe war unfolds in a form that ordinary people can't imagine. Many times, the appearance of imperial troops often represents the final harvest, rather than the early conquest. More preliminary work is done by local indigenous people. Relevant intelligence collection, elimination of key figures who may cause obstacles, and destruction of the local military defense system are all done by the indigenous people themselves. Those ambitious natives will obtain points by completing the tasks assigned by the Empire, and then use the points to exchange for things in the hands of the Empire. There are many things that can be exchanged. Even the fragments of divinity that the natives desire most, that can become gods, are also available. Those killed gods are often sent to the Empire's factories for dissection and research. As for the so-called godhead and divinity of those gods, the Empire naturally also has research. Simply put, divinity is a natural modifier that modifies data on the background of the universe. For example, the so-called divine fragments of the god of thunder are a typical point-to-point modifier. Automatically convert the absorbed subspace energy into thunder, and release it by the user. This kind of thing is almost the same as the skill module of the heart of the Empire in terms of principle. However, the Aborigines are not clear about this, but they stubbornly believe that the so-called divinity fragments are extremely mysterious and have supreme power, which is their way to the gods. In fact, if the Empire is willing, the factory can even mass-produce those so-called gods. The only thing that needs to be paid is resources and manpower. Nothing is mysterious. If you think something is mysterious, you should think about whether you are too ignorant. The creators behind the No-03 Universe reincarnation game disassembled such technology and packaged it into so-called talents. Players gather their talents and complete the job transfer task to gain divinity. Such means are extremely crude in the eyes of the high-level technical sages of the Empire. Those players are happy with it, thinking that it is a path of evolution and detachment. Going crazy, I want to improve my level, collect fragments everywhere, thinking that I can transcend and become a god. Those players are no different from those who were colonized in the New World in exchange for gold, spices, and slaves with glass beads. There are always people who laugh at the stupidity of those people in the feudal era, but they don't know that they are also a stupid member. What is even more frightening is that the so-called growth and detachment just make the players themselves more delicious food. The Empire uses points to hire local Aborigines to work for itself, and then let them use points to buy props from themselves. This shameless method is also learned from the reincarnation game. It's really a guaranteed deal. The Empire served as both referee and banker, while the natives, who were players, were completely manipulated. The natives know nothing about the manufacturing cost of props. One item can bring 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times the return to the Empire. To enlist an imperial soldier, you need to make compensation to the local area, and you need to spend a sum of resources to purchase weapons and equipment. If you die or retire, the Empire needs to bear subsequent compensation and relief. Those players do not need compensation, nor do they want the Empire to make any promises. Because of those points, even if they died in battle, the disabled would never complain about the Empire, only hating themselves for not being careful enough. It's not that the Empire insisted on learning the game of reincarnation so inhumanely and irresponsibly, it's mainly because of Zhenxiang. Those player tools are really cool. If you don't squeeze them well, it will definitely be a huge loss. In Universes 04 and 05, a simple prop can allow a person to easily sell information about his world and become a spy of the Empire willingly. They can even hire them to kill those who may hinder the expansion of the Empire, weaken the defense of the universe itself, and allow the Empire to enter it smoothly. The subspace demons will be restricted by the rules of the real universe. When Imperial personnel enter other universes, they will also be restricted. Unless they use the completed cross-universe tunnel to enter, they can only use the Devil's method to enter different universes. If those natives do not cooperate, the price the Empire needs to pay to conquer a world is unimaginable. Putting down the doll in his hand, Don looked up at the huge factory. The interior space of the factory is very large, filled with all kinds of strange machines. Huge machines lined up in a long line, like huge metal mountains. The piston device does the same action over and over again, reciprocating back and forth amidst the roar. Endless energy pipelines, interspersed with countless panels and gauges. Which light runes glowed around the perimeter of the furnace. Technicians put the collected special substances into the furnace, and then purified, diluted, and proportioned. The cultivated Chinook materials were also sent to complex machines, cut and woven into bunny dolls. According to different sizes, they are divided into Tudu Baron, Tudu Lord, Tudu Earl, Tudu Marquis, Tudu Duke, and Tudu King. In addition, there are Tudu Leader, Rebel Army, Tudu General, Rebel Army, Tudu Commander, Rebel Army, Tudu Soldier, Rebel Army, and Tudu Farmer, Rebel Army. The two series are completely different. The larger the title of the Noble series, the larger the body size. The lower the status of the Rebel series, the bigger the size. After the dolls are ready, they will be classified and sent to different areas by the assembly line. Inject those prepared special substances into those prepared dolls, so that they can acquire special abilities. The props sought after by players, the rabbit doll has been manufactured. After quality inspection and sampling, it can be sent to other universes and circulated as props. For those indigenous people, only gods can create these props. It is so mysterious, but also has the power of rules. To the Empire, they are just cheap assembly line products. Who would think that a few assembly line props with a range of only a few meters or tens of meters can change the situation on the battlefield? When a round of artillery goes down, thousands of kilometers around will be turned into coke. What is the use of props with a range of several meters or tens of meters? Those Aborigines only want to become the so-called gods, and they are also doomed to sorrow. Even those special rule items born from the ashes of civilization are not very powerful in the eyes of high-level civilizations and chaos gods. That thing is like the coal and oil dug out of the planet. Those special regular props are only a high-level resource for the empire. Dig out diamonds, oil, and coal to rule the world? If not, why do you think that a few props can rule the world? Those civilizations have been destroyed. What can the embers they leave behind change anything? It's like a funeral object of an ancient king. At most, it is nothing more than changing a person's destiny and letting him get rid of the original poverty and mourning. But if it is placed in a civilization, it is doomed that nothing can be changed. No country or dynasty will become powerful because of the burial objects of an ancient king. The regular props caused by the deposition of ashes of civilization are no different from those funerary objects. There is a limit to what they can change. From a personal level, those burial objects are very useful, they can be used as antiques, sold at a good price, and change your own destiny. Standing at the level of a country and a power, those funeral objects are useless, and the wealth they bring is illusory. This is why rule-based items are useless against empires. The gaps and levels of civilizations are different, which leads to different cognitions. After listening to the supervisor's report to him, Don was also lost in thought. Although Guillemon only asked him to build fortresses in various colonial universes. In fact, it also meant for him to consolidate the logistics of the empire. This is why the No-01 universe shrouded in fog will be his first stop. Guillemon needs him to guarantee production here. The abilities of these items are of little use to imperial forces. The scope of action is too small. The scope of action is large, and the side effects are also large. In addition, the empire does not lack means of attack. These props are of course tasteless, not of much use. But to those natives, it is very precious, and it is worth their lives in exchange for it. Guaranteeing the production of these props is conducive to the empire's control over those natives. Don suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Stepping towards the outside of the factory. The personal guard and a group of assistants hurriedly followed. The group left the rumbling factory behind. Walking out along the promenade, what came into view was a huge and magnificent human city. This city is built on a planet that has just been controlled by humans. The rules and order here are forcibly shaped by human will. The planets in the Misty Universe have two forms, one is a chaotic planet controlled by chaotic creatures, and the other is a human planet controlled by an empire. The laws of physics in this world have completely broken down. Worse than what happened with the Eye of Terror. The Eye of Terror is just a sore. In Mist Universe No-01, the entire corpse is pus-filled, and all the cells are dead. The two are quite different. To reshape the rules of a universe, it is difficult to do it with the current strength of the empire, and it will take a very long time, calculated in tens of thousands of years. All the empire can do at present is to nail their own nails one by one in the fragmented foggy universe to maintain their own colonies. Because of the idealistic nature of subspace energy, the creatures who control the planet can shape the controlled planet according to their own ideas. Chaos creatures tend to shape it into a horrible hell, or some kind of sweet trap. The burning blood lake, the weird crystal labyrinth, the stinky and rotten garden, etc., all kinds of terrible things will emerge with the will of the controller, changing the appearance of the planet. Even burning stars are altered. All in all, as long as there are weird things that can be imagined, the warp will form in some form. If humans can control a planet, then this planet will also be shaped by them. The usual practice of the Imperial Army is to expel the chaotic creatures of a world and build a statue of the Holy Emperor. With the help of the mechanical sages, the statue built will connect to the firewall of the Holy Emperor's will, thus anchoring that planet. Enabling humans to control that world, reshape that planet according to human needs, and enable the development and exploration teams of the Empire to live normally. The idealistic universe is like this, no one can be an exception. Demons want to do that, humans have to do that too. When Dawn walked to the gate of the factory, it was getting dark. The sky is very strange, there is no light at all. There is no moon and no stars. Only pure darkness covers the sky. There is something in the void, but it is blocked by the protective barrier of the Empire. The Empire reverse analyzed the wall of origin separating different parallel universes in Universe 02 and the plain crystal wall of the reincarnation game in Universe 03, and created a protective barrier belonging to the Empire to protect the planets controlled by the Empire from being invaded by chaotic creatures. Only a few places allow direct viewing of the corrupted void. For the general public, those things are too weird and scary. It's better to pretend that it doesn't exist. At that time, Dawn will build the webway again, and everything will be perfect. Using the webway to connect the colony protected by the barrier perfectly isolates the chaos creatures. No matter how scary the outside is, it has nothing to do with the territory controlled by the Empire. Dawn looked at the huge colonial city, and after a while, he turned to his assistant. Let's go to the front line. Dawn said, go and see the enemy of this universe. Due to Dun's special status, his request was quickly met. A warship awaits him at the spaceport. The task of the battleship is to send Dawn, the Eldar who followed him to Universe 01, and related technical personnel to the frontline battlefield. The spaceport is still within the protection range of the barrier, but not when it is out of the spaceport. Standing by the porthole of the battleship, the horror belonging to Universe 01 also rushed towards Dorn. The horrors in the void are enough to drive an ordinary person mad. The corruption here goes way beyond the Eye of Terror. The entire void is wriggling with eerie tentacles covered in knots and sores. It's like hundreds of millions of poisonous snakes crawling and intertwining. Countless eyes opened and closed. Thousands of mouths are whispering, and the weird and crazy laughter echoes in the darkness everywhere. The Geller force field of the battleship is specially strengthened, which can keep corruption out. It's not like sailing through the void or subspace at all, but like walking through tentacles. Those tentacles clung to the periphery of Geller's force field, trying to pull it into the endless dark abyss, but they couldn't succeed because of the protection of Geller's force field and Gilliman's will. Those weird and terrifying mouths let out desperate and mournful cries, mourning the departure of their prey. The only good thing about this universe is that there are no horrible evil gods. Maybe this place has been squeezed dry, and there are no creatures to provide emotions for the chaos gods, and they will also feel bored and uninteresting. Without enough food, those predators naturally left. A ruined, dilapidated universe was left behind. There is nothing surprising about this. This is the nature of many chaos gods, they desire destruction rather than creation. They don't have any idea of protecting ecological balance. It's like a game of reincarnation, squeezing by all means, harvesting joy and pain to fill the hunger that will never be satisfied, until the entire universe collapses and dies. My lord, you shouldn't look directly at that terrifying universe like this. Evelyn, the spiritual prophet who came to the misty universe with Dun, said. After the Battle of Cadia, Selego also separated the key members of the Ark Eldar and the Harlequin drama troupe, and some of them continued to stay with Gilliman, assisting each other, and at the same time supervised whether the other party would perform the task of saving the soul. The promise of the clan gods. The other part is to go to different universes with the troops of the Empire to explore the way of truth, and at the same time connect the Eldar and humans more closely. They can't corrupt me. Dorn said, I'm just confused and at a loss for some things. Evelyn looked at Dun, with a hint of surprise in her heart. The strength of the Primarch is obvious to all. Will they also show their weak side like other mortals? Why are you at a loss, Lord Dorn? Evelyn asked. I'm wondering how long this war has been going on. Dorn stared at the terrifying scene outside, an abandoned battleship with a spindle-shaped front and a cylindrical rear drifted by in the twisted void. It has lost power and its hull is corrupted, with eerie eyes and flesh covering the hull. Just floating like that. There is no doubt that the ship belongs to those destroyed civilizations in this universe. The ultimate fate of those civilizations is to be swallowed by the warp, including their souls and everything created. Chapter 378 Abaddon with no escape, for subscription. Dorn stared at the corrupted ship. Looking at it appearing inexplicably, and watching it being dragged into the depths of the warp again by the turbulent etheric ocean currents, being drawn closer to the terrible abyss that echoes with terrifying grins. Ships like that are not special, there are many of them. The Empire has salvaged some abandoned ships for the purpose of scientific research. Inside there are some corrupted beings entrenched in the darkness of the ship. They howled hungrily, and would attack the Imperial researchers boarding the ship like crazy, trying to tear all living creatures into pieces. Every time those ships are salvaged, extreme care is required. No one knows what's inside those ships. Those ancient civilizations also had their glory. Who knows what horrors the dead wise men will leave in their ships. Many ships have lost power, just drifting aimlessly like that, waiting to be completely destroyed one day and become the embers of civilization. There are also some ships that will become regular props, moving ghost ships, floating in the subspace like that. They will find new universes, and become weird legends of those creatures. They will always be waiting to be guided back to the real universe one day by those stupid and arrogant people. There are also some ships whose systems are intact and still functioning. The intelligent control system that lost its owner is still maintaining the integrity of the ship and protecting the database that carries everything in civilization. They are floating forever, waiting for a lucky one to get it and inherit the achievements of a civilization. In that way, civilization can be passed on. The subspace is so special, don't doubt what kind of weird things will happen in it. Nothing is impossible. Everything is possible. The subspace can stretch the ship of a second ago to the scale of tens of millions of years, making it quickly decay and collapse. Also allows a ship to remain the same all the time. The Empire got some information from those salvaged ships. From it, a story about the destruction of the universe and the destruction of thousands of races was pieced together. Chaos invaded this world, erasing all reason and order, and spreading death and destruction to every world. When the last sane life dies in despair, the universe is also destroyed. Those civilizations have struggled and worked hard. They had a lot of victories, and then they lost in the end. What Dorn saw from that ship was a tragedy. Continuing hundreds of millions of years of history of struggle tragedy. That ship was one of 1,000 tragedies. Race after race wasted away in the confrontation with the universe-eating evil. Those civilizations rose and fell, and eventually became the embers of chaos. The Empire has fought for a long time. Many victories have been followed by greater fear and insecurity. The more the Empire develops, the more desperate its people of insight become. The tentacles of chaos are everywhere, and they lurk in the mind of every intelligent life, subtly changing everything. Countless civilizations have been fooled and kept in captivity. Being treated as food without knowing it, on the contrary, they are complacent, proud of the tiny crumbs left by the gods of chaos, and think they are superior to others. They ignored the screams of the same kind, lost themselves in the abyss of desire, and became more and more crazy. I don't know anything about the coming destruction, so I can only foolishly and blindly make the so-called wise choices according to my short-sightedness, and then suffer so much pain until everything is irreversible. Don took a deep breath. Blood flowed violently in his majestic body. Air travels to and from his lungs at several times the speed of an ordinary person. Breathing the breath rolled up seems to carry the power of the tide. Taking deep breaths again and again, his heart calmed down. Don worked hard to suppress the emotions in his heart, not to let confusion and fear take root in his heart. Fighting against chaos is destined to be a career that he will complete in his life. He cannot be overwhelmed by the horrors of the future. In order to win this victory, they have paid too much, and there is no turning back. His father has fallen, and his soul has been broken into countless pieces, scattered in the universe, and it is still unknown whether he can be resurrected. He knows a lot of people are working on it. It costs a lot, but the results are very little, and the progress is so slow that people can't do anything. Bearing the expectations of hundreds of millions of souls, his brother moved forward with difficulty and made choices cautiously. Dorn saw Guilliman's fragility. The three Primaris warriors were tight-lipped and did not disclose anything about the injury of the Holy Emperor. However, the wisdom of a Primarch cannot be underestimated. The blood stained on the armor is so bright that it cannot be possessed by corrupted creatures. The sacred aura contained in it can only be possessed by a person like the Holy Emperor. Obviously, in the battle with the evil of the alien universe, Guilliman, the Emperor, was injured, and he was seriously injured. Don didn't know what happened. But he had a hunch. In that decisive battle, the people of the Empire were only one step away from losing Guilliman. Guilliman is not an invulnerable, omnipotent as his followers think. He's going to get hurt. Dies too. This is what Don is worried about, his brother has too much burden. Guilliman showed omnipotence. Where he appeared, people already tacitly won, the enemy would lose, and any problems would be solved in the hands of the Holy Emperor. The burden was too heavy to allow Guilliman to show any weakness. The strength of Guilliman is the source of confidence for the people of the Empire and their spiritual pillar. If even the Holy Emperor will fail, how can they have the courage to fight against the indescribable evil and monsters? This is also the reason why Don didn't express his guess. He never told anyone about his guesses. Guilliman needs to stay strong and look invincible. Ryan may have known about this too. The male lion also has extraordinary wisdom and the ability to see through everything. But Dorn is not worried that Ryan will publicize it. Lions are the most secretive of all primarches. That is the instinct of the sons of Caliban, just like people can breathe through their noses, it has been engraved into their genes. The lion also knows why Guilliman concealed his injury. No matter how long it lasts, it will end. Evelyn said, "You have created an unprecedented miracle, unified the galaxy, and are about to repair the Eye of Terror. This will be the closest we Order creatures have come to success, even if the old sages will not be better than you. I hope." Don said indifferently. The hand covered with armor pressed the shielding switch of the porthole. With a hasty sound, the hydraulic device slowly lowered the heavy steel plate, covering the weird void. Those terrifying scenes did not shake Don's powerful heart in the slightest. However, he can't keep looking. Those scenes are also kind of disgusting. At this time, the sound of ticking came. A cherub flying in suspension, waving the wings made of silver-white metal, flew to where he was. Its eyes released red light, scanning everything in its path. When the light touched Don's majestic body, it stopped, suspended in the air. A man's voice emerges from a brass sounder sewn in place of the mechanical throat. "Master Dorn, we still have 16 minutes to reach the Beta PE-72 galaxy, which is a war zone. Do you need to hold a strategy meeting for you?" Don frowned. The other party did not identify himself, but he still recognized from the voice that it was the voice of the captain in charge of the ship. With each word spoken, the metal jaw of the cherub opens and closes. When he finished speaking, he suspended there silently, waiting for Don's reply. "I'll go there right away, enter the relevant information into the master control database, and build a battlefield model for me." Dorn said, "Don't need any redundant descriptions, as long as the data and the parameters of the planet are not needed." "Clear." After leaving these words, the cherub turned and flew away, returning to the shrine where he had been, standing beside the icon of the Emperor and the Holy Emperor. The message has been transmitted to the strategy room through the ship's communication network. No need for cherubs to deliver. Using cherubs to communicate is only a religious act. Even though Guilliman denied it countless times, the people of the Empire have already regarded him as a more noble than the Emperor by default. Religion is the source of rot. If there is no firewall, faith is poison wrapped in honey, which will eventually poison human beings themselves. With the firewall in place, it doesn't really matter whether religion exists or not. Guilliman, who is in charge of the mechanical throne, would have absorbed all human emotions, preventing the warp creatures from continuing to feed on human emotions. Guilliman can only guide and admonish religion, let the Parliament firmly control the development direction of religion, and guide its development while ensuring the interests of the Empire. It is not advisable to attack religion in a blind way, and it is very likely that what happened to that idiot Lorgar will repeat. A group of people are always looking for something to believe in. When the Emperor rejected them, they turned to the evil gods. Perfect City is an example. Guilliman took away Lorgar's holy words, and he is the creator of the propaganda state religion. It's shameless to do that. But it is a very stupid thing to say honesty, benevolence, and kindness to the traitors of chaos. Dorn supported Guilliman and made public speeches, admitting that Guilliman was the founder of the state religion. And Lorgar is just a despicable traitor trying to steal his brother's achievements. Don glanced thoughtfully at Evelyn who was standing beside her. The alliance between humans and the Eldar is well known. The gods of the Eldar clan kneel down to the Emperor, such a thing is enough to make every citizen of the Empire proud of it. After all, those pointy-eared arrogances are well known. Can make their gods kneel and declare surrender to the human Emperor. It is no different from letting the people of the Empire have a kind of happiness similar to conquering a sexy, hot, black silk skirt, beautiful and charming, protruding and curvy, arrogant and rude female boss. Dunn is not a layman controlled by emotion. Those illusory honors and victories did not move him at all. Reason always occupies his mind. As the ancient survivors, the Eldar will never be willing to be a vassal race of humans. Even if the Eldar race has declined badly, it must not be ignored. Anyone who despises the Eldar will eventually reap the consequences. What's the matter, my lord? Evelyn asked. It's okay. Dawn turned around and walked towards the strategic command room. Let's go, we still have a few battles to fight. Dorn's location is in the ship's tower. Going to the strategy room doesn't take much time. You only need to walk to the elevator, and then use the elevator to go down. Walking to the corridor, they left the soundproof area. The roar of the ship followed. The roar of the reactor and the engine was transmitted along the hull structure to the crew's ears. This is unavoidable. Sound will travel along the solid body. It is impossible for the Empire to make every area soundproof, as that would be too expensive. Limited resources should be spent on firepower and hull sturdiness, not comfort. What must be considered in war is always lethality rather than comfort. The strategy room is as busy as ever. The staff used data cables to connect themselves to the main control center of the ship, reviewing every data and indicator to ensure that there would be no mistakes in the operation of the ship. There are files and data pads all over the desktop. The servo skull is flying in the air, dragging the long mechanical tentacles, sending the files or authorized data boards to the designated target. The center of the strategy room is occupied by a huge holographic projection. Staff have entered relevant data into the contemplators. In the cone of light, galaxies rotate. Planets are spherical, moons are dots, and the asteroid belt is represented by halos. Detailed data about celestial objects is hidden behind glowing icons that can be expanded with a single tap. The mechanical priest dragged the scarlet robe and walked back and forth around the large holographic projector. Either debug the machine or talk to each other in mechanical secret language. Dorn walked to the side of the projection, overlooking his kingdom like a god. He has the same talent as Perturabo, Primarch of the Iron Warriors. They are good at finding weaknesses in data and gleaning information about them. The projected light reflected the golden double-headed eagle emblem on the Dorn armor. Casts shadows over his eye sockets and cheeks again. The whole body exudes a calm temperament, like the tranquility in the eye of the storm. It took him a few seconds to review the data information in the projection, and quickly analyze the military strength of the Empire and the threat level of the enemy. Report to me about the situation on the battlefield. Dorn looked at the military intelligence commander in uniform and said. The other party nodded, holding a data pad for instant calculation in his hand. There are 3 planets in the Beta PE72 galaxy, 2 of which are gas planets, which have been distorted. There is an Earth-like planet Beta PE72-1, which is the main target of the Empire's raids. There are currently 3 battle groups in total, 30 Star Corps, and 2 Knight Orders, 1 Nun Order, 2,000 State Church priests and 40,000 State Church fanatics have joined the battle. There is a Celestial-class warship located in the outer ring orbit of the galaxy, 3 light hours away from the battlefield, providing logistical support. It's just that the current situation is not optimistic. The local chaos creatures are very stubborn. Several attempts by the Imperial forces to deploy anti-subspace anchors have failed. So far only a logistics supply base has been established on Beta PE72-1. It failed to establish a perfect anti-subspace force field. Imperial forces are conquering the Beta PE72 galaxy in the name of the Holy Emperor, trying to take a galaxy back from the chaos creatures and place it under the rule of the Holy Emperor. The war strategy in the foggy universe is generally very simple. Chaos creatures have not established any large-scale forces, like stragglers. The Imperial forces only need to expel the local chaos creatures, build an anchor point, and build a protective barrier to allow humans to establish a colonial city in that place. Dawn listened to the report while swiping the floating interface to read more information from it. The entire universe has been corrupted by chaos, into the etheric ocean of the warp. Those celestial bodies were also distorted by that indescribable force. Planet Beta PE72-1 is like a writhing lump of meat. The whole continent grinned like a mouth, revealing huge fangs like mountain peaks, and it looked like it was smiling. The planet is bursting with many colors, and the rotten violet and disgusting oil green are the most common. Those colors sometimes appear undulating and rippling like the surface of a lake. Various grotesque structures stand on the surface of the planet, and those lines change between curved and straight lines, concave and convex, completely opposite, completely contradictory, and incomprehensible. The geometry of those constructs is insane. Angles are mixed with angles. Those things are a mockery of the laws of physics. Shouldn't be there. Emerged from the distortions of the warp. Those things will corrupt the heart just by looking at them. Let its sanity gradually collapse, and eventually become a member of chaotic creatures. Fortunately, Gilliman's will protected them even across the universe. Allowing Imperial combatants to look directly at those horrors without going mad. Beta PE72 stars, the situation is not very good. The star that should have been undergoing violent nuclear fusion reactions and releasing high-frequency radiation is now strangely black. It was streaked with scarlet, like a hateful, bloodshot eye embedded in the void. This kind of corruption is much more terrifying than the Eye of Terror. Evelyn said in a low voice, this universe has completely lost its mind and turned into a pus-smelling corpse. The situation in this place is like this. We have to recover this place under the protection of the Holy Emperor. This place should belong to the material world instead of the warp space where those chaotic creatures are raging. It's all warp creation, we have to clean it up before we can colonize this place. Several senior executives participating in the meeting are discussing. Dawn was silent. He has been looking at the distorted beta PE72 galaxy. Thinking about your next plan. It is necessary to repair the webway, repair the firewall, repair the lighthouse, and repair the interface crystal wall to keep the creatures of the subspace out. There is a lot of work to do. If you simply transport resources from the Empire, the burden will be too great. To develop the resources of this universe, one cannot rely solely on the mainland of the Empire. A colony without economic returns and the ability to be independent cannot operate for a long time. Don had a plan in mind, only with the help of Korux. He knew that his brother who was good at latent combat was currently in charge of domesticating those demons for use by the Empire. Demons can be domesticated to become intelligence-gathering Imperial spies. It seems that there is nothing wrong with being used as a coolie. He wants those chaotic creatures to work hard to build a wall to block themselves. The battle on the Beta PE72 system has been going on for several months. For O'Neill of the Executioners, he has been hacking and killing from beginning to end, and the number of those damned chaos creatures is endless. Cut down a chaotic creature, and 10 chaotic creatures will rush out. And their task is to chop endlessly until all the chaotic creatures in their sights are cut. The Imperial heart and new armor embedded with microfusion plasma reactors endow the Executioners with inexhaustible strength. As long as the fuel is not used up, they can keep fighting until they die or run out of energy. Both are improbable things. When they are in crisis, the armored emergency teleporter will transport them to a safe base or a Celestial-class battleship for treatment and armor repair. After the treatment is completed, they will be sent to the battlefield again. O'Neill was assigned to the second planet in a Beta PE72 galaxy, and his task was to stick to Mars and the gang of mechanical guys to complete their work. Those Martian mechs are going to build a statue of the Holy Emperor, build an anti-subspace force field device and a lighthouse. Only these three things can allow the Empire to establish an anchor point for this galaxy and put those planets under the control of the Empire. Those chaotic creatures have keen intuition, and once humans show their intention to establish a colony, their offensive will increase. Destroy all human devices at all costs to prevent humans from taking away their homeland. In a sense, chaos creatures are more like an act of justice to defend their homeland. Empires are like invading bandits. The problem is that the line between justice and injustice is always blurred. Anyone can find their own justification. For the Holy Emperor. A knight standing next to O'Neill yelled through his megaphone. Like the Titan mechs, the mechs owned by the knights have undergone earth-shaking changes. Adopts a streamlined design that imitates the human body, and is equipped with various miniaturized Titan weapons and power weapons, with high performance and high maneuverability. It is suitable for large-scale and large-scale urban battles, and it can also effectively damage the opponent's small and medium-sized targets and provide fire support for ground troops. The neural connection device allows the knights to control the mecha with their own will, making the mecha their second body. The battle-crying knight fought a wriggling monster. The guy was covered in flicking tentacles and snorkels pumping dirty water. Only one tawny eye. The monster was very ferocious. Amidst strange howls, it slammed the knight mech with its tentacles and limbs. Its limbs whipped and danced wildly, and the heavy sonic boom echoed in the stale and foul air. That terrifying force is enough to smash ordinary people into pieces. The knight mecha uses the shield to deal with the opponent. The ripples from the shield kept fluctuating, but there was no sign of breaking it. O'Neill hacked to death the chaotic creature that was close to him. That guy was like a clay figurine that was constantly flowing with muddy water, sticky. Those disgusting monsters always have various appearances. The monster died howling under O'Neill's tomahawk. After scanning the surrounding area, Olney decided to assist the knight in strangling the hideous tentacle monster. He raised his bolter and pulled the trigger. The bullets in the bolter are specially made, adding materials that restrain chaos creatures. Each shot inflicts massive casualties on those hideous creatures. Under O'Neill's attack, the monster let out a terrible scream. The 10, eyes full of hatred looked at O'Neill, and a tentacle stretched out, flapping the air, trying to kill O'Neill. O'Neill used the heart of the Empire to launch a teleport and left the original position. The tentacle fell with the sound of howling wind, and with the sound of booming, it smashed a deep pit on the rotten surface, right where O'Neill was standing just now. The monster let out a strange roar. I can't understand it, but I can feel the anger and killing intent in it. The monster really wanted to kill O'Neill. The raider's bolter hits too hard. It squirmed its body, and its big eyes turned around, looking for O'Neill. However, when the monster was distracted from dealing with the original warrior, the knight seized the opportunity. The mechanical arm covered with smooth armor is very dexterous, capable of making various complex movements like the hands of a knight. The mech reached out and pulled out the power spear from its back, and activated it. The power field opens amidst the dissatisfied murmurs of the machine soul being awakened. The leaping electric light filled the spear with a terrifying aura. The knight jumped up, seized the opportunity, turned on the propeller from a high place, and with the help of gravity and the thrust released by the propeller, they rushed down in one shock force, piercing the opponent's big eye with the spear middle. With one blow, the opponent's entire body was pierced, and the body pierced into the rotting ground. The power field shredded the matter that made up the opponent's body, splitting it into the most basic particles. The tentacled monster let out a mournful howl. Disgusting yellow liquid sprayed out from where the spear pierced. The huge body of the monster just fell down like that. It sizzled and turned into steam and flowing pus at an extremely fast speed. The target has been killed. The knight shouted, all glory to the Holy Emperor. O'Neill hasn't had time to say anything. Another giant tentacle with a distorted face and various nodules rushed out of the mist. Slammed into the knight's shield. The huge impact made him take a few steps back before he could barely stand. More monster howls came from the mist. It seems that a huge herd is approaching. The ground also trembled slightly. Some terrifying giant monsters came out of the mist. They should belong to the same race. Looks scrawny, covered with very shriveled, mummified flesh. The color of the body surface is like some kind of rusty metal. Limbs disproportionately long and thin. Arms as long as legs, terminating in the same 5 equally bony hands, terminating in hands. The neck is slender and slender, connected to a huge mouth full of fangs, without other facial features. The tongue is very slender, making a hissing sound in the air. Those monsters are hundreds of meters high, and every step makes the ground tremble. Hundreds of giant lasers and missiles were released from the artillery position behind O'Neill. Cut through the fog. Bombarded on the monster. A faint halo emerged, blocking all the long-range attacks of the Empire. The missile exploded in front of the halo, setting off a huge air wave, engulfing everything and sending it flying. Flying O'Neill also had to temporarily avoid the impact of the air waves and landed on the ground again. It's a brand new monster again, these big mouth monsters. The voices of other battle brothers rang through the comms. Sage, have you done it? O'Neill raised his bolt gun and shot at the monsters. The knight next to him also ran. The heavy mech moved flexibly in the gaps of the monster group, using the power spear in his hand to pick up those guys. The sound of howling and screaming can be heard endlessly. 1 hour and 23 minutes. The voice of the sage is very mechanical, and there is no emotion at all. We can't last that long. The knight was knocked into the air. The big mouth monster seems to be in control of some kind of space confinement ability. The knight failed to manipulate his mech to use teleport to escape before the opponent's slender arm arrived. The mecha shell made of neutron star density materials dented in that heavy blow. The huge body of the mech was also knocked into the air, and fell to the ground with a dull sound. O'Neill estimated that the blow that sent the knight mech flying would have at least hundreds of thousands of tons of power, combined with the ability to confine it in space, it would be unsolvable. If it weren't for the layer of neutron star material covered on the outer layer of the knight mech, it might be smashed to pieces by just the blow just now. Another roar came from the artillery position. After conventional weapons failed, the artillerymen switched to other types of attacks. Black hole shells exploded in the air one after another. Form black holes that swallow all light one by one. There were also some fragmented dimensional shells that exploded in the crowd of monsters, and different dimensional transformations tore up the bodies of those chaotic creatures, twisting them into pieces. The chant of the Anglican priest followed closely behind. During their chants, Gilliman's icon continued to burst into intense radiance, comforting the soldiers of the Empire and making the creatures of chaos scream in pain. Those weird monsters with big mouths were not affected. They are still moving forward, making all kinds of weird noises from their mouths. For the Holy Emperor. Attack. 1. Data error. They repeated the battle cries that the soldiers of the Empire once uttered, very messy and irregular. When the name of the Holy Emperor was shouted from the mouths of those monsters, every fighter in the Empire felt offended. Their faith was desecrated by those monsters in this way, which is an intolerable evil. O'Neill activated his flying ability again, jumped up, and rushed into the sky. The bolter in his hand kept shooting at the opponent's mouth full of fangs. However, the special explosive bombs that can usually cause a lot of damage to chaotic creatures have no reaction when they hit those monsters with big mouths. The explosive bombs exploded on those monsters, but failed to leave a single wound. O'Neill activated the chainsaw sword in his hand, and the subatomic sharp saw blade spun at high speed. Such a chainsaw sword is enough to cut through the protective barrier created by strong interaction force, and steel is no different from tofu in front of it. O'Neill rushed towards the enemy, dodged the opponent's swaying limbs with a flicker, appeared next to the opponent's slender neck, and slashed down with his sword. It seems to be cut into rubber, soft and elastic. Relying on the sharpness of the subatomic saw blade, O'Neill easily cut open the opponent's body. The next second, the opponent's wound healed strangely. Almost at the moment of incision, the wound recovered like this. Before O'Neill could react to the monster's amazing healing ability, he felt as if his flight was stuck in a quagmire. Wanted to launch a teleport to escape, but also found that the response of the heart of the Empire was much slower than before. Space is blocked. Requires more calculations to escape. The long and thin hand waved over, knocking O'Neill away like a mosquito. The heavy force is like being placed in the middle of two battleships, and then the other side turns on all the engines to squeeze. The armor is dented. Machine Soul screamed in pain. The auxiliary system icons projected into the eyes all have red indicators. O'Neill was knocked into the air for several kilometers like a cannonball, and then crashed into the ground, making a big crater. Even after 3 times of original cast strengthening, O'Neill felt that he had broken several bones. It hurts to move a little. Those chaotic creatures howled and rushed forward, biting his feet and hands, trying to tear them into pieces. Mission failed. O'Neill didn't want to admit it, but he knew it was the truth. Those weird mouth monsters won. They have to have the means to deal with those guys before they can launch the next offensive. O'Neill just wanted to order the Imperial troops to withdraw to the base and give up this mission. Intense flashes of light continued to appear on the battlefield. A group of Eldar warriors appeared not far from O'Neill. Their fighting postures are like dancers, gracefully moving their deadly dance steps among the crazy and chaotic monsters. The arcane weapon in his hand shone with Chinook brilliance. Each swing will disembowel a monster. What surprised O'Neill was far from this. In the center of the battlefield, there was an earth-shattering roar. A strong giant appeared in front of those monsters with big mouths. His body shape is almost the same as those monsters with big mouths. He is also hundreds of meters high, and frightening spiritual energy flames are burning all over his body. Even though the distance was far away, O'Neill could recognize that the giant was the Primarch of the Fist of the Empire, Lord Dorn. The opponent released his essence. Primarches are born to kill gods. The essence of each is extremely powerful, able to fight against those immortal monsters. A Primarch himself descends upon the battlefield. O'Neill felt extremely excited in his heart. If the executioners led by him are traced back, they are also a subgroup of the Imperial Fist, and they can also be regarded as the Sons of Dorn. The executioners' origins can be traced back to the Great Crusade. The then captain of the Fists of the Empire, Fafnir Lane, was the leader of the first executioners chapter. Fafnir Lane participated in the Great Crusade, and later participated in the Solar War, defending Pluto with Sigismund, and served as the commander of the First Sphere Fleet. After Horus used the power of the subspace gods to break through the line of defense, he returned to Terra and participated in the battle to defend Terra. He led 18,000 Imperial Fist fighters and a large number of non-Legion soldiers in charge of the Lions Gate Airport. Defense. It was eventually besieged by rebels led by traitors such as Georg, Khan, and Abaddon. In the end it was Sigismund who rescued him from the siege of the rebels. After the Horus Rebellion, the Legion split. He was split out during the third founding of the army, and established the Executioner Corps. A Primarch enters the battlefield, and unless the Chaos Gods or those demon Primarches personally act, there is absolutely no power that can stop him. This universe has lost its value. The Chaos Gods who once invaded this universe have already put their attention on other places, so how can they care about the battle on a planet? The Daemon Primarch has now been captured back to Terra. Besides, those guys have no way, and it is impossible to cross a universe to help a group of insignificant chaos creatures. A monster with a big mouth was held down by Dawn, and the opponent's head was blown off with a sudden punch. The huge monster's body was grabbed by thick and powerful hands, and then pulled violently. The monster's entire body collapsed. The remaining monsters with big mouths did not change anything. One of the monsters with a big mouth released other attacks, releasing terrible sound waves from the big mouth full of fangs. But Dawn punched it into the mouth, and directly penetrated the tough body. Amidst several howls, the monster just fell down like that. Many Imperial troops swarmed up, the weapons in their hands kept chopping at the opponent's body until it was chopped into pieces. When Dorn appeared on the battlefield, the situation on the battlefield had already turned to the side of the human empire. Amid howls of despair, the tide of crazy monsters gradually thinned out, and some monsters turned around and fled. Their homes have been taken away by those humans. It is useless to continue fighting. Under the protection of Dorn, the Mechanicum completed the construction of the lighthouse, the statue of Gillimon and the anti-subspace device. An invisible force field quickly enveloped the entire planet. The monsters disintegrated in howling, becoming a searing ball of electric discharge, driven back into the warp by the restored natural iron. The mechanical priest and many Imperial workers were sent down. They operate huge mechanical equipment to consolidate the victory as quickly as possible. Build barrier facilities, build fortifications, and further strengthen the control of the Empire, forming a virtuous circle of sustainable operation. At Dorn's request, the Imperial troops captured several chaos creatures who seemed to have both strength and IQ online. At the same time, Dorn also sent someone to contact Korux, planning to ask the other party to help him form a demon labor team. Vast, colorful, and strange void. Abaddon, Bashtar, and others fell into a bitter battle. The Empire won the Battle of Cadia, but did not stop, and sent troops to chase them all the way, trying to end the legend of the Great Marauder once and for all. Abaddon has made all the preparations, but he still underestimated the strength of the Empire. The Grey Knights and the Black Templar have been hunting him down. Needless to say about the former, the Grey Knights have a natural hatred for all demons and traitors, let alone a CO choice of the four gods like Abaddon. The Black Templars plan to avenge their first Grand Marshal Sigismund. Originally regarded as a pawn, Calgar, who stabbed the Cancerous Legion severely, also built a subspace road that cut off the Eye of Terror, and banned all subspace navigation defenses. Abaddon was undoubtedly blocked. Behind is the Black Templar and the Grey Knight, and in front is Calgar, who hates him so much that he gritted his teeth. He has already made a cage, ready to stuff him in and transport him to Terra. It can be said to be a wolf before a tiger. A desperate situation within a desperate situation. Chapter 379 Loyal Xiao, for subscription. Abaddon stared at the imaging device in front of him with an ugly expression. The demon that merged with the console howled, screaming for the arrival of the enemy. A fleet blocks their way. The size of the fleet is extraordinarily large, one after another, continuous, with no end in sight. Each one has the unique golden double-headed eagle emblem of the Empire, shining even in the dark void. One of the battleships is very familiar. At least it is very familiar to Abaddon and many veterans who have lived to this day during the Great Crusade. Glorious Queen-class battleship, Macrage's Glory. The flagship of the Primarch of the 13th Legion. Now owned by his beloved general, Calgar. The Ultramarines have their own Celestial-class battleship, but Calgar prefers the glory of Macrage to that Celestial-class battleship. A signal is coming in. A dark mechanical priest shouted. The main consoles built by the demons and Vashtar all trembled. The data slave trembled, sending out pieces of basic binary code. Static electricity dances in the air, forming in the air like some special lines. The image is full of flicker and grain due to some interference. The image outlined by the beam shows a throne of carved bronze and white stone unique to Macrage. Those white stones with white pattern stripes are a specialty of the planet Macrage. The high back and broad armrests are surrounded by braziers and stacked candles. Its light even dyed the white rocks into amber, and cast dancing shadows on the King of War sitting on the throne. He is Guilliman's most important general, a legendary hero of the Empire who is as famous as Dante and Logan, the most powerful fighters under the Primarch, and has lived to be 1,100 years old. He is Calgar, Lord of Macrage, Chapter Master of the Ultramarines. Calgar sits on his throne on the glory of Macrage. Almost real anger burned in his chest. His eyes looked at Abaddon and the others through the communicator. Calgar straightened his back like a vigilant king, his sharp eyes were filled with terrible anger. He is stronger than before. 4 original casting upgrades gave him the confidence to challenge the gods. Calgar. Abaddon said in a deep voice, you are really persistent. Calgar stood up from his throne. The terrifying gloves, enough to blow up a heavy tank with one punch, are installed on his hands. Today is your end, Abaddon. Do you know what this is? He stretched out his hand covered with heavy iron armor, and lightly bumped the cage next to it. Under the puzzled eyes of Abaddon and others, he said word by word, this is the cage where you gang of lackeys are held, Abaddon. I have asked someone to reserve a place for you in Terra. Didn't you always want to return to Terra? Soon, you will have your wish. Abaddon has been driven into a corner, only to wait for the final judgment. Terra's Apostle of Atonement will be his final destination. It has always been Calgar's wish to capture this great enemy of the Empire back with his own hands. The other party has escaped several times in a row in his hands. This time, he will never let the other party escape again. The area they are in has already been paved with the Exorcism Dead Zone, which is the one that the Necrons laid out before. Calgar set it up as a cage, cutting off the traitors' access to the subspace path of the Eye of Terror, forcing them to use sublight speed to navigate in the real universe. The sorcery of Abaddon's men will also be weakened in this field. They never had a chance to save the Marauder. Calgar's arrogant words made many Chaos Warriors howl. All kinds of roars and killing cries were transmitted to Calgar through communication. The traitors vented their killing intent and hatred to the Empire. The voices of Chaos Believers, mutants, and Chaos Warriors were intertwined. They have been irritated. In the words full of resentment and hatred, I can feel the urge of those guys to tear Calgar apart. They couldn't accept Calgar's humiliation. Take a dog crate and say that you will stuff them in it and take them all to Terra. If such a shameful humiliation is endured, the gods will probably abandon it. Calgar paid no heed to the curses of the cultists and Chaos traitors. Just looked at them with a kind of compassion. He raised a hand and gave the order. Attack and capture them all. As Calgar's words fell, the space fluctuated violently. The demon that merged with the main console screamed. Various images appeared on the monitor. The Empire directly launched the jump gang remotely. Using his unique teleportation technology, he entered the Ark of Omen made by Bashtar. Those arcs were all fused with the hulks that Bashtar used his special ability to guide Abaddon's men to fish out from the subspace. It is very huge, although it is not comparable to the celestial class warships of the Empire, it is more magnificent than other warships of the Empire. It is huge, with a length of more than 150 kilometers from bow to stern, like a steel mountain floating in space. Strangely fused together by the power of the warp. Various turrets, shield generators, astrolabe blades, weapons, and support systems are all available. There are even temples of the gods, as well as a ritual chain of binding runes that is dozens of kilometers long. It's a pity that Abaddon doesn't have enough resources to build a shield generator that can shelter the entire Ark of Omen and can block the Empire's teleportation technology. Legion is too poor. This time the expedition with the Cancerous Legion did not get anything, and was brutally brutalized by the Empire. Already suffered heavy losses, how could there be resources to strengthen the Ark of Ominous Omen? Abaddon plans to return to the Eye of Terror first, where there are still a large number of dark foundries, which will allow him to perfect the various functions of the Ark of Omens, making it a real warship of destruction. Calgar did not intend to give him this opportunity. Relying on his powerful teleportation technology, he directly ordered the warriors who had been waiting for a long time to join forces and fight to capture Abaddon alive. Calgar and his warriors cut into the interior of the Ark of Omens. Its accuracy is comparable to using an industrial electric drill to complete a heart surgery. There are not only Chaos traitors and cultists, but also some subspace creatures that the enemy itself does not know. When Bashtar used its strange ability to create the Omen Ark, he didn't drive out those weird warp creatures. The battle broke out immediately after the teleportation. The roar of battle is endless, and the voice of fighting for the Holy Emperor keeps ringing. Often a battlefield fell into a short-lived calm, followed by the sound of fighting from the other side. The Loyalist does not hesitate to attack any enemy within sight. Explosions shook the giant battleship. A large number of detection devices were released. They will transmit scanned data and detected enemies to the hands of Imperial Loyalists, giving them a good idea of the enemy's firepower and hiding places. Most of the areas on the Ark of Omens are inactive, and many halls are decayed, inhabited by some weird warp creatures. Calgar and others have no habit of letting go of those guys. He asked his men to chop the creatures into pieces, and then sent them a few explosive bombs to destroy them screaming. Calgar's raiding force encountered some fighting intermittently. The more you push forward, the more intense the battle sounds become. Obviously, Abaddon concentrated all his subordinates in the central area. Ambushes will occasionally rush out of the dark maze. Attack Calgar and others with all kinds of weird weapons. Traitor weapons have also been enhanced to be able to pierce the armor of Primaris warriors. If you are caught fire and fail to escape in time, you may be killed. Apart from those traitors, there are also those mechanical puppets with weird shapes. They possess powerful force and are huge in number, which is the greatest resistance to the surprise attack of Calgar and others. The Loyalists can only slash and slash continuously, and they can also use the powerful physique and abilities brought about by the original casting upgrade to fight the enemy. Calgar has no mercy at all. The traitors will be killed, as will the mechanical puppets, and even the slaves they encounter will be slaughtered. Some ragged slaves knelt down and begged Calgar and others to forgive them. Calgar showed no mercy, he killed the slaves. Beat them to pieces with his iron fist. Using his storm bolter, harvest them in rows. There is no forgiveness here. Even if you die 10,000 times, it is better than betraying the Empire. You have made the wrong choice. Where the assault troops rushed over, there would only be leftover limbs and broken arms and bright red bloodstains flying around. The Empire has never forgiven. Anyone who is an enemy of the Empire will be punished most cruelly. Those who betray the interests of mankind will be cursed forever. The deeper it goes, the more terrifying the eerie whispers echoing in the ear. However, these things can't stop the loyalists of the Empire. They smashed through the defenses built by those idiots, killing and killing all the way. Calgar hammered every traitor who tried to stop him. Those weird mechanical puppets were also blown to pieces. For the sake of the Holy Emperor, rush in. Calgar roared, we will use the blood of these idiots to stain the road here, and then put those beasts into the dog cage, and we will tell everyone that the lackeys of the evil are this is the end. After finishing speaking, Calgar rushed towards the enemy group. The warriors swore loudly, gathered behind Calgar, and charged with him. The enemy is routed. Loyalists rushed toward the enemy like a torrent. They fought their way into the lairs of the great enemies of the rebellion. Hanzo, Huron, and the marauder Abaddon are all there. Calgar. Abaddon said word by word. Abaddon. Calgar roared, today is your end. Many people say that. Abaddon stood up from the throne, and said, from the Great Crusade to the war against the false emperor, they all said it. The result is that I am still alive, but they have long been forgotten. I am a creature of the same era as your Primarch, and I will never be terminated by your hands. Calgar showed anger, you are not worthy to mention the name of the Holy Emperor. Abaddon snorted coldly, mocking Calgar's words. Holy Emperor? He really gives himself money. You don't know anything about this empire, Calgar, but you still have a choice, see the truth and stand by us. Otherwise, your fate will also end in tragedy. The empire was created in our hands, we fought for it, built it with blood, sweat, and fury, poured it out of the world we captured, the foundation stone of the entire empire was built from the flesh and blood of our brothers, your genes the father is just a vile stealer. But you betrayed your lord and pushed mankind to the brink of destruction. Calgar retorted, you have no right to express accusations. Only destruction and death can redeem your deplorable crimes. No one will be convinced. There is an unimaginable will between the two parties. They firmly believe that the path they have chosen is the right one. Abaddon launched a charge, and the armor improved by Vashtor has even more terrifying defensive capabilities, weighing several tons. Only Abaddon can easily drive it. He attacked Calgar like a thunderbolt. The battle between the two sides broke out quickly. Calgar's personal guards roared, vowing to bring down all the enemies of the Empire in this eerie hall. Every step Abaddon took was shaking the ground, holding the strange trident in one hand, and holding the magic sword Drachanian in the other. Calgar dodged the opponent's blow, and then dodged the magic sword's slash. Abaddon was cunning, and after seeing Calgar dodging his own attack, he revealed a flaw. Wait until Karl hooks and punches him. Abaddon's shoulder was shattered. The thick armor was punched with a huge gap, and the fragments pierced into the body of the big predator. Abaddon endured the pain, took advantage of the opportunity he got as bait, and thrust the trident into Calgar's body. That is a weapon enough to kill the one. Easily broke through Calgar's armor and pierced into his abdomen. It made a painful sound. Calgar, who has been upgraded 4 times, has super vitality. He raised his fist, and the bolt gun mounted on his fist was instantly fired. Accompanied by a loud bang, Abaddon ate an explosive bomb at close range. The jaw was shattered directly, and the fragments even pierced into the blood, and a painful howl came from the mouth of the great predator. The severe pain made Abaddon let go of his trident. Calgar ignored the trident in his body, punched Abaddon again. The great marauder raised the magic sword in his hand, trying to block the opponent's blow. Accompanied by a crisp impact sound, the magic sword in his hand, Drachanian came out and flew towards the dark statue beside him. The sharp blade even sank into it directly, and was inserted into the body of the statue made of strange materials. Abaddon, without his weapon, could no longer stand against Calgar. The opponent hit him in the face with a punch. Half of the face was shattered, and the teeth and bones were mixed together. Staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Calgar looked around and saw the dark statue with the magic sword inserted. He grabbed the foot of the fallen Abaddon, and with a roar, he swung it violently, and smashed it at the dark statue beside him. The heavy statue broke with the sound of impact. Abaddon let out an even more painful scream, lying in the pile of rubble like a dead dog. After Abaddon was dealt with, Calgar suddenly pulled out the trident that pierced into his body. The dark red blood splashed out as the tip of the halberd covered with strange runes left the body. The standard function equipped with the heart of the Empire wound healing works quickly. Restore the shocking wound to its original state. The nano repair device of the armor was also activated, and it returned to its original appearance. Seeing that his personal guards were still struggling to kill those rebels, he couldn't help but roared, ready to go up and deal with those guys. After taking 2 steps, a series of sirens sounded. Calgar's legs softened, and he suddenly knelt on the ground on one knee. The special power contained in that weapon came into play. Calgar tried to get up, but his whole body was limp. Seeing that Calgar was alone, a Chaos Trader thought he had a good chance. He charged forward with his tomahawk full of filth and cursed runes. Wants to cut off Calgar's head. Suddenly, a burst of holy energy erupted, blowing away all the traitors in the hall. Dozens of blinding beams of light descended from the void, revealing the silhouettes of silver grey and black warriors with halberds and crackling hammers. They were the Black Templar and Grey Knights chasing Abaddon. The friendly army directly penetrated into the core of the Empire with a brutal and powerful attitude, using a fast and ruthless rhythm to defeat those Imperial rebels who still wanted to resist. At this time, other teams rushed in from outside the door, besieging the traitors. Huron was besieged by several primordial warriors, stabbed with swords, spears, and halberds, beaten with hammers and fists, and soon he was overwhelmed. Hong Suo didn't know who hurt his foot, fell to the ground, and was trampled on by the original warriors who attacked. The mouth was crushed, and all the teeth were broken. Vashtor was firmly controlled. As Calgar said before, they were all stuffed into cages and sent to Terra like dead dogs. Of course, Calgar was also sent back to Terra. He was stuffed in the stasis field to prevent the injury from further aggravating. The damage caused by that weapon has exceeded the range that pharmacists can treat. Only the Holy Emperor can heal his generals. For the Holy Emperor. Su Xiao shouted insincerely, while piercing an SS-level player. The whole world has been shrouded in flames of war. The players who served the Empire and the loyal players of the reincarnation game fought together. Su Xiao used his bronze sword to harvest players one after another. Pierce their bodies and make them dead. After going through the task of almost dying at the lunatic, Su Xiao thought about it carefully. A man like him has no loyalty. Are just creatures driven by profit. The Empire's offensive is getting stronger and stronger, while the reincarnation game is showing a decline. Although the reincarnation game still controls a large territory, they will have no future if they mix with the National Army in 1949. There is a breath of revenge everywhere, and non-players hate players too much. Once those players who failed to join the Empire are caught, the consequences can only be described as dire. How rampant those players were, how miserable they will be after being caught. Those ordinary people have been suppressed for too long, and their minds have been twisted. The Empire used their hatred to arm them and form legions to frantically retaliate against those players who were still loyal to the reincarnation game. There are rumors of players being lynched for revenge after being caught. Realizing that something was wrong, Su Xiao began to plan his own way out. He used a prop to modify his appearance, and then went to a world where the Empire had not yet arrived, but was on the verge of the front line. When the players belonging to the Empire infiltrated, he transformed into a person with enlightenment and joined the Empire. Resistance team. When the large army of the Empire arrived, his identity would be cleared. He still uses his own name, Su Xiao. At first, he was very nervous, afraid of being recognized. It wasn't until later that he realized that he was thinking too much. The Empire's need for native players is insatiable. The inspectors didn't care what his name was. Doesn't care about his past, as long as he swears allegiance to the Emperor. Su Xiao started a new killing journey, but this time it was not so interesting. He has to obey the orders of the Empire, maintain teamwork with others, and act like he is considerate of ordinary people. Very depressed. I have to suppress the hatred in my heart and endure the orders of those bureaucrats. But there is no way around this, there is a price to pay for everything. He is not strong enough. Wait until he is strong enough to do whatever he wants. The only thing that can make Su Xiao relax is the killing on the battlefield. Backed by the Empire, it has complete logistics and medical means. All he has to do is kill as much as he wants without any scruples. Su Xiao eliminated his opponent, took away the opponent's props, and soon found a new target. An extremely beautiful, heroic female player. The other party's screams must be very pleasant. Chapter 380 The Votan Alliance High Level Crying Like a Fart, subscribe. Stay on the Imperial side. Su Xiao was forced to make various disguises. Try to look like a good person. But he knew very well that he was not a good person. He only wants to work for his own benefit. There is no lofty ideal of self-sacrifice for others. He suppressed himself, just to gain the trust of the Empire. On the battlefield, he no longer wants to hide the twisted desire in his heart. Only the scream of the other party can release his suppressed heart. He longs to become stronger, to become a master. Become a person who is so high that even God looks up to him. This is why he is so willing to work so hard in the reincarnation game. He hated those Imperial players who gave up on Sacrifice Island. I can't wait to find them and kill them again. Abandoning him, Su Xiao, is the stupidest and worst thing in this world. Must be punished. But for his own future planning, he endured the hatred in his heart and temporarily put that matter behind him. Secretly accumulating strength, only for the future blockbuster. As the saying goes, 3 years in Hedong and 3 years in Hexi, don't bully the young and poor. One day, he, Su Xiao, will rule the world and make all those who have harmed and bullied him pay the price. The female player that Su Xiao was eyeing had a hot body. Inside, she was wearing a vest that accentuated the curves of the front and back. Wearing a trench coat outside. A capable head of white hair. With a stern face and no smile at all, she looked like an iceberg beauty. She held a spear in one hand and a silver-white pistol in the other, looking heroic. Information about the props in the other party's hands automatically appeared in Su Xiao's eyes. After defecting from the reincarnation game and joining the Empire, he also got a new system. Empire Player System. He takes the task from there and checks his attributes and props. The most important thing is that the Empire Player System also provides detection functions. According to the target's strength, you can get the target's information by spending a different amount of salvation points, which is a very good function. So Xiao is naturally not the kind of person who saves a small amount of money and misses a big deal. This is a high-level player battle, and if you are not careful, you will be killed by the opponent. It is unnecessary to save a little bit and let yourself fall into the crisis by mistake. The detection ability of the system is activated. Within a short time of breathing, the other party's information appeared in his eyes. Reincarnation game player information table. Player name, Kafo now. Gender, female. SSS level player, awakening talent, danger intuition, things that are dangerous to you within 100 kilometers will be marked. The left-hand weapon is a replica of the SSS level prop, the Gun of Eternity, Gungnir, which possesses extraordinary power. Once thrown, it will burst into bright light that pierces the sky. There is a certain probability to activate special effects. Special effect 1, must hit, no matter where the enemy is hiding, the thrown spear can hit the opponent's vitals. Throwing to the left, but killing the enemy on the right is not impossible. Special effect 2, piercing through everything, even if the enemy is wearing a mythical suit, the spear will ignore its defense and penetrate the target. Ignore defense 100%, no matter how thick it is useless. Right-hand weapon, SSS level prop, Desert Eagle, a pistol with low recoil and great power. If the blood bar is bright, it may die at the muzzle of the Desert Eagle. There is a certain probability to activate special effects. Special effect 1, unlimited bullets, the magazine is made of special materials, and the bullets will be replenished every time you shoot. Science? Conservation of mass? Sorry, that thing is dead, your choice. Host. Special effect 2, headshot, the effect will be triggered once the fired bullet hits the head. Headshots, always a favorite of shooting masters. Watch those idiot heads bloom like flowers. Special effect 3, blood sucking, the bullet that hits the enemy will return a certain amount of life to the host. As long as there are enough people around you, you will be immortal. Special effect 4, 100% of the bullets are caught empty-handed. Once the fired bullet triggers this effect, the target will give up what they are doing and run out to catch the bullet. I obviously ran away, why did I come back all of a sudden? 2 SSS level props, which also touched a certain rule ability. All are good things. The female player also has a suit that adds defense and recovery, as well as talents. If you change the game, it means that the 6 gods are fully equipped. So Xiao quickly absorbed the information. Showing a hideous smile. Kill this guy, the harvest is absolutely amazing. He rushed towards the female player quickly, and the ancient sword that had been stained with the blood of many players became more and more strange. The more players you kill, the more terrifying the ancient sword becomes. There seems to be a terrible will in the sword body, which is slowly awakening in the constant killing. So Xiao is paying more and more attention to this killer weapon in his heart. This is the key to changing his fate against this guy. The power of this ancient sword is not only able to cut through time and space, it must have even more terrifying power. The problem is that right now he is still too weak. There is no way to channel all the power out of it. But he was full of confidence. One day, he will succeed. Will completely control this ancient sword and make it his own. So Xiao is extremely fast. Long distances covered in just a few breaths. When he got close to a certain range, he kicked his feet hard, jumped up, flew away, and slashed at the opponent with swords in both hands. The female player just killed a player belonging to the Empire, and just wanted to pick up her own spoils. Her keen sense of danger made her immediately aware of So Xiao's sneak attack. He reacted without even turning his head. In front of So Xiao, a light shield shining with strange brilliance appeared. Use the ancient sword in your hand to slash. There was a sound like glass breaking. The light shield couldn't last for a second, and it was shattered by So Xiao's slash. The ancient bronze sword sliced across the opponent's body. There was a bang, and bursts of smoke appeared from the two-part body. The female player has disappeared, and a puppet that was cut in two fell from where she was originally standing. Stand-in props. So Xiao jumped back, holding the ancient sword and carefully looking around. SSS level players have a strong life-saving ability. I don't know how many whole cards I have in my hand. Caution is the boat. Traitor. A scolding came from above, So Xiao was startled, and hid to the side. The replica of the Gun of Eternity Gungnir was stabbed at his position just now. If the reaction is slow, his head will have to be pierced through, like a skewer. So Xiao activated a prop in his hand, Jumping Bear's Ladder. This prop can create invisible stairs in the air, allowing players to walk on the ground. So Xiao suddenly rushed to the sky. After a certain amount of time, he flipped and jumped again, holding the ancient sword and slashing at the female player holding the spear again. Boom! There was a gunshot, and the bullet instantly penetrated So Xiao's shoulder who was in the air. The female player is fierce and fierce, she retreats to avoid So Xiao's slash, and shoots at the same time. So Xiao threw out a protective prop to block the opponent's bullets. There is no gap in the battle between advanced players. Once a war starts, one must fall. Surrender and admit defeat may not be possible. Too fast. You may be killed before you finish yelling. After experiencing many copies, the combat awareness and reserve props of advanced players are extremely amazing. Shot quickly and ruthlessly, without the slightest hesitation. The female player threw a replica of the eternal Gungnir into the air, and a shooting star flashed across the sky in an instant. The spear pierced towards So Xiao's heart. Even if he used props to dodge several times, it would not help to keep the distance. Eternal Gun, Gungnir's replica activates the sure hit feature. Realizing that he was unavoidable, So Xiao threw out two precious rules-like props. This is a high-level series of props he exchanged from the Empire. King Rabbit. This prop can divert the enemy's attack target. The more the target hates oppression, the better the effect will be. Bunny Farmer. This prop can divert the enemy's attack target. The more the target hates the target that resists oppression, the better the effect will be. He spent a lot of money to exchange these two items from the so-called Empire. Rule props are much more precious than other props. Acting on the rules, it has mysterious power. Will not change due to the player's subjective will. Such props are definitely not something humans can create. So Xiao suspected that there might be a group of gods behind the Empire. Can take out such regular props. If there is no who can be equal to the creator behind the reincarnation game, he will not believe it at all. Bunny Farmer played a role. The replica of Gungnir, the gun of eternity, shifted direction and stabbed at the huge Bunny Farmer doll. Obviously, the female player hates those who resist her extremely. After destroying the opponent's must-hit feature, So Xiao casually recalled two doll props, and as soon as he held them, several mirrors formed in the air. Then he slashed into the air with the ancient sword in his hand, and jumped into the crack of space with a single leap. The female player retracted her spear, just about to find So Xiao's location. Several So Xiao jumped out of several mirrors in the air. Dangerous intuition gave an early warning. With a wave of the spear in the female player's hand, all the illusions were broken. So Xiao was also transformed into one, and blood dripped instantly, staining his clothes red. However, he also seized the opportunity. With a wave of the ancient sword in his hand, he cut off the arm of the female player. White as jade, the flawless jade hand was cut off just like that. The dark red blood splashed in the air, reflecting a strange red light under the sunlight. The pain of the severed hand made the female player howl, and staggered back. So Xiao suddenly poured a bottle of potion, which slowed down the bleeding. Looking at the painful female player who was pouring potions on her broken arm, she showed a distorted smile. Only a licking dog like boiling sheep and sheep will be sympathetic. A hunk like him has never been more than a hot hand. Licking the dog ends up being nothing. The strong man will reap everything and ascend to the highest position. The props flashed with strong light, and the ancient sword in his hand swung out again. The female player in severe pain received an early warning of danger, but she couldn't react. Another bright red surface appeared, and the severe pain almost made her eyes go black. The other arm was also chopped off. The severe pain made her exhale involuntarily, and she was unable to maintain the float any longer, and fell to the ground. The female player has a handsome appearance, with exquisite facial features, a straight nose, thick and slender eyelashes, and snow-like skin. The figure is even more explosive. The pair of beautiful legs under the cloak are long and slender, white as jade, very dazzling. If you touch those countless licking dogs a few times, you can be regarded as smiling at Jiquan, and this life is worthwhile. Now that his arms have been cut off, the pained expression appears on that handsome face. If you take a picture of it and spread it, you don't know how much heartache you will have. Su Xiao's face showed no pity, but he just held the ancient sword in his hand tightly. The blood on the tip of the sword dripped down. Why did you betray us? The female player's eyes showed questioning and anger. She glared at Su Xiao, wondering why the other party left them and chose to join those hateful intruders. This is their hometown, the hometown where they were born and raised. Are these guys just so fond of helping those invaders take their home? Su Xiao didn't answer, the smile on the corner of his mouth had already told the female player the answer. There was a flash of light. Su Xiao has already changed his position. The head of the female player also slipped off the slender neck and fell into the dust. The beautiful flower-like body also fell down. She was once so beautiful that thousands of males went crazy and insane, but now she fell into the dirty soil. Su Xiao picked up the props dropped by the opponent, and then rushed to another player. The death of the female player was quickly forgotten by him. The dead are doomed to be forgotten. No matter how beautiful she was going to be an ugly skeleton in the end. Raise the field of vision all the way up, and you will find that the players occupy a large area on the battlefield. Many advanced players use range attack props and try their best to slam the opponent's enemies. Mountains and seas were moved, flames burned the sea, meteorites fell from the sky, etc. All kinds of terrifying forbidden techniques and props were released. For a while, landslides and ground cracked, rivers were dried up, and there were terrible explosions everywhere. The fighting between the two sides became more and more tragic. Once turned the ground into a purgatory on Earth. The ships of the Empire are suspended in high-altitude orbit. Scan and block the entire world. Seal the space and block the use space of space props. Make sure that no reincarnation player can escape their grasp. In the strategic room of the ship, several high-level combatants of the Empire surrounded the huge holographic projection, discussing the war between players in low voices. They have no intention of intervening in this war. The exchange system developed by the Empire is to stimulate players to fight against the reincarnation game. Several sages are even evaluating the combat effectiveness of the players belonging to the Empire in order to better arrange the next mission for them. They are all the currency in the hands of the Holy Emperor. Although they are a little inferior, they must be used to the best of their ability and cannot be wasted at will. No organization, no discipline. An imperial military commander looked at the images of the fighting on the surface and couldn't help shaking his head. If the imperial troops went up, the artillery salvo would be enough to maim the opponent. They are players, not regular troops. Another commander interrupted his colleagues, the cost of sending an army across the universe is too high, and they cannot be used in such insignificant battles. With the expansion of the battlefield, the troops sent by the Empire to Universe 03 are somewhat stretched. Even though the inter-universe tunnel has been operating day and night, transporting the drawn Imperial Legion to Universe 03, facing the huge battlefield, it is still a bit far away and cannot quench the near thirst. For this reason, vigorously developing the local indigenous army and recruiting players has naturally become the consensus of the high-level Empire. It's just that the players' hip stretching still makes many military commanders complain. Players have no sense of teamwork and no sense of honor. Only pure interests can make them fight. Such a force can be used for guerrilla warfare, but if it is used as a frontal force, it will undoubtedly lose. The Purifier Corps controlled by the living Saint-Shin Asakamai can barely act as a frontal force. Other players are basically used as third-rate roles to destroy other players. The only advantage is that it is cheap and there is no need to deal with the aftermath. So Xiao didn't know what the Imperial commanders on the ship thought of them. He is still slaughtering those reincarnation game players. The players of the reincarnation game are defeated very quickly. His hands and feet are slower, and his head may be snatched away. Some reincarnation players want to surrender to the Empire. So Xiao and others ignored it. Killing is ahead, which is a waste of points. Let the opponent surrender, and there will be one more person who will share the cake. The carnage is fast. The reincarnation players fell one after another, with unwillingness and despair. Their bodies were just scattered among the ruins of the battlefield. The cities of this world have been fragmented and destroyed by the war between players. There are beacon fires smoking black smoke and scorched earth soaked in blood. Fighting to the end, only a few high-level reincarnation players with special skills remained. But they were besieged by players several times their size. Losing is also a matter of time. Roar. A reincarnation player let out a roar, the deafening sound made people almost deaf. With a roar, black hard fur grew from the player's body surface. Those clear eyes revealed the madness and brutality of animal nature. The fingers became thick and long, covered with hair, and sharp claws protruded from them, shining coldly. 4 slender and sharp fangs were exposed, and stinky saliva flowed. The body also swelled up, 3 to 4 meters high, very oppressive. Su Xiao, who was in the distance, saw the player who turned into a wolf, and his heart sank. Werewolf blood, at least high level. Exchanging blood is the most cost-effective choice for players. As long as they have werewolves, vampires, or some other messy blood, players will be able to gain a powerful life recovery ability and some special abilities. Vampire blood can allow players to enhance their physical fitness in the dark. The mermaid blood allows players to breathe freely in the water, and can also summon aquatic creatures to assist in combat. Medusa's bloodline allows players to have a certain degree of poison resistance, and can also petrify flesh and blood creatures with the help of gaze. Dragon blood allows players to learn the roar of the dragon, and can also have scale protection and breathe dragon breath. As the level increases, bloodline owners can also master various incredible racial abilities. No need to study hard, just exchange such a bloodline, and you can master those powers. No one can resist such a temptation. The reason why So Xiao hasn't redeemed yet is because he upgraded too fast and didn't save enough points. After this war is over, he will also exchange for a bloodline to strengthen himself. The berserk werewolf showed a tyrannical side. An imperial player who didn't have time to escape was grabbed by a werewolf and smashed his protective props. That one was even grabbed by 2 wolf claws, with a sudden force, accompanied by a frightening tearing sound, that player's body was torn into pieces. Blood splattered, wreckage and broken arms everywhere. This scene made other Empire players turn pale with fright. As long as he saw the werewolf turn his head to look at him, he was so scared that he turned around and ran away. The berserk werewolves are easy to deal with. It is said that high-level werewolves and high-level vampires have almost godlike power. That SSS level player gave up his reason and became a berserk werewolf. Even if he didn't reach that point, it's almost the same. After tearing several players apart, the werewolf roared up to the sky again, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out, shattering the dilapidated buildings around. However, at this moment, a player with strong lights shining all over his body and a pair of light wings behind him descended from the sky, and punched the berserk werewolf to the ground. Su Xiao frowned, and his keen mind immediately recognized the identity of the other party. A high-level player who belongs to the Empire, the owner of the angel blood, Adler. Different from himself, Adler is a player who has truly defected to the Empire. Desire to establish an order that is friendly to ordinary people. This is also the reason why he exchanged for the blood of the angel. I just thought of becoming an angel to redeem those miserable people. Su Xiao only had 2 words to comment on his actions: what an idiot. Just take care of yourself, and you still want to save the world, what a fool. The berserk werewolf who was beaten to the ground got up again and roared at Adler. Waved his sharp claws and rushed up again. The red pupils were full of violence and killing. Adler's speed is very agile, coupled with the blessing of angel wings, he has super fast speed and the ability to fly. Dodge continuously, avoiding the attack of the berserk werewolf. The move failed, making the berserk werewolf more and more angry, howling continuously, like crazy. Another attack failed. The berserk werewolf watched the player flying into the sky and jumped up, grabbed the opponent's ankle, and yanked down. The 2 bloodline players fell to the ground at the same time, and fought to the flesh. Adler clenched his fist and slammed at the opponent, making the berserk werewolf howl continuously. However, the other party did not intend to let go of him at all, but instead attacked and bited more violently. The werewolf's sharp claws are poisonous, and with an easy swipe, even with the blood of an angel, it is difficult to stop the terrifying sharp claws. A few horrible wounds appeared on Adler's body in an instant, flowing black and foul-smelling blood. Wolfbane is invading his body. What was even more frightening was the werewolf's fangs. After seizing the opportunity, the werewolf bit Adler's throat, trying to tear off his trachea. This frantic blow made Adler scream. If it weren't for the strength of the angel's blood, he would have died with the blow of the werewolf. So Xiao found an opportunity. He threw the ancient sword in his hand. I saw a flash of sword light, and the berserk werewolf was pierced through. Adler took the opportunity to escape from the other party's control, covering the wound on his neck, looking embarrassed. At this time, the Empire players who realized the opportunity took action one after another, throwing out various props, and blasting the berserk werewolf into pieces. The beeping sound of the berserk werewolf's killing appeared on the interface of the Empire system. At this time, the war also came to an end. That crazy werewolf is the last reincarnation player. A pillar of light piercing the sky emerged. They won this world for the Empire. As long as they choose to enter the beam of light, they can leave this battlefield and return to the rest area. The bruised Adler expressed his thanks to So Xiao. If it wasn't for the opponent's sword, I'm afraid he would have died in the hands of that werewolf. So Xiao didn't care about that. He didn't take action to save people, but simply to share the kill reward. So Xiao checked the rewards this time. The loss was not small, but the gain was equally astonishing. Tens of millions of points were obtained just for points. Enough to exchange for a powerful bloodline. At that time, I will also gain stronger power. After entering the beam of light, So Xiao felt his eyes go dark, as if he was out of time, and all senses disappeared. He's used to this. The recycling process is in progress. Player number 1452-102-1154 has entered the designated stasis cabin. Player number 11,002,402,072 has entered the designated stasis cabin. Player number 756,214,520,165 has entered the designated stasis cabin. Player number 4,254,032,154 has entered the designated stasis cabin. The teleportation deck lit up one after another. Those players who walked into the beam of light immediately entered the delayed payment state and were sent to each designated dormancy cabin. After arriving at the destination, the Imperial personnel will release the delay force field and send them down. Except for special missions, players will not be allowed to move freely on the ship to avoid unnecessary trouble. Several mechanical priests stood on a towering giant platform, operating the data screen in front of them. The machine servant integrated with the mechanical circuit continuously broadcasts the players who walk into the beam of light, reminding them of their status. The platform is located in the center of the circular room, and the walls of the room are inlaid with dense dormancy cabins. Huge energy pipes are laid out in the gaps between the dormant cabins, and occasionally there will be sharp howling sounds. Heavy cables form a complicated network of lines in the room. The suspended servo skull buzzed, passing at high speed, and the green light beam released scanned the status of each dormant cabin. All the people lying in the dormant cabin are players. Their state stopped at the moment they walked into the beam of light. Even the blood from the wound on his body stopped there. They were put into the dormant pod, waiting for the Imperial ships to transport them back. All players are recycled. Removes players who are dead. Of course, the genetic data and souls of dead players will be recovered. If someone is willing to pay the price to resurrect the dead, the Empire will not be stingy with the resources of a clone. When So Xiao opened his eyes again, he was already standing on a huge platform. Various tall and magnificent buildings stood in front of him. Individuals stand in front of those buildings and look very small. Various high-tech flying objects or strange birds and beasts, mysterious props, etc. shuttle back and forth between buildings. They have returned to the rest area. It's like this every time. As long as you walk into the beam of light and open your eyes, you will reach your destination. The elapsed time is also different. Some seconds, some days. So Xiao didn't know the difference between these times. Some players with special abilities know about it, but they also keep secret about it and refuse to disclose any information. So Xiao looked up, but could only see a gray area, and could not see the outside scene. Some people say that there is a protective shield above them, which cuts off their vision. This place is numbered by the Empire as Rest Area 6130, and it is specially provided for frontline players. Players who have completed the mission can complete reinforcement and training here. So Xiao moved his muscles and bones and felt the pain. The hidden injuries caused by the props are still aching. He walked towards a sculpture next to the platform. In the information interface that pops up, choose to receive treatment. A ray of light appeared from the void. Immediately refreshed him. Now that I have earned points, I don't feel bad about spending them. The official treatment is cool. So Xiao thought to himself. After finishing the treatment, he opened the exchange page and entered his needs. He has always wanted to exchange blood, this time he can't let it go. There are many bloodlines in the Empire. There are so many beautiful things in eyes, there are too many to count. After careful consideration, So Xiao made a decision. He wants to exchange for the blood of Zeus from the Olympus Pantheon. It is said that this bloodline contains a trace of divinity, with the majesty of the king, and the affinity of the element of thunder and lightning. When it grows to the later stage, it is very powerful and can become a god. After confirming the exchange, only a fraction of the points So Xiao had accumulated with great difficulty remained. A strong light flashed, and So Xiao suddenly felt a majestic force surging in his body, raging like a vast ocean, washing every cell and every inch of his bone marrow. If he masters the method of inner vision, he will see tiny thunderbolts leaping in his flesh and blood, merging with the strange curse pattern obtained from the sacrifice island before, and becoming a special thunderbolt that contains the power of the dark curse. The curse he suffered on the sacrifice island was forced back into his body with props to avoid being too conspicuous. That thing has become one of his ultimate moves. Once you encounter an unimaginable enemy, you will release those curses, and exchange the price of your own corruption for the opportunity to injure the opponent. The blood of the King of Gods combined with his whole cards produced a wonderful reaction of 1 + 1 greater than 2. This is also So Xiao's opportunity, so terrifying that it transformed into the blood of Dark Zeus. His eyes were shining with black lightning, and a terrifying kingly aura loomed. So Xiao closed his eyes, feeling the power. He is one step closer to his goal. After absorbing this power, So Xiao opened his eyes and looked into the distance. The magnificent building makes him as small as an ant. I don't know what kind of existence can build such a world. Witnessing these magnificent miracles, So Xiao's strong heart became more and more firm. He will definitely go to the end. At that time, both the reincarnation game and the so-called empire will surrender at his feet. Andromeda Nebula. For 2 branches of human civilization scattered among the stars. Peace was once within reach. All it takes is a small concession from both parties. However, with the fall of the mission, peace was also completely killed. The 2 sides have entered a state of immortality. One side believes that it must unify mankind. The other side thinks they are defending their homeland. The flames of war were thus ignited. The Karen sage who led the Andromeda Nebula exploration mission is dead. The explorer group took over the local mission, changing the original exploration mission to conquest and revenge. The cause stems from the previous peace talks. After waiting for a while, the Karen sage received a reply from the Votan Alliance. We sincerely hope to achieve peace. The ambassador from Thorian sent a message to the Empire, with sincere words, human beings have been lost for a long time, and it would be a blessing if they can be unified. The response from the other party was very enthusiastic, and all of them revealed their desire to form an alliance with the Empire. Karen decided to hold a grand meeting to talk frankly about the issues of the Empire and the Votan Alliance. Strive for a peaceful alliance. The meeting between the 2 parties was set in a bustling world. The diplomatic envoy of the Empire went with a grand diplomatic team of the Empire. Crone is among them. The sincerity shown by the Votan Alliance is quite sufficient. Declared willingness to share the knowledge of the core of the ancestors with the Empire. Before leaving the Milky Way, the ancestors of the Votan Alliance packed a database that recorded all the technologies of the Golden Age of humanity. They suffered far less than those in the galaxy thought. Therefore, a large number of technologies are retained. Even if Ironman and Stoneman are not used on a large scale, their technological level is still very high. Crone estimated that the cutting-edge technology of the Votan Alliance was almost the same as that of the Necrons. If the other party is willing to share knowledge and form an alliance by peaceful means, it is undoubtedly a blessing. It can save the Empire a lot of unnecessary troubles, and it can also make his reputation higher. The plan for the Empire to conquer Andromeda and go outside the galaxy is also smoother. As a great sage, Karen was still confused and vigilant, and did not fully trust the other party. Has no intention of giving up force. However, he still underestimated the blackness of the Votan Alliance. Playing with technology and exploring, he is a professional. But if he is playing tricks, scheming, he is absolutely inferior to those old fritters who are struggling in the political field. The detectors deployed by the opponent on the outskirts of the nebula have already detected the location of his celestial class warship, and learned that the Imperial army is gathering towards the Andromeda Nebula. The so-called peace talks are nothing more than a complete lie, used to paralyze the Empire. During the peace talks, Karen received information that a large number of fleets had appeared near the outposts built by the Empire and launched an attack on them. Is there any misunderstanding? Why did you send the fleet into the range of the Empire's base? Karen asked the other party to explain. Who would have thought that the ambassador, who had greeted him with a smile before, took a step back and took out a pistol. Pulled the trigger in full view. Great Sage Karen's head was blown to pieces. The Union soldiers who had been prepared for a long time also began to shoot wildly, killing members of the envoy. You evil ghosts, all go back to that hell. The envoy shouted, you still want to form an alliance with us, you dirty beasts, the lackeys of the evil gods, you only deserve death. Tell you Dog Emperor, the Votan Alliance will never surrender. The third company commander of the explorers group, who was in charge of protecting Karen, led his men to defend the few surviving diplomatic members. They fought a road and fled after capturing a small ship. On the side of the Celestial class battleship, a fierce battle also broke out. The Votan Alliance has comprehensively assessed the strength of the Empire. I think that the Empire has struggled in the galaxy for so long, has been in war for many years, and is bewitched by evil gods. Even if you open a meditator computer, you still have to sing carols and apply sesame oil to soothe your soul. Ignorant, no different from those superstitious fools in ancient times. An empire like this would not only develop new technologies, but also ensure that the previous technologies would not regress. It is impossible to be their opponent. Votan Alliance over the years, although technological progress has been slow, there has been real progress. It is not easy to beat the Empire, and it is easy to grasp. Even if the Empire had the backing of the evil gods, it would be difficult to defeat the Votan Alliance in a cross-regional battle. They dispatched a magnificent fleet, planning to unplug the Empire's base in the Andromeda Nebula. Soon, however, they are being taught how to be human. Empire ships generally have time retrospective devices. Even if they were caught off guard and were activated by the Votan Alliance and were smashed to pieces, they would recover after flashes of flashes. The person in charge of commanding this raid is the senior commander of the Votan Alliance and a famous general from the Cronus military group Durin. He is also a dwarf. Known for his outstanding military command talent. Commanded many alliance wars against other alien civilizations. Excellent record. I thought that a sneak attack in the name of peace talks this time would be a sure thing. Unplug the Empire's base in the Andromeda Nebula, and build a defense line to block the long-distance Imperial army. Suppress those lackeys of evil gods in the galaxy. The plan was perfect. The Empire must have been beaten all the way, crying for their father and mother to go back to find their evil master. However, not long after the war started, Dulin had the idea of killing the evaluation department. The technology of the Empire is far from as simple as the Alliance imagined. What they investigated before should be only civilian exploration spacecraft and military warships are completely two concepts. The fleet of the Alliance did achieve a lot of results at the beginning. Those ships with double-headed eagles didn't react at all. Alliance ships blew up enemy ships in waves. However, the weird things are just the beginning. After flashes of light, the ships that should have been shards returned to their original appearance. The debris scattered across the starry sky also disappeared. Durin watched as a battleship disintegrated in a silent explosion, flames lighting up the dark void. But in the next second, the flying debris flowed back, and the tongue of flame also returned along the original path. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the destroyed warship reverted back to the way it was before it was destroyed, as if the reverse button had been pressed. I think those idiots in the council made a stupid decision, and we're all screwed. Dulin said to his deputy. Looking out through the porthole next to the two of them. It can be found that those weird Imperial ships have assembled and launched a counterattack against the Alliance army. Chapter 381 Peace no longer exists, seeking subscription. Everyone pays for their choices. The Votan Alliance will also pay for its stupidity. Durin commands one of the most powerful fleets in the Alliance. Each ship is built with technology from the golden age of mankind. It is built from the black technology recorded in the core of the ancestors that the galactic humans have long forgotten. These ships possess a terrifying power of destruction. Can easily destroy a world, strip all life from a world, making it a real hell. With those technologies, the Votan Alliance was able to occupy such a huge territory. However, the technology in the hands of the Empire is obviously a little weirder than they imagined. It doesn't matter how many times they wreck the Imperial ships. They always return to their original form. Destroyed again and again, restored again and again. No matter how hard they try, they can't really destroy an Empire ship. The ships of the Empire changed direction and adjusted their guns to attack the ships of the Votan Alliance. According to previous tactics, the first wave is always a conventional attack. Lances and container-sized shells, as well as torpedoes. The spaceship of the Votan Alliance activated the space-time force field protection. The rapid siren sounded through every ship of the Votan Alliance. The Empire adopted a saturation attack, using barrage to continuously attack the ships of the Votan Alliance. The shimmering space-time force field neutralized all the Empire's attacks in the scream of the system. Cannon fire enough to level the city shone in the void. The light-sensing device of the porthole makes a buzzing sound to prevent the strong light from hurting the crew's eyes. In the command room of the flagship, Dulin stood in front of a suspended spherical strategy device. Many technical experts from the Alliance, representatives from major forces, and generals from well-known families also stood around the strategy instrument. For this surprise attack, it can be said that they spent a lot of effort to assemble this powerful fleet. Many of the ships are surprisingly old. The fathers of the crew's fathers served on these ships. Superior performance, expensive. Having experienced so much, he still maintains a strong combat power. I thought it was just an easy raid. The Votan Alliance will show its muscles to the Empire with crisp and neat means of war. However, the power of the Empire is beyond imagination. Their raid mission has failed. Their artillery fire could not defeat the Empire at all. Just wasting ammo in vain. If the raid is unsuccessful, then we can only fight a frontal battle. In any case, they want to get rid of each other. If the Empire is allowed to gain a firm foothold in the Andromeda Nebula, then this battle will be won. It is very likely that it will evolve into an all-out war. What's more, those demons will appear to participate in the battle. When the time comes, the situation is even worse. What's up with those guys' boats? Dulin looked at the team of technical experts aside. They are urgently debugging the data. And analyze the battlefield. A man in a white study uniform stood up. The information window floated beside him, casting a faint light. The scanning device has detected abnormal time flow data in the void. We have reason to suspect that those guys have mastered time retrospective technology. When their ships are damaged, they will go back to before they were not damaged. Back in time. Dulin frowned. If such a technology is to be popularized on a large scale, even the Alliance can't do it, how can they do it? Didn't it mean that their technology keeps going backwards? Before the official war, the Military Assessment Department conducted a comprehensive analysis of the human empire. The diplomatic team at the time also boarded their ships several times. Everyone came back with the same rhetoric and opinion. The empire no longer looks rational. The technology used on those ships can only be described as barbaric and backward. You can see so-called wetware everywhere. The human body and machinery are fitted together and used as automatic artillery. Cut off the human head and soak it in a special liquid to act as a meditator. And those modified slaves, cherubs, and servo skulls. Flesh and machinery combined. There are braziers, candles and other primitive and inefficient lighting tools everywhere. Everywhere reveals weirdness. The technicians who should be the representatives of rationality and civilization even showed all kinds of unimaginable and puzzling mechanistic superstitious behaviors. They will light incense and smear sesame oil in front of the machine, in order to pray that the so-called machine soul can operate normally. Such behavior is simply unreasonable. A machine is a machine, how could it have an organic soul? In addition to these, there are various priests in fine clothes, holding the icon of the emperor, singing hymns day and night. All this is simply unimaginable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that such behavior happened in a ship capable of interstellar travel. It was seeing these stupid behaviors of the Empire at that time that many high-level alliance leaders strengthened their confidence in going to war. The humans of the galaxy have regressed to the point of ignorance. Looks irrational. But now the other party has mastered the time retrospective technology that even the Votan Alliance has not mastered, and has applied it on a large scale. Maybe it's because they got the blessing of the evil god. The technician expressed his guess. This statement made Dulin feel a little more balanced. A group of close relatives who have been struggling in the quagmire of the Milky Way for so long, but are more technologically advanced than those who enjoy a peaceful life. Wouldn't that make them look stupid? It will make people have a kind of hard work to study, make money, and after becoming a master, they find that the goddess they like has been conquered by a jobless yellow hair. A look at the big injustice will inevitably make people feel unbalanced, and they don't know where they have lost. But if there is a reversal, Huang Mao is the illegitimate son of the richest man, then the psychology will definitely be much more balanced. The technology in the universe is not only derived from the laws of physics itself, but also from subspace. The so-called empire is unable to research physical technology, and it is estimated that it can only make up for the technological gap through subspace. You must know that those who live in the galaxy are called evil gods, and it is not surprising that they have this ability. The power of the empire is based on the power of the evil god. The Votan Alliance is the most powerful. Then what should we do? Dulin asked. If we continue to conduct naval battles like this, we have a high probability of losing, so we must think of other ways. It is impossible for their time device to spread to every individual. If they can find an opportunity to board their ships to fight, there may be a chance to change the situation of the battle. This method is really good. Their time retrospective is likely to be only for ships. Those who operate the ships are dead when they die. Several technical experts discussed. One of them also opened the information interface to calculate it. Dulin thought of something bad. What if you launch a surprise attack on the Empire's ships and encounter those huge barbaric fighters? The size of those fighters alone gives people an irresistible sense of oppression. The rapid siren interrupted his thoughts. A Warden Alliance warship was torn apart. The Empire used other means to attack the ships of the Votan Alliance, destroying the protective layer of the space-time force field. An abnormal space-time field fluctuation was found. A dwarf operating the ship yelled, "Those damned guys have created a dimensional hole in space-time and space, the helo is torn apart, we must leave, that hole is growing." The Votan Alliance fleet, which originally wanted to rely on the space-time force field to resist the attack of the Imperial ships, was forced to disperse. They tried to escape from the destroyed ship. The flames of the engine shot out from the reactor, pushing the huge hull to move in the void, fleeing from the disaster site. Space is like the ups and downs of the waves. A ship is torn apart in the ups and downs of the waves of time and space, and countless fragments are engulfed and follow the ups and downs. Some small ships don't have enough thrust. Even if they pushed the propulsion lever to the end, they remained motionless as if they were nailed into the void. The dimensional hole forms an invisible vortex in the void. It released a strong gravitational force. Ships that do not reach escape velocity will be sucked into the vortex, everything in, and then crush them. Through the observation device, Dulin saw what would happen to the ship when it was swept by the ripples caused by the space-time dimension hole. Like a reflection in the water, as a stone falls to the ground, it shatters into thousands of fragments with different arcs. One Votan Alliance ship after another disintegrated in the ripples caused by the dimensional hole. Debris and wreckage everywhere filled the entire starry sky. The battle damage report is read and lists the names of a large list of red battleships. All destroyed by the Empire. Their weapons. There was fear in Durin's words. "Commander, we must evacuate." A staff officer said, "Those damned Imperials have weapons like space-time dimensions, and the defenses on our ships cannot defend against such attacks. We can't withdraw, the number of their ships is far less than ours. If we withdraw now, we will only be more passive when they gather enough ships." Durin is not a brainless person, he knows very well what it means to the Votan Alliance once it evacuates. Their number of ships is more than 10 times that of the opponent, and they all fight so hard. If the Empire is allowed to assemble enough ships, the destruction of the Votan Alliance will happen overnight. They must uproot the Empire's base at all costs. Destroy the intergalactic level communication devices and navigation devices they may use, so that the Empire cannot assemble enough fleets. There is a slight chance of victory. Once they establish a convenient cross-galactic communication, they will continuously guide those ships. The Votan Alliance will definitely be doomed. There are more Votan Alliance ships on their way here. Even if it is consumption, it must be consumption. Overload their shields, don't wreak havoc on their ships. Let the commandos launch a gang jump campaign and kill their crews. Durin could only take the technologist's advice. Put hope on that Empire will not be so arrogant, and will not use the time retrospective device on individuals. In that case, they still have a chance to beat each other. Durin's decision is both correct and wrong. The Empire did not put time retrospective devices on individuals. As long as the crew was killed, those ships would be unmanned, and naturally there would be no threat. The problem is that the person in charge of the exploration team is no longer Karen, the mechanical sage who concentrates on researching things. Instead, it was handed over to the primordial warrior. Each ship has Primaris warriors of the Pathfinder chapter. If you want to defeat those monsters created to conquer the universe in hand-to-hand combat and seize control of the ship, let alone the Votan Alliance cannot do it. Even the minions of the gods can't do that in the real universe. The military power of the expeditionary team was handed over to Andro, the chapter leader of the Explorers chapter, in accordance with the Emergency War Act. The news of Karen Sage's sacrifice spread quickly, and the Third Company commander Marog, who had escaped from the encirclement, sent the news that Karen Sage was killed to the exploration team. The news caused a storm. Many people asked Andro to launch a war to avenge the sacrificed sages of the Empire. The Votan Alliance would never have imagined what kind of big shot they had killed. They may also see this as a political event with room for detours. If the war is lost, at most the compensation will be a little more. He had no idea what a big mistake he had made. Once the news reaches the Empire, Terra will do everything in its power to make the Votan Alliance pay for the death of Sage Karen. Karen Sage was originally the founding general of Steel Ball Star. During the Indomitable expedition, he actively supported the decision of the Holy Emperor, mobilized Steel Ball Star to provide weapons, ammunition, and ships for the Indomitable Expeditionary Force, and resolutely carried out the will and orders of the Holy Emperor. Combined with various new technologies to develop the divine brain that is crucial to the Empire, opening a new era for the Empire. The will of the brain is composed of loyal servants of the Empire, not a lifeless soulless intelligence. Essentially speaking, God Brain is just a human being with unlimited computing power. Through the divine brain, all major hive cities, major planets, and even the Empire ushered in a leap in productivity liberation. In addition to assisting in scientific research, the Karen Sages are also staunch supporters of the Holy Emperor in the power struggle on Terra. Persuading rival sages to join the Holy Emperor's side in the Beta Garmin system. When Mars Foundry General Lasky insisted on going his own way and wanted to join other traitors in trying to seize the power of the Holy Emperor. Combined with other sages, emptied the Mars Foundry General, and avoided the civil war between Terra and Mars in order to seize power. For this reason, Karen Sage has a very high reputation. Is one of the most prestigious sages of the Mechanicum. Andro knew exactly how Terra would react. The one who died was the most influential sage of mechanicism. Even if Karen's soul is brought back by the Holy Emperor, he spends a lot of resources on Terra to revive it. This incident is still an intolerable crime for countless people of the Empire. It is already impossible for the Empire to peacefully accept the Votan Alliance. Even if the Votan Alliance changes its mind and surrenders unconditionally to the Empire will use the army to violently destroy the local ruling institutions and kill everyone involved in Karen's death. Andro sighed lightly. He knew that the death of the Karen Sage could not be blamed on Marog, the commander of the Third Company. Peaceful negotiation is always advocated by Karen Sages, and it is Karen himself who resists all opinions by participating in the mission. If you stay on your own ship, even if you can't beat the enemy, you can still run. Blame only blame, the temptation to persuade the Votan Alliance to form a peaceful alliance is too great. If the Votan Alliance can be persuaded to join the Empire without a single soldier, and hand over the ancestral core, Sage Karen is likely to have the same reputation as Sage Belisarius Kar. Become the most important sage of the Holy Emperor. The Sage Karen also thought that even if the negotiation failed, at least he could get out unscathed. No matter how low the integrity is, it will not kill the envoy. Who would have thought that the Votan Alliance would be so black? The sound of the ship's notification interrupted Andro's thinking. Several interfaces popped up, and the scarlet text jumped out. Indicates that the enemy is attempting to teleport into an Imperial ship. Andro switched the interface and found that the soldiers of the Votan Alliance broke into the interior of the Imperial ship wearing armor. They kill anyone they see. Trying to paralyze the ships of the Empire through such means. Get rid of the intruders, let the Celestial-class battleship lock the space, we can't let any enemy go. Andro connected to the battle group's communication channel, let them know what a wrong decision they made. Chapter 382 Those who are enemies of the Empire will never be forgiven, please subscribe. The Votan Alliance overloaded the shields of the Imperial battleships, but did not launch a devastating blow like the previous few times. Instead, they used teleportation to enter the Empire's battleship. Maybe they also realized that they couldn't destroy the Imperial ships. The armed forces acted quickly and built a defense system for the battleship. Set up strong firepower points in important corridors, seal off the outer deck area, strengthen the defenses adjacent to the outer area, and be ready to release devastating firepower on any intruder who dares to break in. First Captain Mano Ryan of the Seekers chapter was the first Primaris warrior to face the Votan Alliance boarding force. The soldiers of the Votan Alliance wear full body armor of bright silver like an ancient knight. Its armor style is similar to that used by the old Imperial Astartes. Centurion armor, Terminator armor, etc., are all available. There are a few differences that have little effect on the general structure. As a veteran, Manolian could easily identify the models of those armors. The surface of those armors is also sprayed with the emblems of various families and companies of the Votan Alliance. Mano Ryan made an assessment of the armor of the Votan Alliance. In terms of performance, their armor is far superior to the old Astartes armor. But the warriors who control those armors are far inferior to the Astartes. They are generally smaller than the Astartes warriors, and no matter how strong they still belong to the ranks of mortals. Occasionally some have been implanted with biological prosthetics or have undergone genetic upgrades. But compared to the Astartes, they are still just weak mortals. Standing in front of the fighters who have completed the original casting upgrade, the fighters of the Votan Alliance are like children. In addition to humans, there are also a large number of dwarves in the army of the Votan Alliance. They are unusually strong, but smaller than ordinary people. All of them are dressed in heavy armor, which looks like a moving steel ball, a chubby funny egg. Watching the soldiers of the Votan Alliance appear in the corridor, Manolian said in a low voice, drew out his sword blade, and gave orders to the troops in the ship. In the name of the Holy Emperor, make them regret boarding the ship of the Empire. The battle broke out extremely quickly and fiercely. Manolian led his company and launched a fierce attack on the enemy. The Votan Alliance fighters who rushed in along the corridor also raised their weapons one after another, welcoming the brutal charge of these berserk giants. Manolian's long sword cut the spear of a Votan Alliance soldier in half, and the sharp blade of the shining arc pierced into the opponent's breastplate. Painful screams followed. The Votan Alliance fighter was impaled by Manolian. The sharp blade pierced the opponent's chest. There is a hint of pleading and regret in the desolate cry. Facing death, no one can remain calm. Manolian showed no mercy at all, but stabbed the sword even harder into the opponent's chest, and stirred it in the opponent's chest, completely killing the opponent's life. They should not be enemies of the Holy Emperor. The Empire brought salvation to this branch of human beings living in remote areas, and brought them the honor of conquering the universe with them. They threw the goodwill of the Empire to the ground and killed the Karen sages. In such a situation, how can they be entitled to the forgiveness and mercy of the Imperial warriors? The assault team formed by the fighters of the Votan Alliance collapsed after coming into contact with the primordial warriors of the explorers. Those giants are as invincible as demon gods, easily cutting off their weapons and tearing them to pieces. Those thick battle armors are as fragile as paper, and the knives and axes wielded by the opponent are easily broken. Manolian rushed to the front, slashing at the enemies with the long sword in his hand. No one can stop him. Every sword swing will take the life of one or two Votan Alliance fighters. A dwarven warrior of the Votan Alliance tries to block him. That guy is holding a giant tomahawk. He has a strong physique and wears heavy armor. But it took only 3 seconds for Manolian to chop him into pieces. The dwarf warrior was still confused and unwilling before dying. He just raised the battle axe when the opponent cut off his hands. Before he could react, he was cut horizontally in the abdomen again, cutting his armor and body in two. The blood gushing from the dwarf warrior's remnant body stained Manolian's armor and also stained the deck. He didn't care about it, but worked harder to kill those idiots who dared to offend the majesty of the Holy Emperor. No one can challenge the Empire. No one can trample on the dignity of the Empire. If the Votan Alliance did that, they will have to pay the price. The price of blood and lives. Manolian killed all the way along the corridor nodes. His battle brothers followed him closely. Keep shouting battle cries. They cleared out those fools who dared to board the Imperial ships with great speed. The armed forces composed of ordinary people are responsible for guarding every main road to ensure that those core areas will not be destroyed by the enemy. The armed forces became solid iron mats, and Primaris warriors became violent hammers, smashing the enemies between them to pieces. The Votan Alliance fighters who launched the jump gang are like fish jumping into a fishing net. As the net is slowly tightened, their room for movement becomes smaller and smaller, until finally there is no escape. They waged a desperate battle. But in front of primordial forged fighters, the fighters of the Votan Alliance are as vulnerable as children. In just a moment, the surrounded Votan Alliance fighters were slaughtered and turned into a pile of fragmented wreckage and corpses scattered on the ground. From landing to all killed, the speed is astonishingly fast. The enemy has been eliminated. Manolian said in the communicator. Very well done. Chapter Chief Andro made no secret of his admiration for his first company commander. What should I do next? Manolian asked Andro for his opinion. As he asked, he scanned the battlefield. Randomly chopped off the head of a wriggling dwarf. The Votan Alliance has chosen to abandon peace. Any soldier who dares to fight for the Votan Alliance will be the enemy of the Empire. The Empire has never forgiven 2 words for the enemy. The space has been locked. Today, no member of the Votan Alliance will be able to leave alive. They will be reversed, get rid of those high-level Alliance members, and then send the corpse back. Let their parliament know that the Empire already outraged. Remember to leave them a message, there will never be forgiveness for those who are enemies of the Empire. Hearing the words of Chapter Master Andro, Manolian smiled. I see. Dulin stood on the main podium and walked back and forth, the bleak light from the windows that popped up continuously reflected on his rough face covered with beards. Calm and composed, the commander-in-chief demeanor in charge of the chessboard has disappeared. At this time, he was already possessed by fear. Strong, short, and thick body trembling invisibly. The teams boarding the ship lost contact one by one. Was completely terminated in screams. Those guys are terrible demon gods, they are demon gods, we shouldn't provoke them. In the communication of a small team, there were desperate cries. Like a mortal who has faced an indescribable horror, he is helpless, full of remorse and unwillingness. The sound of fighting also continued to come from there. The sound of flesh and armor being torn was mixed with the sound of guns and guns. The team numbers in the information window dimmed one by one in front of Dulin, turning grey and white. That color represents that the commandos to which the number belongs have all died. The ships of the Empire are like bottomless pits. Devoured every commando he sent. The screaming of the last team member stopped abruptly. The last lit number in the information window also dimmed and turned grey. The assault mission was declared a complete failure. All commandos aboard the Imperial ship were killed and none survived. Dulin looked at the scarlet text on the information window, his body softened, and he slumped on the commanding throne. Commander, we have to leave. The staff officer who suggested leaving just now made another suggestion, we have no chance of winning now, and we must preserve the vitality of the Alliance. Those who are in charge of this expedition are all elites. If the loss is here, the impact on the Alliance will be extremely terrifying. Hearing this, Durin closed his eyes, looking very painful. All their efforts were like waves crashing against a cliff, and were smashed to pieces. Until this moment, he realized that the empire the Alliance saw was only the tip of the iceberg, not the whole. Those idiots declared war so arrogantly, pushing the Votan Alliance into the abyss. Durin just wanted to speak, and ordered to evacuate. Preserve vitality for the Alliance. The supervisor in charge of detecting intelligence jumped up in horror. His voice was terrified. We are blocked, there is a blockade barrier in subtime and space, and we have no way to enter the superluminal leap. As soon as these words came out, many high-level commanders and generals panicked. If FTL travel is cut off, then they will all die. They are all the elites of the Votan Alliance, and they are also representatives of the forces of the major families in the army, and they are the eyes of all forces supervising the army. The reason why they dare to go to the battlefield is because the Votan Alliance has clear regulations that the army must give priority to protecting them. Even if the battle is lost, they can leave safely under the protection of the army. Those who die in the war will always be the cannon fodder and the patriots of the League of Love. But now, the superluminal leap has been cut off, it is obvious that the Empire wants to take them all. Before Dulin could react, the battleship suddenly vibrated, as if it had been hit hard by something. The loud siren rang through every cabin in the ship. The intruder has been detected, is in Sector A45, and is heading towards the core furnace. Intruder detected, currently in Sector B54, heading towards the core power distribution room. Amid the shaking of the ship, Dulin suddenly reached out and grabbed the railing beside him, stabilizing his figure. The terrified cries of the defending troops and calls for help came from the communicator. The Empire that had dealt with the commando carried out a reverse teleportation, and had killed the flagship. Many Alliance executives were pale with fright, and a few were even more unbearable, and their bodies trembled. What should we do? They have come. Quickly get people from other ships to protect us. We should evacuate and go to other ships. The rising and falling voices were full of fear. These elites no longer have their usual demeanor, panicking like an ordinary person despised by them. On the wide landing deck, the armed forces of the Alliance watched the Imperial soldiers rushing out of the beam of light like a tide. Laser and hot melt beams appear one after another, just a few minutes. The landing deck was declared occupied. The defense force was forced to withdraw from the deck area and put down the blast-proof decks of various corridors, trying to rely on such means to defend the ship. However, the closed metal hatch was brutally deformed by those terrifying giants with a few punches. Then it turned into a red glowing iron slurry in front of the hot melt flow. Those metal lava flowed down the door frame. The hatch was quickly breached. Mano Ryan led his company into the corridor after the hatch was destroyed. Red alarm lights filled the corridor, as if smearing blood on the bulkhead. The ships of the Votan Alliance look much brighter and neater than those of the Empire. They used smooth steel plates to block the cables and computing cores embedded in the walls. Not as messy as the ships of the Empire look. Alas, tidiness is not a virtue that wins battles. Cruelty and force are the key to victory or defeat. When the Primarch warriors of the Empire appeared in view, the Alliance's defenders opened fire, and the stroboscopic bursts from the muzzles of plasma ray guns were as dazzling as the helium flashes of stars, but on a smaller scale. Those bright beams shot at the soldiers of the Empire, distorted by the protective force field released by the armor, and transferred to the subspace. Manolian and the others moved forward, not dodging those rays, and letting them fall on the protective force field, causing ripples. They just kept pulling their bolt guns, shooting at the enemies who formed a defensive formation. High-power explosive bombs exploded among the soldiers. It's as terrifying as shells. The body of the Union soldier was blown into a wet piece of meat, and even if he was not hit, he would be killed by the shock wave. The surviving Union soldiers collapsed in fright. Only a war lunatic would develop such a weapon. How crazy is that human empire to use this weapon commonly? The armored alliance fighters came from all directions, trying to stop the empire from invading. However, they were doomed. The raid on the Imperial ships failed. The defense on the Union ships was also doomed. The first batch of alliance soldiers who rushed over quickly turned into minced meat. Manolian's task is very simple, kill every living high-level alliance on the flagship, as well as those alliance soldiers who dare to resist them. This is the Empire's revenge on the alliance. Sage Karen will never die like that. There must be enough souls to be buried with him. Only in this way can the angry subjects of the Empire be appeased. After another fight, the alliance troops collapsed, fled in all directions, got into the complex corridor, and fled for their lives. Mano Ryan separated his company to strive for more efficient capture of alliance ships. He was alone, running down the corridors of the alliance ship. When the heavy armor was moving at high speed, there were echoes in the narrow corridor. After turning a corner, in front of him, the Union troops set up another line of defense. 2 multi-tube laser cannons are installed at the nodes of the corridor extending in all directions. A platoon of soldiers armed with ion beam guns stood guard there. They built their defenses with armor. Looking warily at the corridor. When Mano Ryan appeared, the multiple laser cannons fired. The sound is like the sound of an acetylene torch burning in an oxygen-deficient room. 100 sun-like hot and dazzling beams of light shoot out from the superheated gun barrel every second, filling the entire space. With such dense firepower, there is absolutely no possibility of dodging. Manolian disappeared strangely from the eyes of many Alliance soldiers in a flash of light. Then he walked out from behind those soldiers, as if rushing out from an invisible curtain. The Empire's understanding and use of the subspace has reached a peak after obtaining the Black Library left by the ancient sage. Within a third of his breath, Manolian had impaled the first enemy. Arcing arcs of masterwork blades were drawn from the charred corpse, and blood oozed from the soldier's pores. When the soldiers reacted, 5 people had already fallen, and the blood had already stained the position. A bayonet stabs Manolian in the stomach. The sword in his hand turned around to block the opponent's bayonet. Surprisingly, the bayonet was not cut off, a series of sparks appeared, but there was no trace on the smooth blade. This matter made Manolian feel a little wary. The Votan Alliance has mastered the technology before human beings lost it. Absolutely cannot treat them too lightly. He punched out and smashed the helmeted head of the soldier, and the head inside probably exploded. Bright red blood and minced meat flowed out of it. For the Union! A Union soldier yelled, giving himself strength and courage with the slogan. In the next second, Manolian swung his backhand and chopped down the soldier along with several others. The primordial forged warrior is like the demon of hell, created by the Emperor's genetic technique, and perfected to a perfect degree by the wisdom of the Holy Emperor, giving it infinite possibilities. The Votan Alliance made the biggest wrong decision since their establishment. Send yourself to the abyss of destruction. Their names will all be erased. When the helmet indicated that there were no enemies around, Manolian stopped. There were only a pile of fragmented corpses beside him, whose original appearance could not be seen. The 2 multi-laser cannons were also cut off by him. There are bursts of hot air from the incision. Manolian checked the locations of the other combat brothers. They have all broken through the Alliance's defenses. His company will join at the next corridor meeting point. Then, the target is the command room of the flagship, as well as all the Alliance military commanders involved in this war. Durin's body was trembling. The same goes for other military commanders. They have been cornered. The Empire cut off every escape route. When they learned that the superluminal leap was impossible, they thought they might be able to use a fighter plane to escape. However, the Empire seized the hangar in the first place. The sound of battle came from outside the hatch of the command room. The hiss of plasma light across the air. The roar of rotating artillery and the roar of soldiers. But soon, those voices disappeared, replaced by dull footsteps. Blood also seeped into the gap of the hatch. The defense of the last guard also failed. The enemy has come outside the hatch. A moment later, a red dot appeared on the heavy hatch, and there was a rustling sound in the air. The people of the Empire are using the pulse beam to cut the hatch. Special alloys are melted under the frightening heat of the pulsed beam. Not long after, the hatch was cut with several long cuts by the enemy. Many Alliance military commanders looked terrified. They are like prisoners sentenced to death, watching the noose around their necks and helpless. Pulse cutting outside hatch breaks guard lock. Finally, with a bang, the hatch was knocked open. The enemy walks in. It is a few meters tall, wearing thick armor that emits malicious buzzing sounds, and wearing a frightening mask, with red or grey lights shining from the position of the eyes. The terrifying appearance made many military commanders aware of the cries of those commandos before they were dying. They are demon gods. A monster crawling out of hell. A person in their right mind would never create such a monster. We surrender. Durin said tremblingly, I am the Supreme Commander of the Alliance Army, Durin. We hope to receive reasonable treatment for prisoners. Captives? Treatment. A mocking voice came from the grill of the helmet, and the eyes that were shining with malicious light were staring at Durin. Let this dwarf have a feeling of being watched by the abyss. He felt the strength and malice behind that set of metal armor. If we made a wrong decision, I will report it to the Parliament again and let them re-evaluate the Alliance request of the Empire. Durin said as he tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. There will be no more alliances, and there will be no more peace. You have made a choice, and the Empire will make a choice for you. The Primaris warrior raised his bolter. The same goes for the colleagues behind him. The huge black muzzle pointed at the top military leaders of the Alliance, making them tremble with fear. No. Dulin shouted, the Alliance will compensate you, as long as you put forward conditions. The condition of the Empire is that all the rulers of the Alliance must die. An indescribable horror appeared on Dulin's face. The huge black muzzle of the gun burst into flames. Explosions sounded among them. Durin felt a sharp pain, and then there was darkness. All top military commanders were executed. Manolian took off his helmet, revealing his weather-beaten face. Looking at the corpse in front of him that had become an unrecognizable pile of minced meat, there was nothing unusual. He has experienced even crueler scenes. If the Votan Alliance dares to declare war on the Empire, it must be prepared to pay the price. Choose a few warships, put all the dead bodies in them, and then find a few unlucky guys and ask them to drive the ship back. Manolian said, remember to leave a message for those guys. The Votan Alliance's plan to raid the Empire's outpost was completely bankrupt. None of the warships in the huge Alliance fleet escaped. They were either slaughtered by the Empire or captured and became a member of the Punishment Regiment. The Church of Mechanicum planted bombs in the necks of members of the Retribution Corps. In every battle, the Empire will set a route for them. As long as it deviates from the route, it will explode immediately. After death, it will also explode. Strive for maximum impact. Of course, if they can make enough achievements, they can also be exempted from the status of the Punishment Regiment, choose to retire or join the regular army of the Empire. If they insist on standing on the opposite side of the empire, they will only be used as ruthless cannon fodder to consume the enemy's bullets and artillery fire. The punishment regiment is the punishment for daring to confront the empire and obstruct the great cause of the Holy Emperor. Between life and death, they must prove their value to mankind, to the empire, and to the Holy Emperor. The ship that transported the corpse was released by Andro, and asked them to return to the Alliance to report. At the same time, explorers and imperial armed forces also began to attack the border cities of the Votan Alliance. And reinforcements from the empire will arrive soon. Then it will be an all-out war on a grand scale. Planet Thou Ryan. Beside the Parliament building, there are all kinds of magnificent buildings, all of which belong to the headquarters of various forces set up in Saurian. On the top floor of a building with a typical commercial style, Cronus Military Group, Star Walker Trade Alliance, Panhyberia Alliance, and other main combat factions rarely gathered together. These forces represent both humans and dwarves. At this time, they were all dressed in fine clothes, shuttling through the banquet courteously and chatting. The banquet venue is magnificent. The walls are inlaid with star gold that can only be mined from dying stars, has quantum inertia, and can effectively resist chinic energy. Any piece of those things is worth a lot, it can be said to be priceless. Being able to use star gold to decorate so extravagantly shows how terrifying the wealth of the Alliance enterprises is. The security level of the building is very high. Even if there is a psychic lunatic who wants to take revenge on the Alliance, it will be difficult to break through the defense here. It is even more impossible to hurt the representatives here. The place where the banquet is held and the outside are like two unrelated worlds. The atmosphere of luxury is everywhere in the banquet. Exquisite artwork, portraits and sculptures. Using fresh raw materials from all over the world, delicious dishes made from fresh ingredients that are urgently delivered to Saurian. Prying a piece of scrap from a wall and throwing it from the wall can make an ordinary Union citizen struggle for a lifetime. Maybe not just a lifetime, several lifetimes are possible. After all, the League is in debt per capita. The debts of those common people will be repaid by their children and grandchildren. War is a big cake. Military equipment and facilities, personnel supplies, and logistics, which one should not spend money. Even using a plasma incinerator can't burn as fast as war. For businessmen, any slogan is meaningless, only the benefits are real. Whether it is wearing a slogan of defending the homeland, defending the Alliance, or some other mess, the ultimate goal is the division of interests. Only by distributing the cake and supporting the business economy can the Great Alliance be defended. At the banquet, representatives of major forces sat at a huge long table. A servant in a red uniform with a gilt tassel on his shoulder stands behind the representative, waiting to refill their drinks and freshly baked dishes at any time. Killing the imperial envoy is really a coup. Those peacemakers who want to negotiate peace with the empire have no chance. A representative shook the red wine in his glass. The soft light shines through the red wine, leaving a red halo on the speaking representative. Haha, those peacemakers don't know if they are out of their minds. This is a wonderful opportunity to transfer the conflicts of the Alliance, and it can also stimulate the development of the stagnant Alliance economy and enhance the cohesion of the Alliance's people. It is a good thing that kills multiple birds with one stone just for the sake of the so-called piece of bullshit, keep being the Virgin Mary. The representative of the Cronus military group said with disgust. According to me, the Alliance shouldn't accept those congressmen who have the mentality of the Virgin. They can show sympathy for the human beings who came out of that ghost place in the galaxy. Those congressmen are really crazy. Don't they know where it is? Said to be is a compliment. Indeed, there are always people who can't figure it out. Another congressman said. We have to defend the Alliance. But some things have to be discussed. How should the share of military equipment production be divided? Another representative of the military group said, we killed the imperial envoys and cleaned up the outposts will inevitably attract their anger and counterattack, and this war will last for a long time, and if the war goes well by then, they may even counterattack the galaxy. The equipment, medical treatment, and logistical supplies needed will be massive. Of course, each depends on their ability. The representative of the Kronos group said, we must first ensure that the Alliance can win. If your military equipment is too poor to be on the stage and cause the battle to fail, the problem will be big. Nonsense, everyone's equipment is modified from the weapon template obtained from the ancestral core or the core database, and how bad it can be. A representative mercilessly exposed the hypocrisy of Cronus's representative's words. The Alliance has made little progress over the years. Not only because of the existence of the ancestral core and the database, but more importantly, the major companies have already occupied their respective markets and formed a monopoly. If you want to seize the market, you need not only commodities, but also strong military support. In order to prevent the Alliance from falling into an endless civil war, the major companies reached an agreement to divide up the market of the entire Alliance according to their strength, creating a long-term peace for the Alliance. However, this peace also prevented the Alliance's technological progress. Large enterprises already monopolize the market, lack the motivation to develop new technologies, and the profits are not large. Is a choice that outweighs the gain. A large amount of money is invested in new technology. If the cost cannot be recovered, it will inevitably cause a financial crisis for the company, and it may also be taken advantage of by other forces. The people of the Alliance will take a lot of debts in order to buy land, equipment, build homes, and maintain their lives. The huge debt cannot be paid off by itself, and it will continue to the next generation. As for non-governmental scientific and technological innovation, it is even more pitiful. Many people are already burdened with heavy debts, which may even last a lifetime. As for refusing to inherit the debts of the parents, the creditors will also be required to pay off the past expenditures of the parents. The most sacred law of the Union is the inviolability of private property. The creditor has priority over the assets owed to the debtor, and all labor income of the debtor should be repaid first before making other investments. If the child refuses to inherit the assets and debts of the debtor's investment in the child may be deemed a vicious act of asset transfer. The creditor has the right to ask the children to return the investment and calculate the interest. For this reason, according to the law of the alliance, even if you do not inherit the assets and liabilities of your parents, you will still owe debts. The debt is small, but the potential impact is dire. Those who refuse to inherit assets and debts will be judged as having insufficient integrity, and will be drawn into the blacklist of major companies and chambers of commerce, making it difficult to obtain high-paying positions. In the end, life is often very bad, either reduced to interstellar wanderers, or become mercenary outlaws. Either they are in debt, or they are living in precarity. How can the society of the alliance be innovative? Large enterprises are staying in the comfort zone, and the private sector is dragged down by heavy debts. If the technological progress of the alliance can improve, there will be ghosts. For this reason, representatives who are qualified to sit at the same table can see the meaning of the representative of the Cronus military group. I just want to take advantage of Cronus connections in the Alliance Council to monopolize most of the benefits. The benefits cannot be swallowed by the whole family. A representative stood up, and just as he was speaking, a burst of sirens came in from outside. The alarm system on Thorian has not been operational for thousands of years. Except for the moment when it just colonized the Andromeda Nebula, it rang, and it never rang again. Long years have passed, and the alarm system has become an ornament. Many people have forgotten the saying that Thorian still has alarms. Now, it's ringing. The harsh and noisy sirens echoed in every corner of the planet Thorian. Echoes echoed among the League staff who juggle the archives and data. Echoes among those men and women who indulge in vocal music. Echoed in the ears of those children who were just born in the hospital. Echoed next to the breeding tanks of those sleeping dwarves in the clone base. What's going on? A representative asked in bewilderment. The same bewilderment and confusion on other faces. What happened? Why are there sirens? Suddenly, countless information windows appeared in front of everyone at the banquet. It was like an avalanche. Countless windows popped up in an instant. It's all about the pictures sent back from the void orbit. Several dilapidated Alliance ships with traces of war appeared on the edge of the galaxy. A female commander said in a crying voice, "The Alliance fleet has been wiped out, Marshal Duran has been killed, and the bodies of all commanders have been sent back." Such a sentence caused many representatives to fall into a state of sluggishness. They were still discussing how to divide the cake of military interests just now, but now there is news of the defeat of the Alliance army. The decaying, ignorant, and backward empire wiped out the rational, technologically advanced, and Alliance fleet with advanced military thinking. Is this ancestor joking? A total of 6 ships returned to the Thorian system. The Empire straps those surviving operatives to their seats. Let them drive the Alliance warships and return to the place where they started. Accompanying them were a group of machine slaves transformed from Alliance soldiers with weapons. They will supervise those operators, and once they deviate, they will kill the operators without hesitation. After several weeks of sailing, those ships returned to the capital galaxy of the Votan Alliance with the corpses. It was the return of these ships that set off alarms that Thorian had not sounded in millennia. The operators, who had been frightened out of their minds, had forgotten to report their arrival to the port. Let the detection and scanning system classify it as an intruder, triggering the highest level of alarm. After all, they are the 6 most powerful Alliance ships. If the intention is unruly, a terrible naval battle will surely break out. When the federal inspectors boarded the ship and inspected the returning Alliance ship, they were terrified by the horrible scene inside the ship. There are fragmented pieces of meat piled up everywhere. From the badges and armor on the mutilated limbs, it can be seen that those pieces of meat were once soldiers of the Votan Alliance. The dead piled up in every cabin, and the voyage that lasted for several weeks made it emit a foul smell. The corpses of Commander Duran and the many commanders who went on the expedition were placed in the command room, barely maintaining the original appearance with an iron frame. In the hands of Commander Duran, there is also a handwritten letter. Written in the standard ancient Terra script. An enemy of the Empire will never be forgiven. The body of Commander Duran was sent back, causing the members of the Alliance Council to fall into great panic. The battle that was originally thought to be easy to win ended at the cost of the Alliance's complete annihilation. All military commanders, representatives, and staff officers are all dead. The Empire declared their wrath to the Alliance in the most violent way. However, this is only the beginning. In the following time, a flood of messages flooded the hyperspace communication station built on the planet Saurian. The Alliance army originally mobilized to participate in the war was frequently attacked by the army of the human empire before it reached the designated location. The offensive of the Imperial army was extremely fierce, and the Alliance army suffered repeated defeats and suffered huge casualties. Currently retreating continuously, morale continues to drop. Some teams stationed on the edge, responsible for detecting intelligence, issued warnings to many big figures in the capital of Thorian. The Empire's reinforcements have arrived at the Andromeda Nebula from the Milky Way, and more troops are expected to arrive later. This is an all-out war. It is not what the Parliament discussed at the beginning, it will only be a local war. To make matters worse, Imperial forces are marching on the Alliance's frontier planets. The scale and quantity far exceed the original estimate of the Alliance. The frontier planet urgently needs a lot of support, otherwise it will not be able to resist the invasion of the Empire. More than 100 planets may fall at the beginning of the war. The frontier planet has been resisting the Alliance's oppression and rule over the years. Once it falls, it is very likely that it will turn to the side of the Empire. Look what you idiots have done. In the Parliament, Mr. Patton, who has always advocated peaceful negotiations, angrily questioned those members of the war faction. How dare you kill each other's envoys? Chapter 383 Make a fuss and vote, for subscription. The entire circular Parliament hall echoed with the roar of Mr. Patton. Senator Patton, who was gripping the railing of the podium with both hands, felt deeply powerless. Have the brains of the main fighters been used by them to make soup to replenish their brains? How can you do such a low intelligence, such a thing without a moral bottom line? But any normal person understands the consequences of beheading an envoy. Even if there is going to be a war, it won't block the road to the final peace talks. Many congressmen from the war faction are no longer as unruly as before. Everyone's face is full of horror. Durin's commander died in battle, the border is in a hurry, and the Empire's anger has risen. It is bound to bring about an unimaginable war, far from what they imagined before, it is just a local war that can control risks. Facing Mr. Patton's angry accusations, no one dared to refute. The entire venue was surprisingly quiet. We shouldn't focus all our energy on this. Mistakes have already been made, so there's no need to delve into it. The head of the council eased the depressed mood in the venue. The most important thing right now is how to solve the threat posed by the Empire. The war has been declared, and we must respond, or fear will overwhelm the Votan alliance. Then there can only be a total war. Another congressman said, we must not be caught without a fight. The alliance should enter a state of war. That will only anger them. A member of the peace faction said, the death of Commander Durin is a lesson. We can no longer be arrogant, and we should send someone to make peace immediately. If they want to pursue the envoy's death, then we just assist them in the investigation and hand over the murderer. I believe that as long as there is enough compensation, the Empire will calm down. Speaking of the death of the Imperial envoy, the peace-oriented congressman glanced at the seats of the war-oriented congressmen with meaningful eyes. There is no one who is not a human being who can be mixed into the position of a member of parliament. It is natural to think that these guys must be secretly doing something to promote the war. The ancients said it well, if there is a profit of 10%, people will be eager, if there is a profit of 20%, people will dare to take risks. With a 100% profit, the law is no longer sacred and inviolable. With a 300% profit, those people dare to put a noose around their necks. Things like killing envoys don't seem to be unimaginable to this group of lunatics. The words of the Lord Hepe Counselor made the originally silent venue noisy. The main combat faction all boiled at once. Isn't this going to take their lives to appease the wrath of the Empire? A few words of scolding are fine. Take their lives and interests to appease the anger of the Empire. What a joke. Even if the cute little girl of the League, who weighs no more than 100, is trampled to death by the 2-meter-tall Empire, whose arms can run a train and whose muscles are like snakes and pythons, they will not take out their own interests, let alone take your own life to appease the wrath of the Empire. The proposal of the main combat faction is simply a betrayal of the alliance. It's extremely shameless, as a member of the alliance, but thinking of betraying your compatriots and seeking peace. You are a betrayal, a naked betrayal, a betrayal of the alliance and the alliance's people. It is a kind of blasphemy to let someone like you who betrayed your compatriots stand here. If you want to fight, then fight, and you will never compromise with that damned Empire. They are demons, ghosts from hell, how can we feed those ghosts with our own compatriots? No one in the Union will approve of this humiliation. Those councillors were agitated, and fire spewed out of their eyes. Everyone is so righteous and dignified, with high morals. They condemn each other on the honor of the alliance, the glory and the happiness of their people. It seems that the congressman who proposed to quell the anger of the Empire and hand over the murderer is a despicable and shameless person who is greedy for life and fear of death, ungrateful, wolf-hearted, without father and mother, who betrays the alliance and the people. Completely forgot that if they hadn't killed the envoy, they wouldn't have incurred the wrath of the Empire. Now, the other party just wants to ease the struggle between the two superpowers, strive for a little peace, and avoid the large-scale casualties caused by the war. The scene is getting out of control. Those represent flushed and emotional. The chairman of the council could only keep shouting to be quiet, but it didn't have much effect. The meeting can only be forced to end early. Several hours later, the alliance meeting was able to be held again. After many private talks and exchanges of interests, they finally reached a new war plan. All forces in the alliance will unite to fight against the invasion of the Empire. At the same time, they will also find ways to fight for peace. Use war to promote peace, and strive for a less excessive peace agreement. Reinforcement from the Empire is fast. The first reinforcements were led by Seth of the Flesh Tearers, a subchapter of the Blood Angels. Seth is no longer the chapter master of the Flesh Tearers chapter. He handed over his duties to another Flesh Tearer warrior, and he himself wiped all honor and went on a redemptive crusade. The Flesh Tearer warrior had resisted pressure and urged him several times to obey Dante's words and devote himself to Guilliman's great cause. Seth disliked the Flesh Tearer warrior at first. Considered him a potential traitor, seduced by Guilliman's rhetoric. It wasn't until he followed Dante to encircle Magnus and witnessed the battle where Sanguinius appeared that Seth realized how wrong he was. Guilliman was in Thailand, and after he became the Holy Emperor, Seth handed over the position of regiment leader to the Flesh Tearer warrior. The other party has a purer loyalty. Be able to lead the Flesh Tearer better. A stubborn guy like him who almost betrayed the Empire is no longer qualified to lead the Flesh Tearer. After witnessing Guilliman's enthronement ceremony on Terra, Seth led a company far from the heart of the Empire, on an expedition for his crimes. Seth once regarded the Holy Emperor Guilliman as a traitor, believing that he would take his father's throne. Considers himself a sober loyalist. The ending is so ironic. Guilliman resurrected Sanguinius, summoned his Primarch brothers, and became Holy Emperor with the Emperor's blessing. The more selfless Guilliman is, the more he regards saving mankind as the most important cause. The more Seth felt ashamed. He committed a terrible crime of irreverence. Use your own despicable mind to speculate on a great man with high moral character. The requirements of the flesh Tyrus and Sanguinius have been fully upgraded. Became the Primaris chapter, serving the Holy Emperor. These did not calm Seth's mind. He knew he had to go on a crusade of redemption. Only in this way can he redeem the mistakes he once committed. At his request, the Ministry of Military Affairs allowed him to take his battle brothers to the Andromeda Nebula to conquer those unredeemed worlds for the Holy Emperor. When he learned that the local human blood branch was not only unwilling to surrender, but also killed Karen Sage, a die-hard supporter of the Holy Emperor, Seth took his fighting brothers and made an oath. He will dedicate 1,000 worlds to the Holy Emperor, and then dedicate the heads of those who killed the Karen Sages to atone for his crimes. Soon, he will conquer the first world. Planet Rik 3. In a border town in the western continent. An alliance army is stationed here, guarding an important mineral mining field. Huge thunderclouds are rapidly accumulating in the southwest. The weather in the small town has also become sultry and humid. Weskier felt that the weather would definitely rain soon. This is a good thing. After coming to this ghost world, his only feeling is that there is too much dust, making everything dirty. A roar came from the sky. The formation of fighter jets flew across the sky, rattling the windows. No one looked up, and everyone was used to such things. Words of the war traveled fast. Even the border town of Rik 3 got the news. But Weskier and the others don't take it to heart. The commanders should be the ones who should have a headache, not them. And the war seems far away. I heard that the nearest battlefield is 4 light years away. If you are in a class that does not communicate so well, it is difficult for them to have a sense of urgency about the war. They couldn't see the battleships approaching, or the Alliance ships crumbling to pieces. He looked up and saw the blue sky, and there was no trace of war. If it weren't for those reports that say it every day, who would think that there will be a war in a certain corner of the universe? Weskier doesn't care about that empire at all. He cares more about his salary. I heard from some veterans that there seemed to be some problems with the transportation of supplies. Did not get enough equivalents, and there were problems with the distribution of war funds. Instant messaging across time and space is a very difficult thing. For this reason, it is impossible to use electronic money in the interstellar range. It is easy to have loopholes like that. To this end, like the Empire, the Alliance will adopt a currency made of smart chips. Every month, the Union will send those different denominations of currency to soldiers as their wages. Weskier will find a way to deposit it in the bank that lent him money to repay the loan. Sorry, we are communicating. The problem is that the spaceship that transported the supplies was robbed, and the currency has not been delivered here. We cannot pay you wages. A logistics officer tried his best to appease the gathered soldiers, trying his best to make them they go back first. Fart, you have to give it to us today. Yes, give us. Maiden, they are urging me to repay the loan, hurry up. The soldiers naturally quit. They will never leave without money. They go to war for money. Now say no money, just kidding. Seeing that the soldiers are getting louder and fiercer. Several consecutive gunshots silenced the crowd. A man in an officer's uniform separates the rowdy soldiers and enters. His eyes were full of anger, as if these soldiers were his enemies. What do you guys want to do? Can't you wait for a few days? You don't have any collective consciousness. The officer stretched out his hand and reprimanded the soldiers. You are soldiers who defend your home and country, jumping up and down like this for a small amount of money. What are you talking about? Are you worthy of your uniform? You must know how to sacrifice for the Alliance, and you must give up your family to protect the Alliance. Are you going to the battlefield for such a selfish purpose? Just for money? What about your ideals? What about your blood? Is your motivation to defend your homeland? Is it just for money? Go back to your station immediately. If I see anyone who dares to make trouble here again, I will immediately deal with it by military law. After beating and scolding repeatedly, many soldiers were too angry to speak, so they could only leave resentfully. Weskier was very dissatisfied. He goes to war for money. Ideals and ambitions are the business owner's business. But seeing so many people dare not resist, Weskier didn't dare to be the first bird, so he could only hold back his anger and leave. But on the way, he heard some veterans talking again. Damn it, that dog thief, he got the money himself, and just put on airs there. If he didn't get the money, he might be the one who yelled the loudest. Who said no? That came. Fight a war. If you win the war and go back, the house and land may be confiscated by the Chamber of Commerce. They will be auctioned off to repay the loan. I guess you still have to owe money to the Chamber of Commerce. Fuck you, vote. As long as the Alliance loses, the loan will be gone. Chapter 384 We have to endure hardships for future generations. Please subscribe. Hear the conversations of those veterans. Weskier suddenly had mixed feelings in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, the education he received told him to love the Alliance and regard himself as a member of the Alliance. Don't complain about how the Alliance treats you, but ask yourself what contribution you have to the Alliance. There must be ideological awareness and a spirit of self-sacrifice. We must give up our small family and strive to create value for everyone. Don't complain about the exploitation of those big companies, Don't complain about the squeeze of the Chamber of Commerce, be grateful, and sing praises. Because it is thanks to the efforts of big entrepreneurs that human beings can colonize the Andromeda Nebula and survive. People can have their own houses and their own land. The people of every alliance must be closely united with the big business, so as to avoid the persecution of those aliens and survive in this dangerous universe. Without large enterprises and chambers of commerce, there would be no Votan Union. The people of the alliance will suffer and become slaves of aliens. But when he grew up, he found that many things were not as described in the book. Every word in the book tells him to love the League and dedicate his life to the League. But there is no word to tell him what to do if the alliance doesn't love him. If the alliance regards him as a dispensable consumable. What should he do? No dignity, no recognition, and no money. Weskier doesn't want to fight. I don't want to travel hundreds or thousands of light years to kill someone I don't even know. He doesn't know the Empire. He doesn't know where the galaxy is. He only knows the east, west, north, south of Velo planet. Knowing that a glass of ale in the small town is 5 credits, and knowing that if you add more money, you can let a girl who accompanied you drink with you. His world is small. Small enough to make those high-ranking League bigwigs laugh at his ignorance and short-sightedness. But he had no choice. He was born with a heavy loan before he did anything. No matter how hard he tried, there was no way to repay those loans. All profitable businesses have been monopolized by those super companies. It is illegal for him to bypass those enterprises and sell his own grain for a higher profit. Those law enforcement officers are on the lookout for any non-compliant business practices day and night. Using violent means to require people to go to stores that require commissions, and the platform to sell their products legally and compliantly. The laws of the Union are sacred and inviolable. Debt weighs on everyone. Everyone tries their best to make money within the limits allowed by the rules. But the more he tried his best, the poorer Weskier found himself. For a stable extra income, people abuse themselves arbitrarily. For example, for an extra package delivered to a certain place, the owner initially quoted 500 credits. In order to earn this extra money, some people did not hesitate to lower the price themselves, and only took 450. Consignors also lower prices again and again. Since 450 were given away, why did he give 500? When it comes to the next time, the price will be lowered again. At the last job that was supposed to earn half, I could only earn 10%, or even less. In addition to this, a share of the big companies must be drawn. In the hands of those people, there are very few. Weskier stepped onto the battlefield because he has no way to change his future. Some people also said that maybe they can go through the maddening exam through study, and then change their destiny and enter a large company to work. However, that is just an unattainable dream. Those high-level children have already booked their positions in the enterprise. Those with a little connections also made arrangements early on through their parents. In those monopolized fields, no one can question and challenge the field. Placing a dog at a high level can guarantee its normal operation. Enterprises don't need elites as top managers. As long as the existence of the ancestor core and database is maintained, everything will be fine. Those hard and tiring jobs, companies will release them to encourage people to compete. Those people have worked hard all their lives to be a dog that others can throw away at will and can lick their bones twice. 1% of resources are reserved for 99% of the underlying competition. Those business owners watch them fight and bite like dogs, and then said a few words hypocritically: people should accept their fate, they should learn to be a dedicated screw, and use their physical strength to make money, so that life will become more and more sweet. For money, women have become the playthings of those who have power and money. For money, men have become slaves like Walking Dead. Every word in every book is praising peace and belittling war. Those who think they support war are either cerebral palsy or stupid. But when war is the only way to change one's future destiny, no one will reject war. Weskier said goodbye to his parents and packed his bags. He didn't want to kill people. But he didn't want to endure that miserable life anymore, being overwhelmed by heavy debts. He wants to climb up and live a less tiring life. I want to have a stable home, a partner who loves him, and a life that can live well without debt. The few veterans talked, and stopped talking. Weskier kept this sentence in his heart. The coalition loses, and the debt is gone. My long-cherished wish will come true. If wages cannot be paid, then why fight? Sacrifice for the alliance? Go eat shit. The military headquarters of Planet Rick 3 is set up in a giant fortress. The military commander in charge of planetary defense is Edwin. An elite who is already in a high position at a young age. Edwin was born in the Timos family. That family has a long history, dating back to the establishment of the Votan Alliance. The family power has deep roots and extensive connections in the Alliance army. Edwin was able to advance so quickly to become a surface commander in charge of a planet's defense. This time the war is over, he can rely on this excellent gold-plated resume to climb up a few more positions. He stood on the lookout of a tower at the highest point of the fortress. The watchtower can see everything in the entire fortress. The fortress has a ring built with high walls. Each high wall is extremely huge, like a towering mountain lying on the plain. The surface of the wall is smooth and shiny, like sharp canine teeth made of metal, firmly rooted in the rock. Different high walls intersect each other to form a dislocation defense. A large number of artillery and soldiers are patrolling back and forth. There are also a large number of fighters in the sky, and drones pass by. At this moment, it was the moment when the morning sun just rose, and the soft golden sunlight reflected the shimmering light on the city wall. The hazy heat haze-like energy force field rippled in the air. Edwin was full of pride and confidence. Such a majestic and indestructible high wall is like a giant embankment. The enemy's offensive is like a raging water wave. It looks terrible, but it will eventually smash into the high wall. What kind of power can capture this fortress? Unless the gods come. After inspecting the defense of the fortress, Edwin turned and walked down. A military meeting is already waiting for him in the command room. By the time he walked into the command room, several generals and commanders stationed as him were already in place. A huge suspended projection has also been turned on, outlining the defense of the Rick-3 planet in the air. Several alliance commanders all frowned deeply, holding data pads and talking in low voices. The military supplies of the alliance were attacked by the Empire again. There is no doubt that the Empire has won. The war funds that should have arrived here 3 days ago were also lost in that battle. They're stuck. There is no money to pay soldiers. We don't have enough credit coins to distribute to soldiers, unless they are willing to accept only 70% of the credit. A commander swiped the data pad in his hand, and said in a somewhat helpless tone, according to the war funds in our hands calculated, if only 70% is paid, the reserves in our hands are enough to last for a month. Then let's do it this way. It's better to send 70% of the money than not to send it. At least it can make them feel at ease and avoid trouble. A man with white hair said. Then don't pay it, first pay the full salary of the senior officer. A man sitting in his seat with his eyes closed said, tell those soldiers that the salary will be paid out once every 6 months. Will there be any problems with that? Said the commander who proposed to send 70%, those soldiers will mutiny. They dare. The man slammed the table, whoever dares to make trouble at this juncture, then he is a traitor to the alliance, and the shameless person who handed the enemy a knife must be sent to a military court. Why don't you send 70% to appease the army, and you can still stabilize the morale of the army? An experienced military commander said. For the first officer, not only the full amount, but also the bonus. Edwin heard the discussion of the commanders, interjected, and said domineeringly. He is the commander-in-chief on the surface of the planet, and everyone has to listen to him. He is the elite of the alliance with insight and wisdom that no one else has. Why do you want to do this? Someone asked in puzzlement. The army will mutiny. Satisfy the officers first, then you can suppress the army. Do you understand? Those low-level soldiers are hopelessly stupid. Without the suppression and control of the officers, they will definitely cause unimaginable troubles, and there is no way to form a strong control. Satisfy those officers first, and then talk about other things. And those officers are generally from guilds and enterprises, unlike those big-headed soldiers who are all from the bottom. If you neglect those officers, even if you win, you will have to suffer a military court punishment over there. As a member of the Timos family, Edwin naturally knows who the officers at all levels are basically. They may all be representatives of enterprises or children of certain families. Those big soldiers are used for sacrifice. After the war is over, it is unknown whether they will be there or not. At that time, their salary will be paid together with the pension. Big soldiers generally owe money to the Chamber of Commerce, and if they don't give pensions, they will definitely be brought to the Parliament. Those chambers of commerce don't care if people die or not, but if the money is not paid back, it will definitely not work. Even if those big soldiers are alive, they can't say anything. It's not that they won't be issued to you, it's just that they are in financial difficulties, and all will be honored after the end of the war. I am not even willing to make this little contribution to the alliance, and I am not yet a member of the alliance. Ideological awareness is so low. There is no sense of community and self-sacrifice. Those guys who maliciously ask for salary should all be sent to military courts. Those officers are different. Behind them are all chambers of commerce and families. Annoy them, and it will cause him some troubles in the future, and it will be difficult to work on many things. As the general commander of the surface, Edwin still has great authority. At least in terms of ground troops, he has the final say. Everyone looked at each other, and they could only do what he wanted. After talking about salary, they discussed another matter. There is still a vacancy for the position of regimental commander in the garrison of a mining site in the western continent. Let's confirm this in advance today. This non-commissioned officer named Cod should be quite suitable. He has been in the army for more than 10 years, starting from the grassroots, all the way to the position of company commander, and has experienced some actual combat. As commanders discuss, a man appears in the holographic projection. The body is strong and powerful, and the eyes are as sharp as a falcon. Slim and capable short hair, and a few shocking scars on his face. It looks like a veteran who has been baptized by blood and fire. Edwin took a look. Born at the bottom, no background. How can such a person do a good job? This candidate is still a bit reckless, and needs more experience. Edwin rejected the commander's proposal, and with a wave of his hand, he chose his own candidate. Look at this new company commander, Cole, from the Tuss family. He has been in the army for a year and a half, and he has already been promoted to the position of company commander. Although he still can't recognize all the military equipment, he still has to rely on cheat sheets to say the slogans and instructions. But he is diligent, willing to learn, and works hard, so he is just right to be the head of the regiment. As a young man, he just needs to experience some experience, and we have to give him more opportunities. Of course, you can speak freely if you have any questions. There is no talk here. What is emphasized here is democracy, and what is emphasized is to convince people with reason. Several other commanders participating in the meeting glanced at each other. The officer who refuted Edwin last time has now gone to dig a trench. It looks like they are asked to give their opinions, but in fact, whoever gives their opinions will dig trenches. Seeing that no one had any objections, Edwin nodded, signed the appointment document, handed it over to the sergeant at the side, and asked this young man named Cole to come and see him. Edwin's private reception room is very luxurious and resplendent. Push the door and go in, and you will see a chandelier made of rare crystals, shining brightly. The scarlet carpet is soft, paving the entire room. There are also various precious works of art on the bookshelves. There is also a command knife placed on the knife holder. Ergonomic leather seats allow guests to feel more relaxed than ever. Just passing through the reception room, Cole had a clear understanding of the financial resources of the Timos family. As expected of the Alliance family that has always controlled the army. The strength of the family is terrifying. Commander. Cole's attitude was very respectful. Edwin nodded, he was very satisfied with the attitude of the other party. I pushed you up against all odds, Cole, you must perform well, don't let down the prestige of the Tuss family, and don't let down your father's expectations for you. For you, he tried his best to do it for you. You paved the way. I understand, my lord, I will do my duty and obey your orders resolutely. Cole shouted in a sworn tone. This alliance was established by our ancestors after suffering. If we don't defend it, who will defend it? Rely on those unconscionable pariahs? Their ancestors did nothing, and they are naturally humble. Born to suffer. They refuse to reflect on themselves and complete their work well, but they only complain that we are in a high position and that the world is unfair. But they don't want to think about it. If their ancestors were willing to endure hardships tens of thousands of years ago, they would if they work hard, they can be like us. So they should not complain about us, but their ancestors. Unfortunately, very few people can see this clearly. Cole stood upright and gave an unofficial Union military salute. The life and death of the Gully Alliance is the responsibility of the family. The children of the Tassi family have joined the army for generations, and my generation will not disappoint the honor of their ancestors. Edwin patted Cole on the shoulder, feeling more and more satisfied. This is the cornerstone of the alliance. Just as I was about to say some words of encouragement, the harsh siren sounded. A flood of messages poured into the command room of the fortress. The Empire is coming. The Flesh Tearizers have their celestial class warships. Seth, who can be used as a sinner and has also given up the position of chapter leader, did not bring him out. He chose a battleship as his flagship. The battleship was named Atonement by him. The meaning is self-evident. The Seekers chapter defeated the Alliance army attempting to launch a surprise attack on the Empire, and captured a large number of Alliance soldiers. Got star maps and military information about the entire Alliance from their database. The first loot Seth chose was the Rick Galaxy. That system is on the border of the Alliance. There is a habitable world. Start from this planet, start his road to salvation, until the goal of 1,000 planets is achieved. After learning from the captain's communication that the fleet has entered the Rick Galaxy. In full armor, Seth and his men came out of their training room and strode towards the bridge. Two priests holding mechanical gear scepters walked on both sides of them. A group of people walked through the crowded lower deck. Holding the censer in hand, surrounded by the smoke from the incense, the priest prayed, blessing the hard-working crew members in the name of the Holy Emperor and the Great Emperor, and relieving their inner depression and confusion. Walk between those bioinstrumentation stations. There are always sounds of mechanical gears and energy leaping in those devices. The penitence machine slaves with their eyes and mouths sewn on were bound to those machines. Data cables connect the programmed minds to keep these devices running smoothly. Walk towards the strategic area along a wide corridor lined with sculptures of many imperial heroes on both sides. Calls for the Holy Emperor are endless. Even if this place is more than 2 million light-years away from Terra, people can draw strength from these slogans. They are genuinely excited to serve the cause of the Holy Emperor. When Seth enters the bridge, the Votan Alliance's space station on the edge of the galaxy is already crumbling. It was an extremely huge structure. It is constructed of carbon steel composite materials and flies periodically around the stars of the Rick Galaxy. It is full of artillery positions, and various interference weapons are installed. However, in front of the Imperial fleet, it is just a moving target. A series of light beams and missiles that illuminated the void hit the space station, causing a series of ripples on its shield. The shield technology used by the Votan Alliance is the same as the void shield used by the Empire in principle. In terms of application, the shields of the Votan Alliance are more advanced than the old-fashioned shields of the Empire. If you use conventional attacks, you need to consume a lot of energy and shells. And the broken shield will return to normal after a few seconds. The Empire uses another method to destroy the Votan Alliance space station. Use space bombs to bombard the space structure around the target, destroy its spatial continuity, and use space tension to destroy the space station. This trick is very useful. The space station, which was able to withstand bombing for several days or even months, was torn apart by the tension in the continuous space tremors. The space created by the Votan Alliance appears extremely weak in the face of the rules of the universe. Under the bombardment of the Imperial fleet one after another, the huge orbital space station was completely destroyed. It was engulfed in constant explosions and flames, gradually collapsing. Torn to pieces by the continuously stretching and shrinking space structure. Part of the warships of the Votan Alliance formed a chisel-shaped offensive, but was defeated in front of the offensive of the Empire. The Empire's fleet soon approached the only terrestrial planet in the Rick Galaxy, the Rick 3 planet. Rick 3 is rich in a special mineral, which is an important raw material for the Alliance's military industry. To this end, the Votan Alliance has established a complete defense system in low Earth orbit. Huge orbital ports are lined with jammers and shield generators. To deal with these space stations, you cannot use space bombs like you do outside the galaxy. In that case, it is very likely that various natural disasters will occur on the entire planet, and even the planet will disintegrate. The ultimate goal of the Empire is to obtain planets and resources for external expansion, not simply to slash and destroy all the way in the name of the Holy Emperor. That's something only the Chaos God would do. As a ruler, Guilliman would definitely not allow his subordinates to do such a thing. Seth presents 1,000 worlds to the Holy Emperor. Naturally, it cannot be a fragmented wreck. Seth gazed at the orbital ring of steel and diamond that encircled the entire planet below. Countless tiny spots emitting light covered the surface of the pitch-black body. Those were artillery pieces beyond count, shells and spears screaming across the starry sky, bombarding the ships of the Empire. The size of the orbital station is intimidating. It's like a giant wall across the galaxy. 1/2 a kilometer in width and height. Intertwined cannons and light spears reflect its sides brightly. Fragments of the Alliance ships floated in the void, in stark contrast to the immobile steel track. The defense of the orbital ring is stronger than the space stations on the outer reaches of the galaxy. To seize this world without destroying the planet, there are not many ways the Empire can use. Seth didn't bother to use other methods. Order the fleet to focus fire, punch a hole in the opponent's shield, and get all the combat brothers ready to teleport. We will dedicate this world to the Holy Emperor. Anyone who dares to bear arms before you is an enemy and needs no pardon. Seth watched his battle brothers. Each one confessed that they were guilty of sin. They only narrowly failed to live up to the Holy Emperor, and only in blood and fire can such sins be washed away. The priest affixed the oath paper for them, and the machine servant made the final inspection for them. When news came from the captain, the priest and the machine servant left from the teleportation deck. Following a tacit salvo from the Imperial fleet, it penetrated the defensive shield of the orbital ring. The teleportation beam also lights up. Issued a burst of light. By the time the flesh tearers opened their eyes again, they had already landed on a huge platform. The faces of the Alliance fighters showed consternation. Time to kill, for the Holy Emperor, for the Holy Blood. Seth roared, using a huge chain sword with subatomic cutting ability. The chainsaw sword made a deafening roar. The first Alliance soldier was chopped into pieces before he could react. The scene was extremely tragic, the armor was sawed open, the flesh was torn apart, and the intestines and blood flowed out together. The other flesh tiermen also pulled the trigger. Blow up the soldiers closest to them to pieces. Votan Union soldiers were blown to pieces by explosive bombs, cutting off limbs. Blood smears every surface. Seth marches in roar, fighting in the name of the Holy Emperor. Slash with his chainsword, blast with his bolters. The dead were broken into pieces, their intestines flew out. An Alliance soldier charged at him, screaming in anger and terror. Seth easily dodged the opponent's attack, grabbed the opponent's face, and stabbed the chainsword in his hand into the opponent's chest. Took out the internal organs of the opponent. Saw teeth whizzed through armor, flesh, and bone. The Alliance soldier screamed, filled with pain, until he died. The Alliance mechanical troop rushed over from the corridor and launched an attack on the invading flesh tiermen. Mechanical troops use power armor made of those ancient technologies. The defense of each set of power armor is astonishingly terrifying. Using the reactor to provide power drive, it is also equipped with individual shields and various powerful weapons. If long-range bombardment is used, it will be difficult to defeat these mechanical troops. Their individual shields make them immune to most attacks. Only by using melee weapons to bite through their armor and shred the biochemical prosthetics implanted in their bodies can these enemies be truly dealt with. Seth fought hard among those mechanical troops, tearing a path through the enemy army, leading to the core area of the orbital ring. His battle brothers are at his side. The cobweb-like corridors and passages are connected. Enemies are coming from all directions like a tide, but they are smashed to pieces by the Empire's offensive. The defense is getting more and more desperate. No matter what they do, it is difficult to hinder the offensive of the Empire. Seth's helmet detector indicated that they were approaching the orbital ring's command center. Captured there, the orbital ring's defenses and artillery would be thrown into disarray. Even shields will be lowered. That would be a disaster for the Votan Alliance army. Alliance soldiers built their defenses with armor. The melta cannon and the laser cannon were all activated, waiting for the trigger to be fired, and they would shoot out beams that could melt and pierce steel. At the first sight of the Imperial troops, the defenders opened fire. The channel was filled with ejected shells and bullets, and endless halos lit up the walls on both sides. However, in front of the flesh tearer, that kind of defense is useless. They used their teleportation ability to bypass the firepower and appeared directly behind the opponent. The weapons in their hands easily tore the soldiers of the Votan Alliance to pieces. This process is repeated over and over again. Any defensive line is meaningless. The meat tearers go all the way. Left countless dark grey and scarlet corpses behind. With screams and cries, the last line of defense also fell. Seth and others crossed the line of defense full of splashed blood and broken corpses, and walked into the command center of the orbital ring. The first thing that catches the eye is the tall and wide dome with a light blue arc jumping on the top. A huge cylindrical platform stands under the dome. The platform is densely loaded with computing engines like bead chains. The sharp sound of energy transmission rang from time to time. Heavy cables form a complicated network above the platform, and the end disappears into the armor-wrapped channel. The hovering drone buzzed, and the red light beam it released scanned the huge computing engine database. Around the platform, hundreds of Votan Alliance fighters have gathered. They used armor and defensive materials to stack up intricate defensive trenches on the open floor. When Seth and others walked into the hall, the melta cannon, chain machine gun, multi-barreled laser cannon, and the weapons in the hands of the Alliance soldiers all fired. Destructive light instantly filled the entire hall. Such a defense is meaningless to the Empire. Seth had already entered the curtain of reality and illusion before those attacks hit him, and showed his figure on the enemy's position again. With a wave of the chainsaw sword in his hand, he cut the Alliance soldier who was manipulating the machine gun into 2 pieces, even the machine gun that spewed out flames. The other flesh tearers adopted the same tactic. The screams and horrific screams resounded throughout the room, and even spread outside the corridor. Those Alliance fighters ushered in their own doom and horror. Watching those gods tear everything apart. Turn the huge command center into a purgatory. The surviving soldiers were so frightened that they dropped their weapons and fled. Fear spreads like a plague on the orbital ring. After the fall of the first command center, the orbital ring's artillery coordination and shields went wrong. The Imperial fleet seized the opportunity and sent a large number of troops to the orbital ring for the final purge. Once the tide of destruction begins to spread, it cannot be stopped. Blood flows from one control point to the next. From the ground, the orbital ring looks like it has been infected by some kind of disease that is eating away at a very fast rate. The burning fire spreads and spreads rapidly from one node to another. After the orbital ring declared its fall, the warplanes of the Empire roared down from the sky, passed through the atmosphere, and planned to seize the air supremacy of planet Rik 3. Weskier, who was standing on the city wall, could see the bright light emerging from the sky. That's the flare of the orbital ring falling. It has only been a few days since the alarm sounded. From the destruction of the first space station outside the galaxy, to the collapse of the orbital ring, and the appearance of Imperial fighters, the speed was too fast for people to react. Realizing the strength of the Empire, the headquarters made a decisive decision and decided to defend the fort first and transfer all the troops back to garrison. Under the leadership of Edwin, many Alliance generals swore to fight the Empire to the end. People are in the fortress and will never surrender. The Alliance generals are so strong, and some of them are on the side of the Empire. The Empire sentenced all surrendered generals to death. The death of the Karen Sage made the upper echelons of the Empire extremely angry. The indiscriminate massacre of civilians and lower classes is another thing that the Holy Emperor does not allow. For this reason, the anger can only be spread on the top of the Alliance. So far, the top leaders of the Alliance who surrendered have basically been executed. Of course, there are also some political considerations. The war has started. Peaceful alliance is no longer possible. Even if the Votan Alliance is subdued now, their hearts are full of hatred. Will become an unstable factor in the future. Just like those nobles at the beginning of the imperial reform. They will complain that the Empire took their power away. Constantly trying to challenge the Holy Emperor's reforms. Do not hesitate to do all kinds of things that harm the interests of mankind, just to prove that the reform of the Holy Emperor is wrong. In order to rule the Andromeda Nebula smoothly, and allow the local human bloodline branch to integrate into the Empire, the original alliance must be completely destroyed. Those families, businesses, congressmen, etc. that have influence and control wealth and power, all must be destroyed by the most violent means. Only by complete destruction can a new order belonging to the Empire be rebuilt in the ruins. It makes no difference whether Edwin and the others surrender or not. They are all going to die. All the top leaders of the Alliance regard death as home, and would rather die than surrender. Weskier and other leading soldiers are not so determined. The temporary recruits like them are typical cannon fodder. The reason why they are not afraid of death is money. It turned out that the promised salary was not paid, so it was difficult to work hard. Don't even give the agreed money, work hard. Sell it. We have to change our way of life. Kada looked at the brothers in the company. It's useless for you to continue to work hard, they don't give you any money, and we don't get any benefits, so just leave us the job of dying. Cord has worked for the Alliance for more than 10 years, and there are 7 or 8 injuries that almost killed him. Only got the position of a company commander. A few days ago, I thought I could fill a vacancy and upgrade to another litter. As a result, another brat was airborne. That had to look at the cheat sheet to read out the army slogans. He couldn't even recognize light, medium and heavy vehicles, so he became the regiment leader. Just because that brat has a background. Just because he was born well. Corder thought he was a joke. He shed blood and tears for the Alliance, rolled around in the pile of dead people countless times, and didn't even get a wife to warm the bed. The result is this. Weskier didn't speak, but sadness also appeared in his heart. If he fails to repay the loan in time, he will be punished, and the penalty interest will be more terrifying than the principal. At that time, the land will be confiscated, and a large sum of money will be owed. At that time, if he dies, the pension he received may not be able to fill in the amount. Then what is the point of him coming out to work hard? Then we won't work hard for them. A soldier said. Yes, why? Fuck the Alliance. Go eat shit, labor and management don't care about them. Looking at the excited crowd, who were holding weapons tightly in their hands, Cord showed a cruel smile. He is not the only one who is dissatisfied. The Alliance's long history of corruption has off a lot of people. You can get a position that you can't even get if you try your best. All those people were filled with dissatisfaction. It's a pity that there was no chance before. The Alliance is too big, and all kinds of cutting-edge technologies are in the hands of enterprises and chambers of commerce. Those who want to resist them often end in misery. The arrival of the Empire made them see an opportunity. No matter what the Empire looks like, as long as the top leaders of the Alliance die, the Alliance will be in chaos. Chaos represents opportunity. Go, kill them. Cord shouted. Cord Company riots are just the tip of the iceberg. Many dissatisfied people became the source of rebellion at the slightest provocation. Take weapons against the Empire, and the end is a dead end. There is still a way to survive if you surrender early. With such a small salary, it is impossible to fight those monsters like demon gods. It is better to kill the top management of the alliance. How bad can it be if you lose? At most it will be over. If you win, you can clear your debts, and you can get revenge if you have grudges. The strong fortress has not yet received the attack of the Empire, but it has already become a sea of flames in the riots. The soldiers who didn't get paid were already very resentful, and the strength of the Empire made them feel that the alliance was maliciously asking them to die. The benefits are taken by yourself. Send me to death and let me go. How can there be such a reason in this world? During the riot, the headquarters was also attacked. Countless soldiers who wanted to kill the commander all flocked to kill the who deducted their salary. Traitors, despicable and shameless traitors, do you know what you are doing? Edwin, who was hiding in the headquarters, screamed angrily, and there were some armed officers and personal guards beside him. Where is your loyalty? Alliance birthed you, raised you, but you turned to foreign enemies. So selfish, so ignorant of repaying kindness, really wolf-hearted, not as good as animals. Besieged among the soldiers outside the headquarters, I don't know who answered his words. My lord, we have to endure hardships for our descendants, otherwise they will have to complain that our ancestors have not endured hardships. The fall of the headquarters is inevitable. It was like a spark was thrown onto the dry grassland, and the fire quickly ignited. The rioting group is too large. By the end, all the soldiers joined the riot. They even aimed the muzzles of the heavy vehicles used for city defense at the headquarters. Edwin and his subordinates had to give up resistance and walked out. Code quickly led people to occupy the headquarters. He immediately asked technical experts to send a message of surrender to the Empire. Chapter 385 Will your eyes dry out? Seeking subscription. The communication was quickly connected. After hearing what the other party said, several communication personnel hurriedly got up to look for the captain and Seth. The news that the Union army in the fort wanted to surrender quickly reached Seth's ears. At this time, the flesh tiermen are gathering on the deck. The orbital ring has fallen, and the major command centers have been captured by the Empire. The Votan alliance has been unable to make any waves. Air combat is also going on. It is only a matter of time before the Imperial fighter formation wins. Wait until air supremacy is in the hands of the Empire. Seth planned to lead the flesh tierers to launch a ground raid, defeat the last defense of the Votan alliance, and seize a world for the Holy Emperor. I thought there would be a tough battle. Only then can the huge fortress be captured. The sudden surrender notice surprised him. Who is the Supreme Commander now? Seth asked who opened the dialogue window. I, Cod, am now the representative of all soldiers. There was a trace of panic and anxiety in the other party's words. Obviously, surrendering to the Empire is also a very risky thing for them. Are you sure you want to surrender? Where is your original officer? Seth asked. They have been controlled by us. They are our sincerity to the Empire. The only request of all our soldiers is that the Empire can let us go. Everyone here is forced to go to the battlefield. We owe a few lifetimes debts that cannot be repaid, and generations will have to work for those businesses and chambers of commerce. A lot of people here just went to the battlefield just to get a reward to repay the debt they owed, but the people in the alliance did not fulfill their promises, and they were not even willing to pay the agreed reward at the beginning. We don't want to die, really. Seth fell silent. The rioting soldiers seized their commander as a gesture of surrender to the Empire. The reason is that the Union soldiers are unwilling to work hard for the pitifully small salary that will not be honored. Reality is always more illogical than literature created by the craziest human artist. Who would have thought that a fortress would fall for such a reason? Seth smiled mockingly. Empire also had such a thing. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the Andromeda Nebula, which spans 2 million light-years. Humans or intelligent beings or whatever, make the same mistakes all the time. Perhaps only the Holy Emperor can end this ridiculous cycle. The Empire rarely massacres the bottom, unless the problem is very serious and those people are already irredeemable. As long as those soldiers put down their weapons and surrender, there will generally not be any massacres against them. The Empire disdains to do such a thing. Even in previous noble rebellions, most of the nobles were executed. It is rare to say that the whole world was slaughtered. Seth is happy with the outcome. It was the glory of the Holy Emperor that made these confused soldiers realize what was right and what was wrong. Can also save a lot of work. Flesh tierers are not afraid of war. But they were short on time, and if he wanted to capture 1,000 worlds, he had to speed up. I agree. Seth replied, I swear in the name of the Holy Emperor, all soldiers will be pardoned, as long as you put down your weapons. But we will not let go of any high-level alliance. Take responsibility for your own mistakes. I know that. Cord replied, they belong to you. Communication ends. High command is occupied by rioting soldiers. The war has also come to an end here. The Imperial fighter formation sent back a message. Many alliance warplanes have disengaged and surrendered to the Empire. They have successfully seized air supremacy. It seems that what those soldiers said is true. Maybe there is a conspiracy hidden. One of Seth's combat brothers said, we should be careful. Then they will reap death. Seth said casually. It's never a good choice or a sensible thing to cheat the Empire. If it is a trap, then Seth can only launch a massacre. Until the last enemy against the Empire falls. Dedicate this world to the Holy Emperor in blood and corpses. When the communication was over, Cod and the others were all excited when they learned that the Empire accepted their surrender. We don't have to face those demons anymore, he said to the people next to him. Edwin's face turned pale when he was under control. You can't do this, this is betrayal. This is your hometown? Are you so willing to let outsiders rule you? No one paid any attention to him. Code glanced at him, then turned his head and ignored him. He ordered all shields and weapon systems to be shut down. Cleared out a huge platform for the opponent. The roar of the gunboat came from the sky. The roar of the power engine set off a strong wind in the air, blowing the hair and clothes of Cod and others. The gunboat slowly stopped on the platform. The hiss of high-pressure gas sounded, mixed with the sound of mechanical gears turning. The hatch opened slowly. 20 giants wearing metal armor with scarlet body and black shoulders appeared on the platform. Their helmets are also black, and the position of the visor is painted with white to look like a skeleton. The eyepiece emits an off-white light. The huge size gives people a huge sense of oppression. A giant who didn't wear a helmet, but only installed a ring force field generator decorated with eagle wings behind his head, stepped out. It was Seth. Are you going to surrender to the Empire? Seth looked at the small group of people in front of him. It is easier to kill them than accept their surrender. This is an unspoken truth. It will take no more than 10 minutes to kill these people. Yes, we surrendered to the Empire. Cod said strongly. No one can keep calm in front of these giants. Especially after seeing the giant chainsaw sword on the opponent's waist, it is even more impossible to calm down. The chainsword has been cleaned, but the smell of blood can still be smelled. Cord could imagine the scene where the giant with a chainsaw sword massacred the soldiers on those orbital rings. That is definitely a scene like a Shura field. Not to mention witnessing, even just thinking about it is unbearable. Seth stared at the other person, and then spoke again after a moment. Where are your officers? Basically all have been caught, and some are still absconding. Cord clapped his hands, and Edwin and others were brought up. Everyone has fear and anxiety on their faces. Cole, who had just been promoted, even fainted from fright. Seth scanned the officers around and looked at Cord after confirming that their identities were correct. Then it's up to you to execute them yourself. Corder knew this was a test for them. Those who kill Union officers will no longer be accepted. But he didn't have a choice, he took a pulse pistol from a person next to him. Walked in front of Edwin. No. Edwin screamed, do you know what family I am from? I'm sorry. Corder said, I have to fight for my offspring. Cord's words were full of sarcasm. It was exactly where Edwin thought Cord was unqualified. His predecessors didn't work hard, so how could he be the head of the regiment? Naturally, only those ancestors and descendants who have worked hard and made the right choice can be the head of the regiment. In order to defend the alliance. The howling sound of the laser sounded, piercing through Edwin's head. There was a thumb-sized hole in his head that was blackened by the high temperature. Edwin was killed. This elite of noble birth and loyal to the alliance died just like that. Weskier also stood up, pointed a gun at an alliance officer, and executed him. He is determined to stand on the side of the Empire. Sorry, he owes too much debt. Combining the penalty interest brought by the failure to repay the loan in time this time, no matter how hard you work in this life, it will not be enough. The alliance is immortal, he is doomed to have no way out. One after another soldiers stood up. They have no way out. Waiting until the last officer fell, Seth turned and walked towards the gunboat. The logistics force will assist you in the transformation. There is no need to stay here anymore. This world already belongs to the Holy Emperor. 1/1000. A good start. Weskier couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he watched the steel giant step onto the gunboat. He didn't know how to describe his mood at this time. The only thought is that at least the debt problem does not have to worry about. I have seen the things of destruction come. Nothing can resist them. If there is one, maybe only the great horned rat. The problem is that the horned rat has no longer answered our painful begging. A clan chief located in the 13th Council. The Rat Waste is the largest city of the Skaven. Is also the heart of their entire underground empire. Birthplace of the Ratmen all over the world. Possesses powerful magic, strong fortifications, and terrifying military power unimaginable by the outside world. The endless caves are repeatedly superimposed, the twisted corridors are crisscrossed, and the horror city is built on the basis of viciousness and filth. The world's largest city with the most Skaven was perfectly hidden by the Grey Seers who mastered the magic of warpstone. The abandoned capital has complex and complete industrial facilities. The huge running generator with complex structure is running eternally in the dark. Immeasurable rats stand and run like humans. Deformed machines keep churning out disgusting mutants. Bloated female rats with shrunken limbs, constantly multiplying corrupt offspring. As the capital of the Skaven, this terrifying city is naturally the largest economic and commercial center of the underground empire. Every year, a large number of clan members transport goods and slaves here. Mysterious Skaven lords, grey prophets, and warlords gather here, where chaotic and disorderly political struggles are staged day after day in the labyrinth of darkness. Even on the streets, there are desperados, thieves, gangsters, bandits, traitors, and assassins, forming a lawless power struggle. Countless factions have set off fights around city wealth, political power, wealth, etc., which will never stop. Every Skaven is killing each other for the Horned Rat's supreme plans and personal interests. Find ways to push the end of the world. Many factions have thought about killing the Skaven once and for all, or raiding their capital. However, they all gave up in the end. It is by no means an easy task to enter the wasteland of the Demon Rat. The surrounding area of the abandoned city of demon rats is shrouded in a swamp of death. Those who enter are mortal and not alive. The rotting water and mud of the swamp mix with each other, and a highly poisonous miasma rises from the ever-changing reactions. The ratmen unscrupulously discharged all kinds of highly toxic plagues and biochemical agents into the swamp, causing the already unbearable swamp to become even more corrupt. After a long period of accumulation, a billowing poisonous mist even formed over the swamp. A ray of sunlight cannot penetrate the clouds and come to the ground. A large number of ska slave fleets, diving ratmen, and small mobile shacks shuttled in the dark and narrow river channels of the swamp. Harvesting ships roam the endless swamps, looking for rotting crops and fungi. The slaves and low-level ratmen captured from various races worked under the whip of the ratman supervisor and were forced to inhale those terrible poisonous gases. They often die a painful death within a few weeks. Those slaves have to endure the internal organs being corroded by poisonous gas until they rot a little bit and become pus. The closer you get to the abandoned city of demon rats in the depths of the swamp, the thicker the toxin-laden fog becomes. By the end there wasn't even a gleam of light. Only those cities where the radiance emitted by the installation of the dimension stone reflects the darkness. The continuous fleet slowly sailed into the city's giant port under the surveillance of the sentry. They often brought tons of grain and untold numbers of slaves. There are countless scavens working hard in the devil rat wasteland, contributing their blood and tears to the prosperity of this horrible city. Their short and tragic life will be bound to mines and factories. Living slaves are squeezed as hard as possible until they die. Dead slaves would mix grains to make food for living slaves. This city is so horrible, and cruel. The alien invaders who broke into here would often usher in unimaginable tragedies. Of course, this horror and brutal acquaintance capital will soon be a thing of the past. A man who is destined to destroy the abandoned city of demon rats is coming. He is the rat slayer pioneer, rat extermination warrior, Ratman's nemesis, the most hated person in the 13th Council, and the man who must kill the horned rat, Dax. Dax set his goal on the abandoned capital of the Ratmen, and with Valerian's permission, he recruited an army, planning to completely eradicate the Ratman's empire. Dax has been working hard to eliminate the rat people, and enjoys it. Because of the absence of oil, the scientific and technological development of the Imperial expeditionary team also experienced a slight deviation. Various stitch monsters mixed with magic and industrial technology were born. For example, the hovering airship that Dax is in. The hull is made of wood and metal, with various magic runes etched on the surface, and a furnace is installed at the stern. The power source of the furnace is the power stone extracted by the technical sages of the exploration team by referring to the practice of the elves. The airship is equipped with a large number of artillery, and it also carries more than 200 human soldiers. Dax stood at the head of the hovering airship, bragging to his subordinates about his past glorious achievements. I think I fought 7 battles in Roaring Mountain. I hacked for 3 days and 4 nights. I used my sword to kill the Skaven. They fled in embarrassment. From the side of the battlefield, I hacked to the other side of the battlefield, but the Emperor Manrud who hadn't died told me to chop slowly. Dax was excited to speak, but the officers next to him showed a look of lovelessness. Dax would repeat the story morning, day, and night. If someone asks, he will happily say a few more times. From Roaring Mountain to the Ratman stronghold that was destroyed not long ago. However, there are several officers on board who have just been transferred to Dax's men. Obviously, they hadn't heard the story. At this time, they were surrounding Dax, fascinated by the sound. My lord, if you cut it for so long, will your eyes dry out? Dax was taken aback for a while when he was talking excitedly. Look at the officer who asked the question. From Dax's astonished eyes, it can be seen that this is the first time someone has asked such a tricky question. Chapter 386 Wrath of the Horned Rat, for subscription. The person who asked the question just looked at Dax like that. There was ignorance in his eyes and a hint of immaturity unique to young people. There is no malicious intent, just pure curiosity. When Dax saw those eyes, he remembered the spring when he was 15. That was the youth that I would never get back. At the age of 15, he hasn't joined the army yet. It wasn't until a year later that he entered the army and became a recruit. Beside the old tree well at the head of the village. He once looked at a man with the same curious eyes as the young man today, and asked him a question. The man boasted that he got 10 women in one night. Dax asked the man that 11 people share a bed, wouldn't the bed collapse? At that time, the man's eyes were also wide open, and he forgot to close his mouth. Those eyes seemed to say, are you kidding me? Dax finally understood at this moment. That guy's mood must be exactly the same as his current self. Lao Zi told you that I kill rats like chopping melons and vegetables, and I am brave and invincible. You are here asking if my eyes are dry. Dax just wanted to speak. Spit out the old phlegm in my heart. The navigator of the airship shouted. A high concentration of dimensional energy has been detected, we may have reached the territory of the Ratman. Hearing this, everyone who had gathered around Dax to listen to the story all dispersed. Trotted back to his post. So did the young man who asked the question. Looking at his unfinished, reluctant look, it is obvious that he really wants to get an answer. What's the reading? Dax tidied up his clothes. Step over to the navigator standing in front of the console. The instrument made of brass is extremely shiny, and the pointer inside also swings back and forth as the environment changes. Thick thumbs, polished pipes connecting the gauges. Present the detected data on the instrument through the precise mechanical mechanism. Dax glanced at the reading, and gave up decisively. He is a brash man, and the work of a scholar is not for him. The technology of building an airship is extremely profound. It is necessary to have a full understanding of the principles and laws of the subspace and the real universe in order to use those steel pipes, bearings, bolts, pulleys, and gear chains to build a spaceship that can fly in the sky. The furnace rumbled, vibrating like a huge steam engine. The board of the ship was also trembling slightly. If you walk into the cabin at the bottom, you can see a group of engineers busy. A giant egg-shaped metal creation powers the hovering airship. That is the core of the airship's furnace. Forged by the sages of the Empire. Combined technologies from multiple fields of the Empire. By prying the etheric energy of the subspace, heavy ships can fly in the air. Complicated runes and pipes are all over the hull, forming an intricate energy circuit. The crystals installed on the pipes all over the airship sometimes dance with strange brilliance, stimulating the metal devices covered with runes to be lit or extinguished. The furnace is the core of this complex system. It pulses rhythmically, like a human heart. Those energies are circulated and then sucked into the furnace by the tubes. After being refined and supplemented again, the energy that can stimulate those devices will be transmitted out again through the complicated tubes. The arcane devices all over the surface of the hull are also pulsating and flickering rhythmically, ensuring the smooth flight of the ship. More than 5,000, already close to the red line. The navigator said, if it wasn't for the abandoned city of demon rats, there might be an open-air high-purity dimensional stone vein below, and the scale is definitely the largest we know so far. Observatory, can you see anything? Dax said to a brass sounder. Can't see anything, my lord. Both the upper and lower lookouts can only see the endless swamp miasma. These dead mice hide so well. Dax cursed in a low voice. He thought for a moment. According to some leftover adventure letters and historical records, the location of the abandoned city of demon rats should be in this area. Now there are dimensional energy readings, is there really a vein of mine below? Thinking of the mineral load, Dax shook his head. How could the rat man let a vein of dimensional stone stay next to his house and not mine it? Dax walked to the side of the airship, leaned on the railing with both hands, jumped out, and saw the mottled fog below. Those mist rolled like ocean waves. It seems that there is really nothing. After watching for a while, Dax turned around and shouted. All ships maintain a pyramid formation, blow their horns, and order all ships to fire towards the ground to see if they can blast anything. The pilot pushed one of the power levers, adjusting the speed of the airship. Accompanied by a tremor and the roar of the furnace. The arcane device at the bottom of the airship shone brightly. Dax's ship accelerated slightly and became the leader of the fleet. The airships with many imperial double eagle flags also adjusted their positions, forming a pyramidal battle formation according to the positions during training. Fire! Dax roared. Like the loud noise of thousands of thunderstorms. All the gun barrels, torpedoes and muskets on the fleet began to roar at the same time. Smoke and flames of ammunition roared into the mist. There were bursts of explosions on the ground, and the turbulent airwaves stirred up the disgusting poisonous fog. Tear open the miasma that has accumulated for an unknown number of years. Allow Dax and his party to see a corner of the swamp. Dax smiled. In the torn miasma, he saw the howling scavens. They roared towards the sky with voices full of hatred, brandishing rusty swords. The explosion just now caused the tragic death of many scavens. They have indeed arrived at the wasted city of demon rats, and they are just swimming on top of it. The layer of miasma not only blocked the sunlight of the abandoned city of demon rats, but also shielded the escaping energy of the dimension stone, weakening the transmission of sound. This is the reason why Dax and the others couldn't find the abandoned city of demon rats. Until the fleet sails over the towers that use warp stones. The device of the airship detected the dimensional energy readings and found anomalies. The ratmen fought back. Breaks of green light shot out from the dimensional stone tower of the demon rat waste city, pierced the miasma, and hit the energy shield of the human floating ship, causing a series of ripples. Dax ordered the fleet to counterattack and bomb the enemy with all its strength. Following his command, all the cannons of the fleet roared. There are also some soldiers holding bombs and throwing them down. When those shells and bombs hit the ground, it is as impactful as a volcanic eruption, setting off flames and debris, and bursting out with earth-shattering explosions. Blow those scavens to pieces. Some Skaven took out their bows and arrows and shot at the sky. However, even the most powerful Scarlet archers can hardly hit the human floating ships suspended in the sky, let alone cause damage. The only ones that can attack the human fleet are the dimensional stone tower built by the Skaven mage team headed by Grey Prophet, as well as the dimensional lightning cannon and dimensional torch cannon built by some Ratman engineering warlocks, which can hit floating ships. But those tall towers and artillery are often attacked within a few minutes of revealing their positions. Following a series of bombardments, the towers built by the Ratman mages and the artillery built by the warlock engineers were pulled out one after another. The demon rats quickly lost their ability to counterattack the human fleet. Even if you can fight back. Those rat people who are good at preserving their own strength dare not continue to fight back. As long as you expose your position, human fire attacks will follow. The demon rat waste capital has ushered in the most humiliating moment in thousands of years. Humans continue to bombard. Destroy all those tall buildings. The airwaves and flames formed by the explosion drive the miasma. Let the devil's nest, which has been shrouded in darkness, be seen again. Continue to blow up. Dax was sincerely happy when he heard the wailing of the ratmen on the ground and saw their desolate and painful appearance. He always had a lot of fun dealing with those ratmen. It's just that those cunning brutes quickly found a way to deal with the bombing, and they abandoned the surface. All moved to the ground. Even those dimensional stone buildings were quickly demolished and sent underground. There is their base camp. The cave cities built underground by the ratmen are far larger than the surface. Their roots are in the ground, not on the surface. After turning all the buildings on the ground into ruins and confirming that there were no more Ratmen on the surface, Dax ordered to land and fight. Dax brought a fleet of more than 400 ships. The fleet is composed of attack airships, transport ships, multifunctional landing craft, bombing craft, and other flying ships. A total of 15,000 trained elite human soldiers participated in the battle. There are also a large number of engineers and migrant workers for logistics support. His crusade against the demon rat this time can be described in 4 words. Not only did they take away all the suspended ships built by Middenheim, but they also brought all the officers and soldiers trained during this period of time, who understand tactics and how to operate new equipment. There are also a large number of migrant workers originally used for construction. This battle is only for the complete elimination of the Skaven. Valerian did not object to this either. The nobles have collapsed, and all humans will be united. A victory against alien races will greatly increase the influence of the Holy Emperor on this world. Let them know how the Holy Emperor's banner will change them. A flat area was chosen as the landing area. The first to be sent down were those steam-powered war robots, the Ripper. The Ripper is 5 meters high, as huge as a house, protected by a thick iron shell. Cooperatively operated by 4 humans staying in the cockpit. The shape presents a humanoid design. The overall material is wood and steel treated with a special process. Built in a powered steam furnace. It is not the inefficient energy consumption materials such as wood or coal that heat the water, but those energy stones. The Ripper is equipped with a sawtooth wheel on one robotic arm and an automatic cannon on the other arm. The 2 huge jet pipes on the back are responsible for discharging unusable steam and heat to avoid excessive heat. Fischer, the former junior officer of the Middenheim City Defense Force, is now rising in status. Now he has become the commander of the mechanized force. It was he and his subordinates who were the first to land. 5 Rippers were deployed to the landing site immediately. When it was more than 10 meters away from the ground, the floating ship used the zipline to drop these heavy war weapons. When they landed, the screams of the Ratmen rang out, and they poured out from all directions, rushing towards the 5 Rippers. Demon Rat Waste is the first city given to the Skaven by the Horned Rat, and it is also the home of the Skaven's rise. The human invasion made all the Ratman clans full of anger. They withdrew underground, but it doesn't mean they will let it go. When the Rippers hit the ground, they fought back. They want to let humans know that this is a place they cannot set foot on. The Ratman's counterattack had already been predicted by several Dax commanders. Those beasts are not a race that gives up easily. For the Holy Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire. Fischer shouted, fight for his glory. For the sake of the Holy Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire. For the sake of the Holy Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire. For the sake of the Holy Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire. For the sake of the Holy Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire. The other 4 Rippers also responded to Fischer's battle cry. They have not seen the Holy Emperor himself. Only Valerian and those who wear mechanical prosthetics can hear the story of the Holy Emperor, and see the honor of the Holy Emperor from the projections they provide. The Holy Emperor is the monarch who is destined to rule the universe. Is the savior of countless human beings scattered in the heavens and worlds. All suffering people will be happy because of his presence. All dead souls no longer need to fear being taken away by evil gods, but will go to the domain of the Holy Emperor, where they will sleep happily. Skaven swarmed screaming, howling madly. Fischer operated the Ripper to attack. The high-speed rotating sawtooth easily cut off the Skaven's weapon. Cut off their filthy bodies. A Skaven clad in rusted armor is sliced by the Ripper's chainsaw. Without a moment of stagnation, the high-speed rotating sawtooth slid over its body, splitting it in 2 amidst the Ratman's painful howls. Dark red blood spurted out, and the intestines also flowed out together. The scene was so brutal that it was impossible to look directly at it. In just a moment, the Ripper was painted red with blood. Another robotic arm's automatic cannon is also firing. Boom. Boom. The sound of gunfire was deafening. Powerful bullets with terrifying penetration and explosions. Skaven that were struck disintegrate like swollen blisters. Broken like ripe fruit. A dark red mist of blood spurted out from every torn corpse. The Ratmen attacked the 5 Rippers in a frantic manner. But all to no avail. Countless Ratman corpses fell in a pool of blood, howling in pain. Not even the gigantic Skaven trolls are a match for the Ripper. The body was easily cut open by the circular sawtooth, blood was spattered, and he died screaming. The massacre of the 5 Rippers created conditions for the landing of other troops. Several steam tanks were also lowered by zip lines. They made rumbling roars, like awakened monsters. 6 huge iron wheels stirred the ground under their feet. The tall smoke pipe installed at the tail emits billowing steam. The front of the steam tank has a metal-wrapped ram. Extending from it are huge ruthless iron spikes. Like the Ripper, the steam tank is also riveted with thick steel plates, so it is not easy to be damaged. The Skaven's dimensional guns and bows and arrows hit it, and there was only a crackling sound, but no real damage. In the thick armor on both sides of the steam tank, there are rows of shotgun ports and flamethrower ports. Steam tanks cooperate with the Ripper to build an indestructible line of defense. They fired shells while advancing. Those iron thorns easily pierced the Ratman's body. The flames ignited the Ratmen who wanted to attack the steam tank. Their fur sizzled in the flames and gave off a foul stench. The shotgun muzzles on both sides also sprayed out sheets of tiny marbles. The Ratmen at close range were beaten to the brim with holes and many of their heads were knocked off. The Ratmen were blocked out by the steam tank and the Ripper. The spaceships began to descend, releasing the soldiers they were carrying. For the sake of the holy light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire. For the sake of the holy light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire. For the sake of the holy light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire. Shouts kept ringing out one after another. Human soldiers generally wear a full set of armor engraved with special runes. These armors have terrifying defensive power, and at the same time are light enough to not consume too much physical strength for the wearer. In his hand is an automatic rifle made specifically for this world. Thousands of humans shoot the Skaven waves with automatic rifles. Formed a terrifying firepower net, harvesting the Ratmen in droves. In the absence of oil, the exploration team found another way to establish an alternative industrial civilization through electricity and magic. For this reason, the soldiers also use thermal weapons in the style of industrial civilization. As for energy weapons, the reason why these did not appear is that the weapons of the industrial age are enough for the exploration team to conquer the world. And more resources should be put on building outposts and finding alternatives to petroleum derivatives. Dax also joined the battle. The rampant Ratmen gushed out of the ground like a tide. The scene can only be described as crazy. The transport ship released a group of small attack airships. They are generally operated by one person and equipped with automatic rotary machine guns. Using its high maneuverability, it continuously provides fire support to the ground in the air. Use the machine gun to shoot wildly at the Ratmen on the ground to relieve the pressure on the ground troops. To be honest, this is a massacre against the Skaven. In just a few minutes, thousands of Ratmen died tragically. The number of casualties continues to rise. Yet the Ratmen have no fear. When one Skaven falls, more Skaven rush up to fill their positions. However, their fate is nothing more than repeating the former tragedy. Dax rushed into the Rat Wave, and he still used the two-handed power sword from before. The activated power field leaps with a dazzling arc, making it extremely sharp and cutting iron like mud. The unique Ratman smell of the Rat Waste City is mixed with the pungent humid air. Even if the helmet has a filter, you can still smell the disgusting smell. Because of this, Dax almost threw up. After so many battles, only these Ratmen can make such a strong and disgusting stench. The green and sickly dimensional stone shines in the ruins, and there are green patches everywhere, giving the illusion of a ghost. A large number of slave rats in ragged clothes, armed with all kinds of rusty and filthy weapons, rushed towards Dax. The two-handed power sword in his hand fluttered and danced, and any enemy who tried to get close to him was slashed and killed by the sword. Not long after, there were Ratman corpses all around him. Many Ratmen were cut off by his sword and scattered on the ground. Remnants, broken arms, heads and intestines can be seen everywhere. A huge Ratman warlord set his sights on Dax. Its size far exceeds that of other Skaven, as huge and strong as a grizzly bear in a dense forest. The terrible muscles are like the cables used to moor ships, very thick. Covered in heavy, rusted steel armor. When it moves, the ground will vibrate. Appears to be able to smash through a stone wall with little effort. Their tails flicked back and forth like whips, making a whistling sound. Holding a huge mace, with a large number of metal spikes inlaid on it, glowing with a strange green light. It was obviously smeared with plague poison or something. As long as a small wound is drawn, it will kill immediately. Heads hung from the dilapidated banner tied behind the bulky body. The red eyes of the Skaven warlord were filled with pure malice, and the foul-smelling saliva flowed from his mouth. It rushed towards Dax, the mace in his hand exploded in the air. The deafening sound made the eardrums ache. Dax bent down, lowered his body, and the mace whizzed past his head with a piercing sound. Just a few seconds later and he would have to fly out. Imperial armor has defense capabilities beyond imagination. Dax is still just flesh and blood, not an immortal god. Skaven warlords will knock him out like a baseball, which can break his bones or blow his head off. The disgusting smell of mixed animal feces, stinking sewers and rotting corpses emanated from the Ratman warlord and poured into Dax's nasal cavity. Made his stomach churn. The most disgusting thing about fighting the Ratman is this. Dax dodged to the side, just going around behind the opponent. Wait until the other party turns around. He squatted forward and stabbed forward violently, and the long sword pierced the opponent's abdomen a little downward like a tofu. That's an important place. As long as a race has gender divisions, that's where it matters. Rat people have amazing fecundity, which means they will find female rats to communicate with each other anytime and anywhere. For this reason, it also has a well-developed reproductive system. Anger and fear flashed in the eyes of the Ratman warlord, and it opened its mouth to reveal its disgusting, sharp teeth, and let out a deafening roar. It raised the huge mace, trying to kill the human who had taken his glory. And Dax cut off its legs with one sword, causing it to lose its balance and fall down. Amid the painful screams of the Ratman warlord, Dax stepped forward and slashed the opponent's forehead with his sword, splitting the hard skull, announcing his death. The monster's eyes gradually dimmed, and he died immediately. Dax showed a smile, and he raised his long sword. For the sake of the holy light, the omniscient and omnipotent emperor, kill all these sewer rats. The suspended transport ship is still constantly putting down its passengers. The heavily armed soldiers formed small battle formations and kept advancing. These soldiers were trained in the manner of the Imperial Star Army, equipped with full-body protective armor, automatic rifles and bayonets, and daggers for close combat. The range of automatic rifles far exceeds the muskets of the Empire and the dimensional guns of Skaven. Using magazines, unlike Ratman's dimensional guns, you need to reload once you shoot one shot. Gunshots rang out endlessly, and Ratmen were constantly knocked down by bullets. The Ratmen rushed over like a wave, leaving behind piles of corpses. But they are still very crazy, trying to shorten the distance between them and human soldiers with massive sacrifices. However, when they got close enough, the heavy machine guns and mortars deployed on the commanding heights of the soldiers roared. Heavy machine gun fire rate up to 300 rounds per second. The bullets flying at high speed tore the Ratman's body apart instantly. Mortars bombarded the gathered Ratman in a targeted manner. The shells that fell on the ground instantly blew up piles of Ratman. The piled up Ratman corpses also suffered the same fate. The charging Ratman lost cover and was slaughtered by human soldiers again. Continuing to make heavy sacrifices, but unable to push forward. The warlord who directed the Ratman's attack could hardly afford such a loss. The eerie horn sounded. After realizing that they could not resist the landing of humans, the Skaven had no choice but to give up. The surviving Ratman retreated underground. Without the interference of the Ratman, the floating ship released all the thousands of humans. Soldiers all wore full armor. The scholars and workers responsible for building the defenses wore protective clothing with breathing apparatus to avoid being brought down by the plague gas of the Ratman. It is not an easy task to capture the waste capital of the demon rat. Smash ground defenses are just the beginning. Ratman have a scale far exceeding the surface underground. The most important thing is to completely destroy the underground part. Someone once suggested using ground shakers to trigger the collapse and bury the Skaven Empire. After several attempts, Dax gave up. The Ratman's city roots are too deep. Earth shock bombs can only destroy part of it, and cannot hurt the deepest part. If you want to get rid of the Ratman completely, you have to go into their lair with real swords and guns. After consolidating the defense of the landing site, Dax plans to attack the underground. This time there is no help from the original warriors of the Empire, only 15,000 soldiers recruited from the mainland. Dax doesn't have much of an opinion on this. The soldiers recruited from the local area must let the Empire see its value. With the advanced weapons equipped by the Empire, even enemies like the Ratman couldn't be wiped out. Then why did the Empire spend so much energy cultivating and training such an army? The steam machinery unit led by Fisher is responsible for staying behind. Steam machinery is generally very large, and it is easy to be destroyed by the enemy's concentrated fire when entering the narrow underground. Put them on the surface to wipe out the Ratman who dare to take the lead, do a good job of logistics support, and give full play to the importance of mechanical troops. Suppressing the demon rat in the waste is not something that can be completed in a day or two. Dax estimated that it would be difficult to wipe out the Ratman in less than a month. At that time, the Ratman from all directions will probably respond to the order of the 13th Council and rush to defend the abandoned capital. This battle is not so easy to end. Dax selected a group of elites to be the vanguard with him. These elites are all selected from the private guards carefully cultivated by the nobles. Everyone is a full-time soldier who has been training the enemy since childhood. Is the reliance of the nobles. After the fall of Altdorf, many nobles were captured. These soldiers were also accepted by the exploration team and retrained. For the sake of the Holy Light, the all-knowing and omnipotent Emperor, we must kill every Ratman. Dax said, don't be afraid, and don't be timid. When you complete your mission, your soul will be taken away by the Holy Emperor. Go, and sleep in his heavenly kingdom. After delivering a motivating speech to the soldiers as usual, Dax ordered the assault. The assault team brought high-brightness lighting equipment. Those devices can illuminate the passage as bright as day, and can also make the Ratman who stay in the dark so stimulated by the strong light that they can't open their eyes. Relying on advanced firearms and Dax's lunatic massacre, the vanguard quickly smashed the Ratman's surface defenses and entered the intricate network of underground passages. Winding loops and intertwined tunnels echoed with Skaven screams and the sounds of firearms and commands. Other troops are responsible for maintaining the places captured by the commandos and ensuring logistical supplies. The tunnel extends in all directions. Dax has no intention of capturing every tunnel. If you do that, no amount of manpower will be enough. He only seized the main road, and set up defenses at the nodes of each main road to ensure logistical supplies. The vanguard is responsible for all the way to the very center of the Ratman city. Fight to destroy the Temple of the Horned Rat and the 13th Council. Both are key to the unity of the Ratman. If these two are destroyed, the Ratman's morale will be greatly reduced, and they will become the opponent who is at the mercy of others. The battle in the underground tunnel is more intense. The Ratman defend their capital by all means. The 13th Council is also very clear that it must defend the abandoned capital of the Demon Rat, which is the headquarters of the major clans. Once it is taken away by humans, it will definitely cause an unimaginable blow to the morale of the Ratman. The members of the 13th Council also acted like lunatics, continuously issuing orders, requiring the clans to send elites and take out various weapons they had collected. Some unfinished weapons have been moved out of the workshop. The two sides launched an unimaginably brutal fight. The promoted Hoodie also participated in this battle. He led his team to patrol back and forth in the dank tunnel to ensure the smooth flow of logistics routes. Fierce battles are commonplace, and signal soldiers can be seen running back and forth at all times, asking for reinforcements from follow-up troops. Bright lights illuminate those dark tunnels. The Ratman with red or green eyes came flooding in like a tide. The heavy machine guns on defense roared continuously, forming a firepower net, tearing up those Ratman. After a battle, there are often broken limbs and broken arms everywhere. The barrel of the machine gun is also deformed at high temperature due to excessive shooting in high-intensity battles. Every once in a while the barrel needs to be replaced. Of course, attacking the Ratman's underground city is not without cost. Skaven mages who possess special sorcery tend to cause casualties to the squad. There are also some Ratman assassins who will hide in the corpses of the same kind, and when humans pass by, they will suddenly rush out and stab the plague-stained dimensional stone sword into the soldiers' bodies. Their weapons are so vicious that they will take the life of a soldier in seconds. They must be careful enough not to be plotted against by those despicable and shameless rat people. The number of ratmen is their great advantage. And their dimensional stone magic and engineering creations are another advantage. Dax led the elite veterans into the ratmen's defense like a spear. The rest of the troops provide cover for them, help defend the intricate network of tunnels, and protect their logistics from being cut off by the ratmen. The narrow tunnels cannot accommodate a large-scale army, so they can only be divided into small teams, seize important nodes, and slaughter those ratmen. The team led by Dax rushed the fastest. After another brutal fight, the ratmen left a large number of corpses and fled to those intricate tunnels. I thought that the enemy would lose part of the territory because of fear, but Dax and the others had just turned a corner of the tunnel when they saw a group of ratmen with dimensional guns setting up defenses at a node position. A dimensional stone tower shining with green light shone sickly, bursting out with thunder and lightning that made people feel palpitations. When Dax and the others appeared, the ratmen with weapons also shot and threw bombs with plague gas. During the rumbling explosion, the plague gas spread unscrupulously. Dimensional stone bullets flew in the air, leaving behind strange green tricks, shining in the night sky. Boom those rats! Dax gave an order to his team members. The two soldiers carrying the bazooka carried out the order without hesitation. They stood up from the bunker, and after simply aligning the target, they pulled the firing trigger. Two rockets with bright tail flames roared forward. A huge explosion shook the tunnel. The dimensional stone tower was blown to pieces, and the ratman was also blown away, hitting the wall like a rag bag. Kill! Dax roared, waving his sharp sword and charging forward. Those ratmen were frightened and ran around, but they were chased by Dax and others, knocked down and killed them one by one. For the sake of the holy light, the all-knowing and all-powerful emperor of the empire. Dax walked past the corpses of the ratmen, roaring. Other soldiers responded with the same shout. They broke through the defenses built by the ratmen time and time again. Went deep into the ground and entered the solid rock plate. Where they passed along the way, broken rat corpses can be seen everywhere. They arrived at a vast underground space. There is a beautiful and magnificent temple there. Countless huge ratmen stood in front of the temple, waiting for human invaders. There are ratmen archers, rat trolls, and huge ratmen warlords, ratmen mages, and priests wielding green staffs. At the front are the ratmen holding a giant shield, and behind them are the firearms troops holding dimensional carrying guns, dimensional stone firearms, and dimensional flamethrowers. A little further behind, you can see a large number of dimensional stone towers emitting green light, rattling muskets like Gatling on the battlefield, and the huge destruction wheel, dimensional lightning cannon. It is in stark contrast to the slovenly and dirty ratmen and the beautiful and clean temple. Obviously, that temple is the worshipped by the ratman clan, the temple of the horned rat. When Dax and others appear, the ratmen all howled, and all kinds of firearms fired together. The tunnels were blown beyond recognition by dense explosions and bullets. If it weren't for this piece of stone, it would have collapsed in this explosion. Skaven assassins armed with warpstone daggers swarmed into the tunnels after the firearms drove the humans back, trying to kill the worlds that dared to invade their homeland. Unfortunately, in front of the weapons of Dax and others, the ratman assassins were brought down in rows. They should not be used on the frontal battlefield. Sneak attacks and assassinations are their areas of expertise. The problem is that humans are too close to the main temple of the horned rat. The members of the 13th Council can no longer care so much. Even if it takes the lives of rats, those damned humans must be driven back. Dax was fearless in the face of the raging rat tide. The two-handed sword in his hand slaughtered those ratmen like chopping melons and vegetables. The other team members relied on him to shoot the ratmen. At first they fell into a slump. The number of ratmen is too large. However, over time, other teams also arrived one after another, launching attacks from other directions, forcing the ratmen defending the temple to disperse their troops. The pressure on Dax and the others was greatly reduced, and they launched a countercharge. With the bombardment of various grenades and rockets, the ratmen's defense line built with various dimensional stone creations was shattered. After the brutal fighting, the battlefield in front of the temple was full of corpses and burning wreckage. Countless ratmen died, including a few human corpses. The bright red blood is about to stain the walls of the temple of the horned rat red. The gate of the temple was smashed. The ratmen priests inside were slaughtered. When the humans went in, they were trying to summon the horned rats. The huge horned rat statue stands in the center of the temple. The horned rat has several huge horns on its head. Its mouse-like head and face are covered with armor. It holds a scepter in one hand and a dagger in the other. Standing feet first bent back and then bent forward to form an arc. Sculptures like that are nothing sacred to Dax, only horror and distortion. If you have to describe it, it is your god, my devil. The screams of the rat-man priests echoed in the temple. Blood stained the temple of the horned rat, and even splashed on the statue of the horned rat. After killing the last ratman priest, Dax walked in front of the statue of the horned rat. Just about to swing a sword to destroy it. Human. An angry voice sounded in his mind. Like thousands of evil spirits emitting together, it is full of endless hatred. Chapter 387 The Evil Empire is Coming, subscribe. That weird voice made Dax's face change drastically. His muscles tensed, his body arched slightly, ready to fight. I have been in the foggy world for so long. Dax also knows the basics of those chaotic creatures. Have a certain understanding. Know how scary those guys really are. The concept of its existence will pollute the spirit and soul of the world. The barriers between reality and illusion in this world have been broken. The etheric power of the warp pervades this world. The coming of chaotic creatures is not difficult. The other party should not really come. Dax took 2 steps back silently. He gripped his power sword tightly, looking around vigilantly. If the horned rat came in person, Dax would definitely turn around and run away without saying a word. When it is safe, call Valerian to kill God. Dax was full of confidence in Valerian. After all, that guy was fighting all the way on the journey across the universe with a halberd. A mere horned rat should not be a problem. Dax was highly nervous, looking around vigilantly. There is no weird brilliance, nor is there any ether frenzy strong enough to support the arrival of a chaotic creature. After waiting for a while, there was no further movement. It seems that the other party did not come. You will pay the price. The voice echoing in Dax's mind was full of resentment, as if there were thousands of different wills shouting at the same time. Chaos and disorder, like a group of demented rats screaming. The chaos gods are always like this. Too greedy, immersed in one's own desires. Devoured countless souls. Possesses terrifying power that can distort the real universe. But they are not pure, chaotic, and disorderly, even the spirit is split. This is why they are called chaos creatures. Sweeping around the temple, Dax finally set his sights on the weird sculpture of the horned rat. Relying on the keen intuition that has been trained in the foggy world for many years, he could feel a strange atmosphere in the sculpture. Let me pay the price, and you deserve it too. Do you know who I messed with? After Dax realized that the voice could not harm him, he relaxed, and his words were full of ridicule. That voice was offended. A will so terrifying that it shouldn't exist sent a message to Dax like an oath. Mortal, no matter who you get asylum, you will pay the price. Your soul will be bound in the abyss and suffer all kinds of suffering. Dax raised his sword. I'm afraid you can't do it, false god. By the will of the Holy Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire, I pronounce your doom, you creature of chaos in the warp, go away. The power sword drew a ray of light in the air. Easily cut off the legs of the horned rat sculpture, causing it to lose its balance and fall. The sculpture made a dull sound when it hit the ground, and it shattered into countless pieces. The voice howled, high-pitched. Obviously, Dax's action of destroying the statue completely enraged him. A terrible will set off a stormy sea in the high heavens. It wants to crush Dax's soul. Pull Dax's soul out of his body to play with his soul and torture it. However, that will was blocked by an invisible force. It was like a gust of wind blocked by transparent glass. The wind howled, but there was no way to hurt the target he wanted to hurt. It can see Dax, but it can't touch him. Dax could feel the terror of that will. He also knew very well that the other party couldn't hurt him. His soul is sheltered by the Holy Emperor. Even if the two are in different universes, the distance is unimaginably far away. But as long as he fights for the Holy Emperor and advances the great cause of the Empire, his soul will be protected. The enemy has no way to hurt him, only impotent and furious. Unless the opponent has overwhelming power and can easily crush the human empire behind him. You can't come, fool. I'll kill every ratman. Destroy every temple of yours, and in the end, no one will remember you. You'll lose your faith, and over time, your name will never be spoken again. At that time, you were like a broken temple that no one repaired, collapsed in a violent storm, and was completely abandoned. Dax no longer has any scruples. He knew he could hear him. There is only an invisible curtain between the two. The horned rat stared at him, wanting him to die. But it can't do it. This is the limitation of the gods. They have to have a spokesperson. The sculpture fell down, and the breath of resentment permeated the entire temple. My lord, all the ratmen in the vicinity have been cleared. A soldier ran in to report the situation to Dax. Dax nodded. Install explosives here to blow up this temple, and let the logistics side transport a sculpture of the Holy Emperor and place it here. Dax said, we want to tell those living and dead that there is only one true in this world, the Holy Emperor. Gods of any race are good, and they must be overthrown. Then we will be on the ruins of those destroyed temples, to build a new temple belonging to the Holy Emperor. It is not disrespectful for Dax to put the statue of the Holy Emperor here. This world is the first world where the exploration team is stationed. When it goes to the universe in the future, this world will definitely usher in development. At that time, those cities will definitely extend underground. This depth is nothing. Dax handed over this matter to the logistics group. Now the temple of the Horned Rat has been destroyed, and the 13th Council has not been found yet. He has to keep killing. Until the gang of rats are killed, or escape to other places. After clearing out the nobles and receiving all the population, the construction speed of Middenheim has increased visibly to the naked eye. The abundance of manpower and materials allowed the mechanical sages to carry out their research work on this world smoothly. It is estimated that in a few years, a base to contact Terra will be able to be established. In addition to these, the exploration team also did a lot of things. An embassy went to persuade the dwarves who lived in seclusion in the mountains to join the human empire. Participate in the construction of the base. They are all excellent craftsmen with a unique understanding of smelting and metals. With their help, the construction of the base will be much faster. Valerian started planning to go east. It is said that there is also a huge human kingdom there. And the fragment of the Emperor also guides him to that place. If it goes well, he will recover the fragment of the Emperor's soul. Wait until the fragments are collected, and then you can enter the resurrection step. What is light? An electromagnetic wave that can be received by the human eye. If the eyes are transformed to be able to receive electromagnetic waves in the full frequency range, then the whole world will be filled with light. Darkness does not exist. Isn't it a ridiculous way to use light to represent justice? I don't believe in light. Masaki Kigo, standing in the building of Setek Group, played with the ball in his hand and said in a low voice, the fate of human beings should be chosen by human beings, not by the so-called light. Good and evil it doesn't matter, what matters is how to protect humans from the harm of those monsters and the enslavement of other races. They won't trust us. When they destroy all military weapons and establish the so-called peace alliance, they think that survival is the right given to all life by God, and Ultraman will protect them. This right. They will think that we the Hawks, the culprits of breaking the peace, the lackeys of an evil empire. They trust those Ultramen above their kind. A scientist next to Kigo Masaki had a hint of pain in his tone. We don't have to think about them, we just need to do what we think is right. The Guts team is investigating the affairs of the Empire, and ensuring the Empire's arrival is our most important mission. Masaki Kigo said, those giants don't like the Empire. When they find out that the Empire is coming, they will do everything possible to stop it. Chapter 388 The Prey That Entered the Trap, Seeking Subscription. Setek Group is definitely the most competitive and creative company in the world. Kigo Masaki, who serves as its president, is a world-renowned physicist and biologist. Win many science and technology awards, known as the most knowledgeable person in mankind. The few people gathered next to Masaki Kigo are all human elites. Has made outstanding contributions in aerospace, new materials, genetic biology, and basic physical theory. To some extent, they are the real elite, not those pigs who rely on the wealth and connections of their parents. Everyone gathered at Kigo Masaki is extremely important to human society. They lead the cutting-edge technology in a field. However, these people are all disappointed and hopeless with today's human society. This society is already sick. Illness is hopeless, and illness is dying. Since humans entered the industrial age, all kinds of monsters have emerged in an endless stream. In the face of these crises, instead of strengthening military research and development, human beings have become more and more dependent on those giants. This is true from the 18th century of the last century to the 25th century today. A lot of human military equipment uses antiques hundreds of years ago. It is not that human technology has not progressed. Rather, society as a whole is being slowly castrated. Human beings as a whole tend to be feminine, and they rely heavily on the so-called Ultramen in fighting monsters. Many Ultramans claim to be the defenders of the order of the universe. Comes from a place called the Kingdom of Light, responsible for protecting everyone from harm. Under the protection of those giants, human beings have become increasingly bloodless and lack male characteristics. Put all resources in the field of people's livelihood. The colonization of different planets has been started successively, and the entire solar system has been developed. The universe is not without enemies. Those hateful aliens will always appear non-stop, wreaking havoc on human cities. Every time this time comes, those giants will descend from the sky, defeat those monsters smoothly, and then leave amidst the cheers of the people. It's always been like this, it's never been anything new. The brains of those ignorant masses and their logical thinking are limited to this. Only a few reports are needed, and a few specious experts can fool them into unnecessary. TPC, MAC, and other important official organizations on the Earth are all advocating the theory of Ultraman protection. Turn on any TV station and you will be able to see those experts advocating the greatness of Ultraman. Without Ultraman, there is no future for mankind. We are all light, part of Ultraman. If you can live in the world protected by Ultraman, you will have no regrets in this life. On the internet, as long as you take a random video of Ultraman fighting a monster, it will make those people excited to climax. Now the first thought of any child seeing a monster is to let Ultraman appear quickly and defeat the monster. Their worldview has developed a subconscious that Ultraman will protect them. This is exactly where these human elites feel sad. In a few more generations, humans may no longer have voices against those giants. They are light, justice, benevolence, and everything about human beings. People will forget the nature of war. Rely on the strength of those giants. Never learn to fight those fearsome enemies by yourself again. When they saw monsters, they would call out the names of the Ultramen instead of resisting them by themselves. At that time, what is the difference between human beings who have lost their aggressiveness and those domestic animals living in animal pens? Masaki Kigo is also worried about that future. Even fear. For this reason, he has been trying another thing, which is to steal the power of those giants. Harness this Setek group's influence. He secretly gathered many like-minded partners, formed an alliance, and devoted himself to saving mankind. Arrange those people to join the team where the Ultraman human body is located through the financial and material resources of the Setek group. Use various names to investigate the transformation devices of those human bodies and their source of power. For some reason, those so-called Ultramen always like to use the bodies of local creatures when they are active among humans. Those people whose bodies are used are called human bodies. The secrets of the human body are only known to a few people. Kigo Masaki is one of them. He vaguely felt that there might be a huge secret hidden in it. In order to gain insight into the secret, he launched the Light Particle Research Project. This project also gave him access to a mysterious inter-universe force. Empire of Man. They are not large in scale, there is only one exploration team. But they have extremely advanced technology and have a deep understanding of space and time. The Imperials hid in society, collecting information about the universe, and lobbying the native elites who might join them. Get ready for the fall of the Empire preliminary preparations. In order to win over Masaki Kigo and the allies behind him, the scholars of the Empire revealed some truths to him. Informed Masaki Kigo of the existence of the heavens, the origin and cycle of everything in the universe, and even the terrible things that the Empire has been fighting against. Those pure and unspeakable evils. Horrible creatures that exist purely for the purpose of destroying, fooling, and destroying. Countless universes have been destroyed. Some that have not been destroyed have become breeding farms for those horrible things, and they are kept in captivity as food. There is no place in the heavens and worlds that is absolutely safe. The vast etheric ocean connects all universes. These universes influence each other. It is doomed that no creature can escape that sad fate. In order to win and avoid being the food of those chaos creatures, the Empire must unite all humans. Avoid those who are arrogant and ignorant who will poison the entire race. Once the victory is won, it will bring an unimaginable bright future to mankind. Every human being isolated in the heavens will become a true whole. It's like water droplets will eventually flow into the ocean. A trans-universe empire belonging to mankind will be established. The peak of civilization that human beings can imagine will become a reality. Masaki Kigo is not a person who is easily persuaded. However, the truth revealed by those imperial scholars touched him a bit. One thing, Masaki Kigo has never told anyone. At a very young age, he had frequent nightmares. Dreaming of those terrible dark doomsdays, seeing the end of humanity in dreams. Those innocent people were screaming and crying in the flames. Those terrible dreams are like flashbacks of ancient memories, and also like foreshadowings of future fragments. When Masaki Kigo grew up and came into contact with those Ultramen, he also realized that his dream revealed the fate of mankind. Humanity will perish in darkness. Every life will be lost in the carnival, despaired in the torment of the plague, and die crying in the face of fear. Those Ultramen from the Kingdom of Light and from other worlds cannot save human beings. They will even drop humans at critical moments. Humanity must save itself. You must choose your own future, and firmly hold your destiny in your own hands. Masaki Kigo chose to join the Empire without hesitation, and declared his allegiance to the so-called Holy Emperor. And his condition is that the Empire must protect the world. To prevent the terrible dark end he prophesied. Stop those evil chaos gods from harvesting his people. The Empire gave Masaki Kigo some technological assistance, allowing him to speed up the research on light particles and allow humans to master the power to become giants. Meanwhile, prepare for the arrival of the Empire. If you want to fight against those evil things, keep them out of the world where ordinary people live. It cannot be done without a strong, sacrificing legion. The strength of human beings stems from their successive generations of brave and fearless people. Not a hero, let alone an Ultraman. However, Masaki Kigo knew that this matter was not that simple. The coming of the Empire will inevitably bring turmoil. A dictator's empire is absolutely unacceptable to people today. Human civilization entered an almost ideal democratic society with the help of Altman. After the Empire comes, it will inevitably break all this, and let all rules and orders be subverted and re-established. Can you imagine that the entire human civilization is ruled by an emperor? Totalitarianism like that is absolutely unacceptable to those so-called democrats. Masaki Kigo is very clear that humans must join the Empire. Only a united human civilization can deal with those creatures that are too dark to imagine, too terrifying to exist in reality. The protection that relies on external force is unreliable after all. Humanity must become stronger by itself. Masaki Kigo suppressed the many thoughts in his heart and focused his attention on the current predicament. We have to speed up the research on light particles, and this power must be in the hands of us humans. Masaki Kigo said, I will never allow any problems with this matter. He has to speed up the research on light particles, and strive to research the secret of human body transformation as quickly as possible. During years of investigation, Masaki Kigo discovered a problem. Many of the human beings get their powers in very different ways in the beginning, and according to some secret investigations, their light is also very different. Part of Ultraman comes from a mysterious kingdom of light. It is very far away from the solar system. Is currently out of reach of Masaki Kigo. The other part comes from the planet itself. For example, Ultraman Tiga, who is currently active, has a human body that is a member of Guts, Daegu. He has the gene of an ultra-ancient warrior in his body and can use light to manipulate the body of a giant. It can be said that his power comes from super-ancient giants, not the kingdom of light. Also, Ultraman Gaia, who was active at the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century, is said to be derived from the power of the earth. Ultraman 7, who was active in the middle and late 20th century, and Ultraman Taro came from the kingdom of light. Behind all these things, there is an unusual thing. There is a power hidden in the universe waiting to be discovered and used. Mastering the appropriate method, you can turn into light and manipulate the giant's body to fight. Kigo Masaki has been trying to artificially control those lights, so that that power becomes the patron saint of mankind and the weapon of war for mankind. After receiving the assistance of the Empire, his research made a great breakthrough. Give him some more time, and he will be able to complete the combination of human beings and light particles. Let mankind usher in a new era. The only disadvantage is that the existence of the Empire has also been noticed by Guts and other forces. They followed the clues to investigate the exploration team sent by the Empire, a trans-universe force. This made Masaki Kigo very worried. He used some means to ask some high-ranking officials for help, hoping that they could stop the Guts investigation. Some people in the alliance are active at the top. Although they are not powerful, they still have a certain influence. With the impact of Ultraman on human society, the trend of thinking that human beings should completely give up weapons and give up all military research and development is becoming more and more widespread. However, not everyone is so easily fooled by the so-called peace and beauty. There are still many sober people in the restricted military. They know that truth and peace exist only within the range of the cannon. As long as your cannon can hit any enemy who wants to invade you, then truth and peace exist. Without that cannon, truth and peace would be an unrealistic dream. Some people are deeply worried about the proliferation of extreme pacifism. In order to win votes, the politicians of democratic votes are even more confused, and the proposals they instigate are exaggerated one by one. Some politicians even propose a feminized society, using genetic modification to make men more feminine and make them no longer brutal. What frightened Masaki Kigo was that this trend had already begun. Male public figures in some countries generally tend to be feminine. At first glance, they will subjectively think that the other party is a girl. Not long ago, a male public figure with a fair face, long hair and shawls, a slender and soft body, as if his bones were made of bananas, elegant and soft manners, and a cute voice, became popular on the internet. The reason is that the other party drank a glass of ice water in a public place, and said delicately, "It's so cool." Because of this sentence, the internet exploded, and was considered by countless media as the cutest boy of the year, which aroused the pursuit of countless boys and girls, gained a lot of wealth, and achieved a perfect life. One can imagine how sick this society has become. If mankind continues like this, it will be a matter of time before it will be destroyed. A lot of people are deeply saddened by this. Masaki Kigo used his ability to persuade those people to secretly become the eyeliner of the empire. Their purpose is the same, that is, to save this sick society. Several state-of-the-art observation instruments will be delivered in 2 days, and by then, a new round of experiments can begin. A scientist said. Do you want to carry out certain genetic corrections on the candidates to prevent them from being unable to adapt to the power of light, which may cause problems at that time? Using the power of light requires the genes of super ancient warriors. This may also be a breakthrough point. Kigo Masaki listened to the discussions of other scientists. Just wanted to arrange the next research and experiment. Suddenly a phone call came in. Is TPC's informant? The other party's words were very brief. It seems that calling him is a very risky thing. They found a foraging eagle over in Oceania. Masaki Kigo was stunned for a moment, then made another call. Those guys are really haunted, go find your monsters and beat them. The vast Pacific Ocean has storms and waves up to hundreds of meters all the time. Even though humans have developed colonies in the orbit of gas planets such as Jupiter, they dare not claim to have conquered the ocean. When humans arrogantly want to declare themselves in control of nature, nature will always give human beings a moment to let human beings know who is the one riding on it. The Pacific Ocean is vast, with countless islands. Some large islands will be developed. Small islands are often ignored, because complex crustal movements will make those islands disappear overnight. For this reason, few people will care about those islands that no one cares about. However, many people do not know how much wealth is hidden in the ocean. An occasional small island may hide something shocking enough for human beings. For example, the information read by the Imperial exploration team from the background of the universe locked on this Pacific desert island. The universe is like a disk, and everything that happened will leave traces on the disk. As long as you master the appropriate method, you can read those remaining traces. If you can interpret those traces more deeply, you can even glimpse the future. Empire's universe tectonics points out a very sharp point of view. If there is no external force change, the universe is likely to operate according to the information contained in itself. A simple explanation is the so-called plot line. It's like throwing something in outer space, it will fly in the direction it was thrown at the beginning, until it is destroyed or disturbed by external forces. The same is true for the operation of the universe. It is continuity. If it is a little more crazy, put it at the level of the entire universe of the heavens. That is definitely a conclusion that makes gods and all creatures despair. Of course, deciphering all the information in a universe is not an easy task. The Empire's exploration team has no intention of doing such a thing. Their main purpose is to understand the local situation and consider how the local area should be conquered. If you don't need to use force, that's naturally the best. There are no trees on that island. All bare rocks. A long quiet volcano is located in the center of the island, which is the only attraction. In addition, there is only an endless blue ocean. If you master the skills, you can find a special path along the volcano and walk into a very wide underground space. It's hard to imagine that the super ancient humans in this universe have mastered such technology, allowing the so-called light to combine with themselves to obtain extraordinary power. Technical Sage Sigma stared at the information board in front of him, and the electronic eyes embedded in the eye sockets showed excitement. The fist-sized, ellipsoid-shaped suspended drone hovered in this vast underground space. The emitted light beam scanned this underground space. The servants under the command of the Sage are also walking around the tomb, using portable detection equipment and analysis engines to inspect the tomb, looking for samples that the Sage needs. This space is very strange. Like a forgotten tomb. A tomb belonging to Ultraman. All are giant stone statues with wreckage and broken arms. From the databases of Guts and several other special departments, Sage of Sigmar learned about the so-called Ultra-Ancient War. A group of humans who have mastered supernatural powers clashed, and eventually all died in the Civil War. The price of going to the heavens is extremely heavy, but everything is worth it. If the Empire masters this technology, it will be able to form a brand new legion. The Titan army of the Empire is already strong enough. Shar, the third company commander of the sharks wearing power armor, who is in charge of protection, said indifferently, if we can open the way, we only need a few days to conquer this world. Dedicate a world to the Holy Emperor. It's not as simple as you imagined. Have you seen the remains of those giants? They hold a special power, a power between reality and illusion. I doubt that this universe has ever had a monster no less than the old sage. Powerful civilization that has left a legacy on this universe. The sage of Sigma said as he walked, that ancient civilization created a power that allows those creatures living in this universe to use this power to repel the invasion of those monsters. If we find a way to use this power, then we can apply this power and technology to the soldiers of the Empire. Why did they do that? Shul asked. You have to ask them about this. Sigma walked forward, the metal joints supported the huge metal body, and the sound of mechanical gears continued to come from the body. It may be a more vicious conspiracy, or it may be a civilization on the verge of destruction, or the last act of goodwill before leaving this universe. But in any case, the existence of this force can be described as unimaginable. It is the cutting-edge technology used by energy technology. To say something disrespectful, the technology of the Empire is powerful, but this kind of technology is still something we have never mastered. If it can be analyzed in reverse and brought back to the Empire, the Holy Emperor will personally receive us for our contribution. Sounds good. Shar said, but you still have to hurry up, there is something here that prevents the information transmission between us and the proton detector. This situation makes me a little uneasy. This universe has too many dangers, and I can't observe other places at any time, which makes me a little uneasy. The Sage of Sigmar scanned the huge tomb. Soon, as long as the samples are taken, we will leave. The voice just fell. A servant came with the news. My lord, an abnormal energy reading has been detected. There seems to be a seal here. TPC headquarters. GUTS Special Squad Operations Command Center. We must not let those damned evil people destroy this beautiful world. The leader of the GUTS Special Operations Team Jianhui is in the prime of life, and the decent uniform sets off her proud figure. Although she has given birth to a child, her skin is delicate and smooth, and her charm still exists. Stern lectures, when motivating the team members, they are even more heroic and have a special flavor. The several TPC members in charge of supervision swallowed secretly. Captain Zhu Jianhui has the title of TPC's #1 beauty and has countless suitors. Even if there are children, those suitors cannot be stopped. After all, who can resist the temptation of sleeping with widows? This time, we will join forces with the guard team in charge of the North American region to act together. We must not embarrass us, and we must catch those intruders. Did Zhu Jianhui sweep the crowd? Do you all understand? Clear. 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 All the team members stood up straight with firm eyes. They are GUTS members fighting for justice. Never fear any crisis. Yerui is in charge of staying at the base to be responsible for communication support and technical analysis, while the others leave. Zhu Jianhui said. Fei-Yin #1, Fei-Yin #2, 2 fighter planes glide out of the hangar, and after the engine emits a strong light, it rushes to the sky, turns into a small black dot, and disappears into the sky. Fei-Yin series of fighter jets set off from the TPC headquarters at an extremely fast speed. While in the Pacific region, I met up with 4 fighters sent by the guard team in charge of the North American region, and headed to the destination together. After hours of flying, they arrived at the target island. After several scans, it was confirmed that there was no ambush. Zhu Jianhui, Daegu and other GUTS members and the guard team landed on the island together to search for clues of the Empire. This organization is active all over the world. Encourage people to worship in allegiance to the Holy Emperor, trying to restore the feudal monarchy. If there are only these words, it is just a wishful thinking and unrealistic organization. However, judging from a lot of information, this organization has a very high level of technology, and even enslaved several monsters. This situation attracted the attention of GUTS and other teams. It is very likely that there is a terrible evil hidden behind this organization. Some people speculate that they will try to create monsters like some lunatics in the past, and then use monsters to rule the world, restore their feudal monarchy, and build their empire. Behavior like that is absolutely not allowed. As guardians, they must crush such evil. Never let humanity be enslaved by a horrible dictator. The team members who landed on the island did not realize that they had been targeted by enemies hidden in the dimension. Several pairs of eyes watched them walk into the land of death in a daze. The sharp teeth of the white shark are about to bite its gift. The power weapon's power field is activated, and the machine spirit within it is eager to drink the blood of the enemies of the Empire. The calibration device of the helmet is locked on the fighter plane flying in the air. The muzzle specially used to shoot heavy armor units moves with the flight of the fighter, waiting for the best shooting opportunity. Wait until Fei-Yin 1 flies by again at low altitude to scan the entire island. The action begins. Chapter 389 Captain Zhu Jianhui, you don't want your team members and family members to be swallowed up by darkness. Sage Sigmar, who got the news from the servant, walked into the depths of the underground space. The underground space is shrouded in darkness, and the air does not flow. When walking, the sound of footsteps will echo in the smooth stone wall space. Go deep along the smooth underground space. You can see the sage's followers are checking everything in the cave. Some servants used their own mechanical devices to drill open the incomplete stone statues, and took out samples from different positions for research and comparison. Some servants are also testing the age of the rock formations of the grottos to confirm the history and origin of the grottos. Go to the deepest part of the underground space. A mechanical priest is standing in front of a huge black wall made of unknown material. The indicator light of the portable data detection instrument in his hand flickered. The closer you get to that wall, the reading increases exponentially. It looks like we found something interesting. Sage Sigma moved his heavy mechanical legs, his face full of biochemical implants showed the joy of discovering the treasure. The insect-like metal mirror slowly came to Sigma's electronic eyes with the sound of mechanical gears turning, presenting the microscopic structure of the wall in her mind. The other mechanical eye turned back and forth, scanning the special lines on the wall. It's really amazing, such a perfect weaving, their knowledge and skills of the subspace have reached the pinnacle. Sigma reached out to touch the wall, and the voice from the communication array was full of excitement. A large number of micro-instruments have already been implanted on the smooth metal fingers, allowing her to quickly analyze the material and performance of the wall. Arm shake is gradually reduced with the calibration of the hydraulic compensator on the arm. Cooling steam is released from the hinge port with the action, hissing. Can you open it? Shar looked at the wall covered with countless special patterns, and asked, there may be something important inside. The secret of that power is hidden inside, the opposite of those giants who claim to be righteous and kind. Sigma read the special symbols above, combined them with the ancient text of this world, and obtained the secrets of those symbols. It is not difficult to open it, this wall is just a shell. The murals and symbols on the walls record the secrets about super ancient times. A group of giants who were backlashed by power and lost themselves were sealed here. Tens of millions of years have passed. It was an unimaginable time. For such a long time, it is not impossible for the sea to change. Gain information from those readings, and the sealed creature inside is still alive. Such methods and technologies are almost the same as those of the Necrons who have been sleeping for 60 million years. The technology of the Necrons comes from the ancient star gods. Then which ancient race did the sealing technology come from? No matter which race created these giant powers, its civilization technology and culture have definitely reached its peak. From the point of view of mechanicism, a creation that cannot be controlled is a failure. These giants who were sealed are undoubtedly the failures left over from the super ancient times. But failures are not worthless. From the perspective of scientific research, the existence of failed products makes it easier for people to reverse analyze the secret of the power of giants. A metal tentacle protruded from Sage Sigma's bulky body. The metal tentacle stopped at a distance of 50 centimeters from the wall, and released a special light. When the light touches the wall melts like ice cubes meeting lava. As the wall melted, the failed products that had sealed tens of millions were revealed in front of Sage Sigmar and Captain Shar. Behind the wall is a huge cave that is smooth and carved with countless special lines. At its center is a polished stone platform on which 3 giants turned into stone statues stand. It can be seen that they are no different from the currently active Ultramen. The 3 stone statues all have obvious gender characteristics. 1 woman and 2 men. If the records on the wall are not deceiving, then these stone statues are the failures of super ancient giant warriors. Is sealed here to avoid trouble. The warrior who was supposed to control the power of the giant was instead controlled by the power of the giant, drawing out the evil in his heart. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the Empire. Before the firewall was established, many psychers would take that path. The power of subspace is not so easy to control. It is extremely easy to encounter backlash. The power of this giant must be the same. If it really has no flaws, then how could the creator of this power disappear into the universe? The strength of those giants should not be underestimated. Able to fly at the speed of light in space, with high maneuverability, high defense, and high output. According to some rumors, there are some Ultramen who can release beams that are powerful enough to destroy stars. There is nothing special about destroying stars. The problem is that those Ultramen are individuals, unlike the warships of the Empire that require a group of people to operate. Once a space war breaks out, those Ultramen are more flexible. The Imperial fleet may not be able to gain the upper hand. Unless it is like dealing with the Necrons, with the assistance of a creator who created the power of a giant, it is possible to win the war easily. The reason why the space undead led by the Silent King failed so easily. The big reason is that the Nether Dragon has taken refuge in the human side. The technology of the Necrons is severely restrained by humans. The army will be defeated like a mountain, and even a decent resistance cannot be organized. If the human empire wants to defeat Ultramen, the price it will pay is absolutely unimaginable. However, the civilization that created the power of giants, that is, the power of Ultramen, has disappeared without a trace. With such a powerful technology, it is heading for destruction. It shows that the power of giants is not invulnerable, and there may be fatal weaknesses. As for the speculation that the power of giants circulated among the natives was created by the Kingdom of Light, it is absolutely nonsense. Ultramen tens of millions of years ago can be found on the Earth. The Kingdom of Light was established less than 300,000 years ago. Could it be that they traveled to the past to teach the ancients how to use the power of giants, and then traveled back to form a perfect closed loop? The Kingdom of Light is only a civilization that uses the power of giants, not a civilization that creates the power of giants. Maybe they don't even know what the essence of the giant's power is. Just simply wielding that power. Sage of Sigmar scanned the statues with his device, but found that there was an invisible barrier blocking the scanning instrument. The barrier has existed for an unknown number of years. Is still running. Didn't see any conspicuous machinery either. Only those platforms of the stone statue station have those special lines carved on the surface. The civilization that created this barrier not only has a good understanding of the subspace, but also uses it to the extreme level. It is possible to create such a sealing mechanism that can still operate even if civilization has disappeared in the long river of history. Shul's communicator heard a voice. He listened for a few seconds, then turned to look at Sage Sigmar. The natives are here. If we don't want to go to war, then we have to leave early. We have to take them away, said the sage of Sigmar. These will be useful for our research. How to take it away? Shar looked at the sage, and the voice from under the metal grid was full of doubts. One of Sage Sigma's mechanical arms stretched out, and in the opened mechanical palm was a spinning metal ball that radiated light. I still have a dimensional storage ball in my hand, which can store some inanimate objects, and the space inside is enough to take this island away. But we don't have to take it away. This is the technology of those metal undead. There was a trace of disgust in Shar's tone. The Holy Emperor has reached a cooperation with the Star God, and the knowledge is neutral, there is no saying who it belongs to. Sage Sigma walked towards the wall, and the metal ball in his hand was spinning at high speed. I just wanted to cut off the space where the 3 stone statues are located and put them in the dimension. The invisible barrier fluctuated slightly at this moment, as if attracted by something. Is it the key? Are they the natives? Some of them resonated with the seal, like an induction lock that automatically activates when it senses the key. Sages of Sigmar detect fluctuations in the invisible barrier. He quickly locked on the native human who could resonate with the seal. The other party is valuable. For the study of super-ancient civilizations, it may bring unexpected effects. Let your men take this woman away, she is an important asset target. Sage Sigma said to Shar. Booming explosions sounded in the sky. The Jebai, which was responsible for providing high-altitude support, and the Zeus, the North American Guard team, turned into fireballs in the sky, and debris flew around in the raging fire. Big goo. Guts player Lena turned pale and screamed. Damn, the communicator can't get in touch. Guts player, Zinken pressed the communicator in his hand and said anxiously. Seeing the destruction of the fighter plane, the faces of the members of the 2 teams all changed drastically. The pilots of the fighter jets are all their partners who get along day and night. Tried to contact, but there was no response at all. They have given up hope that the 2 pilots will survive. Damn it, the Imperials must have made a move. They knew we were coming. Guts member, Daijing said angrily, we must not let those guys go. Blood debt is paid in blood. A Chinese team member of Guard said every word. God will not let them go. The White Guard players also showed anger. Jian Huigong wanted to say something to boost morale, let them regain their spirits, and ask the headquarters to send people to support them. It was swarthy, and the thick and big muzzle was pressed against her smooth forehead. In front of nothing, a tall and burly giant in armor appeared. Zhu Jianhui was as soft as a little girl in front of the giant. The other party's armor-covered arms alone were thicker than her entire body. The other team members haven't had time to make any moves. Found that there was also a gun pointed at himself. Those fighters suddenly appeared beside them like ghosts. Huge muzzles against their small heads. The caliber of that gun is comparable to a gun. The impact alone is enough to tear them apart. Mortal. A giant said, don't make any actions that will misunderstand us. Jianhui captain raised his hands, showing his proud figure with her movements. We won't do that, please calm down. Digging the well, Zinken and the others also slowly moved away the hands that were placed on the blaster pouches around their waists. The opponent's gun is already pointed at them. Even if they can find a chance to shoot, blasters may not be able to penetrate the opponent's armor. Jianhui stared at the huge iron-clad giants, and she knew very well that it wouldn't take too much effort for them to kill everyone here. Is this the savage war creature created by the Empire? Just like those monsters who wantonly destroy the good. They must also come to destroy the beauty of people. Are you the so-called Empire? Jun Jianhui asked. The other party didn't answer her. The sizzle of electric current echoed in the communication. They are using their own channels to communicate. A few seconds later, a stun bomb was thrown into the crowd. Digjing, Lena, Zinken and the others all felt a buzzing sound in their heads, as if something had hit their soul hard. There was a blank in front of my eyes. The 5 senses also disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until a few minutes later that they could barely see. The giants have disappeared, and Captain Jianhui has disappeared as well. It was obviously taken away by those people. The captain was taken away by them. Vice Captain Zhong Fang was the first to react. Damn it, those killed Daegu, and now they have kidnapped the captain. Dui Jing took out the blaster from the gun pouch on his waist. They must not have gone far, let's search quickly. Lena, you are responsible for contacting the headquarters and asking for support. The others will follow me to search and rescue Captain Jianhui. Dig the well, Zinken, Captain. Daegyu's voice also came from a distance at this time. He also helped the pilot of the guard Zeus, who injured his foot in the explosion. Daegyu, you are still alive. Zinken shouted excitedly. Guard team members are also excited that their pilot survived. Daegyu glanced around, but found no trace of the captain. Where is Captain Zhu Jianhui? Several team members sighed when they heard Daegyu's question. The Imperial people we've been chasing just now appeared, but they pointed their guns at us, and we didn't dare to move, and then they all left suddenly, and took the captain away. Zinken said dejectedly, I wanted to find the captain, so I heard your voice. When Daegyu heard this, he felt a little angry. Didn't expect the captain to be taken away by those Imperial people. Then let's go to Captain Jianhui quickly, and we must not let them take the captain away. Daegyu said firmly, the captain is so kind to us, we must not give up on her. The other team members nodded. Then let us also help you find Captain Jianhui. The white captain of the guard team also said. The small island is not big, and a few people quickly searched for it. But nothing was found. They also found a special passage located inside the volcano, entered the underground space, discovered those super ancient ruins, and saw some man-made traces left not long ago. The imperial organization that took away Captain Jianhui conducted a survey here. Also took some rock samples. But there is still no trace of Captain Hui and the imperial people. When the support arrived, they used the authority of guts to let Yui, who stayed at the headquarters, call the satellite, and they didn't find any abnormalities on the island. From the beginning to the end, only 2 teams were found to enter the unnamed island, and no ships or planes belonging to the Empire were seen leaving. Those mysterious imperial men and Captain Hui Jian seemed to have evaporated from the world. Zhu Jianhui fell into a coma. Until awakened by a loud, insect-like buzz. When I opened my eyes, I saw a skull-shaped levitating machine. Zhu Jianhui felt a little scared at the scene in front of him. That thing seems to be made of human skulls plated with silver and polished. In the skull, a red visual device and various mechanical tentacles like nerves and spines connected to the brain were installed. What kind of lunatic would make a good machine like this? Her uniform has been replaced with loose clothing made of soft fabric. The clothes are very long, covering her whole body. There is nothing in it. There is only one piece of clothing all over the body. Even loose clothing can hardly hide her proud figure. Looming slender waist and towering features. Looking around, she found herself in a clean, tidy, well-ventilated place with plenty of light. Everything around is spotless. Fragrant plants hang from the smooth walls. The interior fabrics were softer than she could have dreamed of. An invisible energy force field shimmered at the door. Zhu Jianhui walked to the side of the force field, and when he stretched out his hand, he felt the strength of the force field. Even the laser cannon installed on the Fiyin may not be able to destroy this force field. With her strength, it is impossible to do it. She was brought here by those giants. What are those guys going to get from her? The voice of talking came from outside the force field. There is a cold and calm, containing the iron blood unique to soldiers. Another mechanical ruthless, as if sent by a robot, without any emotion in it. A slight hiss sounded, and the energy force field flickered like water waves, revealing the scene behind the force field. A giant in iron armor and a man with metal prosthetics inlaid all over his body, without much flesh and blood. Even the face has been changed into a metal visor, and there is no human flesh and blood tissue anymore. Jianhui subconsciously took 2 steps back. She felt that the world was a little too crazy. I hope I didn't scare you, Captain Jianhui. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am a sage who belongs to the Mechanic Order. You can call me Sage Sigma. And the one next to me is the 3rd of the Shark Captain, Shar. The Holy Emperor always taught us to use kindness and fraternity to get along with the wandering human branches, and strive to let them feel the glory of the Empire, so as to join it peacefully. It is absolutely necessary to invite you here by such means. Your aggressiveness makes us feel uneasy. The Sage of Sigma introduced himself softly in a standard local language. You launched an attack on my team members, but now you say we are threatening you. Zhu Jianhui retorted a little angrily. I have no intention of continuing to defend this matter. Doing so will not benefit the communication between us, and will only lead us into meaningless quarrels and debates. Sage Sigma said, I talk to you with the hope of peace. Captain Hui. I hope that both of us can put aside our differences and work together to create a better future for mankind. Create the future with lunatics like you. Zhu Jianhui mocked, look at what you look like and what you do, aren't you the source of nightmares and turmoil? I can tell you very clearly that all this is your one-sided view. We all exist for a good and noble purpose. We are committed to advancing a cause that ultimately leads to happiness for all. Sigma Sage said, you don't know much about this, and that's why you judge us wrong. Killing people, instigating dictatorship, enslaving monsters, is this your business? I can't see any place that can make people happy, you will only lead people into the abyss of suffering. Zhu Jianhui said angrily, you even just now killed a teammate of mine, he was so kind, even if he accidentally hurt others, he would cry for it. But you killed him mercilessly, destroyed his fighter plane, and left him with no bones left. You don't know your teammates, do you? Sage Sigma didn't answer Zhu Jianhui's question directly, but asked another question instead. No, I know him well, every player in Guts is my family. Then why do you think that your team members are dead? He has the power of a giant, and the explosion is just a trivial problem for him. We are responsible for the exploration mission, and unless it is absolutely necessary, we will kill. The Sage of Sigma waved his mechanical arm, opening a shimmering interface in the empty air. It shows the scene when the Fiyin and Zeus exploded. A ray of light is hidden in the dazzling fire released by the disintegration of the fighter plane. After continuing to zoom in, you can see Daegu, the driver, shrouded in light all over his body. In the next frame, he turned into Ultraman. Did ya? Zhu Jianhui's tone was full of disbelief. Yes, Tika. You use this name to call this Ultraman who has the power of a giant. Sigma opens another screen. Guts team members are surveying the island, searching for her trace. Where did the captain go? Zhong Fang said sadly. She will be fine. Lina encouraged Zhong Fang. We will definitely find the captain. The voice came from Daegu who Zhu Jianhui thought had been sacrificed. Look at the screen displayed in those information windows. Jianhui was silent, but moved in his heart. She tried to restrain her emotions. Can't let those imperial people find weaknesses and flaws. They are all fine, said the Sage of Sigmar. I won't be persuaded by you, imperial people. I will never tolerate a dictator establishing an empire to enslave other beings. Even if they are just monsters, they have their own freedom and dignity and should not be slaves. So for this noble purpose, you will let your companions die. The Sage of Sigmar replied, watch them sink in powerless despair, and finally fall into the abyss. What do you mean? Are you going to start a war? Zhu Jianhui stood up suddenly, Ultramans will not let you do what you want. Ultramen? Do you think they will always protect humans? Haven't the memory of your ancestors' inheritance awakened in your mind yet? Those things in the dark are coming, they have been hidden for many years, hungry. Will the so-called Ultramen really shed their last drop of blood for humans? Maybe those humans born on Earth and Mars will do that, but will those Ultramen from other places really do that? Have you forgotten the previous incidents? Ultraman once declared that he would not interfere with the choices of human beings, even if they were passive and made unconscious choices, they would not interfere. When the dark things bewitched if they overwhelm human minds and make them make wrong choices, will those Ultramen turn around and leave because they respect human choices? Jianhui was a little shaken. With the arrival of the extraterrestrial vehicle, Zhu Jianhui has begun to awaken those ancient memories. She knew that the other party was right. In ancient times, there was an outbreak of the Kijahua crisis, which made all human beings immersed in illusory dreams, unable to extricate themselves. Those ultra-ancient fighters did not interfere with the choice of human beings and chose to leave. After the arrival of the Dark Doomsday, the ultra-ancient civilization was also destroyed. As the other party said, Ultraman will not protect humans forever. What do you want from me? Zhu Jianhui asked a little weakly. The other party's words were like a hammer hitting her psychological defense. Made her question and bewilder about Ultraman's guardianship. There was a crack in her mind, which made her lose the power to fight. You are special, Captain Zhen Jianhui. The destroyed ultra-ancient human civilization left some necessary means for their descendants, trying to keep you from going down the path of destruction. You are an inheritor, the power of the ancestors and wisdom is in you. You can help the Empire gain the power of giants and master the principles and essence of this power. Hear Sigma's words. Jianhui looked into the other party's eyes, and gained insight into the long-term intentions of the Imperial Organization's various actions. You want to master the power of Ultraman? No, that is wrong. Without a kind heart, there is no way to control that power, just like the super-ancient Ultraman war, you will be backlashed by that power, and eventually kill each other. It seems that you have restored the memory of your ancestors and know some super-ancient things. Sage Sigma's metal mask showed a trace of expectation. It is precisely because we are worried that we will not be able to control that power that we invite you to come here, Captain Zhu Jianhui. We hope to get your help to assist the Empire to obtain the complete giant force technology. No, that's too crazy. Zhu Jianhui shook his head violently. Why do you want to acquire those technologies? Do you want to create an Ultraman army for your Emperor? Like the Kingdom of Light? I can't help you, you will bring destruction and war. No, we won't. The Sage of Sigma stretched out a mechanical arm, and placed his cold metal palm in front of Zhu Jianhui, like a gentleman extending his hand to invite a lady. I said that every creature in the Empire is working hard for a great cause that can bring happiness to all human beings as long as it succeeds. The Emperor of the Empire is definitely not the kind of dictatorship you imagined for the sake of power or, the burden that the Holy Emperor bears is beyond our imagination. I can reveal the truth to you, and you'll see that what the Empire does is for humanity itself. And you'll see what the dictator you think has sacrificed for humanity. Believe me, war killing and killing is definitely not the original intention of the Empire, and only when you have a deep understanding can you understand the helplessness behind all of this. Zhu Jianhui looked at the other's metal palm, hesitating. How could she be so shaken? Being disturbed by a seemingly evil mechanical transformation man, breeds doubts about his own beliefs. The power of Ultraman should only be in the hands of those with kind hearts. How could it be in the hands of an evil, dictatorial empire? Things like that are horrible. But the other party's words are so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Pounding her soft spot again and again, leaving her wanting more. Captain Zhu Jianhui, you don't want your team members and family members to be swallowed by darkness. Sage Sigma's last words broke the psychological defense of Zhu Jianhui. She put her hand on the cold mechanical palm of the opponent. Don't let me find out you lied to me, Imperial. Chapter 390 The Unbearable Widow exploded, seeking subscription. The Holy Emperor once said that lies are meaningless, and the truth can unite mankind. Sage Sigmar's voice rarely showed a trace of emotion. Jianhui was keenly aware that whenever these Imperial people talked about the Holy Emperor, their emotions would always fluctuate slightly. No matter how cold their voices were before, they will fluctuate because of the Holy Emperor. It is really hard to imagine how high a person's prestige must be, so that people can hardly suppress the excitement in their hearts just by reciting his name. Led by Sage Sigma and the third company commander of the White Shark, Huja walked out of the room and saw the scene outside. Walking out of the door and walking a few steps along the bright corridor, she found that she was actually in a laboratory of astonishing scale. The surrounding tall walls are all made of white steel and silver plates, clean and bright. The air is clean and sterile. Jian Huaneng felt the coldness in the air. This is not because her senses are too sharp. If anyone only wears a soft outer lining with a vacuum inside, and nothing else, they can feel the temperature change. Zhu Jianhui followed the two people leading him and walked through the corridor. The rooms along the way are very huge, and various experiments are carried out. Various facilities that Zhu Jianhui didn't recognize were displayed on the floor of the room, making a buzzing sound. They all look very advanced. The principles of many machines are beyond the understanding of Hui Jian. This is not because Zhong Jianhui is ignorant. As the captain of guts, Zhu Jianhui has several doctorates and has participated in the alien life form exchange program. However, the research instruments used by the Empire are still beyond her comprehension. The fields covered by those instruments were beyond her imagination. Many rooms were researching something, but Zhu Jianhui didn't see clearly, but just glanced at some imperial instruments and equipment. It wasn't until she passed a research room where the outer wall was replaced with transparent glass that she saw what was being studied in that research room. There are also a large number of instruments in that room. The surface is smooth, and the prismatic reaction column is suspended in the air. Arcs of electricity crackle in the air around the smooth reaction column. The concentrated energy array shines with soft light, and the light released forms an energy force field. The brilliance in the force field is sealing a special experimental sample. Zhu Jianhui once saw the giant stone statues of the pyramid destroyed by two monsters, Gorzan and Merba. The material that makes up the stone statue is similar to the experimental sample in front of you. The Empire is conducting research and reverse analysis on Ultraman. There are many workers in the laboratory. Some of them were wearing red robes, and like Sigma next to them, they had a lot of metal prosthetics embedded in their bodies. Some people wear technical robes, which seem to maintain a completely human appearance, and have not undergone any mechanical transformation. They are cooperating sincerely and are working hard to unlock the secrets of super ancient warriors. Where is this place? Zhu Jianhui asked. The turning point of human civilization. Sage Sigmar said. I also secretly added in my heart that it was also the beginning of me, the Sage of Sigma, embarking on the road to glory. Analyze the power of the giant and obtain the technology left over from that ancient civilization. Then her contribution to the Empire will definitely be included in the top few. Imagine letting the Empire summon those giants and monsters at will, adding another powerful boost to the Titan Legion. Can also dedicate the entire universe to the Holy Emperor. With such an achievement, I am afraid that only Kaur can overwhelm her. Karen sages should respectfully call out to her in front of her, Mr. Sage. I don't like this kind of guessing puzzles and metaphors. Zhu Jianhui said, be simple, tell me where this is. The underground space of the Himalayas. Sage Sigma said in a cold mechanical voice, 27 degrees 59 minutes north latitude, 86 degrees 56 minutes east longitude, minus 125 meters from sea level. Are you here to study Ultraman? Asked Hui Jian. Yes, we need Colossus, the Empire can use it to accomplish many things. The Sage of Sigma walked in the front while talking, and finally brought Zhu Jianhui to a room. After entering the password and instructions, the door opened with a hissing sound. The room is large. There are various data crystal cores, memory and books placed messily inside. They are all scattered and piled together. It doesn't look like it's properly placed. A huge warrior in iron armor stands in the center of the room. He holds a scepter with a golden double-headed eagle at the tip and complex and obscure incantations carved on the body. There is a special power surging from the opponent. Jianhui felt a little familiar. She also has this power in her body. A supernatural force that can be controlled by the soul and will. Jianhui could only feel that kind of power occasionally before. With the appearance of the pity in the time capsule, she felt that power more and more frequently. But she can only feel those forces, but cannot control them. A potential seed. The giant said, his voice hoarse and dry. He reached down and removed the heavy helmet, revealing a face full of vicissitudes and battle marks. To Zhu Jianhui's surprise, the other party's eyes were completely dark, without any light. It's as if the eyes are the entrance to hell. Will people's souls in, and there will be no salvation at all. He is the librarian of the White Sharks, Catalan, a powerful, dedicated warrior for the Empire. He is responsible for your enlightenment. Flying to the high heavens is a very dangerous thing. Catalan said, remember, don't believe in those so-called good things, if you choose to listen to those lies, your soul will be marked by those hateful gods. The initiation ceremony will begin soon. The working cabin in the room was pulled out. Several mechanical priests installed the patch interfaces of Shinik cables on various parts of Zhu Jianhui's body. She did not have interface surgery. There is no way for the connection cable of the Shinik device to be directly connected to her nerves. The only way to use this piece of iron is to connect to her nervous system. Such means are also sufficient. After all, this woman is just an observer. Wei Hui, who was lying in the rest cabin, could feel those cold robotic palms passing over her smooth skin. She thinks her figure is quite attractive, otherwise she wouldn't have so many suitors. But those guys don't look emotional at all. There is no trace of desire in their eyes, and even the only remaining flesh and blood eyes cannot see any desire for the opposite sex. Perhaps in their eyes, they are just a mass of flesh and blood, an organic life form composed of bones. Have they completely abandoned worldly desires? Jianhui thought in his heart. But she couldn't get an answer either. The mechanical priest placed the sensor pad on the head of the middle Hui, and placed the headband integrating the transmitter and the Shinik amplifier on her forehead. Jianhui doesn't know how these devices work. It can be when the buzzing sound of the machine sounds. She entered a very strange state. Her soul seemed to have left her body, and she looked at herself lying in the working cabin from a third-person perspective. And those who are busy. Even the face of Sage Sigmar can be seen clearly. Beside her, the think tank was already lying in his work cabin. Dense cables are embedded in the interface of his head. She was about to do something when she was stopped. An invisible will stopped her. We don't have much time. A voice came from the air, you have to learn how to enter the highest heaven, relax your spirit, and don't think about anything. The voice that rang in her ear had a guiding power. Jianhui followed the other party's instructions and relaxed her mind and will. Soon, terror and darkness overtake her, making her regret her plea to learn the truth. She was pulled into a strange, turbulent ocean. The sea water is as scarlet as blood, it is rolling and earth-shattering. Weird and terrifying laughter and roars came from the depths of the ocean. However, that was just one scene, and more things were revealed in front of her soul. Those weird and ugly scenes one after another, extremely terrifying. Vicious voices cry out their thirst for flesh and soul. The world's dying screams echoed through this terrifying space. A twisted storm blew through her soul, trying to tear her apart. Do not be afraid. That voice sounded, which made Zhu Jianhui feel a little relieved. This is only the shallow layer of the subspace, and what you see are only insignificant things. Remember not to be afraid, if you are afraid, you will attract those monsters. Zhu Jianhui saw a dim figure beside him. It is the think tank, Catalan. The other party looked very illusory, as if a gust of wind would blow him away. What kind of monster? You don't want to know, stay focused, stay firm, always remember that you are human, don't get lost in a lie. Where is this place? Zhu Jianhui asked, is it hell? No, these are just insignificant things. You have to go deeper to see the truth. Remember, don't show fear, and don't be afraid. I am by your side. You have the protection of the Holy Emperor. Everything is safe. Can't hurt you. No. Zhu Jianhui woke up screaming, slapping the transparent working hatch with both hands. Her voice distorted with fear. Frantically twisting the soft limbs, as if wanting to break his own body. The mechanical priest tried to control her body and disarm her of the mechanical devices. Avoid hurting yourself with her large movements. Jianhui's eyes widened, as if she wanted to stare all her eyeballs out. She screamed so hard. Let his jaw dislocate in this exhausted roar. Zhu Jianhui was crying uncontrollably. She finally understood why ignorance is a kind of happiness. Finally understood why the so-called Holy Emperor made these imperial people so excited. That position is not a symbol of desire and power, but suffering and duty. Bear the burden of redeeming mankind and resisting those dark futures. Zhu Jianhui's body was shaking. Just seeing the truth was enough to make her collapse. What a tough and powerful soul can bear such a heavy responsibility. That terrifying truth is by no means something a creature like her should accept. The darkness and cruelty that all literary works can describe are not as good as what she has seen. The blood and horror contained in the truth have far exceeded the limits of human imagination. Countless human beings are killing each other in the game. Every eye is cruel and indulgent, killing with blood flowing like rivers. In such a universe, all the good qualities of human beings have disappeared. Only despicable, shameless, cunning, cruel. Human beings are tortured by horrible endgames, competing for those so-called rewards. For those immortal monsters living outside of time and space, continue to offer one feast after another. There will never be a day of liberation. Only because of human greed, desire, ambition, betrayal, and selfishness created the shackles that trap them. And the other future is even scarier. The entire universe has been decayed, and the horrible evil that lurks in it has been taken over. Nightmarish visions have replaced reality. The stars turned into skulls, into all kinds of unimaginable horrors, even the cold, dark eternal void writhed with indescribable things. Everything has corrupted, everything has fallen. Full of evil, fell into the never-ending abyss. The only thing that is better is the breeding universe where many creatures live like puppets. However, that is only a superficial beauty. Those creatures are like dolls, acting out their lives according to the script that has been repeated countless times. Like rice in a paddy field, it grows step by step and is then harvested. The gods hidden behind the scenes watched the joys and sorrows staged by those creatures, just like tasting delicious dishes. People don't know anything about it, they just repeat the pain over and over again, thinking that they are fighting for freedom and control of destiny. Are those all true? Zhu Jianhui's body was trembling. The truth revealed by the Empire is far more terrifying than the dark end of her dream. Of course, there is another possibility. The dark end he dreamed of was only the beginning. When the entire universe is occupied by those horrible things, those cruel things will also happen in this universe. You should ask yourself whether you should believe what you see with your own eyes, Captain Jianhui. The Empire has opened up battlefields in multiple universes, and the pictures you see are actually just reflections of other battlefields. We have already seen there have been many universe endings, all of which have powerful civilizations and technologies, but in the end they all failed. Do you really think those Ultramans can always protect human beings? How long do you think Ultramans can resist in the face of those terrible darkness? Many things are indeed beautiful and worthy of awe, yes. Needless to say. Zhu Jianhui interrupted Sigma, I'll help you. But I'm just a mortal, and I don't know how to help you. It doesn't matter, we will help you guide the power and knowledge passed down in your body by your ancestors. Sage Sigma stretched out his hand, helped Zhu Jianhui who was lying in the working cabin, and let her come out. Catalan also woke up from his work cabin. He looked very tired. Protecting a seed that has not yet mastered Chinook skills to travel in the high heavens is a mind-consuming thing. If it was changed before a firewall was established, Catalan would definitely not dare to do such a thing. Under the protection of the Holy Emperor, he was able to do this seemingly crazy thing before. You have to learn to use your power. Catalan said weakly, psychic power is a rare talent, but also a curse. If you don't use it well, it will attract attacks from those monsters. Zhu Jianhui nodded. At the end of the journey, she saw things that were too horrible to exist. Monsters born from the dreams of the wildest lunatics. Those things are more terrifying and unreasonable than the fictitious demons created by humans. Just describing its appearance will make people suffer greatly. The two attendants helped Zhu Jianhui out of the room. Her legs were weak, and her face was flushed with fear. Nerves are even slightly paralyzed, and it is difficult to control the body. Fortunately, she didn't drink any water, otherwise there might be an extremely embarrassing scene. Sage Sigma took Zhu Jianhui to the depths of the laboratory. There is a silver door made of an unknown alloy. There is a faint light emerging. Obviously, it is protected by a force field. The Sage of Sigmar stretched out a mechanical arm made of countless filaments. Countless metal filaments converge into a thin needle and pierce it into the interface of the control panel. Input your bioseal information into it. Light green brilliance dotted her huge body. Sweep activates by oscillating back and forth. After reading the information of his bioseal, the embedded electronic components sent out a trill for sequence confirmation. Wait until the sound of confirmation sounded, and a series of metal gears turned sounded. With a bang, hiss, and infrasonic whine, the latch touches, the stasis field, the kill trap, the impact lock closes. The heavy door slid open. White mist flowed out from the door, rushing at the ankles like a flood that broke a bank. Zhu Jianhui saw what was inside. After entering, there is a smooth platform with railings. In front of the platform is a huge space. 3 giant stone statues are placed inside, protected by an invisible force field. Seeing the appearance of the 3 giant stone statues, Zhu Jianhui's brain hurt, and he couldn't help crying out in pain. The 3 stone statues caused some memories that did not belong to her. A glimpse into ancient warfare. Those Ultramen are fighting in the human city. Tiga is also in it. The difference is that his body is shining with black light. Memory fragments are very messy and one-sided. Zhu Jianhui couldn't piece together the truth of the matter completely, but he read the names of the 3 giant stone statues. Dalam, Hitler, Camilla. Dark giants, enemies sealed forever. It seems that you have obtained some memories of your ancestors. Sage Sigmar's voice was mechanically cold as always, and only fluctuated when talking about the Holy Emperor. They are dark giants. Zhu Jianhui said. Can you release them? Sage Sigmar said, they are failures, which allow us to see more intuitively how the power of the giant affects the host. Will it be too dangerous? Zhu Jianhui said with some anxiety, they are very strong. They have fought against other Justice Ultramen in ancient times, and they have not fallen into a disadvantage. Once they are released, it is likely to bring unimaginable crisis. Before they cause a crisis, I will kill them. Shar, who had been silent all the time, said, you can rest assured about this. Zhu Jianhui looked at Sage Sigma, asking for his opinion. Sage Sigma nodded, and the sound of gears moving could be heard from the neck. The primordial forge warriors are the most powerful warriors in the empire. They have the power to kill gods. Hearing this sentence, Zhu Jianhui nodded. I don't know if it works, but I can try it. I hope you really have the means to restrain those giants. Try it with confidence, Captain Jianhui. If these guys can't handle it, the empire will have no face to say that it will lead mankind out of that terrible future. The blood of an ultra-ancient witch flows in Zhen Jianhui's body. The wisdom and power of the witches of all ages are in her body, just waiting for her to dig and use. It is not difficult to lift the seal. When the sealing force field covering the 3 giant stone statues disappeared, the giant stone statues that had been sealed for 30 million years were revived. The power of darkness is surging. Turn the original stone statue into an Ultraman covered with dark runes and patterns. The eyes of the 3 dark Ultramans lit up red, filled with terrifying hatred and malice. A terrifying voice echoed in Zhen Jianhui's mind. Full of madness and hatred. Tiga, why did you betray us? It's really a miraculous technology. It has been turned into a stone statue for tens of millions of years, and it can be restored to normal through this method. Sage Sigma revealed a trace of fanaticism. The power of giants must be in the hands of the empire. It is not just as simple as being used in war. If it can be applied to various military technologies or shelters, the effect will definitely be even more amazing. Hearing the sound, Camilla looked down and saw a human being covered in biochemical prosthetics, with little flesh and blood left. Suddenly roared. It is for these fools that Tija betrayed them. Stupid humans, your time is over. Camilla roared, darkness will swallow everything up, tremble, cry, let out desperate cries and helpless cries. Weep, the end has come. Kill these idiots. Beside Camilla, the 2 giant Sturm who hold the power of darkness, Hitler also roared together. Their anger is as terrible as 100,000 volcanoes put together. A backlog of 30 million years. Camilla also felt the pity. Fixed his eyes on Zhen Jianhui. It's you, the damned woman, who tricked Tiga into betraying me and letting him leave me. Camille stretched out her hand, wanting to squeeze this damned woman alive. Her body is still in the form of a giant. Random actions can cause huge damage. Zhu Jianhui's face turned pale. If she is caught by the other party and hit her hard a few times, she will explode. Chapter 391 The past 30 million years ago, seeking subscription. Camilla's anger is so amazing. Ready to pour out all the hatred in my heart in front of this woman in front of me. Let the other party suffer the cruelest torture in this world. I think back then, what a good couple she and Dijia were. Would have loved each other and then ruled the whole world. As a result, Dijia was bewitched by Yulian and abandoned her and her 2 companions. Also assisted Yulian to seal them up. All of this is Yulian's fault. If she hadn't bewitched Dijia, Dijia would not have betrayed. Tiga will not betray, they will love each other together. They will rule the world and have children of their own. What a beautiful thing that is. And it was all ruined. Was destroyed by Yulian. Camilla just woke up, and she doesn't know that 30 million years have passed. Kei Jianhui is too similar to the old witch ghost. Even the breath is similar. It is normal for Camilla not to be able to tell the difference. She stretched out her huge palm to block the light released by the lumen lamp. Grabbed towards Zheng Jianhui on the platform. Camilla revealed the long-suppressed, but now bursting out kind of revenge pleasure. However, the next second, Camilla screamed in pain. She didn't speak, but the powerful spirit echoed in everyone's minds, making people realize that she was screaming. A weapon with a flashing arc cut on her hand, bursting out with flames, making her scream uncontrollably. Camilla withdrew her hand, and a surprising wound appeared on the solid and immortal giant's body. A weapon too bulky for mortals sank into her palm. The leaping electric arc destroyed the body of the immortal giant. Originally frightened out of his wits, Zhu Jianhui, who was lying limp on the ground, was also protected behind by a guy in iron armor who was much bigger than a human being. Camilla looked at the wound in her hand. That weapon was not suitable for ordinary people. That weapon is too big, even a strong samurai can hardly use a weapon of this size. But for a dark giant with a height of 50 meters and a weight of 39,000 tons, that weapon is about the same as an embroidery needle of a few centimeters, insignificant. However, the weapon was leaping with a faint blue arc. Those arcs have weird powers. Tearing Camilla's wound brought him pain like a piercing heart. She couldn't help but growl angrily. Humanity. She stretched out her hand to pull out the weapon, but it was extremely painful, as if countless roots had grown out, tightly connected with her flesh and blood. Any attempt to pull it out made her feel heart-piercing pain. Tried several times, but finally Camilla gave up because of the severe pain. She looked at the Iron Man on the platform. The opponent is unusually tall and strong, and ordinary people are like babies in front of him. Wearing heavy grey and white armor. There is a shark emblem with the head and tail on the same horizontal line on the shoulder armor. The front chest position is decorated with a golden double-headed eagle. The eyepieces at the position of the eyes revealed a faint red light. Do you know who you provoked? Camilla's anger almost turned into substance. Kill them. Dalam next to him closed his fingers together and made a fist. The power of darkness surged on his body, and the evil aura was unscrupulously revealed. Durm wanted to smash this laboratory with one punch. Let the world know they're back. All humanity will recall the fear of being once ruled by dark giants. This time, all human beings will finally bow their knees at their feet. After a flash of bright light, Durm let out a howl. Painful and desolate. It was like a beautiful, young, and ignorant girl being tricked into seeing a goldfish by a huge uncle who had watched her grow up. Just from the screams, one can hear fear, surprise, fear, astonishment subverted by common sense and many other emotions. Dalam, who was about to teach those humans a lesson just now, knelt on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Tiny arcs danced and crackled in the air that had not dissipated. There is also a smell of ionized ozone. Zhu Jianhui, who tried to stand up, stared dumbfounded at what happened before her eyes. From when Camilla attacked her to when another dark giant fell to his knees, the interval was only a few tens of seconds. It all happened so quickly. She couldn't even react in her head. Just when Durm was about to throw a punch, a thick electric current split down his head. The lightning flashed with frighteningly strong light. It is as bright as the first cosmic thunder released during the Big Bang of the Singularity. Both Camilla and Hitler moved their heads subconsciously to avoid damage to their eyes. The bolt of lightning was thick and big, violently penetrating into the depths of Durm's body. It made him feel the pain that his body was almost torn apart. The Sage of Sigma stood on the platform, his smooth metal face showed no emotion. From her rotating electromechanical eyes, she can see the thoughts in her heart. Undoubtedly, she showed contempt for the three Dark Ultramen who couldn't figure out the situation. Sages of Sigmar are greedy. Even his eyes and tone of voice revealed a naked desire for the secret of the giant's power. But she wouldn't be so stupid as to let Zhu Jianhui undo the seal of the three-headed Dark Ultraman without even taking protective measures. The level of specifications in this laboratory is so high that a native like Zhu Jianhui cannot understand it. Even detaining gods or great demons in human mythology will not have the slightest problem. This laboratory is underground in the Himalayas. However, the silver gate that Zhu Jianhui passed was a fixed dimension entrance. That is to say, they are not in the real universe at this time. At least not the real universe that ordinary people think. Instead, it is in the gap of space. This is also the power that Sage Sigma dared to unlock the three-headed Dark Ultraman. Once the situation is wrong, those Dark Ultramen will be thrown directly into the space-time gap without time and space. They will get lost in it. Even if a way back could be found, it would be in the distant future. There is a high probability that they will never come back. The mere three-headed Ultraman possesses powerful power, which can bring huge troubles to the conquest of the Empire. But in the face of the Empire's cutting-edge technology, they are still as weak as ants. What really makes the Empire afraid is the power of giants, and the creator of powers of giants. That thunderbolt was nothing more than a small punishment. No one denies the power of Altman. But they are not invincible. Will be hurt as well. Camilla looked at her companion kneeling on the ground, showing fear and anxiety. Until this moment, betrayed by Dijie, she was so angry that she lost her mind when she saw Zhu Jianhui, who was similar to Yulian, and she calmed down and observed her surroundings. Huge shiny metal plates are inlaid on the four walls. Huge mechanical booms with jagged steel bones are arranged on rails all over the wall, with complex piston, hydraulic, and gear structures. Hovering skull-shaped aircraft with weird mechanical tentacles flying beside their huge bodies. Cables of different colors, the size of an ordinary person's head, snaked from the ceiling along the wall like a giant snake. The creatures that were integrated with the mechanical metal stood on the floating platforms one by one, operating the console in front of them. The armored warrior who seriously injured her just now is not without companions. Those armored warriors were scattered on various platforms. All have the same emblem. Sharks with shoulder armor, head and tail at the same level. Golden double-headed eagle on breastplate. The weapons in their hands also danced with brilliance. Camilla's heart sank. Once a conflict breaks out, the weapons in the hands of those armored warriors alone are a huge threat. The weapon piercing her palm was still causing her excruciating pain. Who are you? Camilla stared at the several humans in front of her, and asked mentally. She suppressed her anger. These humans hold powers that can harm them. Acting rashly will only make them suffer a lot. I remember that Ultraman is in the form of a human body. Sage Sigma said in a cold mechanical voice, there is no need to use such a huge body to talk. Shul stretched out his hand, and the weapon that Camilla couldn't pull out turned into dots of light and dissipated in the air. In his hand, the light condensed and turned into the weapon he used again. This move is a small release of goodwill. Is another deterrent and warning. Camilla, Hitler, and Durham, who stood up with difficulty, looked at each other. In spiritual communication, a tacit understanding was reached. Release giant form. Return to human form. Camilla's human body is also an extremely glamorous beauty, wearing a black ancient robe. Protruding forward and backward, her proud figure is even more exaggerated than that of Zhu Jianhui, a married woman who has given birth, lining up her loose robe. The neck has a ring made of gold, inlaid with a huge black gemstone. The other two giants are like ancient warriors. Durham is stronger, while Hitler looks leaner. I have no malice towards you. Looking at the three Ultraman human bodies appearing on the platform, Sage Sigma said, the conflict just now was just a small accident. Dalamua showed a hint of resentment on his face, clenched his fists, and looked at the guy whose body and machinery were integrated. The thunder and lightning just now made him kneel down without dignity. Now say no malice. Anger is anger, and Durham dare not do anything. The warrior in iron armor is full of oppression. Just standing there gives people a huge sense of oppression. What do you want to do? Camilla asked. I want to know the secret of the giant's power. The Sage of Sigma stated his purpose directly without any obscurity. Hearing this, the trio showed a mocking expression. Another greedy person. Want the power of a giant? Camilla pointed to Zhong Hui, if you kill her, I'll tell you. Zhu Jianhui's face changed slightly. She didn't know why the other party hated herself so much. Perhaps you have misunderstood something. Sage Sigmar said, I am not discussing with you. The will of the Holy Emperor, every human has the obligation to assist mechanistic scholars in their research. Your tone is really arrogant. Camilla said, either kill her, or don't try to know the giant's secret. He still wants to threaten us. We haven't seen any scenes. Hitler said in a mocking tone. Let you the Emperor. Durham is straightforward, and just wanted to say a few harsh words to prove that the three dark giants are not easy to mess with. Before he could utter the last word of Emperor, he rose into the air. Shattered facial bones pierced his mouth mixed with missing teeth. When it landed, it rolled more than a dozen times, and didn't stop until it hit the railing of the platform. Half of Durham's face collapsed into it. Bloody and bloody, horrible. If he is not the human body of the Dark Ultraman, his body has been strengthened. I was afraid that slap would kill him directly. The iron-clad giant who was standing in front of Zhu Jianhui just now stood where Dalam was just now. Neither Camilla nor Hitler reacted. The speed of the opponent is too fast. As if suddenly appeared. There was a trace of panic in their hearts. If they were the ones being beaten, they might not be able to react. If the opponent is holding a weapon. This is a lesson, don't show any disrespect to His Majesty. Shar stared at the human body that couldn't get up, and said in a cold tone, let me hear any words that humiliate your Majesty, and you will see yourself how the headless body of the man fell down. Since becoming the Dark Ultraman, when has Durham been wronged like this? The face that was smashed in public. It's just that he said something nonsense. These humans are so overbearing. I'm sorry, this is a small accident and episode. Sage Sigma said, let us continue the topic just now. I hope you can fulfill the obligations stipulated by the Holy Emperor and provide assistance for the research of Mechanikus. We will try our best. Hitler said. With one slap, a human body was sent flying. I have never seen this scene before. Sage Sigmar said, to the glory of the Holy Emperor, our cooperation will be very pleasant. Durham, Hitler, and Camilla hold the power of the Dark Giant. In the description of the seal, it is indicated that they are failures, a manifestation of a wrong heart being controlled by power. However, after a series of tests and conversations, it was found that the power of the Dark Ultraman is stronger than those who claim to be bright. In the Ultraman War that broke out during the ultra-ancient civilization 30 million years ago, Dark Ultraman once had an advantage. Ultraman, who claims to be righteous, was once reduced to the target of massacre. Means that they are just defined failures, not real failures. The Sage of Sigma was examining the bodies of the Dark Trio, while stealing the secrets of the power of giants, while asking about the ultra-ancient civilization 30 million years ago. Jianhui was also able to understand that ancient past. The ultra-ancient civilization once developed to an extremely brilliant level, and has already immigrated to the stars. Just when human beings are ambitious and trying to conquer the stars and the universe, darkness has fallen. Countless horrific monsters appear all over the universe, wreaking havoc on human cities. Civilization once reached a precarious point. Desperation and fear hang over every human being, even every civilization. At that time, many civilizations were trying to save themselves. Some civilization masters skills to control barbarians, and create monsters to fight against monsters. There are also some civilizations that have abandoned their hometowns and chose to escape. Human beings suffered heavy casualties at one time. It wasn't until someone realized the power of light and was able to become an Ultraman to fight against monsters that a turning point came. Relying on powerful technology, the super ancient civilization created more Ultramen by studying the power of light. Ultramans relied on their powerful power to repel the monsters and let people regain a peaceful life. The good times didn't last long, and these individuals with powerful power had differences. These differences eventually led to the Ultraman War. That war resulted in the death of many Ultramans and civilizations, and became the dust of history. The Ultraman tomb that Sigma and others saw before was the masterpiece of that war. Dark Tiga, Camilla, Hitler, and Durm are in the Dark Camp. They travel among the stars, slaughtering and destroying civilization. Even if Ultramen from other camps wanted to block them, they were still defeated by the powerful force. The group of four went all the way to the Earth, the origin of human beings. At that time, there were two Ultramen in the Earth Guard, one was Siluka and the other was Dia. In addition, there is also an unnamed Ultraman who came from other places to support him with a monster. I thought it would easily destroy this world. As a result, Dark Tiga was persuaded by Yulian, and chose to betray the group of four, sealing Camilla and others. Combined with the information Yulian said, we can infer the following things. The reason why the human beings saved by Chijahua were not saved may also be because the casualties caused by the war were too painful, so they were restricted and no longer allowed to interfere with the choices of normal society. Tiga left behind his fighting body and returned to his home in Orion. But the blood of him and other super ancient warriors has been passed down. Descendants with blood can still become light and fight as giants. Of course, this is just a one-sided guess. The Sage of Sigma is not very interested in this period of history, and the reason why he is willing to piece it together is simply to find clues. It is learned that the ultra-ancient civilization once possessed the technology to make Ultramen. Sages of Sigma feel that they may have gained some technological knowledge about the civilization that created the power of giants to create Ultramen. But he also faintly felt that something was wrong. The Dark Frenzy appeared, and the technology and method of creating Ultramen were discovered. As a result, it failed to prevent the destruction of the super-ancient civilization. It even caused many races and civilizations in the universe to undergo a major cleansing. There must be something related to this. Nowadays, the number of Ultramen has also increased with the intensity of the Dark Invasion. Does it indicate something again? Just as he was about to press for more information, Sage Sigmar was rewarded by his servant. Said that the local indigenous supporters wanted to be able to interview the sage himself. You continue to do experiments. Sage Sigma explained to his subordinates, and then left the laboratory to meet the local aborigines. Before the Empire officially came, these natives could play a huge role. Some appeasement and rewards are necessary to make them serve the Empire more wholeheartedly. The Emperor Supreme, Guilliman, who was staying in his secret laboratory, ushered in the opening task of the 5th stage. The database knowledge obtained in the first 4 stages has transformed the Empire, and even gained an advantage in local inter-universe conflicts. The database of the 5th stage is bound to bring him, and even the Empire, more surprises. For this reason, Guilliman received news from the auxiliary elves. Put down his work, clicked on the system interface, to see what is the task of opening the database in the 5th stage. Chapter 392 The Cruelty of the Empire, for subscription. You have successfully activated the 5th stage certification mission. Mission requirements, please obtain the right to rule a universe. After completing the task requirements, the system will automatically verify and open the knowledge database of the 5th stage. Look at the prompts on the system interface. Guilliman frowned slightly. Completely obtain the dominion of a universe. The requirements of this task are not low. Don't look at the Empire fighting around, it looks very powerful. In fact, if you analyze it carefully, you can see the problems. Empire is just a taste of each universe, no in-depth development, and no absolute advantage. The Mist Universe No. 01 and the DC Universe No. 02 only occupy a small part of the entire universe. It is equivalent to the regular army of the Empire conquering other people's small border villages. It has not yet reached the point where the two forces are really at war. The only officially declared war is the Reincarnation Game Universe. Guilliman also took a trick. The status of the other party is obviously offline. At present, only some players and low-level characters are fighting against the Empire. Speaking of players, Guilliman has to admire the mastermind who came up with this harvesting method. Such a method can be called the pinnacle. It thoroughly understands the greed, selfishness, arrogance, and many other emotions of real creatures, and uses them reasonably. Players are a group with low requirements. They will find ways to solve problems by themselves. They can harvest souls and flesh and blood, and they will take up arms to defend their identity as captive livestock. Occasionally, 1 or 2 idiots can be heard shouting from the perspective of the profit-making class, that there will be no regrets in this life, and they will be players in the next life. Guilliman was shocked when he saw the report from the front. Too good at playing. Playing with people's hearts in a simple way, itching to the bone marrow. Guilliman paced back and forth in his private laboratory. The task of conquering a universe is a huge test for the Empire. For him, and even for everyone. The scale of the universe is guaranteed to be over 90 billion light-years. This is only the distance that can be observed. When the space-time structure is large enough, it will bend, resulting in steep, inevitable collapse. People stand by the sea and look at the past, and the sea level that can be observed is limited. From the human eye to the place where the sea and the sky connect is the observable distance. This is because the Earth is curved and light is straight. The same is true in the universe. The overly large three-dimensional space-time structure bends at angles that ordinary people cannot imagine. For this reason, there is also the farthest observation distance, which does not mean that the universe is only this big. The Empire has not even been able to conquer the local galaxy group. To conquer the universe, it will be an unimaginably long period of time. This task is too difficult. Assist the elves. Gilliman asked, one civilization rules a universe, such a thing, even I dare not breed such ambitions. As long as you have the heart, nothing is difficult in the world, host, come on. Do you know what it means to rule a universe? Gilliman said, with tens of billions of light-years of time and space, even I would feel small and powerless. Come on. The host, the more powerful the civilization, the wider its radiation range, and the stronger its control over the universe itself. The small and fine model is not realistic for civilization. Can't you change the mission? Gilliman asked helplessly. All verification tasks are based on the best choices made by human civilization itself. If it is impossible to rule a universe, it is a good thing for human beings not to open the fifth stage database. Without enough time and space resources, manpower, and material resources, rushing into the ranks of high-level civilizations is actually a disaster. Letting human beings master star-destroying weapons in the industrial age will only destroy civilization, and even lead to the destruction of their homeland, and there will be no chance to start again. Please ask the host to complete the trial task to ensure that human civilization is capable enough to accept those technologies. Gilliman was left speechless by the auxiliary elves. Closed the system interface and sighed melancholy. All kinds of mechanical equipment buzzed around him. The machinery is running with a rhythm that mortals cannot understand. Thinkers tremblingly process huge data information. Various suspended light and shadow models are located in the air of the laboratory. Several sleek tables are stacked with paper and data chips. The printed schematics are attached to the metal plate. The plan to revive ancient heroes is still advancing steadily. If it is a single hero's resurrection, it is not difficult. But his plan is to break the boundary between life and death, so that those heroes can be resurrected automatically. It's like the resurrection mechanism of the game. Doing so has completely disrupted the cycle of life and death in the universe. The difficulty is extremely exaggerated and terrifying. Is a difficulty that ordinary people can't imagine. Gilliman walked towards the door, took off the overalls for working in high-risk environments, and put on a corset for leisure. The task of conquering the universe is a bit difficult, so he has to go through his thoughts and see how he can speed up the process. The Empire is currently only exploring and conquering the large and small Magellanic Clouds and the Andromeda Nebula. And these are only part of the local group of galaxies. And there are 100 such groups or clusters of galaxies in the Virgo supernova cluster. The local group of galaxies is just one of the fringes, with its center 60 million light-years away from Terra. In addition to the Votan alliance encountered in Andromeda, other nebulae also have enemies. Damn Tyranids are also in those signs of nebula activity. The exploration team and the conquest fleet have come into contact with the tentacles of the Tyranid Zerg, and skirmishes have broken out. Gilliman has reason to believe that there are a huge number of Zerg floating in the void, and the battle between humans and Tyran will definitely unfold on an unimaginable scale in the future. I have to talk to Call, and I have to find some ways to speed up the Empire's conquest. Gilliman said as he walked out of his laboratory, if we want to learn their methods from other universes, we must to speed up the learning of all kinds of knowledge. The knowledge of the Black Library must be obtained as soon as possible, and we must find a way to rescue the gods of the spirit race. A pile of disturbing things came to Gilliman's mind. There are more and more difficulties placed in front of him. Promoting the development of a civilization is by no means an easy task. Gilliman felt that he was very likely to be in danger of dying from overwork. Walking out of the top-secret laboratory, the guards and imperial guards headed by Sicarius and others are on duty outside. They were absolutely respectful when Gilliman came out. Gilliman smiled at them. Notify the Prime Minister and let them prepare to report to me the latest situation of the Empire. One more thing, let Call come to see me. Gilliman gave orders to his everywhere as he walked. Several soon left the team to read Gilliman's order. The whole bureaucracy is in motion. Universe No. 02. Lucifer sat behind the counter of his bar, wiping his glass. There is no one in the bar. All he can do is wipe the wine glass. For individuals who possess supernatural power, he is the one who has the most thorough vision of the truth and the future. The Empire has the last mercy for the gods and demons born in human mythology, allowing them to surrender and become ordinary citizens of the Empire. As for other races' mythic quests, they are less benevolent. Reports of killing gods appear every few days. Whether it is the new or the old god, they have all become victims of the Empire's butcher knife. Except for the unseen Holy Emperor, the Empire no longer allows any other beliefs. If someone insists on believing in those gods, the Empire's approach will always be simple and rude. In addition to the practices of previous rulers, the Empire will also hunt down and kill the individual who dares to confuse human beings to offer their beliefs to it. Before those heretics were sentenced to death, they often saw how their gods were killed. God has become synonymous with sin and waste of resources in this age. Is the object that must be defeated. Each world has its own pantheon. As long as civilization is born, the pantheon will also be born. The empire regards gods as parasites on the way of civilization development. It's like there will always be insect eggs in the soil where you take it home to plant flowers. Lucifer can do nothing to slander them like this. Just surviving is already a matter of consuming all your energy. When the empire kills the gods, there will never be any hesitation. Those who dare to question the empire are either dead, or their graves are as tall as grass. Not long ago, someone came to tell him that Darkmond was dead. The strongest new god, like other heavenly fathers who rebelled against the empire, was beheaded. Even his temple and race were destroyed. The empire carried out an extermination strike on Darkmond's homeland. Someone went there, leaving only ruins and charred bodies. Footsteps came, and a man walked into the bar. He was wearing a windbreaker and sat opposite Lucifer. Have a drink, old friend. Chapter 393 Chapter 390, Constantine's bragging moment, seeking subscription. The voice of the visitor carried a hint of cynical frivolity. It sounds like a creature full of contempt for everything in the world. Lucifer followed the voice and raised his head. Seeing that Constantine, the running dog of the empire. The other party was wearing a full-body trench coat as always. Hair is as messy as a chicken coop. Even if it is selected as the communication messenger of the two universes. Constance did not change his character. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked from the door to the long bar of the bar. Tapped the table a few times with his hands. An interface was summoned with his actions, emitting a faint glow in the air. Constantine didn't look at the information on the interface, but looked at Lucifer who was wiping his glass again. Among the gods and demons who surrendered to the empire, Lucifer is the one who can talk to him better. Mainly, it may also be that Lucifer opened a bar. And his alcoholic have a lot in common. Aren't you willing to put down the cup in your hand and welcome me? Constantine said teasingly, Great Lord Lucifer. If everyone wants me to salute and say hello to them, then I don't need to operate the bar, just to say hello to them. Lucifer put the glass in front of Constantine and poured him a glass of wine. The golden wine exudes a faint halo under the dim light. Wine brewed by a fallen angel who once ruled with other Satanists. While having a big background, there is also a hint of irony of fate. Just like the dynasties that have been destroyed in human history. Those who are on top will never imagine that they will fall into the dust and become a pariah to be fooled by others. Lucifer and other gods and demons never thought that one day they would succumb to humans. Living grovelingly under the rule of a human king. I am a big man now. Constantine revealed a proud tone, I am a big man you can't imagine. If you used to laugh at me as an ignorant mortal. After I came back from the empire, the situation is quite different in my case, and you are pitiful and ignorant in my eyes. Lucifer was silent. He had no intention of arguing with Constantine about such a thing. How about the journey to the empire? I heard someone died. It looks like the crossing didn't go well. Indeed, a few old guys died when they went to the empire. Constantine said with a curled lip, I was too curious, so I died. Just thinking about the way they died makes people feel hairy. So dangerous? Is the empire so powerful that there is no way to protect you? You can never imagine how the train of the empire crosses two universes. Even if you were once a Satan, a master of hell, or a fallen angel who thinks that human beings are stupid, you can't imagine the handwriting of the empire. Hearing this, Lucifer raised his head. Since the empire came, he has been looked down upon by Constantine several times. In the past, Constantine would never have the guts to talk to himself like this. After the empire came, everything was messed up. People have learned about another universe and can hear voices from another universe, so they don't respect God. Those who believed in Christ and God in the past all believed in the emperor. Those priests who shouted that there would be no world without God, and no human beings without God, have disappeared. For Constantine's contempt, Lucifer has nothing to do. Times have changed. God is no longer the object that mortals look up to. Lucifer's status is not low, and there are stories about him in many mythological books. The new gods are not the same as the old gods. The old gods were born from human beliefs and are derivatives of civilized races. The new gods are produced by the divine waves of the universe. In the ancient society of the feudal period, beliefs were intricate, and gods had multiple names pointing to themselves. In some religions that have disappeared in the long river of history, the names of some gods have been forgotten. The gods will die with it. Their domain is created by the dreams and beliefs of the believers. The more believers there are, the more brilliant the domain will be. Just like a city, the more people there are, the more brilliant it will be, and the bigger it will be. Without believers, the domain of gods will slowly become desolate, and finally disappear in the violent etheric ocean currents, turning into countless fragments. Because of the particularity of belief and the mystery of the subspace, the saying that if you believe it, you have it, if you don't believe it, you don't have it is not just a joke. In a world with complete barriers to reality, the influence of gods on reality is very weak. Thanks to the connection between believers and God, it is often easier for God to punish believers than it is for God to punish those who offend them and disrespect them. This is also the way the emperor used to fight against the four gods. As long as it is isolated, it cannot be touched. The four gods are dead to human beings. For this reason, it is reasonable for Lorgar's perfect city to be burned. He has put the emperor's cause in jeopardy. The belief pointing to the emperor is not only pointing to the emperor, it may also allow the four gods to establish a connection with reality. The existence of the perfect city has put the emperor's plan in jeopardy. Take Lucifer, to which the old belongs. He has names such as Satan, fallen angel, and morning star. Each name will point to Lucifer itself. However, these are not the most terrible. The most terrifying thing is the meaning of Lucifer's existence. Every time the pastors sing praises to God, every time they praise God, every time they talk about the enemy of Jehovah, every time they talk about the temptation of human beings, they point to it. Human beings commit evil deeds, and when they think of evil thoughts, they will continue to nourish them. Many people have misunderstood the act of offering sacrifices. It is not a good offering. It is considered a sacrifice if many believers pray seriously. It's like paying taxes, what you need to pay for personal income is only superficial. Invisible taxes are hidden around every corner. The cold air you breathe when you go to the mall is all taxed, and it is not the person who has said that the standard of paying taxes is called a taxpayer. The same is true of sacrifices. When the name of thee is read, sacrifices are offered to it invisibly. The destruction of the perfect city was a very correct decision. The empire erased the achievements of all gods and built a firewall to isolate humans. The most terrifying thing about the firewall is that it blocks everything about human beings. Unless the name of thee is clearly pointed out, the other party may receive the belief and spiritual power of the believer. But even so, those gods and demons didn't get much. Lucifer is also being continuously weakened. He is becoming a pathetic mortal life, who will live, grow old, sick and die like other mortals, towards the end. Constantine didn't know that he had stimulated the former lord of hell. Lucifer looked at Constantine, but in the end he still didn't have an attack. He reached out to fill the empty glass of the other party, and then continued to wipe the empty glass in his hand. Do you know what lies deep in the subspace? Constantine lowered his voice. You can never imagine. Lucifer stopped what he was doing. He really hasn't explored the depths of the warp. As a fallen angel, he is just a born in the soil of human civilization. Man can reach as far as he can. He knew that behind the heavens where the realm of the gods was located, there was a wider world. However, he never attempted to gain a deeper understanding of the heavenly realms. Not to mention that the heavens have barriers that cannot be overcome by gods and demons such as Lucifer cannot stay too far away from the humans who provide them with strength and faith. Only some forgotten ancient gods were unwilling to perish, and resolutely found a way to cross the barrier and enter the deep and terrifying place of nothingness and mystery. Those people never came back either. Although Lucifer was once the lord of hell, he never entered the space that devours the gods. The things there are more terrifying than those in hell. If you read their names or violate the management regulations, those monsters will swarm in and twist the soul and flesh of the host, turning it into a complete monster. Monster. After hearing this answer, Lucifer continued to wipe his wine glass. He continued to ask casually. Then have you met the emperor? These words made everyone in the tavern up their ears, and they looked at Constantine in front of the bar. The daily imperial daily is proclaiming the holiness and greatness of the imperial emperor. Now even 3-year-olds know about the holy emperor. Who doesn't want to know a fanatic who wants to build a cosmic empire in the heavens? Look at how many noses and eyes this guy has, he dares to do such a thing. Chapter 394 The beginning of the empire's killing of gods, subscription required. There are many legendary stories circulating in this world. People love stories too. From the legend of the gods to those adventurers, the travel notes of knights. Countless stories circulate in people's daily life. But among these stories, what kind of story is the most shocking? It is undoubtedly the story of the king. Caesar who established the Roman Empire, Cyrus the Great who created the Achaemenid dynasty, Genghis Khan who trampled many civilizations under his feet, Alexander the Macedonian kingdom, and Qin Shi Huang in the east, each of them is ancient and modern, and the establishment is invincible. The king of merit. Even though time has passed, when talking about these people, people will still faintly reveal expressions of admiration and yearning. But compared with the current imperial emperor, they are so small that they cannot be seen. An emperor who brought many mythical figures to their knees. A supreme lord who controls the stars and wants to rule the multiverse. His achievements have been unable to find suitable words to describe from the human dictionary. No matter how majestic the vocabulary is, when describing the other party, it seems pale and weak. No one can imagine whether there is a greater feat in this world than the holy emperor. No one can think of whether there is anyone more ambitious than the holy emperor. The gap between any arrogant person in the world in front of the holy emperor is indescribable. Everyone gathered, and they walked to Constantine's side. Looking forward to the other party being able to talk about the mysterious and unimaginable king. Constantine looked around the crowd and smiled. Scenes like this are very familiar to him. Seeing the confused and ignorant eyes of these people always made him feel a little refreshed. Constantine is not a person who cares about other people's emotions. Not to use bragging and showing off to raise your social status. But who can bear the pain of being able to show off but not being able to show off? Constantine took out an exquisite holographic ball from his arms. I naturally saw the Holy Emperor, and I even had a face-to-face conversation with him. The holographic ball is extremely smooth, it is a fist-sized ball made of metal. Following the movement of Constantine, the holographic ball was suspended in the air. Amidst the slight inaudible hum of the machine, the upper and lower ends of the machine extended, and the released beams outlined scenes. The face of a giant appears in those images. Noble and perfect, as if carved by a skilled master with perfect knife work. This portrait is no stranger to everyone in the bar. In the Empire Daily, the Empire Military Forum and many other propaganda organizations with the official background of the Empire will broadcast some news about Terra, and the Holy Emperor often appears on the screen. I know the fear in your hearts. Being an empire of a different universe conflicts with the simple race and national consciousness you promote. Many people regard the Empire as an invader, thinking that the empire has taken away your homeland, your traditions, and your national consciousness. But you also need to realize that the unity of mankind is inevitable. If we cannot deal with the future crisis as a whole, how far can this race go? The voice of Constantine also appears in the picture, but it sounds very lame. Talking incoherently like a nervous kid, not at all his usual self-confidence. It's really embarrassing. A drinking guest said, Constance, you usually talk like a machine gun, and you never stop. How come you act like a newlywed daughter-in-law? Dante Kong glanced at the other party, and said in a contemptuous tone, if you go to meet him, I'm afraid you will behave worse than me. That's not necessarily the case. The drinker said, what can the Holy Emperor do? No, there are also 2 eyes and 1 mouth. Constantine laughed when he heard this. Friend. Do you know who he is? Look at this one. Constantine patted Lucifer who was wiping his glass. The great morning star, Lucifer, one of the Satans of hell. Now he buys alcohol in the bar, mixes it for you, and earns you a few imperial credits. Did you dare to think of this kind of treatment before? What do you think made him let go of his status as the king of and sit here bartending instead of ripping open your idiot's brain to see how much water is in there? It is because of him, the Holy Emperor of the Empire, that Lord Lucifer can sit here and mix drinks for you in a friendly manner. In front of such a person, do you think you can talk eloquently? Think about it yourself, what qualifications do you have to stand up? Talking freely in front of the other party, do you have that kind of person who sees the big picture? Many drinkers thought about what Constantine said. I found that the other party was right. How could it be possible for people like them to stand in front of such a person and talk freely? The drinker was also speechless by Constantine. Constantine drank the wine in the glass, stood up and looked at the crowd. In the deep subspace where the so-called gods and demons such as Lucifer have no choice but dare not even touch, the Empire has laid a tunnel there for inter-universe communication, trying to open up all universes. Think about such a handwriting, who can do it with such boldness? You people are short-sighted. You can't see the vastness of the universe. You are like those serfs who lived on 1 acre of land in the age of great exploration. You can't imagine what kind of era is waiting for you. But one day you get the chance to go to other galaxies and other universes, then you will realize how stupid and ignorant you are at this time, and how insignificant everything you have insisted on. Only then will you truly realize how heavy is the title of the Holy Emperor. He is a huge wave sweeping across the sky, but we are just one of the insignificant waves. Compared with what you said, I want to know the history of the Empire. Lucifer said, is it an ancient empire that lasted forever? Constantine scratched his head when he heard this, it's not, but if you listen to the real history of the Empire, you will definitely worship the Holy Emperor, and you will understand why those crazy imperial people treat the Emperor is so respected, and you will also realize what a truly great king is like. He is so great, so selfless, and only for mankind, only for the Empire, and he has given up everything. You will be that great. How noble is the man who knows that he wields supreme power not for enjoyment, but for the infinite responsibility and obligation. Get your tissues ready, because you are going to cry in the rest of the story until it's over, and I never have the slightest doubt about that, just because someone as heartless and indifferent as I am, hearing those who poured their hearts out everything, just for the story of survival, I couldn't help but cry. Human beings can reach such a level of tenacity, fighting with all their strength in the eternal darkness, just for that glimmer of light. This story starts from the Great Crusade, from the father of the Holy Emperor, a king who failed but gave everything for mankind. The imperial people called him the Emperor. The most critical of these stories is naturally the Holy Emperor. The Primarchs of the Primaris, and the Astartes they command, are the predecessors of those self-proclaimed Primaris warriors you see. They are a group of creatures stronger than mortals, but weaker than gods. Let me think about where to start. Let's start with the father of the Holy Emperor, the warlord killed by the Emperor, Pope Moranson. That is the beginning of the Empire's killing of gods. Constantine opened the curtain of the story with an extremely exaggerated tone. Chapter 395 The Basic Strategic Policy of the Empire, subscribe. I witnessed the Emperor's unification of Terra, the fall of those technological warlords, and the first flame of the rebirth of human civilization from the ashes. I also witnessed the betrayal of Horus, the moment when the Emperor's foundation collapsed and destroyed, and the day when Terra was drowned in blood. My name is Sagittarius, a poor creature buried in a sarcophagus. This sentence comes from the memoirs of Sagittarius, a veteran of the Shield Guard Battalion of the Imperial Army during the Great Crusade. Just write it on the first page, the first line. This is a memoir left by a soldier who participated in the Terra Unification War and the Great Crusade. The story of this custodian is very rich. He accompanies the Emperor to his rise, and is eventually entombed in the dreadnought sarcophagus in battle. After the siege of Terra, the Emperor sat on the Golden Throne, and he left this memoir to record stories that should not be forgotten. This book has been kept in the custodian's library. After the Holy Emperor ascended the throne, the scholars responsible for studying history were able to get access to these hidden materials, thus sorting out copies for the world. The memoirs left behind have also become important historical materials for people to study the beginning of the Empire. Let people really see the end of those heroes, those shameful betrayals. His story has been buried in the long river of history. Then it was excavated by people, placed in the History Museum of the Empire, and continued to be sung. This story is destined not to be forgotten. It will go on and on until the universe is destroyed and all things decay and even the gods disappear in that unforeseeable and imaginary immensity of time, and the story will go on and on. What Constantine wants to tell is the story left by the Imperial Army. The story wasn't the best. But it is the most comprehensive. This story tells of the rise of the Emperor, the founding of the Imperium, and the war between the Primarch and the Space Marines from the perspective of the Custodians. After the horrific Omnic War that caused mankind to completely fall to the dominant position of the ruler of the galaxy, the Eternal Night Crisis followed. The glory of human civilization marching towards the Milky Way quickly came to an end and became fragmented. The Eternal Night Crisis lasted for more than 5,000 years. All worlds colonized by humans are cut off by raging warp storms, making interstellar travel impossible. Terra is cut off from all colonies. Countless human worlds across the galaxy are caught in chaotic war. The struggle for power between various forces and nations has divided humanity. And in some worlds where governments have completely collapsed and are controlled by psychers and mutants, some bizarre and terrifying events have also occurred. Groups of inanimate people crossed the boundary between reality and illusion, and entered the real universe. Those monsters spewed out of the subspace in groups, harvesting and sacrificing the entire planet, causing countless unimaginable and terrible killings. It was an unimaginable dark age. Countless powerful technologies have been forgotten. The virtues and progress of the past are abandoned. The only thing left is constant chaos and killing each other. The once noble humans became a savage pack of beasts. Crazy psychers and religious demagogues are constantly waging war. Human civilization is destroyed as quickly as a collapsed tower. Just when mankind is about to usher in the final destruction, a great character appears. He is the father of the Holy Emperor, the Great Emperor, the founder of the Empire, the guardian of mankind, and the warrior against the gods. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, until 10,000 years into the future, the name of the Emperor will be sung countless times. Terra became a wasteland for technological overlords, mutants, and psychers in the era of Long Night. The land turned into scorched earth. The oceans have also become dry. People are living in the wasteland like beasts. Murder and crimes are everywhere. They do whatever it takes to survive, and lose all their noble qualities as human beings. To reverse all this, the Emperor raised his legions from the ruins, Thunder Warriors, and Custodians. The former is his army that fights in all directions to frighten the enemy. The latter is the guard who swore to give his life and soul for him. Those weak warlords and forces were defeated by him, and all the population and supplies were absorbed. Like a snowball, the Emperor's power is getting stronger and stronger. Moransen's Pope was the first hard bone he encountered. He established a huge religious country in the wasteland in the name of God. Pride and fear are at the heart of religion. People are always afraid of death, fear of ups and downs, fear of the cruel power of the universe, fear of the coming extinction, fear of their own powerlessness in the face of fate. Pope Moransen established a religious force maintained by fear by means of propagating doomsday theory. This force is extremely cruel and bloody. Mass graves full of bones. Everywhere are crucified, sacrificed pagans. Blood and cruelty are the characteristics of Pope Moransen's forces. In the beginning, the Pope was just a priest who gave alms of water and food. Those gods noticed him and tortured him in the name of faith, making his life rough and suffering. When he prayed, those gods blessed in a very real way. Through such means, the pastor believed in his more and more, claiming to be the shepherd of God. Under the order of God, he ordered those who followed him to dedicate themselves to the evil machines left over from the ancient Long Night, and cloned ferocious remodeled soldiers to conquer the city for him, and bring liberation to those people in the name of God. One gathering place was captured by him, and more refugees were gathered by him. In order to achieve God's will, they are so depraved, committing appalling atrocities for so-called justice. Superstition and ignorance made them sink deeper and deeper. In order to verify their beliefs, they killed those pagan captives again and again, and piled up the corpses to form a mass grave. Those crimes were so horrible, so unforgivable. The Emperor led the Thunder Warriors and Custodians to attack them. Pope Moransen has kept a lot of advanced technologies in his hands, and he also has the mysterious subspace power. He knows how to stir up the ignorant. Tribal wildlings and fanatics swear to defend their faith and future. They wear crude power armor, wrapped in the fur of cloned animals to resist the cold wind. The bulky, muscular body is gnarled, and the genetically modified flesh is covered with countless religious symbols and scars. The first large-scale war broke out soon. The nuclear bomb landed, setting off a deafening explosion in a mushroom cloud that was clearly visible tens of kilometers away. Soldiers from both sides held up various banners and fought in the ruins of the city full of white bones. Radiation-filled winds carry battle cries and death cries. Terrible cannons and engines with scorching flames and deafening noises. Among the killings of the Thunder Warriors and the Imperial Army, Pope Moransen's defeat was inevitable. In order to restore his great cause, he performed a terrible witchcraft. With the outbreak of the war, all the mysterious magic was released by the Pope. The dense swarm of insects like a torrential rain, covering the sky and the sun, swept towards the Emperor's army. Blocked the air intake, muzzle, goggles, nose, ears, and eyes. The drinking water boiled out of thin air, the engines were overheated and overloaded, and they burned down one after another. Many soldiers either became hard stone statues, or became soft and boneless, or their flesh rotted and fell off. Some people went mad, roaring hysterically. Others turned into demons and killed each other. The swarms of insects crawled everywhere, spreading madly. People are covered with abscesses, and then undergo drastic physical and mental changes, turning into unspeakable monsters to attack their companions and chew their corpses. In this moment of despair, the Emperor appeared like the rising sun, and those sorcerous powers melted away like spring snow. And his personal guards took advantage of this opportunity to swarm up, rushed into the fortress, captured the guy alive, and ended this terrible battle. Pope Moransen was eventually executed, and his people were brought back to the nascent empire. The emperor destroyed all the temples built by the Pope by brutal means, and reduced all the poems and books that recorded those gods to ashes, using a violent method to erase all traces of the existence of gods. The failure of Pope Meransen established the general trend of the emperor's unified foundation. Since then, the pan-Pacific tyrant Dum, the brutal Gene Lord Bishop Tang, Akkad who rules the central region of Asia and Europe, and the Nofi Lord who masters the Ascendio-class combat robot developed in the Golden Age, etc., are also taking over. Lost in the battle to go down. Their brutal reign was ended by the emperor. Some were imprisoned in Terra's prisons, while others were driven out forever. The emperor conquered Terra and rebuilt human civilization from the ruins. He initiated many social reforms. Fear and superstition were driven out, and practicality and rationality followed. The astrotorch for interstellar FTL travel is established. A star language hall for interstellar FTL communication was also established. The emperor used various genetic experiments to stabilize the population and reshape the human species back to what it was before the warp storm. The genetic church of the moon and the mechanical church of Mars finally chose to surrender to the emperor under the persuasion of the emperor. With the help of the two, the emperor shaped the predecessor of the primordial warriors, space warriors, and built a large number of ships, kicking off the glorious Great Crusade. The emperor sets out with his legions of space marines on a great quest to free all of humanity from the Xenos and warp monsters. One world after another was reclaimed. Alien enemies are scattered or wiped out in a series of battles. A world polluted by warp space, purified by virus missiles and cyclone torpedoes unleashed during orbital bombardment. During the battle, he also retrieved the Primarchs who were flung to other planets by the Chaos God one by one, allowing them to lead the space fighters created with them as anchors according to the original plan. The Primarch was fashioned from the Emperor's own gene pool. Every bit adjusted. Was shaped into the leader of mankind, the General. The interstellar warriors were also divided into 18 legions, corresponding to the 18 Primarchs scattered throughout the galaxy. These Primarchs should grow at the Emperor's side. As a result, because of the traitors who strayed into the chaotic time stream and the conspiracy of the Chaos Gods, the Primarchs, who were still in their infant state, were scattered all over the galaxy and grew up far away from the Emperor. After launching the Great Crusade, the Emperor joined the Primarchs one after another. The Primarch galloped like on the battlefield of the Great Crusade, regaining one world after another for the Empire. Under the leadership of the Primarch, the Space Marines have achieved great development. The progress of the Great Crusade was also accelerated by the return of the Primarch. Every world that is liberated is swiftly armed. Just like a snowball, the Empire's expeditionary force is getting bigger and bigger. After a series of brilliant victories in the Great Crusade, the Emperor felt that the time had come to return to Terra for the next phase of his grand plan to save humanity. He believes that the Primarch he created will replace him in subsequent campaigns. The Primarchs have proven their strength time and again, and will soon wipe out the xenomorphs and other threats to humanity once and for all. Horus was the first Primarch to return and the Emperor's greatest champion. In the campaign to wipe out the alien empire, he gained recognition. The Emperor entrusted him with the Great Crusade and appointed him War Master. There's nothing special about telling a story, but telling a story that people love is not so simple. Constantine has precisely this ability. Many people think he is cynical and a liar who can only play tricks. But people have to admit that lip service is often an enviable skill. In many cases, this skill only belongs to people with extraordinary talents, and it is by no means something that can be achieved by later transformation and strengthening. To make a story moving enough, the speaker must have the ability to empathize with others. The transformation technology of the Empire can allow a person to gain a strong body and quick thinking, but it cannot give a person the ability to empathize. This ability is an absolute talent. People are fascinated by the history of the Empire told by Constantine. A history book of the Empire written by countless people with their lives and courage unfolded slowly in front of them. Allowed them to see the behind-the-scenes story of a powerful empire with countless advanced technologies and a massive army. The existence of the Empire is a miracle. But it is not a miracle created by God. It is a miracle created by countless heroes who exchanged their lives for human survival. People listened quietly to the past of the Empire. The last trace of resistance to the Empire in my heart also disappeared. The Empire is not some unimaginable God, nor is it some unfathomable supreme existence. It is composed of ordinary human beings. The establishment of an empire is not as easy and flat as God's creation of the world in 7 days. The creator of the empire did not create the world with a few words. After experiencing countless setbacks and countless battles, it led mankind out of the predicament in the ruins and desolation and established an empire. The existence of the empire does not praise gods, but human beings themselves. The people sitting together put themselves into this story, imagining themselves in the grand and magnificent expedition. What a grand plan and great cause that is. This kind of story can satisfy those who are in the second grade, but it is far from making people cry. Lucifer, who was wiping the wine glass, looked up and said. Constantine drank a glass of wine and smiled. This story is just the beginning. If it is just like this, I will never cry uncontrollably. The cruelest thing in the world is no different from showing the beauty in front of you, and then smashing it completely. I have witnessed a king's expectations for his own race, witnessed the great grand plan outlined by the first human lord for human beings, and what follows is the cruel part of this story. You are my son, Horus. We have fought side by side the longest, and you are the one who knows my dreams and goals best. Now, the time has come for me to retire from Terra, and my duty as a warrior has come. It will end here, and the next battle will be handed over to you. I give you the title of War Master. From now on, All my troops and generals will obey your orders, as if the order was issued by me personally. Take my trust to save those lost compatriots. Horus became War Master and gained control of all armies. The Emperor returned to Terra to begin the next phase of his plan. If this plan is successful, then mankind will be truly liberated, able to live happily, and the Dark Night will never happen again. In order to better coordinate resources from all over the world, the Emperor established the Terra Council to handle the affairs of the Terra government, as well as establish and maintain the laws of the Empire across countless imperial worlds. The departure of the Emperor has caused a lot of trouble to people. After the establishment of the Terra Council, the Primarchs who did not get a seat felt that they had been abandoned. They openly question Horus' orders, ignore his commands, or distort his orders for personal ends. Horus felt the pressure. He had to do everything in his power to maintain the balance and strive for victory in order to maintain his identity and status. Horus desperately needed honor to prove himself worthy of the title of War Master. Any offense to reputation was intolerable to Horus at the time. And those enemies hidden in the dark just took advantage of this. The Emperor launched this war not to create an empire under his control, but for the true detachment of mankind, so that mankind can escape the ultimate fate of destruction. The Emperor's enemies are the original destroyers. Some call them gods, and some call them omnipotent, but no matter what the sayings and names are, it can be seen that those guys are powerful and terrifying. During the time of the Emperor's power, they were hidden. They came to life when the Emperor was forced to leave his sons, secretly looking for opportunities to corrupt the Emperor's children. As the warp storm looms, the Emperor's time is running out. He must create a super light speed road for human beings that does not rely on the subspace before the arrival of the new subspace storm, and maintain the communication and navigation of the Empire. The arrival of the storm weakened the connection between the Empire's domains. Even with the guidance of the astronomical torch, subspace navigation is slowly becoming dangerous. The connection between the entire Empire and Terra is slowly weakening. Humanity must find a way to bypass the dependence on the subspace, otherwise the new Empire will be destroyed in a new round of storms. If it fails this time, mankind will never have the chance to rebuild civilization. The Chaos Gods will completely control the real universe, just like those corrupted universes, becoming a paradise for the inanimate. The Empire will once again become fragmented, and human civilization will be destroyed. The Emperor must hurry up to carry out his plan and complete all the work. This plan is so critical. So much so that he can only share it with the few people who are always with him. Not even the Primarchs know the details. When the arrogant and ignorant Primarchs were out of the Emperor's care, they were corrupted by the primordial beings who deliberately wanted to enslave mankind and control the real universe. The first corrupter was Lorgar, Primarch of the Word-Bearers chapter. He worshipped those individuals with great power madly, and built enough temples for the Emperor. In zeal, he committed many unforgivable crimes in the name of the Emperor. Imagine those religious wars of the Middle Ages in space. Planet after planet was burned as heretics for refusing to listen to Lorgar's religious theories. Make the whole world smell like barbecue. During the Great Crusade, Lorgar launched countless religious massacres. Many innocents have been ordered exterminated for not accepting the Word-Bearers' preaching. The Emperor didn't like Lorgar's approach, and reprimanded him many times, and asked him to learn from the Holy Emperor Guilliman. Out of jealousy, this guy turned to worship the power to destroy the world. He and his minions secretly planned the Devon incident. Stealing a fearsome weapon of warp evil from a human civilization scattered across the stars, tricking Horus into their trap, allowing a traitor on the planet Devon to use it hurt Horus. Debilitated by physical trauma, coupled with doubts about the Emperor's cause, the evil gods finally penetrated Horus' defenses. Horus has no idea what the Emperor is doing in the dungeon. It is also not clear that human beings are already facing an unprecedented crisis of extinction. A super large-scale subspace storm will tear up the fragile human civilization and turn the entire real universe into hell. He only felt that he was abandoned by his father, and the Primarch brothers were unwilling to follow his command. In deceit and lies, Horus made a sinful pact with the gods of chaos. Give us the Emperor, and you will be the true lord of the galaxy, Horus. The Chaos Gods bewitched Horus to think that his father was the source of the chaos. He will save mankind from the hand of the father. Those Primarchs who were already corrupt and dissatisfied with the Emperor were quickly won over by him. Even the Space Marines were quickly drawn into their side. The Primarch has a great influence on the Legion. Space Marines regard the Primarch as their father and mentor, and are willing to fight to the death for the Primarch. Of course, there are some Space Marines who are not in the same boat. They regard the future of humanity as more important than the Primarch. Firmly believe that only the Emperor can lead the future of mankind. A sad betrayal soon erupts. Horus used the power in his hands to transfer away those space warrior legions that could not be loyal to him, and twisted the Emperor's order, causing the Space Wolves and the Thousand Suns Wizards to fight bloody. On Istvan III planet, Horus planned another big cleansing incident. And set a trap in Istvan, together with those who had betrayed but not exposed, ambushed the three loyal Primarchs. In the end, the Iron Hand Primarch Ferris was killed, the Salamander Primitive Fukin was captured, and the Raven Guard Primarch Corax was rescued after a long guerrilla, but his subordinates suffered heavy casualties as a result. Constantine lowered his voice, and the holographic ball in his hand was also broadcasting the sorted-out video and audio. Those heroes howled in betrayal and despair. They never thought that their companions would betray them. The pictures of one war after another have been recorded. The Battle of Istvan, the betrayal of Kalth, the massacre of the 500 worlds, Beta Garmin, etc., the wars in galaxy units continued to break out. Every time tens of billions of human beings die. People's mood is also slowly sinking. The glory of a human civilization has cast a faint haze. The drinkers sat in their places in silence. The past of the empire is so tragic. Grieving the grief of everyone who listened. I have a life full of honor and a little regret, traitor, do you dare to say that? For everything we've ever created. The steppes and mountains of Kogaris are so beautiful that I can't see them anymore. Never fail the blood of Sanguinius. The Iron Hand never yields. Even if Fukin is dead, Salamander will never compromise. Fenris forged our unyielding will. I want to sing your stories for future generations, but unfortunately I can't. Remember my name, Devil, my name is Or, and I will always spurn you and your master. When Constantine talked about the siege of Terra, about the heroes who once fought in the stars for mankind and died one after another to defend the future of mankind. Mortals took up arms against those fearsome monsters. Use your thin body to fight against those minions of evil gods. Relying on each other in the dark for that little bit of poor courage. Someone is already in tears. Just because what the Empire sings is not the story of superheroes, but the story of countless ordinary people defending their hard-won homeland. They took up arms because of the destruction of their homeland, against unimaginable monsters, against traitors to the gods. There are no heroes in tights, and no miracles performed by the gods. Only the survival that countless human beings exchanged with blood and courage. The battle between the loyalists and the rebels was extremely fierce. They competed for one palace wall after another, and corpses piled up like mountains. Those war vehicles stepped forward, and what they trampled were corpses and ashes. The war soon reached its climax. After a long war, loyalists and traitors alike have reached their limits. The loyalists are driven to the last wall. With no tactics, no strategy, and no hope, those horrible monsters manifest at will, slaughtering every human being. The sky of Terra is covered with countless horrors. The mountain-like giant eye, huge tentacles like Mount Everest slapping the rotten ground, everything is so terrifying, the whole world is pulled into the abyss. If Terra falls, human beings will have no hope at all. The Emperor came out of the underground palace where he had been hiding all the time scarred. Those warriors and scholars who followed the Emperor into the underground palace for the future of mankind have also shed their last blood. His plan can be used for FTL communication, and the sailing webway failed by the folly of his son, Magnus of the Thousand Suns. For the sake of the human beings he guards, and to allow this stupid and short-sighted race to continue to exist, he has already decided to fight his son of betrayal. Even if this decision will cost him his life, he will not hesitate. For humanity, the Emperor would give anything. When the Emperor was preparing for the decisive battle with Horus, the Loyalist reinforcements were only a few hours away from Terra. The Loyalists rushed to Terra desperately. As long as their army entered the battlefield, the battle situation there will be earth-shaking changes. The Loyalists will crush the damned traitors. In the end, did the Loyalists arrive in time to defeat the traitors headed by Horus? Said a drinker whose eyes were already red. The end of the hero, the sad song of the king. In order to win the future of mankind, how many people have paid the price of their lives? Reinforcements can reach the battlefield in only a few hours. As long as the defenders persevere, they will be able to defeat those traitors and make them pay the heaviest price. That's a pretty good ending to the story. Constantine looked around at the people listening to the story, seeing that they all expressed hope that the story would have a good ending. He suddenly showed a cruel smile. Reality is not a fairy tale. Otherwise, how could the Empire become so ruthless, wanting to kill those gods who do not want to submit to the Empire? Horus blocked all external news channels on Terra, and the defenders didn't know the arrival of reinforcements. What was even more terrifying was that Terra had been polluted by the power of the warp at that time. Time had been controlled, and it no longer flowed freely. If the Emperor does not act to deal with Horus, he risks forever controlling time, keeping the battle at a stalemate. The duel between the Emperor and Horus is something that the gods have been pushing forward, and it was something that humans at that time could not stop. Whether they are loyal fighters or those despicable traitors, they are just pawns in the hands of evil gods. In the eyes of evil gods, civil wars that cost humans huge casualties are just a rare entertainment. The Webway project backfired on the Emperor, making him distracted all the time to seal and suppress the entrance of the Webway, unable to leave the underground palace. His friend who has been with him and his subordinate, the hero Malkador, sacrificed his life to temporarily replace him, control the seal and suppress the Webway. The Emperor was able to leave the underground palace and drag his tired body to fight Horus. Horus, blessed by the gods, is extremely powerful. He also used various schemes to weaken the soldiers who boarded the ship with the Emperor, and even manipulated them to attack the Emperor. When the Emperor got rid of those enemies and took the remaining custodians to the place where Horus was, the other party had already killed a Primarch who boarded the ship Sanguinius. The noble, who fought for mankind until now, the last Primarch, fell to the floor, its snow-white wings reddened with blood. The Emperor was horrified by Horus' depravity, and he hoped to awaken the sun's spirit, but the result was sad. Horus has been completely depraved and can no longer be redeemed. He seriously injured the Emperor and killed the Emperor's bodyguard and an immortal who came all the way. The immortal had parted ways with the Emperor. However, for the future of mankind, he resolutely chose to return. After blocking the fatal blow for the Emperor, he sent his remaining power to the seriously injured Emperor, giving him the power to fight back. After realizing that it was impossible for him to save Horus, the Emperor released a psychic thunderbolt capable of destroying stars. Even with the blessing of the evil god, Horus could hardly resist the psychic thunderbolt, and was knocked down to the ground, mournfully howling and screaming. After expelling the power of the gods, Horus was able to regain some sanity, and he shed tears of regret when he realized what he had done. Horus asked his father to kill him. He had no way to resist the gods. Horus was killed at last. the emperor fell from his wounds, and the human race survived, though not detached. Many drinkers all had tears in their eyes, and those who were more emotional were even more sobbing. Emperors have established unprecedented feats, possessing great strength and immortal life. But he didn't seek enjoyment, and gave everything for the weak mortals. Think about how many people in this world have a little power in their hands and want to maximize the use of it for their own benefit. Sesame and mung bean officials all want to make money and engage in women. With 2 cents in my pocket, I just think about spending time and drinking, doing nothing. The founder of a star empire does not have a 30,000 harem, nor does he have hundreds of thousands of concubines, but instead devotes himself to fighting and striving for the interests of mankind. Countless human heroes are thus united by his side. I thought there would be a happy ending, but it turned out to be so sad. Those chaos gods became the biggest winners. Human beings suffered countless casualties in the civil war, nourishing those hateful monsters. Constantine glanced around at these people, and drank the wine that Lucifer poured him. No matter where they are, these people can't control their tears. More exciting things are yet to come. It will definitely make these people gnash their teeth. The Emperor Supreme, Guillemon, who came out of the top-secret laboratory, was dealing with some important government affairs during the interval between waiting for the chief sage Belisarius' call to come to see him. The issue of taxation needs to be discussed in detail. Some trans-universe colonies do not have enough sense of identity with the Empire, and some worlds have not yet recovered from war, reconstruction, and transformation. The burden is too great. It is recommended to use a softer indirect tax means. It is necessary to strengthen supervision in various places to prevent people from using their power and wealth to undermine local democratic elections. If such people are caught, they will be sent to punishment camps. If they have family members, they will be sent in together with their families. There are also requirements. The government officials of the various star districts and sub-star districts should not always think of perfunctory work, but should work hard to do practical things and strictly implement the various standards and requirements of Terra. Let the directors of the Empire Daily and the Stars report. These public opinion organizations come up with effective methods and measures to strengthen the management of local branches, do a good job in guiding the thoughts of the people of the Empire, and deal with the greed for pleasure and excessive personal freedom. Criticize resolutely, and establish and maintain the 3-view cognition that human beings are a whole civilization. The trial court should conduct a thorough investigation of the bureaucratic system in various places, resolutely implement the line of those who are capable, and resolutely put an end to all behaviors that go through the back door and talk about friendship, and severely punish them without mercy. Don't talk about making any contributions, and friendship will be enough. Break the bottom line of the Empire at will. Break this one, break that one, and it will all be messed up later. The sacrifices made for the Empire are worth remembering and rewarding. On this point, the Empire cannot be stingy. But this kind of reward is not. It should be inherited by the younger generations. Using power for personal gain, trying to consolidate the so-called bloodline behavior is extremely short-sighted, and ultimately poisons the entire empire and the entire civilization. Assassins' methods should be more secretive and management should be strengthened, as far as possible to be as invisible as possible. For those who have meritorious achievements and great influence, but lack of ideological awareness, they always feel that the empire owes him an iron rice bowl passed down from generation to generation. His descendants can be masters. When there is no way to use normal means, the assassins should be used to deal with those unruly guys at the lowest cost. The business scope of the assassin family should also be larger. There is no perfect system in the world. There are always people who want to walk on the edge of the law, take advantage of loopholes, and harm the collective interests of the empire to feed themselves. Such people must be cleaned up in time. Guillemon reviewed government affairs very quickly. Of course, many details are handed over to the Terra Council headed by the Prime Minister of the Empire. Guillemon is only responsible for controlling the general context. Using assassins to assassinate those who are always walking on the edge of the law and exploiting loopholes in the rules, Guillemon has no moral burden at all. That's what assassins do. The council always let assassins assassinate those so-called political fighters. What pursuit of peace? Use all the funds for people's livelihood. Must be absolutely democratic and free. Advocate the abolition of the Cloning Act and return to the small human family model. There are also people who advocate justice and peace, the complete abolition of classes, and the creation of a real utopia. There are also agitations to repeal the inheritance tax and interest-related review bills that are so high that heirs get nothing. The empire's inheritance tax is very high. Even if the parents are rich, the heirs often don't get much. Using other means to transfer property and wealth, as long as the existence of criminal facts is confirmed after investigation and evidence collection, it will be considered tax evasion. Not only will it pay inheritance tax, but also pay huge fines, and face prison. It is not difficult to investigate such a thing. The empire has a variety of methods to detect lie, and can also check memory. For this reason, it is almost impossible to escape the inspection of the tax department. Interest-related review act. If a promoted imperial official finds out that multiple interested persons have come to the same institution, it will attract the inspection of the judge. This relationship includes, but is not limited to, fellow students, teachers and students, family colleges or unofficially certified small groups, etc. It is a taboo of the empire to link and transfer interests, and to establish factions privately. Violators are either punishment camps or machine slaves. Many people have been calling for the abolition of this bill, claiming that the punishment is too severe and does not conform to the establishment of a democratic and humanistic society. For these guys who can't find any reason to commit a crime and get in the way, Guillemon is directly physical removal. Playing is a black heart. In fact, Guilliman has nothing to do. It is impossible to modify the system again. There are only so many cakes. Either you take it or he takes it. Empire is now an unfair class model with no inheritance. Classes are clearly divided. Scholars and frontline troops who can produce scientific research results are the best. The higher the level, the better the resources and treatment enjoyed by people. Under the same rules and the same starting point, everyone competes fairly. How much cake you can eat is up to you. You can climb to that position, which means your ability to reach that position. Your enjoyment is in line with that position. Some people say that such a system cannot inspire people's enthusiasm for defending the empire. Everything created by oneself cannot be left to future generations, so why do you have to work hard? Guilliman scoffed at such a statement. It is as if those wronged species who died before have descendants. Don't they all have no wives, no sons, no money, no power, and no understanding of anything? They send young children to death, and defend those powerful guys who have something to leave for future generations. Guilliman's attitude is that whoever dares to play 4 generations and 3 princes in the imperial system he works so hard to rebuild, and the interests are linked. He dared to guarantee that even the big belly woman of that family would go to the punishment camp. In today's imperial system, the most important thing is the word justice. Everyone can only spell themselves. Linking interests is absolutely not allowed. That would bring down the entire empire. You have the ability, you are popular and hot. You don't have much ability, but if you dare to fight and join the army to fight for your future, you are also popular and hot. If you are not capable and hard enough, then you can only eat and wait to die. Guilliman dealt with a few more decrees on military mobilization, and then he heard the servant report that the chief sage had arrived. Let him come right here. Chapter 396 Conquering Universe 04, subscribe. Many people are moving around Guilliman, carrying out his will and executing his orders. Make sure the empire runs according to his will. Countless armies and heroes are fighting war outside. Using courage and sacrifice to forge the immortal glory of the empire, seeking the way for mankind to move towards the future and the heavens. In a sense, the various departments on the Emperor Supreme are also facing a war. Bureaucrats fight with paperwork and data. From a few words of the report, get the data about the front line, and assess whether they need the soldiers and supplies in the report. Empire resources are precious. But the grand plans and great achievements of the Holy Emperor are so huge. Cannot be wasted at will. It is necessary to ensure that resources are used on the tip of the knife. Men and women in various uniforms shuttled back and forth in several huge strategic halls. Hovering servo skulls and information windows follow them. They are the lubricant of this huge empire, their heart, and guarantee the operation of the empire. Without them, the Holy Emperor would not be able to effectively control the empire. Call weaves his way through the clerical staff. He did not come alone. Instead, take a team. Walking in the forefront, the mechanical priest wearing a red robe held a flag and sprinkled holy oil on the road ahead. Sages of various professions surrounded Call, forming a well-organized team with distinct classes. The servants who serve them exude the aroma of oily smoke and the frequency rhythm of data transmission, and the speeding canned angels chirp and say binary blessings. The imperial bureaucrats along the way paid homage to the chief sage. Call's reputation is extremely high. It took him thousands of years to bring the Holy Emperor back from his coma. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid that human beings would have quickly perished after Abaddon destroyed Cadia. His merits are enough to allow him to enter the historical books of the Empire and leave a strong mark. At present, he is also the most important helper of the Holy Emperor. Kaur turned a blind eye to the multitude of saluting clerks and bureaucrats. With his status, he no longer needs to participate in those human contacts and political struggles that waste energy. He led the team straight through the inner corridor with no outer windows. Walk through the beautifully carpeted corridors that house large machinery. Priceless golden sculptures are embedded in shrines filled with coils of cable. Murals depicting the 8 heroic primarchs and the Holy Emperor, as well as numerous heroes of the Empire, were carved into those polished metal surfaces. Some mechanical personnel are busy back and forth, maintaining and repairing the operation of those machines. Kaur and others arrived at the huge vaulted vestibule. Sicarius and Marshal Valeno were there. Above their heads, crystal chandeliers shone brightly. Beneath their feet, carpets were intricately woven and intricately designed. Master Chief Sage. Sicarius walked to Call's side. Where's your majesty? Call asked. I am dealing with some urgent government affairs in his study, please follow me. Valeno wears a tall conical helmet that hides his face. Through the eyepiece of his helmet, Valinor silently watched the sage's team. Only nodded to Call when he passed by. The status of the Marshal of the Imperial Guards who governs the Order of the Imperial Guards is no less than that of the Chief Sage. For this, there is no need to salute like others. Valinor is always vigilant about everything. His helm scans the sages. Several sages are marked by red outlines, showing that they are extremely dangerous. Data labels flash a small amount of data about them. Call's ranks of sages include powerful figures from the many major orders of the Mechanicum. They have all carried out crazy mechanical transformation and genetic upgrades on themselves. The strength of a sage is not only manifested in his knowledge, but also in his force. Many sages will embed world-killing weapons into their bodies. Valeno assessed the threat from these people. Calculate how long it will take to kill them all. The duty of the Imperial Guard is this. The Wanfa group must eliminate all threats to the Holy Emperor. Power struggles are everywhere. The achievements of the Empire have inspired countless people. But the greed and selfishness of those bad embryos can never be satisfied, and they don't care what the Empire has achieved, but put their short-sighted eyes on their own interests. Killing the Holy Emperor and messing up the situation will give them more. There are also some people who are in high positions but forget their original intentions. They were enslaved by desire and power, and secretly engaged in various illegal acts that were not allowed by the laws of the Empire. Eager to restore the old system, pass on their despicable genes forever, and poison the human empire. The existence of the Holy Emperor is destined to make their ideas impossible to realize. Only by killing the Holy Emperor can we mobilize enough power to abolish the current system and restore them to their former noble status. Kaur's entourage was waiting in place. The chief sage himself followed Zacharias to Guilliman's private study. The huge gilded gate slowly opened. Kaur walked in with a pious form. It was a room with a high dome, cold, without any warmth or luxury at all. Light came from the lumen lamp on the roof, illuminating the huge study room. Your Majesty. Kaur saluted Guilliman behind the desk. Go out first, Zacharias. Guilliman said softly. The door closed after Zacharias walked out. Isolate the noisy sound outside. Silence enveloped the room. Only the slight hum of the data device echoes in the room. How is the research work going? Guilliman put down the data crystal in his hand, rubbed his forehead, and relieved the fatigue caused by work. Everything is on the right track. Several sages who have explored outside have brought us a lot of new ideas and technical directions. Sage Sigma has entered a world that can use emotional power to incarnate giants. She is trying to analyze those powers. The principle of operation, if it can be used, this technology will be available to us soon. Your brothers, Master Primarchs Ferris and Fukin have also made outstanding achievements. The small universe miniaturization project proposed by Lord Ferris has achieved a theoretical breakthrough. The only thing that is lacking is how to transform this theory into practical technology. Master Vulcan has obtained a new application in weapons. The regular products collected in the interstellar tunnels have given him new inspiration. He plans to manufacture a batch of weapons that can distort the rules. If successful, the Trans-Space Expeditionary Force can use this batch of weapons to gain a greater advantage. For the background analysis of Universe 04 and Universe 05, preliminary results have been obtained. One is the ruined universe left by the extraordinary civilization, and the other may be a data-based experimental universe created by other civilizations. Guilliman listened to Kaul's report. The sages are currently working hard to update the technology needed for the cross-universe expeditionary force to the economy and politics of the Empire. Research and develop special restraint technology for various enemies encountered by the Imperial Expeditionary Force. Guilliman integrated this information, thinking about which technologies required more resources to ensure that they could gain greater advantages for the Empire in the coming war. The Empire needs to rule a universe, so he can get the database of the 5th stage. The best choice is naturally the local universe. But the threat of the 4 gods made Guilliman feel a little worried. He defeated the opponent's minions and the traitors who defected to the opponent. But these are nothing more than game pieces out of control for the Chaos Gods, far from threatening their own foundation. Guilliman is worried that when the time comes, he will invest too much in the local universe, but the 4 gods will take advantage of the loopholes and repeat the Great Rebellion, which will be a lot of fun. For this reason, after careful consideration, he decided to center the task of conquering a universe on Universe 04. That is the ruined universe left behind after the collapse of an extraordinary civilization. Compared with other universes, it is less difficult. Universe 01 is a purely corrupt universe, and the Empire has to conquer and cleanse those worlds before they can colonize them. Universe No 02 currently appears and confronts the Empire only superheroes in captivity and members of the pantheon bred by civilizational beliefs. The real behind-the-scenes mastermind, that is, the so-called first cause the minion of the Supreme God has not yet appeared. If you want to conquer that universe, you have to face an omniscient being of the same level as Yog-Sothoth. From the data read from the background of the universe and the mouths of some captured observers, it can be known that the Supreme God is the ultimate existence of Universe 02 and the creator of that multiverse. Behind the No 03 universe is the creator of the reincarnation game, and it is also a terrifying existence that keeps countless players in captivity. If the Empire wants to rule that universe, it must fight against the opponent. These 3 universes Guilliman does not want to give up rescue and conquest, but to prioritize. The current main task is to obtain the database of the 5th stage, so that humans can obtain stronger technology. It is a good thing to put energy and resources in the abandoned Universe 04. The civilizations in Universe 04 are all extraordinary civilizations built with subspace technology as the leading factor, and they have collapsed at present. The cause of the crash is currently unknown. In most of the worlds detected, the technological level is only the level of the agricultural feudal era. The local aborigines have preserved certain ancient skills and mastered spiritual power through practice. They call it practice. The more important point is that the scale of Universe 04 is not as large as other universes. It may be that some war broke out in those civilizations at their peak, which caused the scale of the universe to shrink. According to the calculations of Mechanicum, it may only have a diameter of more than 300 trillion light-years. The Empire can quickly control Universe 04 and meet the mission requirements of the 5th stage. It can also stay away from the 4 gods and leave a follow-up base for human beings, which can be said to be the best solution at present. Waiting until Kaul finished speaking, Guilliman opened his mouth to reveal his purpose. The reason I summoned you is that I hope to establish a scientific research project for Universe 04. The Empire's conquest focus will be on this universe. With all due respect, Universe 04 is not a universe worth choosing. It is a ruined universe left over from an extraordinary civilization. Although its strength is the worst, its resources are also the worst. Chapter 397 This female mouse is so, please subscribe. The Empire has launched forceful raids on multiple universes, established outposts, and strived to put eggs in multiple baskets. In this way, even if the Imperial struggle fails, there is still a way out. Never underestimate your enemies. Even if it is a pig, it has its own fangs, which can stab the hunter who tries to hunt it. Not to mention the gods. They have been blocked in the subspace at this time. It doesn't mean they are harmless. Dividing the Empire's plate in each universe is the best way Guilliman can imagine. When there is nothing they can do, at least they can leave. The resources of Universe 04 are indeed the worst, but I have assessed that if the Empire rules the entire universe, the resources extracted from the ruins are enough to maintain its own operation, and the Empire will also build that place to make it more suitable. Humanity survives. Guilliman said, we have to control a universe completely belonging to the Empire. Our homeland is too harsh, and the information sent back by many extragalactic exploration teams shows that the outside is also a mess, except for the Tyranids. Well, the ghost knows how many disaster creations those ancient civilizations have left in this universe. If we choose this as the first control target, then we have to take huge risks. With the help of the Watchers, the Dark Angels gradually cleared up some ancient civilization relics on the outskirts of the galaxy. Those guys hid a lot of things inside, which are powerful and full of threats. If someone with a heart gets it, it is very likely that the foundation of the Empire will be shaken. When Guilliman mentioned this aspect, he thought of the weapon in Abaddon's hand. First he injured himself, and later he seriously injured Calgar, so that he still hasn't recovered yet. Calgar is still lying on the hospital bed. If he hadn't personally rescued him, he might not be able to wake up now. And that weapon was created by an ancient civilization. There is also the Tyranid Zerg, and Guilliman also has reason to suspect that it is not a species that evolved naturally. It is very likely that like the orcs, they were used as biological weapons by a certain civilization. After losing control, it became what it is now. It is extremely difficult for Guilliman to unify this universe. The various disaster creations left over from the ancient civilizations are enough for him to eat a pot. There are also shit-stirring sticks like Sishin. Rule this universe, it can really be said that the benefits are small and the sacrifices are big. Is an easy thing to lose money. It's better to transfer the target to the ruins of No 04. The civilization there has declined, and there are no overly powerful evil gods. Get rid of those natives and seize important node areas, and you will be able to control the entire universe. Let the Empire have a super large trans-universe colony as a backup for the Empire. It can be regarded as killing multiple birds with one stone. If you insist on doing that, I will try my best to do it. Kaur said respectfully. Then help me complete it. I need the deconstruction report of Universe 04. The total conquest will be launched after the evaluation report is released. We need to seize a universe as soon as possible. Guilliman said. No one knows how long it takes to take over a universe. Even if Universe 04 has shrunk significantly. But there are still more than 30 billion light years. That is an unimaginable distance, and it is a vast territory far beyond the control of any regime in the past. Whether it will take 100 years or 1,000 years is impossible to estimate. This will be a long journey. The Empire will have countless soldiers involved in this battle. Some soldiers spend their entire lives on that. If a universe can be obtained successfully, the Empire will also enter a new stage. After chatting for a while, and discussing some of the current shortcomings of the Empire, Kaul stood up and left. Kaur exited the study and returned to his team under the gaze of those tall warriors. Those sages receive instructions from the hand of Kaur about the Holy Emperor. Each of them held high positions in the Empire. It is still very difficult to meet the Emperor. The Empire is too large, and its government affairs are unimaginable. For Guilliman, every minute and every second is precious. It is impossible to summon every sage and official. Only when they have made a major breakthrough or achievement, Guilliman will personally summon them and give them honor for reward reasons. After Kaul left, Guilliman also walked out of his study. How is Calgar? Guilliman asked. There is no serious problem, and he is still recovering. Sikarai said, the doctor said that the blow almost killed him. Guilliman did not speak. He has witnessed the power of that weapon. Battle of Cadia, he almost overturned. If it weren't for Lord Cypher who was lurking beside Abaddon, the Empire would probably have to usher in their third emperor now. Yog-Sothos, who made him suffer a lot, was finally solved by the weapon in Abaddon's hand. The projection avatar of an omniscient being fell down like that. Let him recuperate well, and wait for the situation to completely improve before making the next plan. Guilliman said. I understand. Sicarius nodded. Guilliman looked at Valinor and asked about Abaddon and others. Many traitors have been imprisoned at the Apostle of Atonement, guarded by upgraded custodians. Vashtor is willing to serve you, your majesty. Valinor talked about the subspace creature that has been sealed until now. The other party is an out-and-out speculator. After realizing that Abaddon had no future, he decisively chose to join the camp of the Empire. The reputation of the Holy Emperor in the subspace is no less than that of the four gods. Some desperate demons will choose to join the Empire, just to continue their own existence. The competition in subspace is equally fierce and cruel. Demons certainly have an immortal lifespan, but many days are not easy for them. Will be tortured by endless hunger and thirst. It is extremely easy to become slaves and puppets of demons stronger than them, and even be eaten. The warp is the mirror of reality. All emotions and dreams will appear in the subspace. Every rising civilization and country has its own myths, horror legends, and even history. These elements are the foundation for the birth of subspace creatures. All fantasies and dreams of people will reverberate in the subspace. Echoes form those immortal beings. Every race, every world's pantheon comes from this. However, on the day when everything dies, no matter how glorious civilizations are, they will perish, and those subspace gods attached to civilizations will naturally become pitiful demons. When the name of A is forgotten, it will also go crazy in eternal hunger, thirst, and torment, and eventually either become a slave similar to the gods of chaos, or become a wandering subspace lifeless, driven by hunger and thirst. Use all means to cheat flesh and soul to fill your insatiable hunger. What is he worth? Guilliman asked. He said that he was willing to provide the scientific and technological knowledge of those ancient civilizations and the hidden ruins. Valeno said. The Empire version of Grandpa Ring. Guilliman felt somewhat familiar with this plot. The suppressed protagonist gets the help of the remnant grandpa unexpectedly, and finally counterattacks all the way, hangs and beats the enemy, reaches the pinnacle of life, and marries childhood sweetheart, Baifume, and the little girl next door. Abaddon is undoubtedly the man who got the grandfather, but unfortunately his life was not good, and he was beaten and abolished by the Empire before he rose. Give it to Korux. Guilliman said, see how many valuable things you can reveal. I will give orders immediately. Guilliman nodded. This time, he has been out of the laboratory for a long enough time, so he can be regarded as relaxed. I have to go back and continue preparing for the recovery plan of the heroic spirit. This matter will be the most important thing for him in the next period of time. I am Kirill Hindman, chief preacher of the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet of the Great Crusade, and I was there when Horus was appointed War Master at Ul'aner. I was there when lies deceived and abandoned the Emperor's love. I was there when the Luna Wolves began to degenerate from within. I was there when brothers fought each other on Istvan III. I was there when Horus died. I witnessed the glorious rise. I witnessed the shameful betrayal. I witnessed the glory of the Empire, and I also witnessed the shattering of human dreams. This passage is recorded in the archives of the Tribunal, the last words left by Inquisitor Veritas, who was poisoned by the Grand Mentor of the Assassin Court, Van Garrick. Hindman was once the recorder of knowledge, reason, and tolerance, trying his best to leave a historical record of the Great Crusade for mankind, collecting knowledge that has long been lost. In the end he became the founder of the Inquisition, which blocked knowledge and hindered progress. Fate is like a drama full of irony, which makes everyone fall into it, unable to extricate themselves and break free. The speech of Constantine in the tavern became more and more fascinating. Alcohol drinkers are also happy or sad with his words, unable to control themselves. With Horus' rebellion, the glory of the Great Crusade came to an end. The future that the Emperor sought for mankind also went bankrupt. After being seriously injured, he sat on the golden throne to maintain the seal and the astronomical torch, and never spoke again. The galaxy is in ruins, and the remains of the rebellion are everywhere. The former brothers are now the eternal enemies. In the following years, the loyal Primarches left one by one, either missing, or injured, and entered the stasis field. The precious dream, the future full of infinite brightness, went bankrupt and died like this. The silent king sat alone on his throne, and began a long journey of suffering. Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire, the blood of the martyrs is the fire of the Empire, and only death is the end of obligations. Losing the Primarch, losing the Emperor, mankind has fallen into a long dark age. Countless warriors have devoted themselves to the battlefield, but silently died without a name, spilling the blood of his enemies and himself on countless battlefields. Humans are constantly sacrificing themselves. Sacrifice allows the blood of mankind to continue, one generation, and another generation. People don't have a great ideal, because sacrifice itself is greater than any ideal. The life of an individual is meaningless, and the ashes of the dead fill every inch of space is filled with the gears of history. In the face of the unimaginable darkness and horror, men and women struggled to love each other and tried their best to raise their children. When despair came, they clung to each other tightly, bearing all the unbearable weight. Constantine's description made everyone cry. As he said at the beginning, those who claim to be strong also mourn the Empire's past. From the glorious expedition to the glorious end, it slowly entered the Dark Age. It's all so bleak. What a pity. They are only one step away from salvation. Failed because of human nature. The guardians who swore to give humanity a bright future became the biggest destroyers. They think that the empire they created should be ruled by themselves. Lucifer wiped his wine glass, silently listening to the story told by Constantine. Such a magnificent epic of time, even he is somewhat yearning for it. That was an experience he had never felt before. Many people think Lucifer the morning star is a big shot. Thinking like that is just a lack of understanding of the heavens. Imagine how many myths have appeared in human history. And he's just the one remembered right now. Just like those stars, when he became popular, everyone felt that his future was limitless. But in a few years, who will still remember the other party? Those magnificent imperial histories are a life he has never imagined. But after thinking about it carefully, he gave up the idea again. Judging from the description of the Great Crusade, religious symbols like him are the first to be defeated. Constantine went on to describe to the world what he learned from his journey to the empire. The Horus Rebellion, the emperor sat on the golden throne, and the Primarch withdrew from the stage of history. The human empire moved forward according to the inertia of history and gained a period of glory. However, decline is inevitable. The mortals of the Terra Council cannot get rid of their own limitations. Greed and selfishness are dragging human beings into the abyss. It was the Beast Wars that first exposed the weakness of the empire. Those orcs who were once wiped out by the empire rose again, and a war broke out that almost destroyed the human empire. The imperial fists, responsible for guarding Terra, encountered a surprise attack from the Orc Moon when they wiped out the Loxing people, and the entire naval fleet was wiped out. Only the commander of the Second Wall Company, Sunlight, survived. He promulgated the High Wall Agreement, requiring the Imperial Fists to gather to deal with the rising Orcs. The Council of Terra was outraged by this and demanded that Kurland disband the assembled space fighters. The assembled Astartes have threatened their position. Even if the Orcs' battle moon was suspended over Terra, they insisted on safeguarding their own interests and did not allow the space fighters to assemble. Kurland used threats, coupled with the joint efforts of several supreme lords who devoted themselves wholeheartedly to mankind, to ensure that the High Wall Agreement did not tear the Empire apart and cause civil war. Kurland was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the Empire, responsible for destroying the rising Orcs. However, the Adeptus Mechanicus, the National Church and other lords have repeatedly sabotaged the plan for their own interests, resulting in many unnecessary sacrifices. Kurland finally died in the Second Battle of Olano, and was replaced by Maximus Theon as the commander-in-chief of the Empire. He led and launched the Third Olano War, solving the imminent Orc crisis. Master of the Assassin Court, Van Garrick is tired of the incompetence and intrigue of the Lords of Terra. He launched an assassination, replaced all the High Lords with puppets, and carried out a dictatorship. 100 years later, the Grand Mentor of the Assassin Court, Van Garrick fell into madness due to the huge government affairs of the Empire. Maximus Theon returned and killed him, ending the dictatorship. Van Garrick's tragedy proved that mortals are unable to rule such a huge country. After the Beast War ended, the Empire's brief era of prosperity also ended. Those traitors who fled into the Eye of Terror because of the failure of the Horus Rebellion also accumulated strength over a long period of time. Under the command of the gods, they once again launched a dark crusade against the Empire. Since then, the Dark Crusade will break out every once in a while. Greatly weakened and endangered the foundations of the Empire. Abaddon continued to spread fear and despair across the galaxy. After the Beast War was resolved, the Twin Empires crisis emerged. The Council of Earl, located in the Pacific Starfield, declared independence due to political disputes. The crisis of division lasted for millennia, causing countless conflicts and wars. After the split crisis is over, the 361st Interior Supreme Lord Van Deer overthrew Pope Paul Rees III and became the Supreme Lord who simultaneously served as the Ministry of the Interior and the State Church. He became the most powerful imperial official and opened the Dark Era of Rule, also known as for the Age of Apostasy. The crisis of apostasy was the most brutal massacre and turmoil with the largest number of casualties after the Horus Rebellion. The harm caused is second only to the Horus Rebellion, and even worse in some aspects. Vandile established a huge spy system, and put all those who tried to disobey him into prisons, where they were tortured and tortured. During that period, it was not allowed to even talk about the name Van Deer casually. If you criticize his policies, there will be assassins coming to the court to send warmth. Some planets were massacred by extermination orders, and billions of people were executed just because he neglected the delegation he used to promote his achievements. In some worlds, large-scale fire racks were erected, and countless so-called heretics were executed in the name of religion. Vandile doesn't care about the future of the Empire and all mankind. All he wants is more power. The resources of the Empire were wasted by him at will. The wealth accumulated over the years was consumed by him. Many advanced technologies were destroyed in the name of nothing, and were lost in internal fighting. Countless prosperous worlds have declined under the ravages of this lunatic, and countless people are dissatisfied with such a brutal rule of the Empire, planting the seeds for future rebellions. Under the efforts of various forces, Van Deer was finally killed by the Emperor's daughter, the predecessor of the battle nun, the Emperor's bride, whom he single-handedly supported. Get rid of Van Deer, and the Empire can never return to its former state. The aftermath of the reign is still poisoning humanity. The traitor Bishop Bucharest set off an extremely bad separatist rebellion, using the raging subspace storm to deceive his followers and establish his small kingdom. Even waged war against the space wolves of Fenris, with the 3-year siege of Fang Keep. Due to its brutal rule, Bucharest was finally torn to pieces by the uprising people. Because of the cleansing of the lackeys of Van Deer in the era of apostasy, Balius, the saint of the state church who succeeded in ascending to power, has a great reputation. There is a special purification force to strangle for him those enemies he considers heretics. After a warp storm, he condemned 30 Space Marine chapters for lack of faith and potential corruption. These sinful chapters must choose one or the other. Die or enter the Eye of Terror for a crusade of atonement. All warbands chose the latter. Later generations recorded this expedition as the Abyss Expedition. It turned out to be a colossal disaster. Sent a large number of soldiers and supplies to chaos. Also weakened the overall strength of the Empire. Every chapter that took part in this crusade ended in doom. The Iron Worms were transformed into the Plague Warbands of the Grey Death. The Sentinels were corrupted into the Slaanesh Warbands of the Flesh-Eating Eucharist Brotherhood. Brother Jing Ai was corrupted into the Lava Hound Warband while fighting the Demon Engine. Captured by Dark Eldar raiders while searching for lost ancient technology in the remaining ruins of the Eldar Empire, the Brotherhood of the Anvil were tortured for years in the gladiatorial arena of the Comoros as they escaped after the Dark City. Everyone has become lunatics. It was not until 800 years later that the surviving chapter of the Piercing Swords returned to the Empire. The Anglican saint who sent them to die, Balius, is dead, and is still regarded as a saint by ignorant people. Piercing Sword Chapter Master exposed Barius as a chaos traitor, and with the support of the Supreme Lord, executed all his followers and threw their bodies into the star. Without the protection of a firewall, unless one possesses absolute faith and perseverance, it is absolutely impossible to resist the whispers of chaos in the Eye of Terror. Over 20,000 space marines were corrupted. Even the mortal auxiliaries and servants who serve those chapters are tainted by chaos. The Abyss expedition strengthened the power of traitors. Chaos began to attack the Empire frequently and continuously after that. Chaos again and again brought the Empire into decline. Under the invasion of aliens, chaos, and civil strife, the situation of the Empire is becoming more and more critical. Light is dragged into darkness, hope turns to despair, and the painful lessons of the past make mankind stagnate. Superstitions and dogmas are spread like the gospel, blind obedience is highly praised, and free thought is regarded as suspect and spurned. Harsh rule replaces hope of enlightenment. Its bureaucracy keeps growing, becoming bloated, inefficient. The corrupt High Lord and numerous counselors are steeped in power struggles in the name of humanity and the Emperor. For the continuation of the race, there is no mercy. Sacrifice and regardless of the cost have also become a practice. The Empire fell into darkness, shaking in the wind and rain. As the traitors launched the 13th expedition, the Empire came to a real desperation. A large rift appeared, and the subspace storm raged. Traveling faster than light has never been more dangerous. Countless subspace cracks spread on an unprecedented scale. All kinds of monsters that are so terrifying that they should only exist in nightmares have appeared in the world, eroding human reason. Pieces of star regions are under the attack of darkness. The aliens who are eyeing tigers invade the territory of the Empire. Tens of billions of cultists and villainous psychers raised the flag of rebellion. Galaxy ignited raging flames of war, no world was spared. Constantine spoke of the coming of the Dark Age in a mournful tone. The Empire has lost all hope. Everyone in the bar was immersed in it. From the glorious Great Crusade to the Dark Ages, how heart-rending. Mankind's perseverance and efforts are so powerless in the face of cruel fate. Waited until everyone was worried about the dark fate of the Empire before Constantine spoke. The fall of Cadia plunged the human empire into an unprecedented dark age, but the emergence of a ray of light gave desperate humans a glimmer of hope. The great holy emperor was awakened, and he was rescued by his traitor brother, Fulgrim defrauded by disgraceful means. After being seriously injured and entering the stasis field, he returned again. He returned like the sun, piercing the darkness that shrouded human civilization. He made a solemn oath to the people of the Empire, vowing to do his best to save them. The unyielding crusade representing the unyielding of mankind from Macrage initiated, countless soldiers and space fighters who are willing to sacrifice their lives for mankind and the Empire gathered beside him. Epic wars broke out one after another. He brought back those long-lost technologies for the Empire, allowing the dying Empire to be reborn. The enemy retreated before his wrath, and one world after another was taken back. Expedition. He introduced a new system, reformed the bloated and inefficient imperial government, and pulled the suffering people out of hell. New technology, new warriors, and a new future. The new glory was created after the Holy Emperor. He abolished the original hereditary system and liberated the productive forces suppressed by chaos and superstition. He defeated the resistance of the old interest groups and successfully established a brand new empire. He is everywhere. Conquer, destroy the mighty Xenos and traitors of chaos, and set about restoring the great rift that runs through the galaxy. The great rift is the darkness before dawn, and the Holy Emperor is the rising sun piercing this darkness. Nothing can stop his rise and growth. No matter what enemies, their end is doomed, that is failure. He is the destined Lord of the heavens and worlds, the true Lord of mankind. One day, mankind will become a true one under his rule. Cheer, my fellow citizens, we will witness the rise of the Empire. If you can do something, then when you go away, you can proudly tell your children that you have witnessed the rise of a great king, and you have participated in it. Small, but you have a part in it. When they stand in the future, stand in the age of human glory and wait and see the past, he will be proud of this. His ancestors have made contributions and efforts for this prosperous age. As expected of Constantine, who can deceive even gods. He is definitely a great storyteller. After listening to Beast Wars, Age of Apostasy, Age of Atonement, and Dark Ages, people's grief and tears were swept away by his impassioned ending. Constantine raised the wine glass in his hand. To the Holy Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire, cheers. The drinkers who had already accumulated countless emotions also raised their glasses. Shouting hoarsely. To the Holy Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire, cheers. To the Holy Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire, cheers. To the Holy Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire, cheers. They no longer felt any resistance to the imperial dictatorship of Guilliman. That position is never enjoyable. An empire so vast that it would overwhelm any mortal mind. The ending of the First Lord of the Empire is embarrassing. If they are replaced, they will go crazy in a few days. The Emperor of the Empire was very different from those dictators in the past. That is not the enjoyment of power. Rather, unlimited responsibility and obligation. Only with endless love for human beings can I resolutely sit in that position. The story ends and people leave after cheering. They will tell this story to more people. Miracles under the banner of the imperial double-headed eagle were created by countless mortals. It interprets the courage and tenacity of human beings in the midst of darkness and despair. And now they are in it. A glorious era will be created by them. Even if they are just an insignificant part. But it was the insignificant existences that created this unimaginable brilliance. Constantine sat next to the bar and put the empty wine glass in front of Lucifer. Look, they can't control their tears like children. It's a very good story, and it's also an unimaginable miracle. It's really amazing to reshape the human empire in a short period of time and achieve such brilliant achievements. Lucifer whispered. Compared with the Holy Emperor, Lucifer has a sense of himself, and even the characters in many myths are waste. They have been fighting each other for so long, and even the beliefs of humans on Earth cannot be unified. And they have already unified a huge empire and waged war on other universes. It's not only amazing, it's like a fortress, okay? Have you ever seen such a fortress? Lucifer shook his head. Just wanted to say something. A news host suddenly jumped out of the holographic projection screen suspended above the bar. The Empire sent back a message from the front line. The Empire's troops encountered unprecedented resistance in the parallel universe No. 045. A man named Sandman led many gods and heroes to attack the Empire, trying to prevent the Empire from saving mankind. Many superheroes who were once killed by the Empire also appeared in this army against the Empire, which further proves that there are behind-the-scenes people who are raising human civilization in captivity, and are constantly harvesting human beings by manipulating fate and time. As the news reporter plays, some pictures also flashed on the screen. Dr. Manhattan, Dr. Fate, and other individuals with supernatural powers who had been killed reappeared on the battlefield. They are individuals from another parallel universe. It's like another farm. Those individuals in this parallel universe have indeed died. But this universe has long been divided into countless parallel universes by the behind the scenes. Those parallel universes are like mirrors, engraving their lives according to the flow of fate. Lucifer and Constantine looked at each other, narrowing their eyes slightly. This is undoubtedly an extremely challenging self-cognition thing. Who can accept that they are not unique, but an assembly line product that can be seen everywhere in the factory? They have the same life, and the younger brother may be the same length. Life instantly feels meaningless. Sandman. Constantine said boredly, a poor new god, it seems that he has been doing well in other parallel universes, and he has not become a prisoner of a magician, but has become the leader of those rebels. Sandman, like Heavenly Father, Darkmond, and others, is a member of the new god and belongs to the Endless family. According to the Empire, it is created by the behind-the-scenes use of subspace fluctuations. There are 7 members in the Endless family. Is the personification of the 7 basic forces of the universe itself in parallel universes. Fate, death, dream, destruction, desire, despair, delirium, Daniel Hall. The Sandman is the personification of dreams. When the beings of the first parallel universe dreamed, it was born. As long as someone has been dreaming, he will always exist. Comparing the Empire's research on subspace creatures, it is obvious that there is no difference between Sandman and subspace creatures. Take the end of the Empire, the demon that wounded the Emperor badly. It originated from the first murder of mankind. Only when human beings are destroyed and become the ashes of the universe will they come to an end. Sandman is also such a creature. Some scholars who study Universe 02 have made guesses. If there is no behind the scenes, the members of the Endless family have a certain opportunity to grow into new, unimaginable existences. However, the behind the scenes is extremely clever, splitting these 7 forces, creating countless endless families, making it impossible for them to truly use the 7 forces, cutting off the possibility of their growth, and making them become managers. The gardener of the parallel universe. There is another way of saying that these 7 forces are the embodiment of the behind the scenes. The Endless family may also be a fragment of it. Like demons are pieces of gods. The Endless family maintains the operation of parallel universes, allowing each parallel universe to operate according to the established line of destiny, producing enough nutrients to give back to the Creator, and at the same time ensuring that the universe will not collapse due to excessive squeezing. The fate of the Endless family is the supreme concept of the universe, and it is also the eldest brother and elder in the Endless family. The Book of Destiny in his hand records the past, present, and future of the parallel universe. Is responsible for correcting the thread of destiny of the universe. In many myths, there are also many gods who hold the authority of fate, such as the 3 sisters of fate under Odin, and other pantheons also have their own gods of fate. However, those gods of fate can only see the direction of fate, but are unable to modify it, and the scope is extremely limited. The god of destiny, who was born in human mythology, only observes the largest activity area of human beings, and has no way to control the whole. It's like a blind man touching an elephant. Many destiny gods control destiny, but they can't see the overall situation. The fate of the Endless family can glimpse the fate of the entire parallel universe. When other parallel universes invade, he will be the first to notice the other party's change of fate, and take action to stop it. The death of the Endless family is the most powerful among the Endless families. Whether it is mortals, gods, or ultimate concepts such as the Endless family, their existence time cannot exceed the length of the universe. Death awaits them at the end of all things. Constantine learned some secrets from the sages of the Empire. Death may be the key to the reset of the parallel universe. After the parallel universe comes to an end, death will bury all the living beings, and then restart the parallel universe. The concept of dreams is equally powerful. It defines reality, and all gods are born in the dreams of living beings. For this reason, the Sandman also holds great power. Every member of the Endless family is an ultimate concept, and their existence is above everything else. Is the personified embodiment of the essential power of the universe. Constantine dealt with several of them. As the incarnation of dreams, the Sandman was once imprisoned by the human magician Roderick. The opponent wanted to summon death, but accidentally summoned Sandman instead. The Sandman was controlled by the Mage's seal, lost the power to resist, and was also deprived of his magic tools, which were sandbags, rubies, and helmets. Constantine even played with the opponent's helmet. The endless family of this universe was also destroyed by the imperial army when the heavens were destroyed. Sandman is also killed. The great firewall of the empire has taken back all human rights in the warp. The human dream is fulfilled in the realm of the Holy Emperor. Their emotions, fantasies, nightmares are all accommodated by the Holy Emperor. For this reason, even if the endless family and gods are lost, there will be no great loss for human beings, and more subspace entities will not be created. The 7 members of the endless family are just the personification of the essence of the universe, and it is not impossible without them. Like the president of a country, he is very important, but he is not necessary. The country can change the political system, no longer need a president, change to a parliamentary system, or choose to merge with other countries, become a provincial capital, and accept the rule of another country. Nothing is immutable. Lucifer checked the news. It looks like there is another fierce battle. Will you go to the front line? Maybe, I might see myself in another parallel universe. Constantine drank the wine and said with a smile, thinking about it, I feel that this world is nonsense, parallel universe, infinite self haha, I want to go to the battlefield and kill myself. Reality is always more absurd than all fantasy works, the universe has no logic at all. In this world, we are all pathetic ants. Lucifer said, it's just an object of mockery by fate. If you go to the battlefield, if you have a chance, please say hello to yourself in another parallel universe for me. Constantine smiled. Don't worry, if I can see him, I will definitely say hello. Devil's capital. This assassin female mouse is in good shape, take her to my tent and interrogate her. Dax looked at the protruding, turbulent, precarious, slender, and hot assassin female mouse in front of him, who only wrapped a few strips of cloth around his smooth body, revealing a large snow-white skin, and felt nauseated. He knows something inside. Skaven will use female rats to seduce the elite among humans. Use the good genes of those human elites to improve the offspring of the rat people, and lure those human elites to stand in the camp of the rat people. Not to mention, such seduction is often very useful. These female rats are trained in brutal conditions to surpass the skills and obedience of human women. There are always some fools who think that these inobedient rat girls are their true love, and then stand against human beings for love without hesitation. Staged scenes, human beings only lost the right to survive, and those people lost their lives, but what I want to defend is the drama of love. For this kind of love brain, Dax has always found one and killed one. Go to your uncle's love. My lord, will this be too heavy? The guard on the side looked at Dax in shock, are you really going to send your tent? Chapter 398 What is face slapping? Please subscribe. Dax glanced at the guard. From the wretched and sincere eyes of the other party, he could see the filth in his heart. Obviously, the other party has already thought about it in a subtle and unspoken field. Depend on. Dax cursed in his heart. This shriveled calf. I'm talking about taking this female mouse to my tent, and digging information in its mouth. The guard nodded as if enlightened. Oh, its tongue is indeed very long, it must be able to smell a lot of important information, I understand, my lord. The soldier said with a serious face. Understood you uncle, go to work, don't think about messy things all day long. Dax kicked over, and the people next to him laughed. The soldier fell to the ground, but he was not angry at all, but very happy. In this dark and damp underground, it is a very happy thing to be happy. They haven't been on the ground for a long time, feeling the warmth of the sun. For the will of the Holy Emperor, they have to suffer here and get rid of those ratmen. They have to suffer so that others can live happily and peacefully. Dax always encouraged them like this. The soldiers also understand this, someone has to deal with the threat of the ratmen. As long as the military pay is paid in full and enough supplies are sent, then fighting is nothing special. Plus their weaponry is much better than the ratmen. Casualties are also smaller than ratmen. Let a few mages go there together and search its soul with your mind. Dax added, ignoring those who laughed. The war in the abandoned city of demon rats has been going on for several months. They also spent several months underground. There's no need to throw a tantrum over some innocuous joke. Leaders like that are not supported. You have to respect others, and then others will respect you. This is an iron rule that will not change. Using fear and majesty to try to enslave the other party, and belittling the other party's dignity to improve one's own voice will eventually be backlashed. A group of who want women like crazy. Dax cursed without pain. Sir, you're wrong. If you don't want women, you're not a man. Another officer said, this female mouse is really good, the only thing is that its status as a rat is too disgusting. Those who dare to have with them the guys who are together must have multiple mouths. You don't understand now, it's all the same when the lights are off, and it's pitch black. And its head is still furry, so it feels better in the hand. Listening to the jokes of these guys, Dax was glad that the Inquisition did not follow them to this world. Otherwise, these guys will all have to be sent to the gallows. Okay, let's talk, don't cross the bottom line. If you can't help it, apply to go to the ground for a few days. Dax said angrily. Don't worry, boss, you don't know what our personality is, just have a mouthful, everyone is a big girl with yellow flowers. The female mouse who tried to assassinate Dax was taken down. Dax ignored those guys. He suppressed his disgust and nausea. Set your sights on the distant battlefield. Those rats are still attacking from all directions, trying to retake their capital. He commanded the army to defend each tunnel, trying to kill those rats in one go. Let them know that those who offend human beings will be punished even if they are far away. However, he underestimated the determination of the Skaven to defend the capital. Under the order of the 13th Council, they came back from all over the world for help, gathered various weapons and equipment into a large army, and launched a holy war, intending to take back the Holy Land given to them by the Horned Rat. Rat people reproduce very quickly, and it only takes 5 months to become an adult. They are not picky eaters either. The ratmen who died on the battlefield were eaten directly as food. Every time they come and go, they are about to form a combat mechanism that automatically recovers resources like the Zerg. And he has too few people in his hands, so there is no way to expand the results of the battle. Can only defend the abandoned city of demon rats. Let them smash into human defenses again and again. The bell echoed in the huge underground space. After ringing 13 times, the howls of the ratmen also sounded from the darkness, converging together, endlessly. The sound of guns and shouts also followed. There are some to fight. Dax said to himself, those dead mice seem to be endless, wave after wave. As an officer, Didi hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out of his residence when he heard the bell. Walking along the hissing and steaming corridor to the camp of his troops. Taking advantage of the ratmen's attack, he seized the time to catch up on sleep. This is destined to be a long war. The comparison between the two sides is who can survive better. Yudi didn't want to burn himself out. The huge underground space has been reinforced, and a large number of steam machines have been transported from Middenheim to the waste capital of the Rat. A large number of steam pipes are laid in the cleaned underground tunnels. A large number of defense machines are deployed at the entrances of each tunnel to stop the large forces of the Ratmen. Dax has made up his mind to occupy the capital of the Ratmen. To this end, he planned to build a fortress on the basis of the abandoned capital of the Ratmen. In that case, only a small number of troops are needed to defend this area. Other troops can be used to expand the results of the battle. When they got to the position, those Ratmen had already launched a charge. Some Skaven hold a thick mace, some Skaven hold a huge bony axe, and some hold a rusty dagger. It rushed up like that. The stench also came out as they charged, mixed with the stench from the dead Ratmen before. The air on the battlefield was hard to describe. It's like the smell of fermented and boiled mixed with rotting corpses. For this reason, soldiers on the front line have to wear breathing masks. Avoid being overwhelmed by that smell. There are a lot of Ratmen, and they are all charging without thinking. Before running halfway, they were harvested by the firepower network established by the soldiers. The tunnel was full of Ratmen corpses in no time. The scene is extremely bloody. When they finally broke through the firepower net, they encountered the steam machinery set up by Hoodie and others. Those steam machines are designed to look like the upper body of a human, and the lower part is designed to be driven by tracks. The whole body is covered with heavy armor. Wielding heavy axes and spears driven by steam. Rat people tend to crash like tofu in front of the defense lines built by steam machinery. How's the situation? Hoodie stood next to his adjutant. There is nothing new, it's just another massacre. The adjutant said casually, they have no way to get rid of the defense line of steam machinery. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if he wanted to slap the adjutant in the face. Several steam machines with sawtooth and spears on their bodies fell into a deep pit underground with a bang. A tide of Ratmen poured out of the collapsed place. Ratmen are very good at digging holes. Chapter 399 The Destruction of the Skaven. Subscribe. Watching the Ratmen swarming out. The adjutant, who was disdainful just now, thought the Ratmen could be killed with a snap of his fingers, turned pale. He didn't expect that these Ratmen would attack their defense line in this way. Those heavy steam machines rely on the steam pipes connected to them to provide power. After falling into the deep pit, the heavy machinery crushed the steam pipes, paralyzing them. Hoodie was not surprised by this. Ratmen are a vile and cunning race. Without the protection of the Holy Emperor, they would have no way to fight these hateful creatures. The Ratmen were able to build such a vast kingdom underground. Rely on their excellent burrowing ability. Realizing that the ground cannot be broken through, it is not surprising that he uses his talent to open up the situation. The foul-smelling Ratmen howled from the sunken gap. The bottom of the steam machinery collapsed continuously, causing those heavy machinery to lose their support and fall down. Puffs of high-temperature white steam came out of the broken steam pipe. Some Ratmen were sprayed by the high-temperature and high-pressure steam, making shrill screams. But the hot steam didn't stop them for long. The dead slave rats soon flooded the steam pipes, holding everything down. Other Skaven crawled over the dead body and attacked the humans. The soldiers standing at the front were overwhelmed by the tide of rats. They only had time to scream a few times, but there was no more movement. Switch weapons, we have to fight a close combat. Hoodie patted the adjutant's shoulder armor, grabbed the two-handed sword and rushed up, rushing towards the black tide of Skaven. He set his sights on a mutated Ratman. The monster was very huge, and the deformed head could no longer be seen to be similar to the Ratman. With a huge body, Hoodie stood in front of the opponent, like a child who didn't grow up. The monster's shoulders were as wide as Hoodie's height. Muscular arms are so long that they almost touch the ground. Its hands have twisted and sharp claws. Can easily tear apart armor made of steel. Thin, dirty fur with big boils filled with thick water. The bald, hairless tail incorporates a sharp, hiltless dagger with poor stitching techniques. The scarlet eyes stared straight at Hoodie, full of mad and hatred and anger. It growled and rushed towards Hoodie. Pink, warty tongue sticking out of the air is disgusting and nauseating. The sharp teeth are each as long as a dagger. The foul-smelling saliva dripped from the mouth, and the smell was mixed with the monster's own stench, making people sick to the stomach. Even wearing a filter respirator, Hoodie can still feel the stench moving in his nasal cavity. Hoodie blocked the opponent's first blow. The ratman monster's sharp claws and his long sword shot out a series of sparks as they collided. The impact of the two made him feel his hands were shaking. That guy's strength is so powerful that he has the illusion that his own hands are going to be destroyed. The only good news is that guy's reaction speed is not as fast as his. Seizing the opportunity, he pierced the opponent's flank with his sword. All the long swords in his hand were submerged into the monster's body. When he was howling in pain, he swiped the long sword in his hand, and all his intestines flowed out all at once. The monster howled in pain and waved its claws in despair. He took a few steps back to avoid getting hurt. The monster staggered back, looking down at the scarlet intestines. Reached out his hand to stuff it back into his stomach and left. He jumped up, raised the sword in his hand, and beheaded the opponent directly. The huge corpse fell to the ground with a dull sound. Holy light, blessed by the omniscient and omnipotent emperor of the empire. He looked at the corpse of the monster, prayed in a low voice, and rushed up again with his sword, choosing other targets to hunt and kill. Ratmen swarmed from the ground like a tide, endlessly. Those guys were all skinny, malnourished, and frantic like hungry wolves on a winter's day. Their weapons are rusted and dented, and their scab fur is covered with dirty rags. Those eyes had a malevolent gleam. Obviously, they are slave rats used as cannon fodder. These guys are cheap and grow fast, and they are the best cannon fodder for the Skaven Empire. The human soldiers who realized the changing situation also abandoned their long-range weapons and drew their swords or battle axes. The sound of the blade cutting bones and the sound of the rat man dying echoed continuously in the tunnel. He took a deep breath, and then buried himself in the rat tide. The cold and sharp blade pierced the ratman's body easily. Effortlessly run them through. One sharp swipe can cut the ratman's body in two. He let his killing instinct overwhelm him. He cut off the weapon in the hand of a slave rat trying to sneak up on him with one sword, and cut into the opponent's throat with one sword. After finishing one enemy, he kicked another Skaven away. Swung the sword to block the enemy's blow, and then slashed down with all his strength, splitting the opponent's skull. He has no fear, only killing and obsession with victory in his heart. After avoiding the attack of a strong storm rat, he kicked the opponent's knee, and his iron boots directly broke the opponent's bone. The rat man fell to the ground, howling in pain. He stepped up, stabbed the opponent with a sword, and cut the guy open, avoiding the gushing blood. Not long after, a pile of ratman corpses fell under his feet. So did the other human soldiers. Beside them are all the corpses of Skaven ratmen. Human weapons are far sharper and harder than those of the Skaven. Can cut off and penetrate their weapons and armor easily. Every human soldier was like chopping melons and vegetables, easily killing dozens of times more ratmen. A group of tall, dressed in black armor far better than other ratmen, appeared at the entrance of the tunnel with a coat of arms engraved with the image of a horned rat in their hands. They looked like regular troops of the ratmen. After they screamed, they rushed towards Sudi and the others. Rats armed with maces and flamethrowers also charged after them. Green flames shot out from the muzzle of the dimensional gun held by the fire-breathing mouse behind them. That is the Ratman mage who mastered the inferior dimensional magic also waved the scepter, releasing the green thunder. Several soldiers whose armor was broken and whose runes were blurred died screaming. The armor that lost its magic immunity melted in the fire and thunder. Dimensional fire and sorcery set their flesh on fire. Those guys quickly turned into skeletons, and then in the blink of an eye, they turned into dust blown by the wind. Not even a whole body could be found. Hudi is fearless. The symbols on the rune armor on his body are still intact. When the dimensional flame and the thunder released by the Ratman mage touched the armor, those runes released a faint brilliance. Blocked the terrible flames and the mage's thunder. He raised his sword and killed it. The Skaven soldiers in black armor tried to stop him. But he was knocked down like chopping melons and vegetables. He cut and blasted the Skaven carrying the warped flamethrower, letting them die in the explosion and self-combustion. That was when the Ratman mage was in close combat, and his performance was even worse. Hudi can kill several weak Ratman mages with a single sword strike. The Ratmen beside him died one after another. Their fragile bodies were pierced and cut off by Hudi. More Ratmen came up to fill the gap formed by the fallen Ratmen. They replenished so quickly. Hudi is like a tireless machine, slaughtering enemies. Beside him, there are scattered flesh and blood remains everywhere. His armor was also smeared with blood, completely changing its color. Cannon fire and gunfire sounded. The Ripper trudged into the wide tunnels of the unfinished fortress, supporting the struggling defenses. The huge exhaust pipe behind the Ripper made a sharp whistle, and billowing steam and black smoke were released from it. Among the deafening gunshots, each blow knocked down all the Ratmen in front of it. The marbles ejected from the muzzle of the huge gun formed a killing net, punching blood holes in the Ratmen within the range. The high-speed rotating circular sawtooth is like a sickle, harvesting patches of weeds. Minced meat flew and blood spattered. In just a few seconds, the elite Ratman who launched the charge fell down in pieces and turned into pieces of meat at an extremely fast speed. Those war wheels that were just rolled out were also smashed. The Skaven trolls had no advantage against the Ripper and were easily killed. The efficient massacre made these Ratmen no longer have the courage, and when the bell rang again, they fled in a panic. Hudi pierced his sharp sword into the body of a slave rat, and cut its body apart amidst the others' screams. Lifting his head, the Ratman had dragged the dead body back into the dark tunnel. The eerie screams also slowly faded away. But those guys didn't leave. If you walk into the dark tunnel, you can still hear the sound of those Ratmen chewing on the corpse. Tiredness welled up Hudi's body. This battle didn't last long, but it was very intense, exhausting his physical strength. Look around, there are scenes everywhere. The pungent smell temporarily covered up the stench. Sir. Hoodie's adjutant came over. His situation is not looking very good. The crimson blood stained his armor red. There was also a wound on the shoulder, and blood was flowing. Don't be so careless next time. Hoodie said, those mice are very cunning. If you can find the underground cavity in advance, maybe we won't have this melee battle. The adjutant wearing an air filter mask showed a look of shame. The countless defeats of the ratmen in front made him think that this race was nothing more than that. Didn't realize that those cunning Skaven soon made him realize the price of arrogance. The collapse of the defensive line is not a big deal. Dax has enough strength in his hands to retake the defense. But the hat of incompetence will definitely fall on them. It's okay. Hoodie didn't criticize the other party's thoughts, but just hoped that the other party could pay attention, but you have to remember that we are not only fighting for ourselves. If we can solve the rat man, it will benefit the entire human race. The adjutant nodded. Hoodie asked him to go to a military doctor for treatment before preparing for the next work. Fisher jumped off a ripper and walked up to Hoodie. Are you okay? It's okay, those ratmen still can't take my life. Hoodie laughed. Fisher nodded, looking at the steam machine that fell into the deep pit. Those guys are really cunning. They ain't gutter rats if they ain't cunning. The workers rushed over from the fort. They held various tools and used steam engineering machines to carry materials to repair the defense line. High speed. If there are no accidents, they should be able to repair and reinforce the machinery and ground before the ratmen's next attack. Hoodie and Escher chatted for a while. After a while, a soldier in charge of delivering the message rushed over. Hoodie, Master Dax is looking for you. Hoodie could only leave Fisher, who was talking, and walk to the soldier who sent the message. What is Master Dax looking for me for? I don't know, he just said he wants you to see him. Okay, I'm going to rinse off, and I'll be right over. Hoodie handed the job over to the lieutenant and Fisher and went to rinse. His body was covered with blood and those pieces of flesh. This will not be solidified yet, and it has no taste yet. Wait until it dries up, the taste is not something ordinary people can bear. After a brief rinse, Hoodie walked outside Dax's tent. Heart-throbbing and panic-stricken moans came out rhythmically from the tent. Open the tarpaulin, and you will see the naked, damaged female mouse. The female mouse was protruding forward and backward, with choppy waves, a tall figure and a slender waist. The skin is even more white and delicate. If you ignore the rat man's head, that figure is definitely the best of the best. It's a pity that the mother mouse has been broken now. Limbs limp like that, lying on the torture chair. The eyes are white, and the mouth is drooling uncontrollably. The body is full of traces left by primitive torture. The sharp teeth were knocked out one by one. Every finger was strangled, rotten and bloody. Limbs were fixed by sharp knives and hooks, and bright red blood flowed continuously along the torn wound. Several mages in black robes stood in the tent, exuding an uncomfortable atmosphere. They are all undead practitioners, who are good at witchcraft that play with soul and flesh and blood. Hoodie could smell a trace of the spell in the foul air. There is no doubt that the ratmen suffered a combination of witchcraft and torture. It is more efficient to use pain to break the opponent's spiritual defense, and then let the mage read the hidden secret. Its mind has been completely destroyed. Dax cut off the head of the female ratman assassin with his sword, and ordered the body to be thrown outside to be minced and burned with a look of disgust. My lord. Hoodie saluted Dax. Dax nodded while wiping his sword. You're here. Hoodie asked, is there anything I need to ask my subordinates? The assassin leaked the location of the 13th Council. After the fall of the capital, those cowards fled to another important city. It was also an important city for the dwarves. It used to be called 8 Peaks Mountain, and it fell into the hands of the ratmen. It became their pillar city, where the 13th Council was hidden. The dwarves in this world have slowly declined over a long period of time. But they have also been brilliant. In the era when human beings had not yet risen. The mountain kingdom of the dwarves and the elves are the two strongest and most prosperous races. And 8 Peaks Mountain is definitely the most glorious and prosperous city in the history of dwarves. It existed before the dwarves fought the elves, and it was built by the greatest craftsmen. After a massive ancient war broke out with the elves. Millions of dwarves and elves killed each other for honor. Beifengtian, a giant dwarf city, also participated in the battle between the two clans. They angrily drove all the elves out of the forest area around the city. The process is pleasing to the hearts of the people, but it sows the disaster of destruction. The cultural exchanges and economic trade between elves and dwarves have allowed them to reach the high end of their respective wealth. The ancient wars consumed their hard-earned wealth. And let the two races form a blood feud. The ancient war between the elves and the dwarves ended with the final victory of the dwarves. The elves were forced to leave the mainland, gave up their territory on the mainland, and returned overseas. Before the dwarves who won the war had time to celebrate, a series of geological disasters made them realize the cruelty of fate. Mountains curved, fissures extended, valleys collapsed, and ash and rocks spewed from eastern volcanoes enveloped the entire world. There are ruins everywhere. Thick volcanic ash covered the entire sky like black locusts with gods. Crops withered and livestock died suddenly. The dwarves were forced to retreat to their fortress, enduring the ravages of bad weather on their kingdom. Geological disasters caused countless orcs to migrate, and finally came into contact with dwarves, and cruel fights broke out. Ratmen also declared war on the dwarves at this time. Swarmed out from under the ground to systematically take over the large mines and minor mines of the dwarf kingdom. Use the huge network of underground tunnels to quickly and efficiently attack all the strongholds of the dwarves from the ground. At that time, Eight Peaks Mountain was the largest and most prosperous city of the dwarves. There are important and precious mineral veins under Beifeng Mountain. They have no chance of giving up. In order to defend the Eight Peaks Mountain, the dwarves tried their best to resist the attacks of the ratmen and goblins, and defended their ancient kingdom. Mobilize troops to deal with every disaster the ratmen create. Lay out death traps in intricate tunnels and corridors. Send elite dwarven patrols armed with powerful weapons and armor made by the runesmith himself. Also specially formed a heavy armored unit called the Iron Breaker to patrol regularly to target the ratmen. Any skaven that appears will be shot by dwarven rifles, pistols, and cannons. For every inch of dwarf land, the skaven will pay a heavy price. What's more troublesome is that when they seize a tunnel, they are often taken back in a short time. The 13th Council, which made huge sacrifices but received nothing in return, came up with a vicious plan. They unite with the local green-skinned orcs to attack the dwarves on the ground. Used dimensional fragments and special poisons to slowly pollute the dwarves' water sources. And sent giant rats to eat the little food left by the dwarves. A series of blows caused the morale of the dwarves to fall into a slump due to the plague and lack of food and water. When the Skaven developed a portable dimensional flamethrower that could melt dwarven heavy armor, the dwarves of Beifeng Mountain inevitably went to destruction. The ratmen used various plagues and poisonous gases to severely injure the dwarves, causing their offspring to die frequently. In a frontal battle, the heavy armor of the dwarves has no resistance in front of the flames of the dimension. After a series of fights, this splendid dwarf city fell, and only 100 or so surviving dwarves escaped. Beifeng Mountain has the largest deposit of precious metals and jewelry in the mainland. After the ratmen took control there, they soon gained a lot of wealth by virtue of their digging talents. Countless ratmen slaves are working day by day, using their lives to mine minerals for the warlords and the 13th Council, and to amass wealth. It is also the most prosperous ratmen underground city besides the abandoned rat city. The 13th Council is hiding there, commanding the ratmen all over the world to launch a holy war. The ratman is an extremely selfish creature. If the members of the 13th Council who commanded them can be killed, they will inevitably fall into chaos without a leader. I want you to kill the 13th Council. Dax said, screw the heads of all those rats. But he has no reason to refuse. This is a chance for him to become famous in one fell swoop. Give me an elite squad, and I'll bring you back the heads of members of the 13th Council. I'm afraid it can't be done, you know that. Those soldiers learn how to fight head-on. Infiltration and assassination are not their strong point. You have to find the right person. Hearing what Dax said, Yudi was taken aback for a moment. You have to find someone yourself. This job sounds difficult. The current Middenheim is the largest city of mankind, gathering all kinds of capable people. I can give you some time to return to Middenheim to recruit a team that can complete the task. I will give you a special approval document, so that you can use various advanced steam equipment and rune equipment, and I will also get you a few sets of authentic imperial armor, just like the one I have, it can keep you alive. A smile appeared on Udi's face. The armor on Dax's body is first class. Not to mention being immune to magic, there is not even a white mark on the knife. A perfect artifact. Guaranteed to complete the task, please approve 20 sets of armor for me, and I will definitely bring back the heads of members of the 13th Council for you. Dax didn't even think about it, he just kicked his leg. 20 sets? You're crazy. The sages can't make those armors now, and they haven't received the material support from the Empire. One set is less than one set. You treat me as the son of the Holy Emperor, you want as many sets as you want. I'll give you 5 sets at most. 5 sets are 5 sets. Udi got up and patted the mud on his body, with a smile on his face. Start with 5 sets of artifacts. I have never been rich in my life. This time, he will kill 7 in and 7 out in Beifeng Mountain, and take the heads of the 13 rat thieves. Go back to Middenheim and find some elite soldiers and generals. Assassins, thieves who are good at stealth, kill the 13th Council, if you can assassinate those ratmen warlords, they must be left without a leader. Holding the document signed by Dax, Udi directly took the steam elevator to the ground. His responsibilities will be taken care of by other people, so he won't have to worry about it. The steam automatic elevator slowly ascended with the roar of machinery, and the speed also slowly increased. A windproof kerosene lamp hangs overhead. Provides a yellowish, faint glow. The air slowly becomes fresh. Udi took off his filter respirator for the first time in months and took a deep breath of odor-free air. The steam automatic elevator reached the ground after running for 20 minutes. Their operations have gone far underground. It takes a lot of time to come up every time. Materials and food are transported by elevators and pipelines. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he heard a distant roar. Looking up, a huge factory spouting steam came into view. In the old wasteland of the Rat, a large number of factories and military facilities have been established. The Ratmen left a large amount of warpstone and mineral resources here. With a little processing, those things can be used by humans. The miasma of the swamp has almost dissipated. A large number of magic plants used to purify the swamp were thrown into the swamp. They greedily absorb those toxins and waste materials, and grow extraordinarily luxuriantly. The water quality of the foul swamp is becoming clearer. The foul smell is dissipating. After some time, those swamps can be used to grow food or build hydroponic bases. It was exactly noon when Udi got to the ground. The warm sun shone on his body, making him feel warmer than ever before. This is the first time I feel this way. Just basking in the sun made him feel unprecedented happiness. A high-speed airship is ready for him. The person in charge took him directly to the airship. As the navigator shouted, the furnace of the airship roared, activating the runes covering the hull, and rushed into the sky, heading straight for Middenheim. Middenheim. Factory area. After finishing the day's work, Gessler moved his sore muscles and bones, walked out of the factory, stepped on the golden sunset in the face of the hope that was about to fall, and prepared to go home. He used to be a farmer recruited by the nobles to fight against outsiders. After the big men of the exploration team captured Altdorf, he stayed there for a while. Later, it was said that manpower should be concentrated to build a fully industrialized city, and these people were transported to Middenheim as workers. His daily job is to work in the factory, and the factory provides 3 meals a day and salary. Gessler touched his stomach. The previous skin and bones have disappeared, replaced by a small, inconspicuous belly. Such a figure only belongs to nobles and those who have status and status. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to live such a life without worrying about food and clothing. It's really a blessing. Gessler looked at the steam engines lined up on both sides of the road. That deafening voice made him feel very pleasant and at ease. Hearing this sound means that there is work to do and that you can have enough food. Don't seek great wealth, at least eat 3 meals a day, eat enough, wear warm clothes, and have a place to settle down. No beastman harassment, no threat from those beasts. Just need to work every day, you can get food that can easily feed the family, and you can even eat meat and buy a few new clothes. On days like this, he is really satisfied. Gessler is currently located in an industrial area. Leaving the industrial area, you will arrive at the intersection. A junction leads to the residential area. Another intersection leads to the business district. There is another intersection leading to the inner city. That's where the adults in Valerian stayed. All roads are paved with concrete and hardened, clean and tidy. From time to time, steam vehicles will pass by the road. Light poles are erected on both sides of the road, and unlit gas lamps are hung on them. It is said that after a period of time, everywhere you go will be replaced with electric lights. Gellers didn't understand this either. He thinks, this gas lamp is already very good. Even if it is a little dim, it is already very convenient. Gessler hummed a little tune, just walked back like that. His residence was assigned to residential complex A6-9527. All residences are now assigned uniformly. Those big figures don't seem to attach much importance to stimulating the commercial economy. Although commercial districts have been established, there are no large-scale commercial activities. When Gessler got home, his wife and children had already had dinner and were chatting outside the house. Their house is not big, there are only 2 compartments, but it is enough for a family to live in. One for the children and one for the couple. This kind of life is nothing compared to the nobles. But if compared with his miserable life as a serf in the past, it is really a world of difference. Children play the game of chivalry. After coming to the city, the children were exposed to something called comics. Recently, there is a cartoon story about a humble knight who helps a fallen princess regain the kingdom, finally marries the queen, and becomes the king. For this reason, many children like to imitate the plots inside. Gellers looked at the happy children, and the smile on his face grew brighter. Praise be to the Holy Emperor who has never been seen. Let this day continue. Don't push a poor man like him into the abyss again. Dear Queen, I will dedicate my heart and lifelong loyalty to you. Gessler's eldest child, Lori said, I will destroy all enemies for you, your Lady Queen. I accept your loyalty, my knight. The girl in charge of playing the role of the queen said after imitating the nobles she had seen before. Several adults looked at the children having fun, and were also happy to see their success. They gathered together to talk about hearsay news. Such as the alliance of dwarves and the war of Ratman. Gessler and the others were arguing in full swing, and they looked like they were planning strategies and pointing out the country. Although they don't even know in which direction the demon rat waste is. But this does not prevent them from bringing out some seemingly lofty remarks heard in taverns and tea houses to show their knowledge. When it was getting dark, everyone took their children and went back to their respective homes. At home, Gessler listened to several children shouting about the knowledge and experiences they had learned at school. Our teacher asked me what kind of person I want to be in the future, and I said I want to be a knight who will serve the queen, said the eldest son Lori. It's a good ideal, but it's a pity we don't have a queen. Gessler joked. There is no queen, but there must be a princess in distress. I want to help that princess defeat the Holy Emperor and take back her kingdom. Lori, who was only in his teens, had a yearning expression on his face when he said this. Fantasy about becoming a hero, helping the beautiful princess in trouble to defeat the evil villain and regain the kingdom. Hearing what his son said, Gessler's originally kind face turned extremely ugly. You want to defeat the Holy Emperor for the troubled princess and take back her kingdom. Gessler couldn't believe that his child would have such an idea. Of course, how handsome, I want to beat. Lori hadn't realized his father's face had changed. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded, interrupting Lori's next words. Gessler, who was talking and laughing just now, slapped his son backhand, so hard that 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on his son's face. How can you have such an idea? Lori froze in place, not knowing why his father beat him. If the princess's enemy is the Holy Emperor, then what you have to do is to kill the princess without hesitation. My child, how can you imagine your savior as an enemy? What a sin. Without him, do you think your father can still stand here? Do you think our family can live such a stable life? Your father, I was so close to dying in Altdorf that you would never have seen my body if it hadn't been for Lord Valerian. They rescued us by the order of the Holy Emperor and gave us enough to eat and water, let us have a place to live safely and happily. You can play those games, but you can never make the Holy Emperor your enemy. He is everything to us, Lori. I don't want to hit you, but I can't think of any other way to make you remember. Gessler looked closely into his child's eyes. You will swear to me that you will only be a knight of the Holy Emperor, Lori. Throw those nobles and queens on the trash heap. They don't deserve any allegiance. They are all despicable brutes and deserve only spit and humiliation. The child nodded. I swear, father. I will only become a knight of the Holy Emperor. Gessler nodded at his child's sincerity of correcting when he knew his mistakes. Rush back to Middenheim from the waste capital of the rat. He wasted days. He couldn't care less about admiring the rapid changes in Middenheim. Those factories are becoming more and more numerous. Various floating ships come and go, unloading and loading goods. There are also steam trains, steam vehicles traveling on the surface. Middenheim is becoming a metropolis like never before. If it weren't for the mission on his body, Hoodie would really like to go shopping. But out of mission considerations, he still gave up. After landing, he went straight to the tavern on the edge of the city. Some merchants and adventurers gathered here. If you want to find a group of suitable experts who can sneak into Beifeng Mountain and assassinate members of the 13th Council of Ratman, it is definitely the most suitable place to find them. However, as soon as he walked into a bar called the Dog and the Donkey, he accidentally encountered a fight. A duo of humans and dwarves beat up all the guests. Beer spilled everywhere. The bar girls are all screaming and running away in panic. The two tyrannical lunatics quickly attracted Hoodie's attention. Obviously, these two people have good martial arts. More importantly, they are insidious enough. During the fight, all kinds of insidious methods emerged one after another, and the mercenaries who beat them far outnumbered them screamed and screamed, but there was nothing they could do. Such a talent was naturally caught by Hoodie at a glance. After questioning, the dwarf is called Gotrek, and the human is called Fix. The combination of these two guys is also somewhat famous. Repelled the Skaven, also hunted vampires, ogres, and even chaos demons and so on. People sent the duo nicknamed Butcher. The duo was not very interested in Hoodie's invitation. They came here only because they were curious about what had become of Middenheim, which was rumored to be miraculous. Soon, they will embark on a new journey. But when he heard that he was going to assassinate the members of the 13th Council of the Ratman at Mount Beifeng, Gotrek changed his mind and agreed to go to Mount Beifeng with Hoodie. The duo has been to Beifeng Mountain, and went deep into the tunnel inside, so they know something about it. Next, Hoodie only needs to find another thief who can sneak into Skaven's lair, a mage who can crack the trap, and after a while of grinding the team, he can set off. Beifeng Mountain. The Ratmen call it Pillar City. The continuous failure of the assassins dispatched continuously made the members of the 13th Council more and more irritable. Some Ratman warlords also felt fear of humans. They have paid too much, but failed to regain the holy land of the Demon Rat. Below the Great Horned Rat Temple in Pillar City, the members of the Council of 13 who escaped from the wasted Rat City are holding a meeting. The room is deep, filled with the power of the warp stone. The overly strong dimensional power has deformed the spatial structure of this area. We have nowhere to go. A decayed lord said, its bloated body was sitting on a chair inlaid with warp stones. We must let those damned humans know that we have the power to destroy everything. Too much stimulating us will only lead the world to an early destruction. Over the years, we have placed enough altars and magic circles around the world, enough to bring the Blood Moon Mosley to this world and let them collide. At that time, countless fragments will destroy everything. They won't accept threats. It is impossible for us to surrender. We have lost so many resources and people, and we have to surrender to those humans. Never. We must fight to the end. Several other decades said. Then let's destroy it together. A world without Ratman shouldn't exist. The Rotten Lord who raised his opinion at the beginning shouted. The situation is not so bad, we still have a lot of cards to play. The Rotting Lord from the Pestilence clan, who was covered with pus, said, those soldiers and ordinary humans are still flesh and blood, and the plague can still play a role. We will pollute the water sources of those human soldiers, take away their supplies, and drag down those who want to seize the capital of the Devil Rats. Will that take too long? A corrupt lord asked. It seems that time is not with us. How could time not be on our side? Don't those humans still dare to sneak in here and cut off our heads? The corrupt lord from the Pestilence clan said in a mocking tone, they can't do this. And we only need a little trouble, and we will immediately change positions and continue to fulfill the mission entrusted to us by the Horned Rat. The destruction of those human cities is destined not to catch us, and will only be drowned in the endless Ratman War, being eaten. Chapter 400 The Ratman Council is completely destroyed. Subscribe. The words of the corrupt lord of the Pestilence clan are full of confidence. Humans now have some advantages. Not only captured the capital of the Ratman, but also killed a large number of Ratmen who gathered from all over the world and wanted to regain the capital. It does not mean that humans will win the final battle. The momentary victory or defeat can't explain anything. As long as the 13th Council is still there, and they are protected by the Great Horned Rat, human beings will not be able to turn the sky. The plague of the Pestilence clan will let those humans know what despair is. Let them pay the worst price for their arrogance and ignorance. The Pestilence clan is definitely the most notorious Ratman clan, and they are also known as the Plague Monks. They will plant all kinds of plagues on their bodies, so they always look full of tumors and abscesses. The Black Death, Rash, and Blood Eye disease are their masterpieces. The various diseases in the hands of the Pestilence clan are also the most important cards of the Ratman Empire. Once released, it will cause terrible destruction. It is not surprising that some weak races became extinct. Humans, the invaders, will surely fail in the face of the tenacious, brave, and self-improving Skaven Empire. Long live the Horned Rat, and the Skaven Empire will surely win. The corrupt lord from the Skrr clan, who is best at making crazy creations combining mysterious technology and witchcraft, also stood up. This clan is known as the Warlock Engineers. Manually rotating 6-tube Ratlin, a killing weapon made by mixing warp stone powder and gunpowder. A dimensional flamethrower made by mixing dimensional stone and combustible chemicals. Without rune protection, a dimensional flamethrower can turn a dwarf's heavy armor into molten iron. A doom wheel built using a warp stone engine. Dimensional lightning cannon, etc., all of these are from the Skrr clan. Clan Skrr is the largest manufacturer of various military equipment in the Skaven Empire. Using this special status, they gained a great voice in the 13th Council. The current plan to destroy Zu Moslib is also led by them. Evil Moon Moslib is rumored to be a creation of the Old Sage, a moon made of a whole piece of dimensional stone, which has a fatal attraction to creatures that tend to be chaotic like the Ratman. Whenever the evil moon is in the sky, it is also the time when the Rat people, the races infected by chaos, are the most excited. The Ratman has been planning to destroy Zu, obtain a large amount of dimension stones, and make the Ratman Empire go to glory. Such empty words are useless, we have to be pragmatic, idiot. Another corrupt lord from the Ixen family retorted, humans have taken away the abandoned capital that the Horned Rat gave us, and destroyed the most important city. The main temple, we have to take measures as soon as possible. The corrupt lord of the Skrr clan who was refuted glanced at the colleague who dared to call him a fool, but he was angry in his heart but did not express anything. The corrupt lord dared not do that. Clan Ixen is famous for assassination. They are the sharpest swords in the Skaven Empire. Often before going to war head-on, they will continue to assassinate the opponent's high-level and important figures. Offended the other party, I don't know how to die. There is no point in quarreling. The corrupt lord of the Mortal clan, who is good at breeding mutant creatures and creating rat giants, rat trolls and other war beasts, stopped his colleagues who accused each other. The speed of destroying the evil moon must be accelerated. At the same time, the plague must be spread in various human cities. We must let humans know our anger and let them know the fate of offending the Ratman. After a long debate and quarrel, the members of the 13th Council made the final decision. Formulated a vicious plan to take revenge on mankind in all aspects. They will spread plagues all over the world and pollute human water sources. At the same time, various spells and sacrifices will be used to launch various geological disasters, causing earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, etc. to occur frequently. Blow up the evil moon again, and carry out a large-scale cleaning of the ground creatures. All in all, they cost humanity the heaviest price. If it is possible, I even hope that the human race can completely disappear. The 13th Council wants to let all those who dare to make enemies of the Ratman know. Whoever offends rats will be punished even if he is far away. Middenheim has become the most important city for mankind. Prosperous industries have brought about massive labor gaps. To this end, the sages of the exploration team promised a good life to those workers who were willing to enter the factory. Provide them with shelter and food. And what they have to do is to serve the Holy Emperor, enter the factory, and contribute to the great cause of the Empire. The massive gathering of the population led to the arrival of the caravans. The adults of the exploration team don't want to overdevelop the business at this stage. Wealth is useless without an empire to rely on. Like duckweed, it disperses as soon as the waves beat it. And the wealth of a world cannot satisfy the needs of an empire. Commercial activities and military colonization will not officially start until communication and exchanges with the empire are established. Even if the exploration team does not want to develop commerce, the wealth overflowing from the industrialized Middenheim is enough to attract countless people. Countless people came from all directions, trying to gain wealth in the development of this industrialized metropolis. Some races close to humans have also entered Middenheim. In addition to elves and dwarves, halflings also entered Middenheim. They are friendly, peaceful, and able to coexist peacefully with many races. Even the defenders of the forest, the dryads, are willing to get along with halflings. You must know that tree demons and even wood elves don't like to see them. The best chef among the halfling races. Most of them will become restaurant owners, tavern owners, street vendors selling food. The province where halflings live, Mootland. That fertile ground. I got it because they are so delicious to cook. When the reputation of Middenheim spread, many halflings also set off from their hometowns, hoping to find their place in this glorious city. Halflings are not suitable for entering factories. They are so small, smaller than a dwarf. Doesn't yet have the muscular build and physique of a dwarf. But halflings also have their own unique advantages. Some halflings are recruited for their cooking skills. The meals they cook basically have zero negative reviews. Some halflings also find storefronts, opening restaurants, and taverns. Some halflings reached an agreement with the ruler of Middenheim, using their technology and steam equipment to reclaim wasteland outside the city for farming, vegetable cultivation, and farming. Relying on their ancestral farming and cooking skills, the halfling quickly won a place in Middenheim. However, not all halflings are honest. Some halflings who were eager for quick money ventured into the thieves' industry and became mercenaries. Halflings are not strong in force, but they have unique talents. Has a pair of big furry feet, which can approach any target quietly. They are also able to resist supernatural forces. Many spells and potions and the like have no effect on them. Udi found a halfling thief as a member of his special team. That halfling was called Teresa. Udi heard from some people that the best thief is Teresa. After a lot of effort, I finally found him in the downtown area. At that time, he was in the downtown area for public display. The reason is that he stole a winery and drank the wine brewed by others. As a result, I drank too much and was so drunk that I slept in someone else's winery. Such a rampant thief will naturally be brought to justice. Yudi used his identity to rescue him, and then let him join his team. The other is Harris, who practiced all kinds of dark magic. It was pure accident that Yudi was able to recruit this unscrupulous mage. While wandering in the business district, Yudi found this guy using his spell to spy on the female guests of the inn. After being caught, after interrogation, I realized that this guy's good mage talent was all wasted. Practiced all kinds of messy magic. Fighting is not good, stealing chickens and dogs, cheating little girls and young women are 6 things. Yudi's team is basically full of talents. Except for Gotrek and Fix, the frontal combat power of thieves and mages is worrying. However, this mission does not require much combat power. What is more important is how to successfully kill the members of the 13th Council. It is really not difficult to capture Pillar City, but it is very difficult to capture the members of the 13th Council. The members of the 13th Council are all extremely cunning, and they will run away if the limelight is not right. In the Battle of the Demon Rat abolished capital, the 13th Council fully interpreted the phrase that the big rat can bend and stretch. After realizing that they could not resist the human invasion, the members of the 13th Council ran to Pillar City without looking back. There, they continued to call on the ratmen from all over the place to form an army, and to recover the capital in the name of the Horned Rat. Successfully let Dax, the hateful human invader, fall into the oceanic war of the people of the Rat Country. Yudi's special team, combat power is not the most important thing, being able to kill the members of the 13th Council is the most important thing. Wonderful works belong to strange works. But Yudi believes that his vision is not wrong. On the training ground, Yudi asked for the imperial armor of the team members to be sent to them. Each set of armor has been revised to ensure squad members can wear it. This armor is tougher than any artifact I've ever seen. Gotrek stroked the imperial armor on his body. The texture of the dark double-headed eagle on it is clear, and various high-level and obscure runes are densely arranged on the surface of the armor. Gorek tried to imprint the armor with his weapon, but found it impossible. Even if he asked his partner Fix to chop with a tomahawk, he couldn't cut a trace. Perhaps it is an artifact. Fix said, some people have heard that those who acted according to the orders of the Holy Emperor possess the power to kill gods. Middenheim's vampire army was destroyed in an instant, and the vampire lord is still alive. Imprisoned somewhere in Middenheim, with no escape. If they have the power to kill gods, then what kind of existence is the Holy Emperor? Is it the Creator? The eyes of the halfling thief Teresa showed thinking. The mage Harris chuckled, I'm afraid the Creator will be hacked to death by those guys. Look at these runes, they can not only be immune to magic damage, but also enhance the user's magic talent. This kind of rune skill it has overturned the common sense of mages. I can't think of an emperor who is more powerful than the Creator. Gotrek gave up thinking. Dwarves should only go to battle with a battle axe and hack all enemies to death. Instead of thinking about these things. Others talked for a while, and gave up continuing to discuss the Holy Emperor. Their barren little brains can't imagine what kind of existence the Holy Emperor is. Just being members of the exploration team made them feel powerless to look up to. The combat power is insanely strong. Dominating a world is as easy and comfortable as eating and drinking for them. Just his subordinates are so strong. How strong must the Holy Emperor be? Isn't it the kind of existence that the world will be destroyed with just one breath? Everyone changed their armors and seized the time to hone their martial arts. When Yudi arrived, they followed him to the airship port and prepared to go to Beifeng Mountain to perform tasks. Enter Pillar City and behead the 13th Council. Chapter 401 Aurora Heavenly Dynasty, for subscription. All airships are suspended in the port next to the industrial area. That's a huge building. There are many towers standing there. The airship uses high towers to unload and take away the passengers and cargo it carries. Those airships without missions shut down their power furnaces and docked on the ground for maintenance and renovation. The airships with transportation missions have been kept running. When Gotrek and others stood in the port where people came and went. Only then did I realize how huge this huge building used for airship transfer is. Covers a vast area. Various buildings are magnificent. They are like tiny ants, standing in front of giant buildings. The automatic elevator made of steam engines and giant metal cables runs non-stop for a while. The team, led by Adi, took the elevator to the giant tower where the airship was located. The airship hovers at the end of the tunnel, waiting for its passengers. It looks like a large sailing ship moored at the port, ready to set sail. Fix marveled at what he saw. Before entering Middenheim, I watched those airships from a distance, so I didn't feel much. But when you look closely, you will find the hugeness of those airships. It was even more majestic than the sailboats he saw in the ocean port city. The double-headed eagle emblem is hung on the bow and sides of the airship. There are also double-headed eagle flags flying in the sky. On the side of the airship facing the boarding platform extending from the giant tower, there are also gold-plated characters the size of a human head with a hard texture. The Holy Emperor protects his people. When walking towards the airship, it is like walking towards a mountain floating in the air. The crew on the airship ran back and forth, working hard at their respective posts. The core power furnace has been activated. With a slight tremor, the surging power is transmitted to all parts of the airship. All preparations are complete and ready to sail. A mechanical maintenance worker wearing a goggle observation device and various mechanical equipment installed on his body shouted. No balloons, no jets, how did they make such a huge ship fly? Gotrek muttered next to his friend. This is incredible. I felt the power of magic. They injected magic into this ship and used it as power. Fix hasn't spoken yet. The mage Harris on the side spoke. His hand caressed the bulkhead of the airship. Feel the surging magical power. Obscure magic rune lines are embedded in the hull and sealed with a special transparent glass material. He could only touch the smooth glass, not the runes that surged with magical energy. This is an outstanding work of the sages of the Empire. Udi explained to them. They said there was a better creation that would allow us to travel the entire world in a few hours. But this world lacks some kind of substances, so they can only use this method to replace. Hearing this, Gotrek and Harris couldn't help but groan in their hearts. This is not fast enough. Such an airship is already a miracle, and what else can be superior to these miracles? Before waiting for the members of the team to study more secrets of the airship, a bell rang somewhere on the airship. The boarding ladder placed by was recovered by the crew, and the hatch was closed and locked. The tremors from the furnace intensified. The crew quickly walked through the corridors in an orderly manner. May the great God of all opportunities protect us, it is his might that allows us to soar in the sky. A crew member's voice blares from speakers throughout the ship. Many crew members shouted the same words. Like some kind of ritual. Everyone in the team felt the movement coming from under their feet. Looking out through the transparent porthole, one can clearly feel that they are taking off. Looking out from the porthole in the corridor, you can see that the buildings on the surface are getting smaller and smaller. Soon, everyone witnessed the ship crossing the clouds and sailing on the tumbling sea of clouds. Go to your lounge according to your number plate. Udi ordered a few words, and went to the main control cabin of the airship. The remaining 4 people looked at each other. Instead of going to the cabin, they walked up a welded metal staircase to the open deck of the airship. There is no strong wind on the deck as they imagined. A vaguely visible protective cover blocked the strong wind from the outside. They can only feel a little breeze. Walking to both sides of the ship's side, the 4 members of the team couldn't help showing fear. They sit too high up. The creatures and buildings on the ground can no longer be seen. At best, you can only tell where is the forest and where is the lake. Can't see any details. They stayed on the cabin deck for a long time. Feeling the brand new flying experience brought to them by Imperial Industries. Those mysterious people from the Empire relied on their unique and unknown skills to send such a huge ship to the sky. Such technology is too powerful. Even Gotrek had to admit that the gap between the dwarves and the Empire was like a chasm. No one knows where the limits of the Empire lie. They are too mysterious. The people of the world only know that they save those suffering compatriots in the name of the Holy Emperor, and liberate worlds that have been devastated by the Chaos Gods one after another. After Gotrek and the others got tired of looking at the vast sea of clouds and the vast land surface from a high altitude, they returned to their cabins. There are complete living facilities on the airship, carrying a large amount of supplies and energy stones, enough to meet the needs of the voyage. The airship not only has a kitchen, but also has a huge cabin enough for hundreds of people to eat. Besides the 5-member team preparing to execute the beheading mission, there are hundreds of people staying on the airship. They are all trained combatants. When evacuating, these people will assist them in escaping from the insane rat swarm. The journey to Mount Beifeng took them 2 days. Udi took this opportunity to hand Gotrek and others the Imperial weapons and teach them how to use the Imperial weapons. The reason why it was not given before is because weapons are rarer than armor. The expedition team didn't bring many weapons suitable for ordinary people. If Gotrek and the others are careless or reckless, they break their own weapons, or use weapons to damage their armor. Udi has no spare weapons and spare armor. Imperial weapons with power fields are a dimensionality reduction blow to this world. The use of these powerful weapons is no different from the melee weapons used by Gotrek and others. The advanced knowledge of kinetic energy weapons is reflected in the process of casting it. Instead of performing complex operations, it is absolutely stupid to make the use of a thing extremely complicated and consider it high-end. Wait until the early morning of the 3rd day. The lookout of the airship saw the majestic 8 peaks surrounded by the telescope. The driver who got the message pulled the control lever. Slowly lower the altitude of the spaceship, and turn on the anti-magic detection and optical invisibility capabilities to ensure that the airship will not be discovered by the enemy. The invisible airship landed in an open space. Huge shadows cast on the surface. If there are living people here, they will definitely be scared and scream. They can only see the twisted air, casting shadows on the ground, but see nothing. You must think that there are some weird giant ghosts moving in the sun. The airship lowered to a certain height, and a door on the side was opened. The airlift was thrown down. Udi and others followed the ladder to the ground. After lowering its passengers, the airship raised altitude again. The airship will hang around until a member of the squad sends them a message, and will pick them up. Beifeng Mountain is vast and huge. It is not easy to find the Ratman's lair in the 13th Council. Gorek does know something about 8 Peaks Mountain. After all, this is the territory of the dwarves. After the dwarves lost Mount Beifeng, they tried several times to regain it, but none of them succeeded. There are still some dwarves active in Beifeng Mountain, fighting the enemy in the name of their ancestors. Led by Gotrek, the team soon reached a ruined and abandoned dwarven city. The city of the dwarves is built in the mountains, ancient and strong. They enter from the bottom of the valley. There stands a tall and majestic city wall. It is built by stacking huge stone blocks one after another. Abandoned for an unknown period of time, green moss is already all over the place. A town of no small size sits behind the walls. The low walls in the town are crisscrossed, and weeds are overgrown in the middle. Walk a few steps and you will see grey and white bones. Traces of gunfire and knives and axes can be seen on some low walls. Obviously, the dwarves fought desperate battles with the invaders. Just from the remaining traces, we can see how intense the tragic situation was at that time. Grey clouds of smoke enveloped this once glorious but declining city. With a sad face on his face, Gotrek told the rest of the team about the past glory and tragic ending of Mount 8 Peaks. We built this impregnable city and thought we were on top of the world, but fate made the dwarves a joke. While we were busy fighting the elves, the skaven, and goblins, I am accumulating strength, waiting to push the dwarves into the abyss of destruction. But you won the victory against the elves, didn't you? You got all the territory of the elves. The land from the mountains on the edge of the world to the vast ocean belongs to you. The mage in the team, Harris, with a pedantic said the tone. It was the beginning of sadness. We didn't get any joy from that victory. More than 2/3 of our soldiers died in that bitter battle. Before we had time to enjoy the fruits of victory, we were frequently attacked by geology. Calamity has driven back our cities. In that desperate time, vile goblins and scavens have poured in along the mines where we have mined our riches, trying to take our homes and our riches. So how did you deal with it? Harris asked. Gotrek glanced at his companion's face. What can we do? Take up arms and fight them, of course. Our wars with the elves take place in the jungle and on the ground. The wars with the skaven and the goblins take place in narrow, dark underground passages. The horrible weapons and tragic casualties exceeded my imagination. The beams and columns collapsed, and the corridors were filled with flame bombs thrown everywhere. The tunnel was flooded with floods and poisonous gas, and the companion in charge of the defense died horribly. Our enemies are cunning and cruel. They use all kinds of evil witchcraft or summoned demons to ravage the dwarf kingdom and pollute our water and food. We have exhausted all resources, weapons, and courage to fight the enemy, but we still fail and lose of our homeland. We can no longer defend these cities in the future. We are forced to use sophisticated instruments and ancient runes to hide the tombs and precious treasures of our ancestors, and then give up the entire city to our enemies. Gorek's tone was full of endless sadness. Everyone can imagine those ancient dwarves. Faced by the greed of the Skaven and Green Orcs. They fought desperately, but in the end they had to swallow bitter defeat. Survivors left their homes in pain. The squad moves through the city. Here seems to have been destroyed by those chaotic demons. The streets are lined with collapsed houses. When you get close to it, it will emit a musty and rotten smell. Evil-looking crows chirp ominously over the wreckage of an ancient chimney. Some scrawny blackbirds flew over their heads. They are all alert to the enemies that may appear at any time. This city has long since fallen, and has become the domain of Skaven and Orcs. Just because they can't be seen now, doesn't mean the danger doesn't exist. Led by Gotrek, the team entered the mountain through a dilapidated gate. Suddenly, 20 strong, armored orcs rushed out of the dark tunnel with a large number of goblins. When they saw Hudi and others, they let out deafening roars, revealing bloodthirsty tyranny. Gotrek activated the battle axe in his hand according to the method Hudi taught him. The pulsating electric arc appeared on the surface of the axe blade, and the faint blue light appeared in the dark tunnel. I feel great power. The weapon Gotrek used before was an artifact made by the ancient dwarf rune master, Valak, the great axe of destruction. But at this moment, he felt a power far more terrifying than the giant axe of destruction from the weapon in his hand. Infinite power surged in the axe blade. He felt like he could split everything in this world. Maybe, that's not feeling, but real. Gotrek swung his battle axe, splitting the orc's weapon, splitting the armored orc in two. It's as easy and comfortable as cutting tofu, without any difficulty. How is it possible? Gotrek's face showed a look of shock. Even though those imperial armors were hard, the imperial weapons were also so sharp. Gotrek looked at the weapon in his hand, a little surprised. What kind of enemy would be able to use such armor and weapons? If he had such equipment, he would dare to kill through the terrifying chaos wasteland alone. Perhaps, I can find the glorious death I long for in the mysterious empire. The orcs were massacred by several members of the team in just a moment. Their weapons are much stronger than the enemy's weapons. It's like killing an enemy with a wooden sword with a haircut sword. Even if the enemy has tenacious perseverance and courage, they cannot make up the gap between weapons and equipment. I have never used such a powerful and sharp weapon. Fix, who had ended the battle, looked at the leaping blue radiant longsword in his hand, and also let out a voice of amazement. Just one sword, the strong orc was split in two. How many terrible secrets are hidden in the empire behind those explorers? Who are you? The battle has just ended, and the few people haven't had time to do anything. A few dwarves came out of the darkness holding a crossbow. Obviously, they rushed over after hearing the roar of the orcs. They wore heavy iron armor, and took away a helmet with cheek pads and wings on both sides. Holds a crossbow in a strong, powerful hand, and hangs a warmer or great axe on his back. The dwarf in the lead has a thin face with sharp edges and corners, and his eyes are shining with hot eyes. The beard is dark and long, with a few strands of silver mixed in the middle. I'm Gotrek, Gotrek yelled. Whispering among the dwarves broke out as Gotrek pronounced his name. Gotrek and Fix have been to 8 Peaks and dealt with the dwarves here. A dwarven frontier royal named Belegard launched an expedition to retake some of the 8 Peaks. Today's 8 Peaks mountain is a place where dwarves, Skaven and Green Orcs fight together. Of course, the dwarves are the least powerful. Gotrek experienced an adventure here, killed a terrible chaos troll, rescued his ancestors, and took away a holy sword left here. The dwarves here are very impressed with him and the human Fix who has been following him. After chatting for a few words, he stated his purpose. The dwarves took this decapitation team to meet their lord. Udi has no objection to this. If he can get the assistance of the local dwarves, the mission may go more smoothly. After passing through several tunnels, they entered a grand hall with a broken banner. The hall is located in the mountain, and the light depends on the chandelier on the dome. There are shining gems on it. Belegar, the leader of the dwarves on Mount Eight Peaks, sat on an ivory throne inlaid with gold, and on both sides were rows of dwarves in heavy armor and blue shirts. A female dwarf in a purple robe and an iron book hanging around her stout neck stood beside her. Gotrek scanned the kin. Their situation is obviously much worse than when they came last time. Some dwarves have battle marks all over their armor, and the tiredness in their eyes cannot be concealed. The last time I came here, there were more than 150 dwarves here. Looking at it now, I feel that I am only in my early 100s. It should be attacked by Skaven and orcs, and many people were lost. What are you doing here again? Bringing new humans and halflings with you. Belegar's voice was low, haughty, and irritable. We are the members of the 13th Council who came to deal with the Skavens. They escaped from the abandoned city of rats and hid in Pillar City under Eight Peaks Mountain. Hearing Gotrek's words, Belegar's eyes showed suspicion. Those rats escaped from the abandoned city? How did you know? Gotrek pointed to Udi. He is one of the human officers who captured the abandoned capital, and he was ordered to solve the 13th Council. Ha ha ha. Belegard, who was sitting on the throne, laughed out loud, as if hearing some funny joke. We don't have much contact with the outside world, but are you kidding me? Gotrek, humans can capture the rat waste city, why don't you tell me that Sigma and the succubus gave birth to a big fat boy? The latter's credibility can be much higher than the former. The waste capital has indeed fallen. Udi stood up and said, your news is too closed, and you don't know the changes outside. Be more respectful. Belegar said, this is not your human territory. In the name of the Holy Emperor, this is the territory of the Empire. Udi stared into the eyes of the dwarves. If you don't know, I can tell you that several dwarf kings have agreed to become vassals of the human empire. The territory of the dwarves, that is the territory of the empire. Are you looking for death when you say such things? Belegar couldn't hide her anger in her tone. The dwarf king succumbed and was willing to become a vassal of humans. Such a thing is completely impossible to happen. Belegar had only one thought. The humans in front of them are talking nonsense, damaging the dignity of the dwarves. What he said is true. Gotrek stood up and said, the covenant has been signed, but Beifeng Mountain may be too remote, so we haven't received any news yet. Belegar's eyes became gloomy. Gotrek is a famous butcher, dwarven hero. It is impossible to lie about the honor of the dwarves. What happened outside? Let those dwarf kings willingly give up their honor and become vassals of humans. It is a disgrace, said Belegar. They have betrayed the honor of their ancestors. Living in the past is never a wise choice. Udi had no intention of arguing with the other party on some irrelevant issues, and directly stated his purpose. We are here to completely solve the problem of the Skavens. Losing the most important abandoned capital, if the members of the 13th Council can be eliminated, the morale of the Skaven will collapse, and their empire will also collapse. Even if what you said is true, do you know how many ratmen live at the foot of this area? If they all surge to the surface and can fill the valley of Beifeng Mountain, I will accompany the 5 of you. Killing the members of the 13th Council among the ratmen is absolutely a dream. Belegar looked around at the team of 5 people. A feeble mage, a halfling no taller than a dwarf. Those 3 humans seem to have some fighting power. With this combination, you can enter Pillar City and eliminate the 13th Council. It's better to pray for Sigma to show up sooner. We are very confident. Udi said, you can choose to assist us. When the Skavens are defeated, we will also clear the local goblins. At that time, the dwarves will be able to return to Eight Peaks Mountain to live. If you are willing to die, I don't have any opinions. Belegar said in a mocking tone, members of the 13th Council should all stay under the Temple of the Horned Rat, and I once led a team to enter Pillar City. As an aid, I can give you a map that I left behind. Remember not to go too deep, there are even more terrifying things under the Pillar City. My words are a bit redundant, you may not even see the Pillar City, and you will die in the rat tide. How can I? There will be the absurd idea that you can enter the underground of Pillar City. Belegar is angry at Udi's rudeness. But they didn't embarrass them, and also provided the map left by the expedition team. It may be that Udi and others entered Pillar City is definitely a dead end. I don't want to argue with these dead people. Udi and the others did not stay too long. After replenishing their physical strength with the high-energy food they carried with them, they entered the deep underground along the portals and tunnels left by the dwarf ancestors in the past with the help of Belegar's map. The cities of the dwarves are magnificent. What is exposed to the ground is only an insignificant part. Like an iceberg, what is hidden under the sea level is the main body. The scale of the underground city far surpasses any previous human city, and only Middenheim, which is supported by imperial technology, can match it. Judging from those wide tunnels and halls, it is possible that Eight Peaks Mountain has been hollowed out by dwarves. Seeing those splendid buildings, Gotrek couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. That is the lost glory of the dwarves. They may never get back to that peak. The number of dwarves is decreasing every year. Without enough population, there will not be enough craftsmen, and they will no longer be able to build such a splendid city. The era of dwarves is over. They hide in the fortress left by their ancestors, waiting for the end of the world. At this moment, Gotrek understood the feelings of those dwarf kings signing a contract with the human empire. Sticking to the glory of their ancestors will only lead to the destruction of the dwarves. Another way may prevent the dwarves from disappearing from this world. Many underground tunnels have collapsed and many roads have been blocked. The tunnels left by the dwarves intersected with the tunnels dug by the ratmen and orcs. The underground environment is complex. Even with a map, it is not easy to find the right way. Halfling thief Teresa walked in the front, his movements were quick and silent, like a ghost. The following people set aside a certain distance from him, and proceeded according to the mark he left. The first enemy the team encounters is an ogre with a group of goblins blocking the tunnel ahead. It is taller than everyone in the team, with 2 heads. The big head is hideous and terrifying, and it also wears an ugly crown. The armor has huge spikes, holds a terrifying long scythe in one hand, and a crude staff in the other. The thing had a whole ratman chewing in its mouth. As it moved, blood dripped from the corner of its mouth. The ratman was still alive at first, his legs kicking desperately, wanting to live. The ogre's sharp iron teeth easily crushed the bones of the ratman, and the sound of bone breaking and flesh tearing came out of its mouth. The ogre and its goblins did not find Hoodie and others. Perhaps we should go around these enemies, so that we can sneak in silently, said Teresa, the halfling thief who returned to the side of several people. Gotrek took out his battle axe and said in a low voice, "Kill them all, so that they can't report, and we can sneak in quietly." Teresa was stunned for a moment when she heard Gotrek's violent stealth method. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the same reason. Hoodie adopted the latter approach. He planned to get closer and eliminate all the enemies as much as possible, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble caused by the fleeing enemies. Just about to fight, everyone found a group of orcs coming out of another tunnel. Before they could react, a brutal fight broke out between the orcs and ogres. They belonged to different factions. Gotrek said, "We have to hurry up, otherwise their battle will attract more enemies. If it turns into a big melee, it will be very bad for our actions." 5 people surrounded from different directions and rushed out. Their weapons shone with arcs of electricity, tearing through enemy armor with ease. This is a naked massacre. The resistance of the enemy means nothing to them. The ogre's sickle cut on Hoodie's armor, it could only draw countless sparks, but it could not leave any traces. Instead, Hoodie cut off his head with a sword. As a mage, Harris is also slashing with his sword. The magical lethality he unleashed was touching, and the goblin who was hit by 3 fireballs was still alive and kicking, screaming. Luckily, Fix and Gotrek were by his side, helping him deal with those missed enemies. A moment later, the enemies of the 2 different factions were all killed by Hoodie and others. Only the wreckage was left everywhere. "Let's go." Hoodie, who had dealt with the last enemy, beckoned his team members to move on. Next, they encountered several waves of enemies. There are orcs and ratmen. Teresa can always find them in advance and give early warning to Hoodie and others. All the enemies encountered by the team were dealt with directly, leaving no one alive. They are not violent and brainless. Kill them all directly, but the possibility of exposure will be greatly reduced. In these underground tunnels, countless conflicts break out every day. Even if the corpse is left behind, it will not attract the attention of those ratmen and orcs. If goblins or ratmen find out about stealth and report to them, their actions will most likely go to waste. With the help of Teresa, an excellent thief scout, they reached the edge of the Ratman city smoothly. No matter which Ratman city it is a terrifying hell. The main body of Pillar City is the mine vein that the dwarves once dug out. Weird, ugly, and disgusting Ratman buildings are built in intricate tunnels and foul-smelling underground spaces. Countless Ratman slaves worked under the whip of the supervisor, wailing in despair. The slaves dug tunnels day and night, expanding this huge underground kingdom. Giant stone pillars support the hollowed-out formation. The dome and walls are inlaid with a large number of dimensional stones to provide light. A strong chaotic atmosphere surged in this underground city. Harris used his magic to spy on the city. His combat strength is not strong, but his ability to peep and escape is definitely the top existence in this world. Harris's purpose of learning magic is for a reason that cannot be put on the table. Using excellent spying spells, Harris quickly locked the location of the 13 council members. They hid in a building left by the dwarves, arguing and perfecting the revenge plan against humans. Did not stay under the temple of the horned rat. If they launch an attack simply and rudely, I am afraid that the mission will fail. Harris applied an invisibility magic to Udi and others, which can not only hide the figure, but also restrain all the breath. As long as you don't do it, this magic will not be discovered. Harris said, I have used this magic to sneak into many important places. Even the heavily guarded Wizard Academy, I have also used this spell to easily enter. The human city is in chaos, and there are dimension stones. As long as we don't take the initiative, they will never find us. Hearing Harris's self-showing words, everyone's eyes were a little subtle. Harris has vision spells and invisibility spells that are difficult for the top magic masters. Attack spells are a mess. The goblin who resisted 3 fireballs is still alive and kicking. What is this guy studying magic for? I just want to enjoy the beauty quietly. Harris explained, I swear that I have never done anything to force or hurt others. They don't know anything about me, and they have never realized that I am the presence. Everyone did not criticize what Harris had done before. After simple preparations, they sneaked into the Ratman city. Ratman never imagined that someone would sneak into their city. Even the Ratman assassins from the Ixen clan did not find any trace of Udi and the others. Their attention is focused on the Ratman, and they are always ready to use the most cruel means to suppress the rebellion caused by the Ratman at the bottom, and assassinate those Ratman who dare to criticize the 13th Council. Unaware that an enemy has sneaked into the city, preparing to assassinate members of the 13th Council. After all, nothing like that ever happened. From the day the Ratman received the gift of the Horned Rat and established an underground empire, the Ratman city had never been infiltrated. Udi and the others sneaked into the vicinity of the dwarf building where the members of the 13th Council were, only to be accidentally discovered by an assassin of the Ixon family. The halfling directly stabbed the guy to death with a dagger, but it was still a step too late. The alarm sounded, attracting the attention of countless Ratmen. The elite Storm Rat guards acted quickly, trying to protect the safety of the members of the 13th Council. However, such a short distance is enough for Udi and others to complete the task. A powerful bomb prepared long ago was thrown into the building. Deafening explosions swept all directions with terrifying shock waves. The entire stone building turned into scarlet under the tremendous power, exuding hot lava. The huge explosion even shook the foundation of the Skaven city. The tunnel collapsed, and the gravel from the dome continued to fall, making the Ratmen scream. 11 of the members of the 13 councils were killed with the explosion, and only one survived because he wore an amulet infused with the power of several powerful grey prophets. Unfortunately, before it escaped, it was discovered by the sharp-eyed Gotrek, who charged through the Ratman who wanted to rescue it, and chopped off the head of the corrupt lord. All members of the 13th Council were killed. They are also planning a full-scale revenge on mankind. Didn't think about it, and it was already solved by humans before it could be implemented. The angry Ratmen swarmed towards the 5 of them as if they had exploded. While Odi and others evacuated according to the plan, relying on the powerful equipment and weapons in their hands to fight a road. When they reached the edge of the Ratman city, they drank the speed potion they had prepared. Under the blessing of the potion, they ran all the way without any reluctance to fight. Just concentrate on sprinting, unless the road ahead is blocked, otherwise you can do it without doing it. A huge wave of Ratmen was chasing them. Every Ratman went mad. The desire to tear these men apart is evident in their scarlet eyes. If he was dragged into the rat swarm, even with the protection of the imperial armor, it would be difficult to leave a whole body behind. Udi and others detonated the bombs they carried one after another, and used the collapsed tunnel to bury the Ratman who was chasing close, and finally managed to escape along the original route, sending an evacuation signal to the airship. The dwarf Lord Belegar who had mocked Udi and his party before saw the head on Gotrek's waist, and his shocked expression was the same as seeing the dwarf Grimnir falling in love with the elf goddess Lilith. It's like giving birth to a big fat boy. There was only one thought in Belegar's mind. How is such a thing possible? It must be a lie. The 5 really killed all members of the 13th Council of the Skaven Empire. If it weren't for the crazy Ratmen pouring out from all directions, Belegar would probably be able to maintain that shocked look for a whole year. The members of the team and the dwarves of Bayfeng Mountain evacuated while fighting against the rat tide. The airship that arrived carried out saturation bombing on the ground, creating conditions for Udi's team to evacuate, and took the surviving dwarves out by the way. The Ratmen looked at the human airship flying high into the sky, and could do nothing but be impotent and furious. The members of the 13th Council were killed and the abandoned capital was captured. The Skaven are bound to fall into disunity and endless civil war. The demise of the Ratman Empire is certain. The time of demise depends only on how fast the human race is cleaned. On the deck of the airship, Belegar held the head of one of the members of the 13th Council, and his short body trembled with excitement. At the beginning, the dwarves suffered heavy casualties when the Skaven used poisonous gas and warped stone creations, and finally retreated. Only 100 or so dwarves were able to evacuate from Bayfeng Mountain. Now that members of the 13th Council have been killed, it is undoubtedly revenge for the dwarves who died in the Battle of 8 Peaks. My sincere apologies to you. You have avenged our dead ancestors, and in return you will be friends of the dwarves forever. The dwarf lord, Belegar apologized for his arrogant attitude towards Udi and others. It is he who is stubborn, unaware that a brand new era has arrived. All of this is just the will of the Holy Emperor. Udi said, we fight for him and are committed to saving the world. If you want to be grateful, thank him. The Holy Emperor is the salvation of all of us. The ancient Eastern Empire, Aurora, has always been a mysterious, powerful, and rich legendary land. It is said that there are countless gold and treasures there, and everyone wears silk that nobles regard as treasures. Such rumors aroused the excitement of many people, and they wanted to go to that fantastic country one after another. Vlad, the vampire lord captured by Valerian in Middenheim, has been to Cathay. According to him, Cathay is not as beautiful and rich as in legends, but it is also a huge existence that far surpasses many kingdoms. Relying on the Great Wall, they resisted the invasion of the chaotic forces from the Eastern Prairie, and established a peaceful country. Prosperous, with a unique culture. Knowing enough information, Valerian planned to travel to Cathay to recover the Emperor's fragment. From Middenheim to Aurora, there are 2 roads. Through the edge of the world, through the Dark Lands, through the Kingdom of Ogres, and finally to the Empire of Cathay. Either pass through the Eastern Prairie connecting the Chaos Wasteland and the Northern Wasteland to the Great Wall of the Cathay Empire. After consideration, Valerian chose to start from the road in the Eastern Grassland. That road is more dangerous. But that road is shorter and saves more time. As for the enemies of the Chaos Wastes and the Northern Wastes, they pose no danger. The Chaos Gods who poured into this world with the Old Ones see this world as their game and board. Behind Valerian is an empire ruled by the Holy Emperor. If the gods want to see him as on the chessboard, then they have to be prepared to pay the price. Valerian set off from Middenheim with the airship fleet. They fly high in the sky, and only occasionally when they need to land to replenish water sources, they will lower their altitude. Not many conflicts broke out for this. Occasionally, soldiers from some northern barbarian tribes will appear and plunder them in the name of the gods. Were all killed by Valerian and others. The airship fleet finally stopped in front of the city wall blessed with many magics. The reason why they didn't cross that city wall was because they had reached the territory of Cathay in the past. And Cathay is protected by a giant protection spell. Valerian felt the power of the Emperor from it. As an imperial guard, he served in the palace for many years, and was summoned by the Emperor, and he still has a fragment of the Emperor's soul. Valerian would never admit to the Emperor's breath. In the Great Wall, Cathay also possesses various spaceships and anti-aircraft firepower that use thermals. In order to avoid war and enter Cathay in peace, Valerian could only order the fleet to lower its altitude and let his airship go alone to negotiate. Soon, dozens of ships flying dragon flags and using thermal airflow slowly approached Valerian's airship. The Cathayans pushed a dragon mouth cannon out of the muzzle of the spaceship and aimed it at the airship where Valerian was. As long as there is a slight change, they will open fire without hesitation. I am the governor of the northern border, the lord of the hurricane gale, and the eldest daughter of the Haitian dragon emperor. Report your name and purpose, strangers, or you will be torn apart by the artillery fire of the Chongyuan defenders. A voice reached Valerian's ear. Chapter 402 The Daughter of the Dragon Emperor, Miaoying, for subscription. Aurora has a very long history. Before the arrival of the old sage, the Dragon Emperor and his partner Moonho had already lived in this world. At that time, the world was still a frozen wasteland. Only those powerful beings can live here. When the old ones came, they transformed the planet to make it suitable for life. At the same time, other races were created to make this world vibrant. Dragon Emperor also learned how to transform into a human form at that time. Summon barbarian tribes to join their ranks. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. The old ones failed in the war with chaos and were forced to flee this world. The Stargate collapsed, and chaos poured into this world. Many tribes began to seek the protection of the Dragon Emperor in order to survive in the apocalypse. Dragon Emperor is kind and generous, he managed to save those people and united them against chaos. After a long campaign and hard work, Dragon Emperor established Cathay with the help of his wife and children. It took a lot of time and resources to gather the most outstanding craftsmen at that time, and let them use magic and casting techniques to build the Long Wall of Sinian, and also made a large number of terracotta soldiers to defend, so that people gained peace. Dragon Emperor and his children rule this ancient kingdom. They taught the people of Cathay to use the power of peace. Let them learn to live in harmony with nature and the land around them, and find their place in the world. With the help of such ideas and strength, the people of Cathay have been living smoothly, diligently creating wealth. Dragon Emperor and his wife had a total of 9 sons, 4 of whom disappeared, and the remaining 5 heirs ruled the east, west, north, south, and middle of Cathay. Miaoying is responsible for guarding the northern border. She is the daughter of the Dragon Emperor and one of the rulers and generals of Cathay. Possesses the form of a human being, and can also turn into a giant dragon at a critical moment, unleashing an attack capable of destroying everything. A dragon is scary. The wild savages and chaos cultists north of the Long Wall have received the dragon's wrath countless times. Miaoying has been stationed in the northern border of Cathay for hundreds of years, and has experienced countless battles. The enemies killed can fill up a huge city. During this long time, Miaoying has met many people who tried to cross the Long Wall and enter Cathay. There are barbarians from the Chaos Wastes and Northern Wastes, and occasionally travelers from the west. The former will often become her ghost under the sword. Some of the latter will be eligible to enter Cathay for trading, and some people with bad intentions will be expelled. But the team that came today made Miaoying, who had experienced many battles and killed countless beastmen and chaos warriors, fearful. That's a huge fleet. Consisting entirely of magically powered airships. Each airship is huge, like a mountain. They are like moving giant mountains, moving in the air. The double-headed eagle emblem is depicted on both sides of the hull, and a large number of artillery are deployed. Cathay also has its own spaceship. Kongming spaceship designed by the famous weapon master, Shi Hong. Those spaceships are suspended by a number of Kongming lanterns, covered with heavy armor, bows, and arrows, and the evil magic of those chaos believers are difficult to break through their defenses. However, compared with the airship owned by the special fleet from the Eastern Plain, the Kongming airship is as simple as a child's toy, and it is not at the same level at all. Those mysterious people did not know how to integrate supernatural runes and steel into one, so that the power of magic could act on the hull. With the power of magic, the huge airship can fly in the sky. Such skill can be called ingenious. My name is Valerian. I come from a foreign land. I am under the order of the Holy Emperor to save and guide the human beings in this world. We have no malice. Valerian stood on the bow of the airship, and stretched out his empty hands to the spaceships suspended by Kongming lanterns, signaling that he had no weapons and came for peace. He didn't look angry in any way. Valerian is one of the easier-to-talk members of the Forbidden Army. Even if he is a mortal, he will be pleasant. Unlike other custodians, they never like to communicate with weak and incompetent mortals. When they encounter this kind of thing, they tend to take it as an offense. Several Kongming spacecraft approached the airship. The Cathay soldiers threw the zip line, fixed the space between their ship and the airship, and then built a simple passage with a piece of wood. A group of soldiers in bright armor, armed with halberds, crossbows, long knives, and other weapons walked over along the wooden plank. Those soldiers were strong and powerful, exuding a murderous aura that only veterans of many battles would have. Many people are not clear about this breath. Just subconsciously fear those people. The soldiers held up a huge dragon flag. His eyes were full of vigilance. Muscles tense, ready to fight. Once there is any problem when boarding the ship, they will take action without hesitation. At the same time, the Kongming spaceship that has already been on standby will open fire immediately. Valerian does not want to fight Cathay. That's pointless and just makes the gods laugh. He gave an order that the crew on the airship could only cooperate with those Cathay soldiers. The crew raised their hands and leaned their backs against the wall, signaling that they were not a threat. A beautiful female general appeared in front of Valerian with the support of those boarding soldiers. She was wearing a well-crafted dragon armor covered with countless tiny runes. One hand wears dark silver armor. The other hand is wearing iron claw armor with scale-shaped armor overlapping each other, including the palm. The female general has long white hair and wears a horn-shaped crown on her head. In the center of the crown is a priceless purple gemstone without any impurities, which forms a symmetry with the slightly smaller purple gemstone at the bottom of the two corners, which naturally makes people feel noble and not to be profaned. Her eyes are also pure white, without any impurities like beautiful jade. The face is beautiful, the skin is as white as snow, delicate and smooth. Stranger, why do you want to enter Aurora? Miao Ying's voice is extremely sweet, but without any emotion. It is very cold, repelling people thousands of miles away. To unite mankind. Valerian said, the threat of chaos is at hand, and all mankind unite. Chindan can resist chaos alone. Miao Ying said, we have enough power. That's not enough. What you faced before was just an unintentional joke of the gods. They just want to get fun from you, not destroy you. This is just a game, so you can rely on this majestic city wall to hold on, but if one day, they decide to destroy you, believe me, you will never be able to face such a catastrophe. Valerian said in a sincere tone, let us unite together. Only in this way can we fight against chaos. Please also inform the Supreme Ruler of Cathay that we have come with enough sincerity. Chapter 403 Prosperous Cathay, for subscription. Wonderful Shadow inspected Valerian, who had removed his helmet. White eyes showed a trace of anger. Valerian looked tall in his golden armor. Ordinary soldiers stood in front of him, as thin as a child. That face was broad and handsome, with firm and deep eyes, full of the refined wisdom of a bachelor. Valerian's words did not sound like the slightest deceit. There is only a sense of arrogance that makes people uncomfortable. He concluded that the reason why Cathay was able to survive the war against chaos was that the gods regarded the world as a playground, and did not really do anything. Words like this are annoying. Very arrogant. Chindan has enough power to defend its own people. Miao Ying reiterated again, you don't know anything about the power of Cathay, stranger. In front of the majestic Chong Yuan, countless people of chaos have fallen enemy. I don't doubt this, but my words are absolutely not contemptuous. You live in this small world, the information is too closed, and you don't know the true face of chaos. If you can glimpse the truth of chaos, you won't reject me proposal. Valerian held out his hand. A bright silver sphere appeared in the air. Suspended in front of Miao Ying's eyes. Valerian was traveling in airships, not imperial gunships or transports. There is no holographic projector installed. The interface that can be summoned is formed by a proton detector. As the Forbidden Army, he is also the leader of the cross-universe exploration team. Valerian still has the right to use ultra-miniature devices such as proton detectors. The appearance of the ball made Miao Ying immediately take a defensive posture. Don't be nervous. Valerian reassured, this is just a non-aggressive interface. The golden double-headed eagle emblem of the Empire flits across the interface. Valerian waved his palm and manipulated the smooth and bright sphere interface, making it play a series of pictures from the military war records of the Empire. The chaotic war experienced by the Empire is not at the same level as the chaotic war experienced by Cathay. The battle between the Holy Emperor and the gods determines their life and death. Is a duel between chess players. If the old sage still stays in this world, Valerian dare not say that this is just a game of the gods. But now, the ancient sages have retreated and fled from this world. How could it be possible to resist the Chaos Legion with just a group of indigenous creatures who didn't even understand how to use the ancient holy creations? The gods just see this place as a playground. They pushed the forces of all parties to a desperate situation time and time again, and then look at their dying struggles. There is no joy in killing an ant. But if you play with an ant, it will make people so happy that they forget the time. The screen played on the interface made Miao Ying take a step back in fright. The whole world was corrupted by chaos and turned into strange entities. Countless creatures were distorted and became minions of chaos. The scale of those wars was far beyond Miao Ying's imagination. Fight demons in every world of the stars. At the end and beginning of time and space, the gods are prevented from manipulating fate. Soldiers were sent out to find every possible real universe, unite every human being who can unite, and launch an offensive against those indescribable things. A person is very small in those wars, like an ant. Even if she is such a life individual with extraordinary power, she is not an outstanding existence in those wars. Miao Ying can see from those interfaces that those psychers embedded with transmission cables and amplifiers can release attacks far beyond Dragon's Breath. After playing for more than 10 minutes, Miao Ying realized that chaos is not that simple. Valerian waved his hand to close the interface. I came with a peaceful purpose, without any malice. Miao Ying kept a blank expression. Inwardly, he was amazed by the other party's miraculous means. She didn't feel any fluctuations of extraordinary power. It is completely impossible to see through what kind of means the opponent used to make that silver sphere appear. As for the pictures played by the silver sphere, Miao Ying has no way to verify it. Those pictures are too grand. The entire territory of Cathay was equivalent to a city in those wars. After careful consideration, Miao Ying finally chose to let this mysterious team enter Chongyuan. Report this matter to his father, Haoshan Dragon Emperor, and let him make a decision. Chongyuan has the mysterious magic blessing of the Dragon Emperor. It can prevent any demons and chaos minions from bypassing the long wall and appearing in the territory of Cathay. The only way for chaos to enter Cathay is to break through the Chongyuan. The northern barbarians and nomads in the grasslands controlled and enslaved by chaos launch an offensive against Chongyuan every year. But every time I fail. In addition to dropping a lot of corpses, nothing was found. Received the reply from the commander of Cathay that allowed entry. Valerian smiled. Holy Emperor Asylum. I hope that the next work can progress so smoothly. Allowed him to successfully recover the Emperor's soul fragments and complete his mission. Several Si Tiancheng who mastered the way of yin and yang and held a 5-element compass boarded Valerian's ship. Their task is to assist this fleet from afar to pass through Chongyuan and enter the territory of Cathay. Si Tiancheng is a warlock of Zhendan, who masters the way of yin and yang, and is good at astrological predictions. Zhendan paid great attention to the use of extraordinary power. The number of direct dragon blood like Miao Ying is rare. But there are many dragon descendants who contain their blood and have powerful power in the territory of Cathay. Part of the dragon descendant is the blood of the dragon son, and the other part is the blood that has been blessed by the Haoshan Dragon Emperor. They are born knowing the way of yin and yang, and if they get the chance, they may be able to successfully transform into a dragon. Dragonborn with powerful talents often join the military forces of Cathay, serving as the most dangerous frontline combat missions. In addition to Dragonborn, Dandingshi is also the most common supernatural power user in Cathay. You can refine all kinds of rare potions and elixirs, and enchant soldiers' weapons. Can also use powerful metal spells. Danding Division will often become an important logistical support for the Cathay army. One is responsible for the charge and the other is responsible for the logistics support. As a warlock, Si Tiancheng is responsible for reconciling yin and yang on the battlefield and laying out the 5-element formation. If you want to enter Chongyuan, which is blessed by the power of the Dragon Emperor, you must be led by Si Tiancheng. And in the territory of Zhendan, Si Tiancheng will appear frequently. It is also one of their jobs to reconcile the wind and rain and ensure that there will be no major disasters in Cathay. It is said that in Wujing, the capital of Cathay, there is a giant 5-element compass comparable to a magic vortex. It can control the wind of magic, so that the wind and rain in Cathay will be smooth. If necessary, the compass can also be used to carry out a devastating blow to a certain place. Valerian stared at those Si Tiancheng's holding compass. Leading the fleet to cross the protective cover of Nagagaki. Valerian has profound knowledge. He could tell at a glance that those Si Tiancheng's had mastered a complete extraordinary system. If there is no interference from the empire and the development of Zhendan has been allowed to continue like this country is likely to evolve into a psychic country. The people of Cathay can use Chinook energy at will to satisfy their daily life just like the Eldar. The inside and outside of Chongyuan are two completely different worlds. Even though the eastern prairie is not as severely corroded as the Chaos Wasteland. But there are also those horrible dark creatures everywhere. When Valerian was sailing, he had also witnessed groups of mutated and twisted monsters roaring past on the grassland. He has also slaughtered many enemies who tried to besiege the airship that landed for water supply. Aurora is quite different. The long wall isolated the chaotic grassland, and crossed the majestic city wall with profound magic. Everyone in the fleet led by Valerian showed expressions of amazement. The magnificent and beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers is coming. Can't feel a trace of chaos. Under the of the Cathay army, Valerian and his party quickly approached the nearest border city, Northwind City. The oriental buildings with completely different styles from castles such as Middenheim and Altdorf stand in the bustling giant city. Even though it is just a border city, its scale is no less than that of Altdorf. Baifeng City covers a vast area and was built on the back of a mountain range. There are 8 city gates in total. Every city gate has a huge statue of terracotta guards. Those figurine guard statues are not decorations. When chaos breaks through the long wall, those statues can be awakened and used on the battlefield. The city is well planned. Several roads start from the city gate, run through Baifeng City, and reach the palace on the top of the mountain. Different main roads are connected by different branch roads. They used to divide different areas, which seem to be distinct. The houses with blue brick and tile houses as the main body are built on both sides of the road, along with the magnificent palace that extends to the center of the top of the mountain. Before Valerian set off, he had heard that people in Cathay pay attention to the harmony of yin and yang, and the orderliness of the 5 elements. Presumably when planning the city, they also took this into consideration. The arrival of the airship has aroused the curiosity of people in Baifeng City. When I looked down, the street was full of people, their faces were surprised, and everyone stretched their necks trying to see more clearly. Among the crowd, some people were very excited and happy, while others showed worry and fear. Baifeng City has a special place for Kongming's spaceship to park. Ko Valerian and the others are outsiders after all, rashly allowing an airship fleet to enter Northwind City. If any accident occurs, it will definitely be disastrous. The fleet was asked to land outside the city. The carriage greeted him into the palace again. Although Baifeng City is a frontier city, it is very lively. Both sides of the wide green brick road are crowded and noisy crowds. Buildings made of blue bricks and wood can be seen everywhere. Merchants are trying their best to sell various products. Street jugglers wielding big knives drew bursts of applause. Acrobats amuse the audience with various talents such as spitting knives, spitting fire, changing faces, and pushing poles. Gentlemen, do you want to come here to play? The girls in Chunfenglu are all talented, it would be a pity to miss it forever. A few little girls have come to Gulen recently, I guarantee that the men will like it. Putting on light makeup, the women with slender waists stood on the second floor, waving at Valerian and the others who passed by, flirting. Some bold bodies pulled down the thin veils, revealing a slender, boneless, white. The fragrant shoulders like flawless jade have attracted the screams of countless sluts. Following the road through the bustling commercial and residential areas, they finally entered the palace on the top of the hill. A group of men and women of high status was already waiting for them at the gate of the palace. They all wore fine and rich silk robes, emblazoned with the family crest and the dragon symbol of Cathay. The dragon is an important cultural symbol in Sinian. Their flags, statues, and various literary works can see dragons. Don't speak ill of the dragon in front of a Cathan, doing so will arouse their disgust, and even a war will break out. Those men and women saluted Wonderful Shadow, made courtesy greetings to Valerian and others, and then welcomed them into the palace. The palace is ancient and luxurious, with exquisite murals and ink paintings on the roof and walls. The roads coming in are all paved with glazed black bricks. Wearing the armor, Valerian would make a sound like the impact of gold and iron every time he took a step. There are also stone railings on both sides of the road, and the railings are decorated with cloud dragon and phoenix patterns. On the columns of the railing, there are small lions and dragons hanging one by one. Between the pillars and under the statues, railings are installed. The slabs are carved with images of lotus leaves, birds and animals. Along the way, we also passed lotus ponds, gardens, rockery, and so on. The palaces here are quite different from those in the west. Middenheim also has a palace. It was left by the former electors. Built with stone blocks, carved with various exquisite and complex murals, recording those ancient histories. Massive atmosphere, but cold. The Palace of Gendan pays attention to exquisiteness and tranquility. According to the technology and productivity of this era, the cost of building such a building is definitely not cheap. It can only be built under the protection of the Great Wall, without worrying about the invasion of chaos. They are not invaded by chaos as often as the West. Altdorf, Middenheim, these large cities have encountered several enemy invasions. A lot of wealth will be lost as a result. And Gendan has been accumulating wealth under the protection of Chongyuan. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. They ended up in a large hall. The main hall is very grand, with several giant pillars gilded with gold. Under Miao Ying's instruction, the ruler of Northwind City held a grand banquet for Valerian and others. Even if I have seen the miracle of an industrial city like Middenheim, and Valerian's native crew were still shocked by Cathay's wealth. The banquet chairs are all carved with intricate patterns, plated with luxurious gold leaf, and inlaid with precious red sapphires. The dishes on the side are even more varied and exquisitely crafted. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the crew would never have imagined that there are so many delicacies in this world. Every dish has the taste that a halfling's top chef can only have. The food culture in the West is extremely simple, just cook it briefly, which may also be related to the extreme lack of resources in their previous life. Si Tiancheng is in charge of the 5-element compass in Gendan, which ensures smooth weather and no frequent wars. People's living standards are high, so they naturally want to study food. The commoners in the West not only have to farm, but also have to bear heavy taxes. In the event of a war, they must be recruited by the nobles to fight at their own expense. Without a stable life and sufficient supplies, food is naturally out of the question. When a society is rich in living materials, various delicacies will naturally continue to emerge. Valerian has no interest in food. He only has his own mission in his heart. The Emperor's resurrection is the most important thing. But he also knew that there was no rush for this matter. The Emperor's soul was broken into countless pieces, and it was extremely difficult to walk back one by one. The time required is very likely to take thousands of years, 10,000 years to do it. The messenger has already set off, and we expect to get news within half a month. If my father allows, then I will personally take you to Wujing. Miao Ying, the daughter of the Dragon Emperor who changed into a casual dress, walked to Valerian's side. Said. Thank you very much, Valerian said. Have the creations of the Western countries developed so powerfully? Miao Ying asked pointedly. According to the news from the caravan going to sea, the West has been in constant war, and the countries often fall into internal fighting. Civilization technology has not made much progress. I have been standing still, even going back. Several steam tanks were repaired and continued to be used. The arrival of Valerian made Miao Ying feel crisis. Even she can't understand the creations that the other party has mastered. The pictures played by that weird sphere are even more shocking. She wants to get some news from the other party to see what happened in the West. I do not belong to the Western countries. Valerian said, I serve the Holy Emperor and come from another universe. From another universe. Wonderful Shadow repeated Valerian's words puzzledly, does it mean another world? Valerian shook his head, and he pointed to the sky. Have you ever wondered what is above the sky? Father said it was a cold, lifeless realm of nothingness, and only powerful creatures could pass through the realm of nothingness safely with the help of top-level treasures. My father said that when he crossed the realm of nothingness, he almost died. I saw the pictures you played before, you seem to be able to freely enter and leave the realm of nothingness, and there is still a war with chaos in that realm. Valerian knew that the other party should have referred to the void as the so-called realm of nothingness. Then do you know what is above the realm of nothingness? I don't know. Miao Ying shook her head slightly. She is the daughter of the Dragon Emperor, but she doesn't know everything. She has always lived in Cathay. Even Hualong will only fly above the sea of clouds, and will not enter the cold, airless realm of nothingness. Then do you know where your power comes from? Valerian asked. The subspace can also be called the source world. The former is the saying left by the ancient sages, and the latter is the saying of the world where my father originally lived. Then call it the subspace. Valerian picked a word he was familiar with. Miao Ying watched the silver light ball that appeared before reappear in the air. Valerian called up images of the stars. We live on the surface of these planets are surrounded by the realm of nothingness in your mouth, and these countless planets and realms of nothingness make up the universe, and the universe is surrounded by subspace, forming the universe of the heavens. And I come from another universe, not another world. The real chaotic ontology is hidden in the subspace. They are not in the real universe, not in the chaotic wasteland and the chaotic realm, but outside of time and space. We are fighting against them under the leadership of the Holy Emperor, hoping if we can unite all human beings in the universe to fight against chaos, then we will have a chance of victory. Valerian wanted to continue explaining the nature of the gods to the other party, but a soldier who hurried to the banquet interrupted the conversation. Master Miao Ying, the scouts released saw an army composed of northern barbarians and chaotic minions, and they were coming towards the long wall. The soldier said, the scale is very large. Both. Chapter 404 The Endless Family played by the Imperial Army between applause, subscription required. For the glory of the gods, for the glory of the tribe. Sitting on the chaos steed, Ailan heard the whispers of the gods. The breath of chaos blew through his soul. Sweet whispers promised him supreme power and destruction. He hails from the northern wastes, so called by those who betray the honor of the gods. It is connected to the kingdom of the gods, Chaos Wasteland. Many warriors longing for glory and power would enter that dreadful place, seeking mighty weapons and blessings from the gods. Aisling also entered the Chaos Wasteland. There, he fought and killed all the enemies, and finally entered the kingdom of the god of slaughter, received the blessing of the Lord of Brass, and became a powerful Chaos Lord feared by the world. Such a life experience is impossible for most people. Many unlucky people will die tragically under the claws of those mutant beasts on the first day they enter the Chaos Wasteland. Ailan's ability to overcome many dangers and finally be blessed has fully demonstrated how terrifying his strength and courage are. Such an achievement does not satisfy him and stop him. There are many legends in the northern wastes, and he is just one of them. He craves more. Dedicate more blood and soul to the god of slaughter, and get more blessings and honors. Those who turned their backs on the gods couldn't understand why some people threw themselves into the arms of the gods and exchanged their lives for those insignificant blessings and rewards. I think that what you get from following the gods is completely unequal to what you pay. Horrible mutations, crazy killings, and souls will be distorted under the gaze of the gods. Under such circumstances, how could anyone give up a stable life and take the initiative to accept the blessings of the gods? Aisling never bothered to explain himself. Those who are ignorant will turn a blind eye to the salvation of the gods, and only see the useless surface. There is no point in arguing or defining light and dark. Power is the key to determine the future. Those who fear the gods, hide and linger where there is no hope, and think they are justice and light, are but foolish self-deceptions. The gods are fair, there is no disgusting intrigue, only the law of power supremacy. Those who turned their backs on the gods stubbornly lived in their sad knowledge. They have no idea how wonderful the freedom the gods have brought them is. Where the gods come down, even the air is sweet. The gods will not discriminate against anyone, as long as you can show enough value, then he will give blessings. Even if it is a woman, as long as she is cruel enough and strong enough, Gurn will regard her as his own warrior and give her blessings. That is true freedom and equality. Aisling never expected those who turned their backs on the gods to understand this. After all, they have never even enjoyed real freedom. Those idiots deserved everything they suffered. What Ailan has to do is to uphold the will of the gods and spread despair and fear to every place. Plunder the wealth of those fools, and slaughter their family and friends. Let them kneel before you, kiss your boots, and beg for a chance to be a slave. Every time the army of chaos invades the world of order. The tribes and barbarians of the northern wastes are an integral part of the forces of chaos. They are the marauders of chaos that dwarves, elves, and humans fear. Those terrifying barbarians are covered with the blessings of the chaos gods, and have all kinds of terrible mutations. Have all kinds of weird limbs, wield spiked flails and all kinds of giant axes and heavy swords to fight. Their combat style can only be described as crazy. Those guys have no respect for death. I only hope that my battle and desperate fight can get the attention of the gods. The barbarian tribes of the northern wastes knew how to fight when they emerged from the womb of their slave mothers. The cruelty of the gods is manifested from the moment they are born. The horde respects strength. Only strong and healthy babies can get food and live. As long as there is a little problem, those weak and defective babies will be thrown directly into the wasteland by the tribe, and let those horrible beasts tear them apart. It doesn't help how the baby's mother cries. Trash should die, this is an eternal law. The daily life of the tribe is fighting. Even children's toys are all kinds of weapons. They won't be doing any production. That's what a lowly slave should do. In the name of gods, they will fight tribes that believe in other gods, and plunder slaves and supplies from the homes of fools who dare to resist the rule of the gods. The Chaos Lord Ailan who was ordered to attack Cathay was also a barbarian warlord who grew up in the northern wasteland. He believes in the god of slaughter who is in charge of courage and war. After receiving the blessing of the Lord of Brass, he vowed to use the heads of his enemies to pave a path of honor for the god of slaughter, who symbolizes courage and war. The god of slaughter is an angry and impermanent god, but he is absolutely fair. As long as Aisling can bring him enough blood and war, he will not be stingy with blessings. The Eternal Chosen has reappeared in that lost city that is older than humans. The disaster of annihilation is about to come to this world. At the request of the gods, countless warriors gathered under the command of the Eternal God, hoping to follow him to fight in all directions. An unprecedented wave of destruction will sweep the world. The day of destruction is counting down. The attack on Cathay is only a small part. Bigger action has begun. Eternal God's Chosen is ready to destroy the world. Sitting on the back of the Chaos Warhorse, Island looked at the majestic city wall mixed with the power of the Dragon Emperor. A warrior in brass armor and covered with human skin stood behind him. Each side is followed by a team of bloodthirsty killer spawns and a few skinned hounds tied on ropes, ready to rush out at any time. Their banners hang heads. Island ruled a huge tribe in the northern wasteland. He has 40,000 soldiers under his command, as well as countless slaves. For this war, he brought them all out. If you want to break the long wall of Cathay, you must have enough troops. Of course, his strength alone is far from enough. In this team, there are also the conspiracy wizards who believe in the Lord of Change and the Void War gang of the Prince of Pleasure. They are each ruled by a Chaos Lord. Conspiracy sorcerers are composed of mages and demon priests. They can use the power of chaos to release various powerful spells. Not only can summon rock golems, but it can also distort the earth, change the landscape, and create favorable terrain for the Chaos Legion. The number of conspiracy wizards is small, but their combat power should not be underestimated. Those fanatical priests and mages can fight against enemies several times in battle. The members of the Void One Warband are mostly knights, who ride gender-specific centaurs or beasts. Mounts are equipped with various torture instruments, and they seek pleasure from pain. Their team is also the craziest. Slaves were pierced by rusty hooks and spikes, whipped by overseers, and screamed in pain with every step forward. The dark red blood dripped on the ground, dyeing a scarlet road. Some knights even had with unrecognizable slaves who screamed until they fainted during the march, using this madness to sacrifice to their gods. These three teams are the main force to attack Cathay this time, and other forces also provided more or less support. The number is huge, and the spiked chariots dragged by the twisted war horses eroded by chaos rumbled forward, and the slaves and the defeated who were fixed on them made bleak screams. These chariots are the absolute nightmare of any idiot foolish enough to defy the rule of the gods. The horse is covered with thick steel plate armor, and the spiked hoof can easily smash the head, and use the mouth with fangs to bite the flesh and blood of the enemy. The steel sickles and spikes fixed on the wheels and the car body shone with a dazzling cold light. Once it rushes into the enemy's line, it will be a brutal massacre. Spikes and spikes cover the body and crush enemies before they can escape. Let the enemy feel like a nightmare rushing into reality. Warriors on chariots are even more terrifying. They use sharp knives and barbed whips to maim or kill enemies who try to get close. The battle formation formed by the gathering of those terrifying chariots is unstoppable. Once the soldiers are put into the battlefield, it will be a nightmare for the enemy. Behind the chariot is an altar for offering sacrifices to the gods. Tribes often carried shrines or altars to the gods when they rushed to battle. They wage war in the name of the gods, offering sacrifices to the ruinous powers directly on the battlefield. The styles of the altars are different. If you know the gods, you can tell the gods that the altars belong to at a glance. The altar of the god of slaughter is often made of bones, decorated with brass and blades around it, and the heads of valuable enemies are piled up, and the corpses are also placed. Blood will continuously flow from the corpses on the altar. The altar is dragged by those mutated behemoths in heavy armor, and it is also a terrible siege weapon while offering sacrifices. The god of slaughter doesn't care if his altar is used as a weapon. He only cared about shedding more blood. The altar of the Prince of Pleasure is often very luxurious, piled with all kinds of precious spices and silk, with an almost cloying aroma and sweetness. And the skin and heart that are loyal to the Prince of Pleasure and are willing to be skinned and boned by believers. Sometimes, there will also be naked, plump priestesses dancing temptation dances in front of the altar. Those warriors who have obtained the head of the enemy and completed the test will have a certain opportunity to have fun with the priests in various cruel and torture ways on the altar of the Prince of Joy, and prove their piety in this way in full view. The altar of the plague god is filthy, with all kinds of dirty internal organs and a huge number of unbelievable parasites, flies and rotten stains that carry the plague. The altar of the Lord of Change is more normal than the other three. Basically, they are all polished from crystals that exude brilliant light. On the altar are the skulls of failed conspiracy masters or mages. Followed by the team of Chaos Dwarves. Chaos Dwarves have a mastery of steam mechanics far surpassing their counterparts who have betrayed the honor of the gods. In the Chaos Wastes and the Northern Wastes, the steam machines of the Chaos Dwarves dug underground like creeping rotten fruit. Using their talents, the Chaos Dwarves established a terrifying kingdom under the dark and deep underground. They drove huge tunnel excavators and borehole breakers, and they were digging underground day and night. The sides of those steel machines are rusted from blood. Every once in a while, they will sacrifice a large number of slaves in exchange for the protection of the Chaos Gods. In that huge underground kingdom, all kinds of large machinery are roaring day and night. With the collision and explosion between the steel, the loud voice resounded through the earth. Chaos Dwarves prefer steel, flame, and steam, and despise the weakness of flesh and blood. They are the important cards for Island, the Chaos Army, to break the long wall. Those who use steam locomotives to drag those steel giants will let Cathay know the power of chaos. Let them understand that a new age has come. All creatures will surrender at the feet of the gods. Chaos Dwarves combine evil magic and steel creations. They possess all kinds of deadly creations. A fragment cannon capable of splashing deadly fragments in a barrage of death. can shoot lava cannonballs or lava cannons that spray high-temperature flames. Each of those giant cannons is unique, cast by the demon blacksmiths of the Chaos Dwarves, and is a symbol of their honor and status. In addition, there are rocket launchers, mortars, and many other artillery. Once they are all released, even a magnificent city will collapse. The team stretches for several kilometers and is huge. These people, like Island, are eager to destroy the long wall of Cathay, and bring destruction to those sons of the East who know nothing. Burned their exquisite palaces with fire, and piled up the heads of men, women, old people, and children in the burning city. When he was close enough to Chongyuan, Island saw those Kongming spaceships that disgusted him flying out of the territory of Cathay. Those guys are big trouble. The reason why every attack on Cathay failed. The reason why those Kongming spaceships occupy a large part. They unleash artillery fire and bombs from the sky, disrupting the rear of Chaos armies. Once the formation is chaotic, Cathay's cavalry and infantry will join forces to attack. With two sides attacking, no matter how powerful the Chaos army is, it will collapse, and in the end it will have no choice but to retreat. Countless followers of Chaos were cut down by the Cathay army. What's more, Cathay still has dragons. Different from Western wyverns. The dragon of Cathay is slender and has no wings. But they are just as scary. As without wings, Cathay's dragon can fly. They are also covered with thick scales, stronger than steel. Hard claws can easily tear apart the armor blessed by the Chaos gods. The mouth can spew out terrible flames full of divine power. Their horns can also release a series of terrible thunder. But this time Island has confidence, they already have enough anti-air power. The conspiracy sorcerers bring troops capable of flying through the air. Those transformed wizard warriors control round flying saucers that are carved with countless runes and shine with strange light. Able to release a series of terrible spells through witchcraft. When close enough, the Chaos Dwarf pulls the Hell Cannon out. Arranged in front of the formation, ready to bombard the tall city wall. Those giant cannons were cold and heavy, and when they moved, they left traces on the ground. Island looked at those giant cannons and dwarven rockets, he could no longer imagine anything that could stop them from breaking through the long wall with the honor of the gods, and turning the prosperous Cathay into scorched earth. Anticipation and excitement surged in his heart. Destruction always brings him unimaginable excitement. For the destruction of beauty, people will get distorted satisfaction. It's as if people always like to watch the innocent and cute girl next door finally become black and evil under the abuse of the perverted uncle. Unfortunately, fate did not favor Island and his companions. They longed to present a feast to the supreme gods. Soon, they will understand that they have been abandoned by the gods. When the golden daemon came under the fire of the Chaos Dwarves, so did death and destruction. A flag with a golden double-headed eagle tattooed on it fell from the sky with the sound of howling wind. Leading the Void Warband, blessed by the gods, and using his tentacles to torture the female slaves, the Chaos Lord directly pierced through and nailed to the ground. It was as if a god of war stood in his divine kingdom, and the thrown spear turned into a shooting star, finally piercing his enemy. Among the warriors of the mortal world, the Chaos Lords are the most feared beings. They are so powerful that they are like gods walking among mortals. Wearing a terrifying Baroque armor, decorated with various heads and skins. In front of them, the chaotic champions looked very short, and could even be said to be like weak children. Every Chaos Lord has come a long and hard way. The road is littered with broken silks sacrificed to its ambitions and other rivals of the Lord's defeat. They are irresistible and powerful fighters. Possesses the prodigious strength of a troll and the cunning and agility of a viper. They have the blessings of the gods, they are the gods of death who slaughter cities and countries, and they are legends created by blood and violence. The Chaos Lord of the Void One Warband died without even seeing his enemies. The female slave tortured by the Chaos Lord let out a horrified cry. She watched up close as the hideous, slimy tentacled Chaos Lord was pinned to the ground and burned to ashes. The golden double-headed eagle banner unfurled in front of her, hunting in the air. Some Chaos warriors will find him pathetic. Going so far, but dying without even having to fight. Pathetic. But Island, who witnessed the arrival of the golden demon god, thought that guy was lucky. The Chaos Lord died happily while enjoying himself. Without survivors like him going through the torment of broken faith and hopelessness. Imagine, they trek along with hundreds of thousands of troops blessed by the gods, ambitiously preparing for a shocking war, but they are slaughtered in a very short time. What a mockery of their faith. In the name of the Holy Emperor, in the name of the Great Emperor. The metal pole of the banner was nailed to the bloated body of the Chaos Lord, and the golden double-headed eagle banner flew in the air. Absolutely cold, absolutely rational roars also resounded across the battlefield, heralding the arrival of death. A golden figure fell from the sky. Ryan was the first Imperial army to follow the cross-universe exploration team. He did not receive the most advanced 4th original casting upgrade. Only received the 2nd Primaris upgrade. But he himself is a destructive entity cast by the Emperor using the Golden Age technology, and he is blessed with 2 original casting upgrades and Emperor fragments. How could a group of barbaric natives who were only blessed by the gods of chaos be his opponents? When he landed from a high altitude, the huge impact force knocked away the chaos servants next to him. The weapon in his hand was covered with a blue arc following his will. A massacre enough to make many chaos minions desperate began. Miao Ying stood on the Kongming spaceship, watching the battlefield where the screams were coming out. She is thankful that she did not act recklessly and regard the other party as an enemy. Otherwise, she will most likely provoke an unimaginably powerful enemy for Cathay. After receiving the report from the soldiers at the banquet, Miao Ying put on her armor and was ready to go out. Such a huge chaos team is coming. It will inevitably be a long and fierce battle. Valerian also put on his golden armor and took a group of crew members. He wanted to follow Miao Ying to the expedition, and wanted to help her. Miao Ying allowed him to go with him in order to let him see the strength of the Cathay army and let him restrain his arrogance. However, on the battlefield, the situation completely deviated from Miao Ying's control. When Valerian boarded the long wall, he jumped directly from the majestic city wall that isolated the eastern prairie, and landed in the enemy formation several miles away. Holding the halberd covered with electric current, sweep the enemy. She couldn't see how many enemies were killed, nor the process of killing them. The steel cannons and steam trains of the Chaos Dwarves were overturned and chopped into steam-breathing scrap iron. Mighty Chaos champions and champions are slashed to the ground like wild dogs. Too fast. Incredibly fast. There is no fairness whatsoever. This is a massacre. The massacre of hundreds of thousands of chaotic minions by a demon god. Those slaves of chaos died one after another. No dignity, no honor. They were killed like ants. Wei Jing's craziest storyteller would dare not tell such incredible plots. The Aurora general next to Miao Ying also fell silent. The massacre in front of him is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Under the body covered with golden armor, there is the body of a god. Eslin's hands were shaking while sitting on the chaos steed. From birth to now, he felt fear for the first time. The warrior blessed by the chaos gods died meaninglessly in front of that golden figure. They couldn't do any harm to it. Before he could react, he had been cut into several pieces. That terrifying daemon has no emotion. In this grand killing, the other party did not have any joy. There is only extreme cruel slashing. The gods do not like such wars. No emotional din. Craving without desire. Only the cold pursuit of the goal. For such beings, neither benevolence nor hatred exists. The Chaos Dwarves were destroyed along with their creations. Before their artillery had time to play a role, it had already been reduced to pieces. Covered in armor dwarf warriors and their slaves are reduced to unrecognizable shards of flesh in just a few breaths. They were torn apart without mercy. Shards of steel flew in the air together with the broken limbs of the dwarves. Conspiracy sorcerers attempt to use their sorcery to change the tide of battle. They screamed piercingly, casting spells in rage. However, every flame and thunder they released was strangely extinguished in front of the opponent's golden armor. It was as if some invisible force blocked the magic and disintegrated the etheric winds. Those wizards tried their best, and the only thing they did was to attract the attention of the golden demon god. After killing a mutated terrifying blood beast, that guy turned his target to them. The wizards of the cabal ushered in their own demise and screams. The golden figure rushed into the ranks of the conspiratorial wizard group directly against those terrible witchcraft like a lion rushing into a flock of sheep. Rows of wizards and slaves were cut in half with a single blow. The altar of the Lord of Change was also shattered in the battle. Dead bodies and screams everywhere. The mighty, blessed Lord of Chaos wants to unleash a terrible spell. The speed of the opponent is much faster than him. The war halberd easily chopped off his head, allowing the gathered magical power to dissipate in the air. Ailan witnessed the collapse of this powerful chaos army in a very short period of time. Those slaves whom they enslaved and tortured picked up the fallen weapons to avenge their masters with barbed whips. After the golden demon beheaded the chaos lord of the conspiracy wizard group, he looked at Ailan. The powerful lord of chaos, patron of the god of blood and courage, subconsciously made a decision that violated his beliefs. He drove his mount, turned around and fled. The cold, terrifying eyes of the golden demon froze his blood. As if he was the next rice plant to be harvested. He is not afraid of death, but such a meaningless sacrifice makes him unacceptable. Aisling escaped. Like a coward. The blood god's roar echoed in his ears. Outraged by his actions, Valerian slaughtered with all his might. However, hundreds of thousands of people are scattered over several kilometers. No matter how fast he kills, he is bound to slip through the net. To be honest, it may be better to leave such killings to the titans or fighter groups. Their weapons can easily reduce everything within kilometers to ash. Custodians and Primaris warriors were created to destroy powerful individuals, or as raiding troops to pry open enemy strongholds. Their battlefield positioning has never been used to deal with these ordinary people. Valerian did not pursue the fleeing Chaos Lord. He didn't even go after any of the fleeing minions of Chaos, or lay his hands on those who knelt and surrendered. When this chaotic army left countless corpses and fled to the distance in embarrassment, Valerian's goal has been achieved. He firmly believes that this demonstration will make Cathay realize what they are facing. Everything they have experienced before is nothing more than a small fight. Only by joining the human empire can we survive in the face of the real chaos wave. In order to fight against the terrible dark truth of the universe. Universe 01. The Empire's first trans-universe outpost. Mew Mew is old, and Galileo, who is about to die, stands on the balcony walking out of the ward, looking at the majestic city. Several of his friends were by his side. Several important figures of the Empire in Universe 01 also stood in the room, listening to the old miner's last words, and accompanied him on the last journey. The ward is very large, like a palace. Various advanced medical instruments are placed in the ward. But no one cared about this, people all showed grief, feeling sad for the departure of another imperial hero. Time is the most ruthless thing in this world. It buried countless heroes. Galileo left no heirs. The seeds of the soulless were implanted in his body, and ordinary people would be naturally afraid of him. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for him to find a suitable partner of the opposite and raise offspring with him. But he didn't have any dissatisfaction. His life is enough. I am ready to return to the embrace of the Holy Emperor, Galileo said. Hearing this, everyone in the room showed sad expressions. As the first group to open up a trans-universe tunnel, and to work in that dangerous environment until now, Galileo's experience is a precious wealth of the Empire. Many of his opinions have allowed many miners to survive in dangerous tunnels, and have also reduced a lot of losses for the Empire. The successful construction of the inter-universe tunnel is due to the miners. Galileo, who participated in the opening of the first cross-universe tunnel and has survived, is a talent of an imperial strategist. Many dangerous areas that appeared during construction were basically led by Galileo. His name is destined to be remembered. He is the hero of the Empire. Is also a hero of mankind. The manifest destiny of mankind to rule over diversity has never come because of a certain person. It was created by countless human sacrifices. There was the sound of heavy footsteps, and several armored Astartes entered the room. Everyone showed expressions of astonishment, and the characters who appeared next made them even more incredible. Dorn came in from behind the Astartes. He looked dusty and tired, and his face was still tired, obviously he had squeezed time out of his busy affairs. Master Dorn! Master Dorn! Several officials saluted him. Dorn waved his hand as his own response, and looked at the doctor beside him. How is it going? The soul has already shown signs of corruption. You should not continue to undergo life-extending surgery. Before the corruption of your soul expands, you should send it back to the realm of the Holy Emperor to sleep. The doctor said in a respectful tone, all implants have been closed, and his vitality is failing. The body will fall into real death at any time. Dorn showed a trace of reluctance on his face. Entering sleep in the realm of the Holy Emperor is also equivalent to death in the past. The soul needs a long time to recover from the wear and tear in the real universe. Galileo, who works in the inter-universe tunnel, is more risky and needs to sleep for a longer time. On behalf of the people of the Empire, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Galileo. Dorn approached Galileo, and said in a deep voice, you have worked for the Empire for centuries, and you are a hero of the Empire and mankind. I will write a letter to the Holy Emperor, asking him to confer the title of hero on you, and there should be a statue of you in the hero square of the solar system. I have never killed an enemy, how can I become a hero? Galileo was flattered and waved his hands again and again. The hero squares in the solar system are all the heroes of the Empire who are sung. Only people like Dante and Calgar, who are admired by the world, or people like Tyrion, who made great contributions to the Empire and saved mankind from civil war, will have sculptures standing on them. Galileo never thought he had any qualifications to have his own sculpture in Heroes Square. He was just a miner at the beginning, and after living a long time, he took up some management positions in the Transverse Development Management Department and participated in meetings. If you didn't go to battle to kill the enemy, didn't turn the tide, and save the Empire from danger, what qualifications do you have to become a hero of the entire Empire? The Empire is not just one battlefield. Dorn whispered, you have proved your worth, Galileo. Fighting for so long in the interstellar tunnel with a mortal body. Inter-universe tunnels are dug deep in the warp. It is equivalent to working under the eyes of the gods. Galileo fought for the inter-universe tunnel all his life. Even though he was just a miner, he still showed his brilliance. If such a person is not a hero, then what kind of person is a hero? Those warriors who hold swords and fight on the battlefield are heroes. Those ordinary people who burn themselves out for the advancement of mankind are also heroes. Hearing Dunn's words, Galileo smiled. He never thought he would get such an honor. Under the gaze of everyone, Galileo closed his eyes and ushered in his own death. His life wasn't wonderful, but it was fulfilling enough. As an ordinary person, he witnessed the first step of the Empire towards the heavens. When, after countless ages, those who descended from the universe will travel across the universe as the norm. Witnessing the huge and magnificent interstellar tunnel that is enough to pass through the stars, curiosity often emerges in the hearts of those descendants. What kind of sacrifices did the ancestors of mankind pay to open up such a road under such difficult conditions? What a bunch of people they are. Why have the courage to complete such a great cause? Dorn witnessed Galileo's departure. Another imperial hero dedicated his life to the great cause of the Holy Emperor. He sighed softly. As the Primarch, he knows very well that the salvation that mankind longs for is in the distant future, and the long journey of the Empire will eventually exhaust generation after generation. Marshal, you should leave immediately, the corps on the flanks are doing their best to cover, and they will create opportunities for you to evacuate. The adjutant said. No matter how legendary a hero is, he will also meet his own end. Hawk, who was watching the holographic projection in front of him, said calmly, they want to win this war by attacking the commander's position, order the flanks to continue attacking, and the Empire will win this battle. The war in the No-02 universe has been heated up. The human empire broke the wall of origin and occupied several parallel universes in succession. However, in the parallel universe No-045, they encountered stubborn resistance. Those superheroes who thought they were defending their homeland united against the rule of the Empire. They are indifferent to the truth revealed by the Empire, and stubbornly believe that the Empire is the invader. Even though the Empire keeps telling them that the entire universe is just a captive existence. They all think that their family members, their friends are real, their past, and their lovers are also real. Then this world is real. The Empire is the lie, the invader. They want to unite together to defeat the invaders, liberate those enslaved and deceived by the Empire, and rebuild their beautiful homeland. Primaris forces of the Empire have been sent against a legion of overseers. If superheroes are regarded as captive poultry, then the Overseer Legion is undoubtedly the farmer in charge of captivity. The two are not on the same level at all. Titus had to lead the original warriors to deal with them. Solving the battle of superheroes can only be handed over to Hawk and others. The power of superheroes should not be underestimated. Whether it is the Sandman of the parallel universe No. 045 as the leader, Superman No. 043, Dr. Fate No. 048, Dr. Manhattan No. 066, etc., they all have powerful power. The problem is that they are not a real army. Fighting alone, each of them has outstanding abilities. Cross-galaxy level battles are a great test of the commander's strategic thinking ability and strategic command ability. Expecting a group of superheroes who seek superiority over mortals to fight this level of war is like asking a hunk to go to war. Hawk relied on his own strategy to easily send them into his encirclement, blocking the creation star of the parallel universe number 107. Many superheroes keep winning battles and find themselves losing the war. When they realized that they had nowhere to go, they gathered together like wild dogs in a hurry, trying to attack Hawk's position, forcing the opponent to move the flanks away, giving them a chance to escape. Marshal, you are more important than the victory of this war. The adjutant said, those enemies are just young people, they won't be around for long. I'm old, Hawk said calmly. When I made this strategy and played it again, I discovered the problem. How could I make such a simple mistake and put myself in danger? So I went for a checkup and they said my soul was worn out and that despite all the technology, I would keep making mistakes. One strategic mistake can't explain anything, my lord. The adjutant said, you don't need to be too entangled. I have made mistakes in dealing with these rubbish. If I command a large-scale battle, wouldn't I make mistakes? Hawk looked at his adjutant, the different time flow rates in this universe have exacerbated my aging. Only a dozen years have passed, but I have already experienced 150 years of fighting in Universe 02. The inter-universe tunnel connects the universes together, knowing the existence of each other. It seems that two countries have established diplomatic relations. After they have trade relations, their currencies can be exchanged. The time scale can be unified, but the time flow rate cannot be unified. In some places, the time flow will be faster, and in some places, it will be slower. Besides the influence of the subspace, the space-time structure of each universe, and some individuals have the power of time, all of which lead to the difference in the time flow rate of each universe. In some places, the time flow rate has reached an astonishing 1:100, or even more. When the Big Rift tears the Milky Way, it also causes the inconsistency of the flow speed of time. Some planets have been fighting for more than 100 years, and some planets have just passed a few days. In fact, there is no large rift, and time is also affected by gravity. It is as if the time flow of neutron stars is much slower than that of other planets. Let the flanking corps continue to attack. If they can be eliminated, at least more than 50 parallel universes will no longer have the power to resist the Empire, and the Empire will be able to gain a firm foothold in the No. 02 universe. Do you really want to do this? Even if you can no longer continue to command operations, you can still retreat. I don't want to return to the embrace of the Holy Emperor with disgrace, and I don't want to make a big mistake in a major battle in the future, leading to the failure of the entire battle, and I don't want to die on the hospital bed. This is the best ending. I will wipe out these against the bugs of the Empire, and to a not-so-bad end. Chapter 405 The Endless Family played by the Imperial Army and applauded. Please subscribe. The holographic projection shines in the strategic room, reflecting on the cold metal table. The golden double-headed eagle emblem flickers on and off. The slight hum of machinery echoed in the ears of many staff members. The words of Hawk, the legendary commander of the Empire, made many military commanders look at each other in dismay. The adjutant stared at Hawk with grief in his eyes. But he also knew that this was the choice of a loyal person. Hawk fought too long. He is tired. The weird time flow exacerbated the weakness of Hawk's soul. Let this Empire legend no longer be able to command those huge battles. Destroying the enemies united by these parallel universes will be his last swan song. Use the time left in this world in exchange for the victory of the Empire. His soul will return to the arms of the Holy Emperor, the man for whom he gave everything. Hawk no longer paid attention to the adjutant, nor to the commanders who looked shocked. Instead, he set his eyes on the holographic projection in front of him. There was silence at the strategic meeting, and the big figures who had a great say in the Imperial military forces fell silent. Let those data streams flow in front of them without any action. Only Hawk stared at the holographic projection in front of him, using the multi-threaded core processor implanted in his brain to receive huge battlefield information. The outcome of the war has been doomed. Those united superheroes are destined to die here. But this will not bring an end to the war. If the Empire wants to conquer this universe, the time and energy it needs to spend is difficult to measure. Hawk also thought of one thing when he was paying attention to the war. That was before he joined the army. The Primarch came to Natal, clearing out the old nobles before reforming. Hawk tossed and turned in the middle of the night countless times, thinking about his old friend, Madara. Madara is a veteran who was deprived of his pension and thrown into a nest where no one cares about him, becoming a sad homeless man. He once thought about selling his prosthetic limbs, but after the last moment, he committed suicide and passed away. The arrival of the Primarch gave him a chance to live. However, he was wounded in defying law enforcement officers who attempted to evict residents, and died before dawn. When Hawk was alone, he wondered countless times whether Madara would regret dedicating his life to the Emperor, but ended up like this. Has he ever resented someone to whom he is loyal? Whether you feel unfair because your efforts are not rewarded. Unfortunately, Hawk couldn't get an answer. He has no way to ask questions of the dead. Today, he feels that he has got the answer. Fight for the Empire, fight for mankind, and being loyal to those you are loyal to is not for rewards, because loyalty itself is the greatest reward. Mankind shall prevail, and Empire shall prevail. Hawk silently recited Madara's last words left in this world, and smiled. The young worker in Natal who asked the wall what it meant to be in this world got his answer today. Hawk turned his head to look at the other commanders, his old face showed majesty and a trace of ease. Go and fulfill your mission, I am here to face the arrival of those guys. The battle on Genesis Star has fallen into a desperate situation. Superheroes from multiple parallel universes are hunted down by the Empire. Now trapped in the Genesis Star, there is no way to go to the sky, and no way to enter the Earth. The Empire has laid out a large number of obelisks shining strangely, preventing space teleportation, and causing a group of magicians to collapse. The flow of time is also stuck firmly. The Flash of the Speed Force family and many superheroes with the ability to manipulate time can no longer change time no matter how hard they try. Many heroes have never been in such a desperate and painful situation. The Sandman and Death of the Endless family finally chose to put all their eggs in one basket, leading the most elite superheroes to fight against the commander of the Imperial invaders, hoping to win a way out. The giant battleship of the Empire is so huge that it is comparable to a planet. Steel cities and giant sculptures line the surface of the ship. Even if a superhero stands in front of those magnificent sculptures, he will involuntarily feel his own insignificance. They have achieved astonishing results. Dr. Fate from the parallel universe No. 048 waved an Imperial soldier into the air, and the opponent was wearing an exoskeleton armor and crashed directly into a giant building. Look at these buildings, it's magnificent. Dr. Manhattan from the parallel universe No. 066 casually constructed a quantum chaos to block the metal beams fired by the soldiers. So what? They're just a bunch of shameful invaders. After so many battles, the superheroes also discovered the invincibility of the Empire on the frontal battlefield. Various shape-shifting titans, knights, and force field projections that can slaughter them like chickens. The existence of those primordial warriors made it impossible for them to gain an advantage in close range. With the expansion of the battlefield and the intervention of the behind-the-scenes forces of the No. 02 universe, those original warriors were sent to perform other tasks. The superheroes gained some advantages in close combat. Against the army composed of ordinary people in the Empire, they were still able to gain some advantages at close range and achieved many victories. In order to solve the plight of Genesis Star, the Sandman of Parallel Universe No. 045 led the top superheroes from different parallel universes to launch an attack on the battleship where the commander of the Empire was located. They all carry powerful fetishes, trying to break the encirclement of the Empire at all costs, so that many heroes can escape. To fight against this terrible invader, superheroes have shed too much blood and sacrificed too many people. They must not fail here. Don't pay attention to those things, our purpose is to catch that damned Imperial commander and let them know that we are not easy to mess with, said the tall Sandman in a black robe. As a member of the Endless family, the Sandman is the embodiment of the most essential force of the universe dream. He has the power to make people fall asleep. Such power was not considered awesome in previous eras. After the Empire invaded, the power of many people was affected and weakened by the various force fields released by the Empire. Dr. Manhattan, who claims to be on par with God, Dr. Fate, who holds the power of Nebu's destiny, the Flash, who can reverse time, and Superman, who can blow out stars in one breath, are all suppressed out of breath. The Empire launched a massacre against them in different parallel universes. If they were allowed to meet the Imperial primordial force alone, these superheroes could really be said to be certain to die. The strength of the invaders is not only their strength, but also their scientific research ability. The Empire will adjust its tactics according to the different enemies and develop specialized equipment. Even if it is an ordinary army, these superheroes who used to be as powerful as gods will often flee in embarrassment. The dream power of the Sandman has played a miraculous effect. Imperial soldiers have difficulty resisting the sleep bred by the Sandman's influence. Even if he does not fall into a deep sleep, he will be groggy and easily defeated by other superheroes. The power of the Sandman comes from the most basic essential power of the universe. Previously, such an existence was usually left to the original caste warriors to solve. When the Watcher Legion appeared, the Empire sent Primaris warriors and elite troops to fight against it. The Imperial forces surrounding the Genesis Star can gain an advantage on the frontal battlefield. But the superheroes used the mother box containing the anti-life equation to build a transmission channel. Using that passage to jump into the interior of the Imperial warship, bypassing the frontal confrontation with the Imperial forces. The superheroes marched very fast, and the power of the Sandman made the Imperial soldiers fall into a drowsy state, unable to resist these guys at all. Block them. When soldiers of the Empire came into view, they wear mecha armor etched with golden double-headed eagles from the Empire. The automatic shoulder cannon buzzed and rotated on their backs, automatically locking onto the target. They quickly formed a battle formation with extremely high military literacy. The soldiers in front summoned energy shields, and at the same time activated the melee energy weapons at the front of the armor. The soldiers behind were holding various weapons. The Sandman released his power with a low growl. Many Imperial soldiers felt their minds go dizzy. Unbearable drowsiness emerged, blurring their eyes. Anomaly detected, correcting, injecting stimulant, expelling dormancy effect. The Imperial military system built into their bodies immediately sensed something was wrong, and ordered the armor to inject stimulants into the soldiers so that they could get rid of the influence of the Sandman. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. The process is very short, but it is still enough for those superheroes who possess extraordinary power. From Parallel Universe No. 043, a dark-skinned, tall and strong Superman with an S symbol on his chest launched an attack. The Superman in the Parallel Universe No. 043 did not land in North America, but in South Africa, where he was regarded as the son of God by the tribe and raised. Superman 043 leaps to his feet, and the Imperial ships overwhelm his power. Can be regarded as the strongest Kryptonian who can rival gods and can smash stars with one punch. When he grows to the peak, Superman still retains a strong power. Although it is impossible to smash a star with one punch, it is more than enough to smash a few heavy armored tanks. He rushed forward and punched the Imperial soldier at the front. The sound of high-density alloy armor and Superman's fist clashing resounded through the corridor. The soldier was blown away without a doubt. The heavy force enough to crack mountains and rivers and sink the aircraft carrier left a terrifying and shocking fist mark on the double-headed eagle emblem on the soldier's chest. Even with the protection of high-density alloys, the soldiers would have broken bones and tendons. Other superheroes also shot. Able to reverse the past and future, ignoring time and space, the legendary creator Dr. Manhattan just stretched out his hand, and the armor on an Imperial soldier groaned and broke. Under the distortion of its powerful force, the flesh and blood body of the Imperial soldier with the armor was kneaded into a ball by him. Bright red blood seeped out from it. The pair of frightened eyes were left behind by Manhattan in a wicked way, as if they were embedded in that disgusting sphere. Manhattan loves this brutal art. This is the best revenge for the Empire. Same as Manhattan in other parallel universes. Participating in this operation, the power of Manhattan in the 066 parallel universe also comes from a quantum conversion experiment. It's just that the life trajectories of Manhattan in different parallel universes are not necessarily exactly the same. He did not sit back and watch the 35th President of the United States government be assassinated like those idiots who pretended not to interfere with people's choices, but assisted the other party to unify the Earth. Completely destroyed the country that tried to subvert human civilization. Assisted the United States in winning the Peninsular and Vietnam Wars. Using his godlike power, human beings have truly entered the era of freedom and democracy. Let the United States become a beacon in the true sense. But the good times failed, and the arrival of the Empire destroyed his masterpiece. Those damned savage thugs control the impotent world, ravage the pure and innocent democracy and peace, and inject their crazy beliefs and terrible tyranny into the entire society. The Manhattan of the parallel universe No. 066 tried to resist. But the power of the Empire surpassed all his previous cognitions. His attempt at manipulating time failed in the face of the Empire. Many abilities that seem to be bugs cannot be used against the Empire. It feels like a stand-alone game is suddenly connected to the server. All the original abilities are abolished. See the transformation of an entire society by the Empire. Manhattan, which originally claimed that it only wanted to lead mankind to peace and had no idea of fighting for power and wealth, gradually became crazy. Stubbornly believe that there is a conspiracy in the Empire that destroys democracy and peace. Like those bad guys of the Pharaohs. Stubbornly believes that only he, Manhattan, can bring the real future of mankind. The Empire is an invader trying to take everything from people. It invaded this parallel universe, expelled people's heroes, and trampled on people's dignity. No 066 Manhattan is like its under a daughter who clearly says she doesn't like it, but secretly always takes the initiative to find yellow hair. He embarked on a firm anti-imperial path, vowing to unite all forces that can be united and defeat the Empire. For the Holy Emperor. An Imperial soldier who reacted pulled the trigger of the anti-energy cannon that could release the radiance of the destructive force field. All the liquid energy bottles installed in the huge bore of the energy cannon are poured into the complex and heavy conversion device. A dazzling blue beam burst out from the fist-sized cannon. Hit Dr. Fate No. 048 with the magic circle in his hand. A faint blue light enveloped Dr. Fate, permeating every cell in him. Dr. Fate No. 048's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth all emitted blue light. It was as if there was a blue sun shooting out a strong light in his body. With a cry of pain and despair, Dr. Fate's body became scorched black, and even the helmet and armor containing Nebu's power turned bone white, dull, and without the special brilliance contained in the divine power. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Dr. Fate turned into powder that drifted with the wind. The breath of his being is completely wiped out. Even the concept of existence no longer exists. Accompanied by a roar, the Sandman shot violently, and the soldier who pulled the trigger had blurred eyes and fell into a dazed state, wanting to sleep. Angry Superman punched the soldier's helmet. Go to hell, intruder. That punch dented the soldier's helmet. The opponent's head was cracked directly. With the cooperation of superheroes, this team was quickly eliminated. Go, we are almost there. Sandman said, the location obtained from those guys' subconscious is not far from us. That guy is destined to have nowhere to escape. The Sandman who can manipulate dreams can also easily use dreams to extract information he has obtained. No matter where the Imperial commander fled, they would catch him and force the other party to stop the destruction of Genesis. Chapter 406 Intruders Running Dog, subscription required. The promenade is magnificent and wide. Huge sculptures stand on both sides. Burning candles provide enough light to see things. The tens of meters tall sculpture flickers on and off, possessing a strange sense of solemnity and solemnity. For many superheroes, they feel only eerie. Those creepy sculptures make them feel uncomfortable like gargoyles in hell. Go underground from the surface of the magnificent battleship. Relying on the guidance of No. 066 Manhattan, they lock the target. As long as they kill all the way along this corridor, they will be able to find the Imperial commander who directed this war. Sandman holds the mother box tightly in his hands, and if they find the target leaving, they will use the transmission channel created by the mother box to chase after them. Grabbing each other is the most important task of their trip. Is the key to their reversal of the situation. The soldiers of the Empire poured out along the branch roads on both sides of the promenade. With a variety of weapons, attack the superheroes entering the core area, trying to stop their progress. The time for your death has come. Superman No. 043 roared, his eyes released laser beams with terrifyingly high temperatures, illuminating the slightly dark giant corridors. With the help of the Sandman, those Imperial soldiers were not overwhelmed and were easily dealt with by Superman No. 043. Those soldiers tried in vain to resist the superheroes. However, these enemies have already made preparations in all aspects, and all kinds of artifacts and treasures at the bottom of the box have been taken out. In a narrow corridor that cannot exert the power of the Empire's heavy equipment, it is impossible to stop these superheroes only by relying on these Imperial soldiers. However, there are still more and more Imperial soldiers pouring out from the branch corridor connecting the main road. Death is not the end for them. Fighting to the last moment for the Holy Emperor is an unimaginable honor in their lives. The brilliance of various weapons appears on the battlefield. The walls left one after another melting, cracking into subatomic, and even mottled old holes. There are some weird time beams that will speed up the time flow of hit objects. In just a few seconds, the things that were hit seemed to have been devastated by thousands of years. Became rusty and old. After being hit by the Flash from another parallel universe, he suddenly became extremely old. Originally young and strong, he instantly became a panting old man with grey hair and cloudy eyes. His super speed force has been suppressed a lot in the Imperial battleship, but with his extreme speed, he still has a speed that is difficult to catch with the naked eye. It is impossible for the Empire to turn on and place devices that can harm its own people on battleships at any time. This gives him a little chance to make a difference. In the beginning, the Flash, with a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, used the god-killing sword given by the Blackborn Wonder Woman No. 043 to slaughter those Imperial soldiers on the Imperial battleship. In parallel universe No. 043, Africa is the most advanced and developed region. The heroes there are basically black. The Batman in the parallel universe No. 043 is a black entrepreneur who looks like coal. The history of that parallel world and the history of other parallel universes are reversed. African tribes are living well and actively exploring outwards, learning and mastering gunpowder from the hands of the East. The existence of gunpowder weakened the gap between ordinary people and those warriors who specialized in fighting, weakened the authority of the great chief, and also broke the situation where priests had the right to speak. The selection of chiefs no longer focuses on a single force, but on multiple abilities. Under the influence of such factors, Africa took the lead in entering the magnificent era of enlightenment. The tribes continued to merge, and the democracy in the parallel universe No. 043 was born. People elect small chiefs of small tribes, and then choose a big chief among the small chiefs to rule the big tribe. The highly respected elders will rule on various matters according to the regulations of the tribe, and even the great chief must be bound by the regulations of the tribe. In the struggle to defeat the great chief, all kinds of free thoughts sprouted. The major tribes have entered the age of industrialization one after another, and embarked on a great voyage. They are fighting everywhere, starting a journey to colonize the world and plunder markets and resources. At that time, Europe did not suffer from the ravages of the Black Death, and was in the dark period of the Roman Empire's civilization fault. Theocracy and secular politics are highly integrated, reaching an unprecedented peak. The Holy See called this era the Age of Divine Enlightenment. Means the glorious and prosperous world opened by God. When civilized and advanced blacks entered Europe, they were shocked by the local poverty and backwardness. Europeans have no concept of hygiene at all, just like primitive savages, excreting excrement and urine in their own streets and houses. The stench hangs over the whole city. Those serfs were skinny and horrible, like walking dead. Lords, nobles, and clergy have absolute authority. They wantonly enslaved those peasants, ignored their human rights, and would send them to the gallows if they were not careful. These horrible acts are simply unthinkable in the eyes of those black people, because Africa has attached great importance to the concept of human rights. It is said that a great chief wanted to build a new palace, but that palace was chosen next to the house of a poor man. The house is still dilapidated, leaking everywhere. But the man still protested, thinking that the built palace blocked the sunlight and was not conducive to his life, so he sued the chief to the elders. Finally, the Warchief relented, compensated the man, and apologized to him. Such a thing was impossible in Europe in the Dark Ages. We have to bring civilization to this dark world, said a great chief who led troops to capture the Spanish king. In Britain, they were photographed sitting on the throne of the fleeing British king. They entered Moscow, became masters of Paris, and masters of Berlin. With the advent of great voyages, the blacks expanded in the archipelago, South America, North America, and other places, and enslaved the local aborigines. After the local people were wiped out by the plague, they captured a large number of white slaves to mine and open up plantations. This is the notorious white slave trade in parallel universe 043. At that time, the productivity of European society was low, and limited knowledge was controlled by the clergy and the royal family. Those small nobles and small lords who were illiterate all caught a lot of them. In such a situation, if they want to obtain a decent life, they can only obtain it by selling slaves. When the blacks planned to give up the white slave trade, a nobleman explained, "It is absolutely impossible for us to give up the slave trade. My people don't understand other trades. The slave trade is the means for us to gain glory and wealth. The white slave trade has improved the productivity of many large black tribes, accelerated the primitive accumulation of capitalism in Africa, and promoted the economic prosperity of Africa. After defeating the ancient Eastern Empire, many large tribes in Africa gained the right to speak in the world. Black people are regarded as the most noble race. In that world, people regard black, thick lips, and round faces as beautiful. Europeans with exuberant body hair, overly three-dimensional facial features, and pale complexions are regarded as ugly, barbarians who have not yet completed evolution, and are discriminated against. It was once called a white dog. Because of all kinds of discrimination, white people have erupted many white life expensive movements, trying to fight for equal rights for themselves. Many heroes in the parallel universe No. 043 are also basically black. Even Wonder Woman's origin is different from other parallel universes. She is the daughter of Mawuli, the father of the gods, and the queen of the Amazons. It is not just the No. 043 parallel universe, in fact, many parallel universes basically have their own differences. In many cases, those superheroes only have the same name and the same ability. The Flash of No. 043 hit the wall with a bang after being shot by the light beam that accelerated the flow of time. He was so old that he could no longer see clearly, his eyes were cloudy, and his whole brain was not functioning well. When you keep running at high speed, you can't keep your mind as sharp as when you were young. He vividly explained the two laws proposed by Newton. Force equals mass times velocity. Force and reaction are equal in magnitude and opposite in direction. Accompanied by a loud bang, the high-speed moving old Flash stuck himself to the bulkhead, and even dented the solid bulkhead. Crimson blood flowed from the thing with the rusty lightning mark stuck to the wall. Wonder Woman got the god-killing sword from Mawuli, the father of the gods, and gave him to use it, and it fell to the ground with a clang. The long passage of time has made the sword rusty and mottled. When it fell to the ground, it broke into several pieces. Another member of the Speed Force family followed, along with the Flash being killed. The time beam's lethality to superheroes is terrifying. It can make them grow old in a very short period of time, and they are finally killed by the Imperial fire. Heroes died tragically at the hands of the Imperial defenders one after another, which made Superman No. 043 even more angry. The veins on his dark face were clearly visible and terrifying. 045 Sandman's eyes also showed hatred and anger. They led the raid team of many heroes and slammed into the shield wall and firepower of the Imperial soldiers. Furious killing intent enveloped these superheroes fighting for freedom and justice. At this time, all they desire is killing and revenge. The Imperial soldiers relied on the cover to fight back. Between the two sides has become a killing battlefield. Imperial weapons are deadly. Even if it is a concept-level existence, there is no way to resist those attacks. The superheroes also had to carefully dodge the attacks of the Imperial soldiers and use their abilities and fetishes to fight back. For this raid, these superheroes not only brought the Mother Box, but also brought the Atomic Axe, the Lance of Destiny, the Mobius Chair and other fetishes with extraordinary power. Any fetish is extremely powerful, allowing the wearer to have the power to destroy the world and make all things surrender. Also from the No. 043 parallel universe, reached a settlement with No. 043 Superman, and No. 043 General Zod, who is also a survivor of Krypton, also participated in this battle. The surviving Kryptonian warriors all revolve around the hero-like figure, and follow him to the Imperial front, fighting to protect their universe. General Zod No. 043 rushed to the front, and in front of him was a hatch shining with force field brilliance. A Kryptonian released red laser light from his eyes, trying to break through the hatch. I saw that the weird brilliance was stirred up and rippled, but there was no damage at all. Realized that his strength could not break the hatch. The Kryptonian soldier had to give up and put away the laser light released from his eyes. Unexpectedly, the laser light was reflected directly in the next second, piercing his body directly. The body of the Kryptonian was steaming and fell down. Several other Kryptonian warriors tried it, and found that the hatch was able to fire their attacks back 100% of the time. Fortunately, they had an extra mind, so they didn't repeat the mistakes of that companion just now. No. 043, a spear shining with milky white light appeared in the hands of General Zod. This spear was forged by the ruler of the creation star, Heavenly Father, using fragments of the Wall of Origin and the strongest end metal in the universe. Blessed by the surviving gods who were hunted down by the Empire in the fourth dimension, they have incredible power and can penetrate time and space. He held a spear and stabbed fiercely at the hatch that was as thick as a wall. The power of the gods hidden in the spear formed a strong confrontation with the force field of the hatch. Dazzling light burst out, blinding the mighty Kryptonian warrior. Their eyes were so white that they couldn't see anything. After the light disappeared, the hatch had already fallen down, turning into a pile of hot slag. Many Kryptonian fighters rushed in. Although the Imperial soldiers were ready, they still launched an attack. The first Imperial soldier is impaled by the spear in his hand. The protective cover shattered in front of the sharp spear. The exoskeleton armor exploded with electric sparks and a stench of overloaded circuits. The automatic artillery fixed on the corridor sensed the enemy's invasion, and the muzzle gathered a bright light like the sun, continuously bombarding the superheroes trying to rush in. After paying the sacrifices of 3 superheroes, a superhero who used a bow shot the automatic cannon with a reforged magical bow. The automatic cannon exploded, and the terrifying shockwave also sent all the surrounding Imperial soldiers flying. The surviving heroes rushed forward and chopped down those Imperial soldiers who dared to stand up to resist them. In the end, the Imperial soldiers could only retreat with the wounded. On the long corridor, the two sides kept repeating such scenes. The superheroes led by Sandman paid heavy sacrifices and defeated the defenders along the way. Those Imperial soldiers who failed to escape were brutally killed by superheroes. The long war and the sacrifice of their companions made it impossible for them to pretend that they were kind. possesses great power and should have enjoyed the cheers of the people. But because of the arrival of the Empire, he became a street rat. The Empire is powerful and far surpasses its previous enemies, making these superheroes feel the despair brought about by killing on the battlefield. They don't turn things around like they used to. Individuals are small and powerless in war. Such insignificance is precisely what heroes cannot accept. These things are disgusting. Superman 043 beats a human attached to a spider-shaped autocannon with 4 mechanical prosthetic limbs to a pulp. His tone was full of distaste for imperial technology. Those intruders fused life and machinery together, which is a violation of human rights. The fixed human beings on the war machine are all those who dare to resist the Empire. After the Empire captures those who dare to resist them, they will format their brains, program them like computer programming, and make them the computing core of war machines. The reason why Superman No. 043 hates the Empire so much is because the Empire made his Lewis and his parents all slaves of war machines. The reason is that they cover themselves for illegal actions against the Empire. When Superman No. 043 saw the war machine made by his family appear on the battlefield, his heart collapsed. The beautiful and moving Louise was nailed to the machine like a suffering Jesus. She screamed as the war machine advanced. He never thought that the Empire's methods were so cruel. Use those who feel guilty as organic contemplators. An act like that is definitely a terrorist act comparable to. He will never forgive those intruders. Will spend all his energy and time resisting the invasion of the Empire. With the death of humans, the spider machine also fell tremblingly, and the artillery installed on both sides exploded due to the accumulated energy. Such killings cannot alleviate the desire for revenge in Superman No. 043. Only the complete killing of the Emperor who launched the war of aggression can be regarded as the end of revenge. Superman No. 043 is so determined for revenge. Never give up because of anything. However, the changes in the fate of the universe in the heavens are unpredictable and full of irony. Even those who claim to be omniscient and omnipotent cannot observe every direction of fate. The fate of Superman 043 is decided at the end of the next hallway. A grenade exploded beside him. A time-space force field mixed with black lightning covered a range of tens of meters, including Superman. Superman No. 043 screamed. The shiny black steel body was shattered into pieces, and the terrifying brilliance shattered his body from the subatomic level. His hatred, his desire, all turned into ashes with him. No one cares how much hatred and unwillingness he bears. Even his companions didn't care, at most they gave a few sad eyes, and then continued to fight resolutely. Wait until the entire resistance organization is destroyed. No one cares how much hatred a Superman from the parallel universe No. 043 has and what kind of past he has. No one cares about the dead. The heavens and the universe are like this. Icy and unforgiving. The superheroes knock down the Imperial soldiers who stop them, and march forward amidst the explosion. They are united and moving towards the goal. Manhattan from the parallel universe number 066 is always locked on the target, making sure they don't miss. The reason why he was able to capture the opponent's target was because he had fused the Mobius chair of the parallel universe to which he belonged. That is a chair with great strength. Owned by Myrant of the New God clan. Myrant is a new with a mysterious origin. He does not belong to the Genesis star, nor does he belong to the Apocalypse star. He desires only the search for knowledge. Mobius chair allows the person sitting on it to know everything that happened in the past. Allows the owner to have profound knowledge. No. 066 Manhattan killed the Myrant of his universe, took the Mobius chair, and strengthened his control over the past and knowledge. The Mobius chair can spy on some unimportant imperial information. Unfortunately, there is no way to get more important information. The technology of the Empire is terrifying. They seem to have some means of preventing others from observing their fate lines. Whether it is the boss of the Endless Family, Destiny, Manhattan who can travel through the universe at will, or the gods in charge of fate and time, when they use their special abilities to observe or make predictions about the Empire, there is no way to see the Empire, as if the Empire did not exist for them. The Empire burned all threads of destiny leading to itself. It is impossible to predict the fate of the Empire, and many superheroes and gods can only retreat and target those Empire commanders. However, the higher the rank of the commander, the more difficult it is to observe his future. Among the many heroes present, only No. 066 Manhattan can see the existence of the enemy's supreme commander. Relying on the power of its own connection and the power of the Mobius chair, it locked the Imperial commander who is closely related to the fate of many heroes. After paying a heavy sacrifice, they came to a hall. The hall is extremely magnificent, with a marble staircase flying straight down from the golden gate at the bow, with exquisite waterfalls carved on it. Depicted banners with different emblems are hung on the walls. The roof is inlaid with many small skylights, allowing one to see the bright stars in the void. Various murals are depicted on the ceiling. Humans fight against various aliens, and step on each other's corpses to win. So savage, it is honor to kill. Proper behavior. In the center of the hall, there is a holographic pit with a height of 30 meters and a smooth metal edge. Blue light filled the space inside, and the tactical projection in the pit rippled. A large number of screens and data windows are suspended beside, and a large amount of data is dancing. No. 066 Manhattan moved his gaze away from above, and he felt a slight pain in his head. Those data are not that simple. The Empire fully controls time and space, and analyzes multiple dimensions. Untrained and strengthened three-dimensional creatures are unable to receive that kind of multidimensional information with infinite details. Don't look. Manhattan 066 whispered, that information is harmful to us. Dr. Fate's eyes were bleeding. That information alone hurt him. On the contrary, those illiterate heroes who don't understand multidimensionality seem to have no problem. Their ignorance of the truth is an advantage. The machines installed around the hall roared. The word head soaked in the yellow liquid showed a painful expression while processing the data. The hall is empty. Only an old man sat on a throne made of silver-white metal. The throne is floating in the air, allowing it to look down at the huge holographic projection, like a overlooking his kingdom. I'm very glad to meet you all. Hawk watched these heroes pouring in, and said in a slightly tired and sarcastic tone, you have won again and captured your target. In this case, then order your men to put down their weapons immediately and surrender to us unconditionally. A superhero stood up and said, you will accept justice. Hawk, who was sitting on the throne, showed a mocking expression. Surrender to you? If you win this battle, will you win the entire war? Many superheroes spoke one after another. Naturally surrender to us. The invasion war launched by the evil empire is doomed to fail. Are you still obsessed with it? Surrender or we'll kill you. Pull his soul out, and send him to hell, and let him be tortured. Haven't you recognized the form yet? Sandman, the leader of the resistance organization, stood up and said. Hawk stretched out his old hand and clicked in the air. A huge screen appeared in front of many superheroes. The Battle of Genesis Star is being played on it. Countless imperial troops have broken through the protection created by the Heavenly Father, Darkmond, and the Endless Family, and landed on the surface of Genesis Star. Those gigantic mountain-like steel monsters released beams of light capable of destroying everything towards the ground, turning the city into coke and ruins. The fighter turned into a titan, landed on the edge of the city wall, ignoring the attack released by the defenders, and smashed the wall off with a huge powered iron fist. The crackling force field, which is powerful enough to crush a starship, made a crackling sound, mixed with various sounds on the battlefield, and it became extremely ear-piercing. Yes. Countless night mechs can activate the spears in the mechanical palms to attack the enemy. Countless imperial soldiers held their flags high and marched amidst deafening artillery fire. Destruction has come to Genesis. Many heroes watched in horror as the overwhelming artillery fire fell on the huge city that had been turned into a fortress, blowing away all the boulders containing mysterious power. The superheroes who stayed behind on the Genesis Star died in wailing and screaming, and were crushed by the collapsing rubble, turning into unrecognizable flesh. No, let them stop. A lanternman from the parallel universe No. 056 roared and flew over, but was cut into pieces by the flashing light beam in the next second, and fell to the ground with a splash of bright red blood. It flowed out from the debris and stained a large area of the floor red in a short while. Keep him in check, the Sandman yelled. Give him the order to stop. Hawk shook his head involuntarily as he watched these enemies of the Empire show pain and despair. They are as naive as children in the field of war. But this is also in line with the purpose of the creators behind the scenes. Sentimental, passionate. The thinking of these superheroes is as colorful as lamps coated with color film. The nourishment they provide is much richer, delicious, and sweet than ordinary people. It makes sense to execute these humans who are unwilling to obey the Empire and trust the Holy Emperor, at least to prevent these fools from continuing to grow those indescribable things. Prevent these guys from becoming obstacles and cancers that hinder human society from becoming detached. After paying the sacrifices of several heroes, Sandman walked up to Hawk and lifted the old man up. Stop, or I'll torture and kill you with endless nightmares. Hawk smiled. The reality I have witnessed is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than the nightmares you can imagine. You murderer. The Sandman growled angrily, killing so many innocent people, how can you still laugh? We have tried hard to tell you the truth, hoping that you will find your way back. It is you who chose to resist. It is you who first put human beings in danger, but now you pretend to be so innocent. What you have brought is dictatorship and autocracy, a brutal invasion and killing. We have brought technology and development, so that unemployed people can get jobs to support themselves, so that they are no longer confused and suffering. Our laws bind every group, draw the boundaries of the strong, and the freedom of the weak. The freedom and justice you talk about are meaningless. You regard human society as your own playground, and use your abilities to enjoy the happiness of players unscrupulously. You proclaim justice, but there is no law to restrict you superpowers. Those who died tragically because of your struggle have no compensation and no condolences. You claim to be free, so you sit back and watch women sell themselves for money, and let men sell themselves for money. Money is a slave. And you can safely assume it was their choice. I've searched through the history books of mankind, and I can't find any laws or proposals that you promote to protect those who are weak. Hawk's tone was calm. He was born at the bottom, so he naturally knew what the bottom needed. What you care about is never the justice of ordinary people, but the justice of whether you can continue to become gods and heroes above all living beings. Those ordinary people, just because of their words and behaviors that you don't understand, you ignore everything and use your own ability to punish them, calling it a just sanction. You act recklessly, intending to transcend ordinary people. How is it different from those dictatorial tyrants who use their power to do whatever they want? The Empire has a complete speculative system. Throughout the ages, even in many universes, the establishment of empires is definitely the most legal. When human beings were fragmented and tortured by the aliens in the Age of the Long Night, the Emperor wiped out many aliens such as Greenskin, Rendon, and Craves, and finally established a human empire. There is nothing better than the Emperor to gain the righteousness of the country. As the legendary commander of the Empire, how could Hawk lose the debate? He was born as a worker, and started as a soldier at the bottom, and gradually became an imperial marshal who could be trusted and relied on by the Holy Emperor. If the eloquence is poor, I'm afraid they won't be able to climb to where they are today. I'm going to kill you. The Sandman growled and shook the opponent, tell them to stop. Hawk is mocking and tired from beginning to end. All the enemies of the Empire on Genesis planet have been declared excommunicated and rebellious. Even if they survive, they will be made into machine slaves to serve the Empire forever. As for you, you will stay here. Do you know why I didn't leave? You can run very well. If you don't catch all of you, I'm afraid you can continue to run. Hawk's words were weak, but the Sandman showed horror. I saw that the hatch they destroyed became intact again at some point. Take him away, I don't believe those guys dare to ignore his life and death. As expected of the leader of many parallel universe rebels, Sandman made a decision immediately. Unfortunately, it's too late. The mother box that erupted with light did not open the sonic boom channel. It's like an online game without an internet connection, it can't serve them. Zed from the parallel universe No. 043 was the first to be defeated. In an unbearable strange explosion, his face was pierced by some kind of energy weapon. This Kryptonian general who once dreamed of ruling the universe, but was influenced by the love of Superman No. 043 and became the Guardian fell like that. He didn't even see the person who killed him clearly. Immediately after the second, the third. Something invisible is slaughtering enemies who enter the strategy hall. The Sandman grabbed Hawk and injected his deadly nightmare power into the opponent's soul. As long as he had an accident, the opponent would die immediately. Relying on his special ability to try to search for the targets of influence, he showed a look of despair. Nothing at all. The opponent is not only physically invisible, but also mentally and spiritually invisible. In other words, the enemy does not exist at all. However, the heroes who were slaughtered were a sure sign that someone was slaughtering them. Physics and the occult are all gone. It's a quantum state. No. 066 Manhattan, with pure white eyes and a hydrogen atom symbol carved on his forehead, shouted, they are only in a state of existence that can be observed by us at the moment they attack us. Manhattan, who gained abilities due to the quantum conversion experiment, immediately realized the strangeness of the enemy. How could such means exist? It is impossible for the creator to achieve such a degree. However, he didn't wait for him to figure out how the Empire managed to put the soldiers in a quantum state and attack them. A dagger emitting blue light pierced his head from the front, and the tip of the dagger just pierced through the hydrogen atom symbol carved on his forehead. The opponent is like stabbing a target, piercing from the center of the symbol exactly. Manhattan in the parallel universe No. 066 died like this. His power to change the past and the future has not had time to show, and he was slaughtered like a wild dog. Tell them to stop. The Sandman howled in despair, hurry up. This trap is specially set up for you. Hawk said, when I realized that the strategic plan had made a mistake, I used the trick just to get rid of you completely. In that way, the Empire will get an equivalent amount of money. A stable territory of the galaxy can lay the foundation of an empire. The parallel universe is separated by the wall of origin, seemingly boundless, but in fact its area is very small. The desperate Sandman choked Hawk's throat desperately, trying to get the other party to order him to stop. However, the other party kept laughing. It made him collapse more and more, and the strength in his hands became stronger. It wasn't until the clear sound of bone cracking came that Sandman realized belatedly that he crushed the opponent's throat bone alive. Those unseen, unobserved warriors killed the last Sandman superhero and lifted the quantum state. Sandman saw their appearance clearly. All dressed in silver armor and a smooth silver helmet, with no faces visible. The body is slender, holding a dagger in his hand. The Sandman could feel the coldness coming from under the armor. Like steel cast under pressure, without a trace of emotion. Those soldiers approached slowly. The Sandman staggered back step by step, and finally tripped over the dead body. He killed a legendary commander of the Empire. Such behavior is unforgivable and inexcusable. Even if Hawk wanted to exchange his broken body for a perfect victory for the Empire from the very beginning. Sandman wants to say something. But he hasn't spoken yet. A warrior stabbed a dagger covered with arcane runes into his body. The Sandman's eyes were blurred, and finally fell into darkness. Seal the Commander-in-Chief's body and bring him back to Terra. A warrior whispered, he will be buried in the sacred cemetery until the day he is awakened. What about this guy? Another fighter kicked the unconscious Sandman. Sent to the Sage's laboratory, the research on the Endless Family is still going on, the Sages need more samples. The creation star of the No. 02 main universe 077 parallel universe. The flames of war covered the entire city. Enough to send mortals deadly to horrific fallout floating in the air. The rumbling artillery fire scorched the entire ruins. Those artillery fires are so terrifying that they can erase the past and future of a thing. Delete data completely. Even the reflection in the highest sky will be completely erased. Does not leave a trace. Constantine, wearing a full set of protective clothing, led the team composed of Constantine forward in the ruins. Each parallel universe's Constantine is different. Some who resisted the Empire have been killed. Is also somewhat unknown, failing to become an excellent Constantine. Those Constantine who did not resist the Empire and were outstanding, successfully entered the Constantine squad. Constantine, who went to the Empire, called himself Constantine. Constantine who followed him was divided according to their body shape, personality, appearance characteristics, and the parallel universe they were born in. Now this team has Old Constantine, Little Constantine, Fat Constantine, Skinny Constantine, Irritable Constantine, Taciturn Constantine, Scarred Constantine, Violent Constantine Dante. The task of Constantine's team is to capture those guys from the Endless Family. The Sandman entered the Imperial battleship. No need to think about this anymore. A self-inflicted idiot. These guys are concepts personified. The Empire tried to dig out some useful things from them and strengthen the research on the field of rules. The sages declared that if they could gain inspiration from these conceptual avatars, the Empire would have the technology to create real gods. They will also become the most important right-hand man of the Holy Emperor. Constantine knew nothing about the competition among the sages, he only knew that hunting the Endless Family was a very troublesome job. If the promises of those guys were not touching enough, Constantine would rather go to the frontline troops. Most psychers and librarians have followed Titus to fight the Legion of the Monitor. Constantine, a local mage, has become one of the few existences who can arrest the Endless Family. This distance is almost the same. Constantine said, characterize the magic circle, summon those guys, and then lock them up. Members of the Endless Clan wield unimaginable power. It is difficult to destroy and harm them by physical means. However, they are not invincible. Mages can use runes and spells to imprison them. Sandmans from multiple parallel universes have been summoned by mages and imprisoned. Summon death first, that chick has a great figure. Old Constantine fiddled with his snow-white hair, showing an excited smile. Be serious, we are doing business. Constantine said, that guy is the strongest, stay to the end. I heard that he escaped to the parallel universe No. 045 and died, and he lived like this for tens of thousands of years. Old Constantine took out a photo. In the photo, there is a childish-looking, pure, and lovely girl with smooth long hair, wearing a black gothic dress, and a slender waist. The turbulent chest makes people worry about whether such a thin waist can support such a majesty, and the bare white and flawless feet look so cute that people can't take their eyes off. Members of the Endless Family are the embodiment of concepts. But they are not immortal. If they are targeted by powerful beings and kill them with their hands, they will die too. The domain they belong to will once again give birth to an Endless Family member with all the memories of the former. Vulgar. Constantine said with a look of disdain, am I the kind of person who is easily shaken? You are an insult to my noble personality. Let's call for death first. The more difficult it is, the more we have to welcome it. Difficult to overcome. Andromeda Nebula. Planet Velo. This is also Weskir's hometown. With the offensive of the Empire, Weskir, who joined the army, came back again. The difference is that he set off as a defender of the Alliance, but returned as an auxiliary army of the Empire. As soon as it landed, a group of local company executives greeted them obsequiously. Executives include humans and dwarves. All of them were smiling, and seemed very happy for the arrival of these Imperial auxiliary troops. The official organizations of many planets in the Alliance are taken care of by large enterprises or executives of large companies. Of course there are some purely official people, but their influence is generally not as great as that of executives. Congratulations to all of you who have struggled hard to go home. We hope that you are looking forward to the stars and the moon, which is why we have brought you back. You guys are here, life will be easier, bring down those Alliance lackeys, bring down big companies, the oppression of big companies, freedom belongs to the people. Executives use flattery to try to make a good impression and avoid being purged. But at this moment, a discordant voice came. You are traitors. You have betrayed your homeland and become the lackeys of the invaders. You are shameless. A student who looked only 17 or 18 years old pointed at Weskir and insulted, you will always be cast aside and nailed to history on the pillar of shame. Traitor. 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 The companion next to the student also shouted. The faces of the smiling executives turned pale, wishing they could just draw their guns and kill these guys. Chapter 407 You should die outside, seeking subscription. The executives of Planet Velo let those students come over. It is nothing more than to create a warm welcome from Planet Welo to the Empire. Means that Planet Velo sincerely supports the wise rule of the Holy Emperor. Resolutely cut off from those stupid and backward guys in the Alliance, and firmly follow the Empire to a glorious future. When I asked these students to come over, I also specially asked them to come. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Shut up, and if you call me again, you will all be sent to prison. Defend, defend. Take them all, take them all. Several executives shouted palely. What kind of behavior is going to be like this? Are you going to roast them on the fire? Too vicious. Terrible. If these Imperial auxiliary troops are angered, they are all going to be hungry. Now the Empire's offensive is getting more and more terrifying. The army of the Votan Alliance retreated in succession. Lost soldiers and generals along the way, and their morale was almost wiped out. After a while, the capital may be lost. The Empire won the Votan Alliance and became the ruler of the Andromeda Nebula, which is already a certainty. How dare you say such things without sticking up your and serving these Imperial masters well? 1. Isn't this an excuse for others? A group of disgraceful lackeys. The young student said angrily, a group of cowards without bones, you are a disgrace to the Alliance, traitors. Get out of our homeland, traitor. Intruder, get out of our home. Other students also shouted. The momentum is majestic. The arrival of the Imperial Auxiliary Army has already been notified to all walks of life. At the spaceport, many people gathered. At this moment, everyone's faces were pale. It is said that the Empire was despotic. Angered them, the head would have to be snapped off. However, those students have a lot of backbone. It seems that before coming, he has already prepared and vowed to resist to the end. When the guards came, they held arms with the guards and stood firm and refused to leave. still shouting various slogans loudly, asking the Imperial Auxiliary Army to leave the planet Velo. They will never accept Imperial dictatorship. I'm sorry, these children are ignorant, ignorant. A female supervisor said, I will definitely criticize them severely afterwards. Yes, we will definitely investigate to the end, and we will never tolerate it. Several executives spoke one after another, expressing their attitudes, for fear that the great killers of these empires would shoot them with guns. There is nothing unusual about Weskier, and he will not raise his gun to shoot the opponent because of such a thing. Actually, he doesn't have the power to order those students to be shot. Instead, he watched this scene with great interest. If he hadn't experienced all kinds of front lines, Weskier would definitely be as passionate as these students, desperate to defend his homeland. No way, the education of the Votan Alliance is too good. The concept of loving the Alliance and seeing oneself as a member of the Alliance has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Without the Votan Alliance, there would be no future for mankind. With the loss of the Votan Alliance, human civilization has come to an end. Weskier once also kept such words in his heart. But after experiencing all kinds of front lines, Weskier has a new understanding. Betray? What is betrayal? Why should you pledge allegiance to an alliance that does not regard itself as a human being? As a farmer who farms and does odd jobs, he can only live 60 or 70 at most. 10 years of youth, 10 years of aging, only 40 or 50 years in between. 40 or 50 years are divided into day and night, and there are still more than 20 years left. Taking out wind and rain, 3 diseases and 5 disasters, how much time is left? If you marry another daughter-in-law and raise a few children, the time that belongs to you will be even more pitiful. What is the purpose of human life? Even if you don't want to be rich and powerful, at least you have to pursue a stable life, and you can have a few days to do boring things when you are free. You spent your youth just for a few unrealistic slogans, just for an alliance that even you don't know who you are. If it really puts you in your heart, it can still talk. However, those people think you are a big wronged species. Eat it dry and wipe it clean, and see that you are worthless, so I will let you go far away. If you say something unpleasant to it, it will hit you with all eyes. Beat you up, and slandered you everywhere as a heartless person. It also covers your mouth so that you can't open your mouth or speak, so you can only watch helplessly as it slanders you and encourages those ignorant people to insult you. Trying to empty your money, make you insensitive, make you a pug for money. Why is there so much anger? Weskier walked up to the students and asked, I'm also from planet Velo, and I don't think the Empire is an invader. Bah, I'm ashamed to share a home with someone like you. The student looked righteous, like a standing on a moral height, bathed in holy light, and his eyes showed a traitor like Weskier contempt and disdain. There was hatred in his eyes. It can be seen that he really wants to kill these traitors. Weskier wiped the drool on his face. It's a good thing for young people to be motivated, but this brain needs to be practiced more. Don't listen to the wind and the rain. My brain is clearer than yours, lackey. The student said, stop pretending, you bastard, and brought those imperial lackeys to invade your homeland. Then what should I do? Weskier looked at the student mockingly, if I die in battle, the pension is not enough to repay the loan, I will go to the battlefield and lose everything in my family. This is your homeland, so you should fight to the death. Even if you die outside, it's better than being a traitor. What you lose when you die is only your life and those belongings. However, it is because of your cowardice that the alliance is broken. Let our home become a colony of the Empire, you are sinners through the ages. Is the alliance necessarily good? Is what we insist on right? Our ancestors have lived like this for generations. What do you mean by saying that? You are questioning the alliance system, so what are the ancestors who lived in this way? You are an ungrateful, traitorous bastard. Seeing the students being so outraged by righteous indignation, I wish I could die immediately. Weskier couldn't help but patted his forehead. I just want to live like a human being, and I will be a sinner through the ages. Now this student, is his brain disabled? Take them down. Weskier shook his head and said. You will be cast aside forever, beast. The student shouted. But his voice became smaller and smaller. Guards dragged them outside. Weskier glanced at the resentful student and shook his head. He looked at the executives, restrained the wry smile on his face, and became serious and serious. The Empire plans to forgive all loans left over from the days of the Alliance as a grace of the Holy Emperor. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many executives who were pale just now became even more pale. What should come is still here. Chapter 408 Never surrender to the rule of the evil empire, subscribe. The business executives of the Votan Alliance have long heard about the various practices of the empire. It is a crime to give so much money to those guys for nothing. Even debt transfer is better than this. Do you really want to write off all the debt? Tremblingly, one executive said. It's easy to mess up that way. Report to the empire again, those people have no debts, but it will turn upside down. How can they be restrained without debt? Yes, my lord, be careful. Those people are afraid of power but not morality. There is no need to reduce their debts. This matter is beyond your control. Weskier glanced at the executives standing in front of him and said word by word, don't try to do things secretly, if you do well, you can live. If you don't do well, you will all be punished. Execute it, and the order of this world will be ruined. Due to manpower, the reform of the empire is often relatively crude, and it is left to those locals who are willing to surrender to solve it. These people do not have the courage to resist the empire, but their courage to make money through the reform of the empire is astonishing. Borrowing money desperately on the eve of the reform, emptied the local financial funds, and then took advantage of the opportunity of the arrival of the empire to write off all the loans. Received all the assets of those original enterprises under his own name. Human nature is always complicated. Exemption of loans between major companies and civilians, the first is to win people's hearts, and the second is to enable local people to get rid of such a depressive life. However, the practice has completely changed. As long as you have some rights in your hands, you will try your best to put those assets under your own name as much as possible, thinking about becoming a rich man after the empire comes. Weskier has seen too many people like that. As long as you don't pay attention, those who are swallowed by desire will kill each other for money. The threat is just a warning to these people, and the empire will conduct a follow-up review. Anyone who dares to cheat will pay for his stupidity. We are all dedicated to our duties. A female supervisor said, we will never let down the Holy Emperor and the empire. The female supervisor spoke sincerely. Weskier had a mocking look on his face. He doesn't believe a word of such words. Not long ago, they also declared that they would fight the empire to the end. Defend the alliance, defend their homeland. Give it your all to fight these fearsome imperial invaders to the last minute. Now, their Skyhawk ritual is more formal than Weskier's. If he didn't know their details, Weskier would have wondered if the empire had sent them here as undercover agents before. This is reality, this is human nature. My lords must be very tired, why don't I take you to rest first? Tonight is a welcome banquet. Tomorrow we will discuss in detail how to promote the imperial decree. This way please. Under the leadership of those executives, Weskier entered the group of buildings that he admired in the past. In the Votan Union, corporations and non-corporations are two distinct worlds. Neither the dwarves nor the humans that live in it are as sharply divided as between corporate and non-corporate. The top executives of the Votan Alliance divided part of their own interests. The part of people who get these benefits, seeing their own lives compared with the lives of non-corporate groups, will subconsciously support the rule of corporations and enterprises. They think they are superior to others, and they are not at the same level as those hard-earned non-company bottoms. For the sake of high-level considerations, they have deliberately supported the Votan Alliance in order to obtain more benefits. The buildings where the company's employees and executives live cover a vast area and are clean and full of sense of technology. The most central building presents a dome structure, made of silver-white metal and reinforced glass. Obviously a branch of a company established here. It is different from the harsh environment in which ordinary people live. The buildings where the company's executives and employees live and work are all exquisite. Wide space between each other. There is no concept of setting up streets on the ground, and flower beds, grasslands, and forests are built. Take a deep breath, the air is fresh. It makes people feel like they are in the grassland. The employees of those companies wore neat clothes and walked through them like ants. Everywhere is full of humanized comfort and coziness. Weskier remembered that he used to face the Lois and his back to the sky, driving a broken harvester to work in the high temperature of 40 degrees. It is a happy thing to drink cold ale after work. After working for a day, it is considered lucky to be able to get 20% of the successful results of your work. Every day is basically the interest of repaying the loan. It's miserable. Look at the people here, the work is comfortable, the environment is beautiful, and you are enjoying life comfortably. The life gap between people is bigger than the life gap between people and dogs. When the staff watched Weskier and the others walk by, their eyes showed fear. Everyone knows what the arrival of the empire means. Their good days are coming to an end. The empire forgives its debts. Companies were also killed. What can they rely on to maintain and continue such a peaceful life? Weskier observed it, and it was obvious that these people did not welcome the arrival of the empire. He even saw a few students with angry faces, fists clenched, full of hatred. When he looked at the people in the empire, he wished he could eat them with his teeth and claws. They did not speak, but expressed their thoughts with their eyes. A bunch of traitors, shameful traitors. These beasts who surrendered to the empire should all be sent to the gallows. Weskier frowned slightly, feeling that the reform this time would not be so easy. There must be a strong resistance. He finally understood why those students hated them so much. In their eyes, the Votan Alliance is their home. This home allows them to live comfortably, to be superior to others, and to enjoy the privileges brought by their status. They will grow up, and then inherit the property and work of their parents, and continue to enjoy the beauty here. The arrival of the empire ruined all of this. In this way, their anger can be explained. Preventing people from getting rich is like killing one's parents. This old saying is true in any era. Feeling the malice of those people, Weskier swore secretly. In any case, we will ensure the normal reform of planet Weilo, and will never develop to the extent that the empire will be involved. Weskier, who returned to planet Velo, led more than 10,000 people. Is just the size of an organization group. Including him, there are a dozen officers. 2/3 were born on the planet Velo. The rest are soldiers conscripted from nearby galaxies. Like Weskier, they all come from the bottom. Is the so-called non-corporate group. After surrendering to the empire at the border, Cod, who led the soldiers to revolt, has become a general, responsible for commanding many soldiers who rebelled at that time. In order to solve the problem of the Alliance Army's loyalty to the empire, the empire generally cleans or downgrades and reorganizes those officers. From the original ranks of low-level soldiers, some smart and capable soldiers were drawn to supplement them. Weskier and others were also promoted. This return to planet Velo was initiated by Weskier. Imperials rarely drop commanders. Because the customs and habits of each planet are different. In addition, the imperial military does not legally support the airborne regiment-level commander of an army composed of citizens of a certain planet. Only the forces of a planet can be assigned to that general, and he will dominate and rule. According to the imperial dictatorship and democracy, the main body of the empire is a human dictatorship formed by joining Terra as a unit. Planets have certain autonomy rights after abiding by the rules set by the imperial constitution, state religion, and courts. The governor who manages the entire planet is elected by the people of that planet themselves. Represents the interests of that planet. Then the governor swears allegiance to the empire on behalf of all citizens. The interstellar chamber of commerce under the control of the empire integrates it into the empire's economic system according to the local minerals, assets, and population, ensuring that it can enjoy power and pay its own obligations, forming a 1+1 mutual win. The planet needs to pay taxes to the empire, provide soldiers, maintain the state religion, and be 100% loyal to the Holy Emperor. After paying these, they can obtain the protection of the Imperial Army, receive technical support from the Mechanics and the Imperial Scientific Research Institutions, improve productivity, occupy a position in interstellar trade, and improve their living standards through the interstellar economy. Most of the work of the Terra Council is to ensure that this system is not damaged by the selfishness and greed of human nature, and to effectively maintain the dignity of every citizen of the Empire. The Interstellar Chamber of Commerce uses gentle and indirect means to use commercial trade to plunder wealth and use it for redistribution to support the various expenses of the Empire, so that the various planets of the Empire can be maintained at a similar level, and there will be no too large wealth gap. Simply put, the current wealth gap in the Empire is: the rich can hire someone to wash their suspension car, and the poor have to wash their suspension car by themselves. Everyone has a big ox. At most, your cows are fatter and mine are thinner. There will never be a situation where the rich have a group of big buffaloes and the poor have a small snail. However, the situation of the Votan Alliance is very complicated. It is even more exaggerated than the original empire. The empire was in the midst of various crises caused by chaos and aliens. The wealth gap is huge, but not as serious as the Votan Alliance. The wealth of the Votan Alliance has been excessively concentrated in the hands of the 0.0000001% of the people. The poor don't talk about snails, but owe them 2 big buffaloes. Such a situation also caused the problems of the Votan Alliance to be complicated. The reformation of many planets is not going well. Someone secretly divides interests and intrigues. When they cannot satisfy their own desires, they will encourage ignorant people to rebel. Eventually led to the military suppression of the entire planet. Such news emerges endlessly. Many in the Votan League stubbornly believe that the Empire is an invader, coming to take their homeland and ruin their lives. In the absence of complete information channels to understand the situation, it is easy to be fooled by rulers who control public opinion and have evil intentions. Using all kinds of stigma and poor information to encourage ignorant people to rebel against the Empire, which eventually led to mass bloodshed. After experiencing several suppression incidents, Weskier found that many people's performance can be said to be ignorant and stupid. They seem to be smart, but they don't have the ability to distinguish right from wrong and verify facts. Stubbornly believe that right is right and wrong is wrong. Such people are encouraged by those who have a heart and a few words, and put themselves on the edge of a dangerous abyss. Unaware that I am just someone else's gun, driven by others. When the other party gets what they want, they will let go directly, leaving them there helpless and becoming the recipients of the Empire's wrath. Such things are always repeated and repeated. Those people will also be used again and again until they are worthless and completely abandoned. Weskier doesn't want that to happen in his hometown. That's why he came back. Repression by the Empire is no joke. Once the regular troops of the Empire are dispatched, those who dare to join the ranks of resisting the Empire, no matter what the reason is, they will be executed or sent to a punishment camp. Some will even be transformed into atonement machine slaves, and they will spend their entire lives atoning for their sins. Imagine a system that was originally extremely beneficial to you, but because you don't understand it, you don't know it, and you are teased with a few words, so you are irrational and go crazy to fight against the Empire. In the end, it was strongly suppressed by the Empire and transformed into a redemption machine slave. But the person who encouraged you pretended to be innocent, took the benefits and retreated behind the scenes, and lived a good life. No matter how smart and capable the officials of the Empire are, there is no way to screen hundreds of planets and tens of billions of traitors to find the innocent among them. Even with the assistance of the brain, it is difficult to ensure that there will be no unjust, false, or wrongly decided cases. Weskier will never allow such a thing to happen in his hometown. That's why he came back. It is necessary to ensure the smooth reform of the planet Velo and integrate into the Empire, so as to avoid the step of riots and strong suppression by the Empire. He is not very interested in the bustling banquet. The banquet was very lively. Many slender guards shuttled among them, serving delicious food and wine one after another. Every time a new dish is served, a butler in uniform will announce the name of that dish loudly. How to evaluate? Weskier thinks this should be the so-called aristocratic sense of ritual. Any dish here is worth a farmer's annual income. Weskier did not have any joy or excitement. He is not suitable for such an occasion. Those executives and guests who come and go are very respectful to Weskier and others, even if they don't understand dining etiquette at all. However, Weskier knows that behind these scantily clad, female guests and those exquisite, delicious dishes are hidden the soft knives of those executives. They hope to get more benefits from the reform. Whether it is the Parliament of the Votan Alliance or accepting the rule of the Holy Emperor, they don't care much. They are more concerned about whether their own interests will be damaged. How to take advantage of this situation to gain greater voice and interests. After attending the banquet for a while, he politely declined the other party's invitation to stay. Went straight back to his hometown. In order to avoid bringing fear, he did not take a military gunboat, but borrowed a hover motorcycle to go back. The flying height of the hoverbike can reach 15 meters. This height is enough to avoid most obstacles. Most areas of Velo Planet are plains and deserts, and suspension motorcycles can reach many areas without obstacles. The maximum speed of the suspension motorcycle can reach 1000 km/h. Weskier drove his motorcycle back to his hometown town. Velo, a colonial planet, is mostly agricultural. Along the way, you can see stretches of cultivated land. The grape trellises fixed by white brackets cover the undulating mountains, lush and verdant, stretching as far as the eye can see. Automatic sprinkler systems stand at intervals to ensure coverage of those grape crops. Wheat is generally planted on the plains, which is convenient for mechanical operations. At intervals, there are special hydroponic vegetable bases. Flying all the way, it is basically either farmland or various economic crops, fruit trees. Planet Velo is highly developed, and traces of development can be seen everywhere. Except for those wastelands that cannot be developed or are too expensive, they have basically been developed. Farmers carefully raise their crops to ensure that they can harvest and bring wealth to themselves. Weskier was excited by this familiar scene. He came home. Here he was born. His soul is linked to Velo. Going home is not a very time-consuming thing. 2 hours later, the dilapidated town signboard appeared before his eyes. The town is as desolate as ever. Looks almost lifeless. After the debt is paid off, people don't have much money to spend. For this reason, the economy of the small town has not improved much. People are hardworking, but unfortunately this is not an era where hard work can get rich. The Votan Alliance used reasonable and legal means to take away all the wealth. Weskier's return was still warmly welcomed. The people in the small town didn't speak ill of Weskier because he surrendered to the Empire. Weskier is a part of their town, and his character is obvious to all. Courageous and honest. Dare to fight for a better life. Compared to the concept of alliance, they love Weskier as a real person more. Weskier and his welcome go to the only bar in town. News of his return spread quickly. People come from all directions. The bar was packed to the brim in no time. The Empire promised that our debts will end here, and we will be debt-free from now on. Weskier said to his neighbors and friends, at the same time, we can elect a governor who represents the interests of the planet Velo, so that come and serve the Empire. Hearing that the debt was forgiven, the people all cheered. You can hear the back, but people showed blank expressions. Is the governor useful? Said a wrinkled old man. We have elected many officials, but in the end they are just puppets of those business owners. That kind of game is meaningless. They choose a few people for us to choose. A young man said angrily, it's just a waste of time. It's up to us to decide who to choose for the governor. Everyone can run for election, as long as you think you can fight for more interests for Planet Velo and talk and fight on behalf of our interests. Weskier said. You are too young, Weskier, this is just a game. Someone in the crowd said. At least we can have a sense of participation. Weskier joked, in any case, debt forgiveness is inevitable. After a pause, Weskier continued, the choice of the governor, we need to be cautious, and we need someone who can actually speak on our behalf. Every planet has a little autonomy to adapt to our cultural life and society. The governor also the person who docks with the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce and confirms our position in the imperial economic system. Taking a step back, the governor is also the one who rules us according to the laws of the empire. If we don't want to hand over our fate to people who don't think about ourselves, then we have to act and choose the people we need to cooperate with the reform of the empire. Weskier tried his best to explain the reform of the empire. Make sure his hometown isn't stupid enough to be instigated. Of course, he will also go to other places for this work. But before that, he had to get the support of his hometown. Velo Planet has developed agriculture, and each gathering place is basically the size of a small town, with only a handful of metropolises. We can all get a better life. Weskier promised his hometown people, we will no longer be reduced to animals without dignity, but before that, we have to learn how to defend our rights. Don't go to it doesn't matter whether the institution that rules us is the Empire or the Votan League, what we have to defend is our power, the power of being human. Whoever makes us live like a human being, then we support whoever. Do you want your future to be determined when you are born? Do you want your children to be burdened with debts that need to be repaid throughout their lives? Everyone should decide their own future by themselves. The meaning of life lies here. One day, we will all return to death. Both pain and happiness will be the only things we will get. When you are dying, you look back on your life and never had a day of happiness. Is it really meaningful to live to pay off your debts, to dedicate your life to a concept of nothingness? Weskier raised his hand and shouted. We have to live for ourselves, whether we will be sad or miserable tomorrow, it is up to us to choose. The most high-end Como Academy on planet Velo. This school was established by the first generation of colonists who colonized the planet Velo. So far, it has been passed down for thousands of years. Those who can enter this school are basically elites, among the dragons and phoenixes. In addition to their own conditions, a recommendation letter written by a senior executive is also required. Those who don't meet the conditions are basically unable to enter here. If you can come here, your life will be very different. More than 80% of the executives of Planet Velo come from this institution, so one can imagine how much energy there is here. This is betrayal. At the port, the student who was angry at Weskier and others stood in front of a group of college students from Como Academy and said sadly, "This is a betrayal of a civilization that has been passed down for thousands of years. The damned invaders are trampling on our fine civilization and fooling our fellow citizens. The Votan Alliance is in jeopardy, it is on the brink of destruction. We all have to wake up, stand up, and make sacrifices to defend it. Stop that damned empire from continuing to hurt us, send those traitors to the gallows, and let them know that it is wrong to betray the Alliance and their homeland. What's the end? Then shall we fight with weapons?" A person said. "Yes, we have to fight, and the happiness that was taken away by violence can only be regained by violence. Some of us will die, but the sacrifice is worth it, because we are fighting for Velo, to defend our fight for civilization, fight for our dignity," said the student. "When do we do it?" one person asked. "At the celebration in a few days, we will do it." The student said, "We will make those damned traitors pay the price, let them understand that all citizens of planet Velo will never submit to the dictatorship of the evil empire." Chapter 409 Who is the traitor? Seeking subscription. The student's words were powerful and infectious. The people next to him all roared in low voices. "Never submit to the dictatorship of an evil empire. Never submit to the dictatorship of an evil empire. Never submit to the dictatorship of an evil empire. We don't have enough manpower." Someone raised a question. "We only have 100 people here at most, but they have 10,000 people, and they have advanced weapons and equipment. We will be suppressed soon." "Relax, I'm ready. Besides us, there are some people who will participate in this operation. As long as we kill the leading officers, we can encourage people to resist the brutal rule of the empire. Those people just need someone to take the lead. Resistance must involve bloodshed and sacrifice. Only blood can awaken the rebellious heart of the people of Weilo, and let them know that if they do not resist, the country will be destroyed. Let us be the first to shoot, and let all Weilo people, the people are all awakened, let them all take up arms to resist. We want to tell those damned imperial people that this is the Votan Alliance, our hometown, not their colony. They cannot destroy a civilization that has existed for thousands of years." After speaking, all the people who participated in this private gathering were full of enthusiasm. "They're going to do a great thing. Wake up the ignorant and insensitive people. Tell them to stand up, to rise up and resist." The party quickly disbanded. These passionate young people are secretly preparing many things to resist. The fact that they can enter the top universities on planet Velo means that their parents are senior executives of enterprises and chambers of commerce. Executives control the wealth and power of this planet. The resources they can use are also very huge. Even if many people know that the reform of the empire is coming. But the habit that has lasted for so long still makes many people subconsciously think that the students of these top universities are big shots. A large-scale resistance movement is going on in secret. Just waiting for someone to raise their arms, they will respond in groups and fight to defend their homeland. A few days later, Planet Weilo ushered in a grand ceremony. The location of the grand ceremony was chosen to be the oldest city built by the first generation of colonists on planet Velo, Dorsey. Dorsey is not the most prosperous city. But it has its own meaning. The city was built with the arrival of humans. Grow with the glory of humanity. The city reached its peak when corporations had yet to fully replace the government of the Votan Union. When the power of the Votan Alliance gradually fell into the hands of major business owners and chambers of commerce, the city also slowly declined. Dorsey City is majestic and tall. The whole city stands on a high made of giant basalt bricks and stone pillars. The building complex is made of polished boulders. The exterior walls are covered with a lime coating. The slightly sloping eaves are spliced with bronze tiles. The gargoyle at the end of the sharp corner of the eaves opened its mouth wide, curled up and squatted around the downspout and gate. The balconies and railings on the top floor are made of cast copper. The coating on the surface has fallen off. Most balconies are covered under tarpaulins. Stone brick arch bridge and metal stairs are connected with the surrounding buildings. The paths paved with tiles extend in all directions, connecting the main roads. The loudspeakers of the radio are distributed in the ancient streets and roads, playing the music of the empire non-stop. Sculptures of the Holy Emperor and Emperor have appeared in some important squares. The original sculptures, except for those who made great contributions to the planet Velo, all other sculptures were cleaned up. People don't have much resistance to the change of sculpture. They didn't have much thought about the change of their ruler. Especially when the empire claimed to forgive debts, they were a little glad that the empire had arrived. Otherwise, they have to work like their parents for life to earn money to repay the loan. Pedestrians are bustling, the whole city is full of vitality, everywhere is shrouded in colorful colors, and there is a lot of noise. Gravity boats, parade buses, and private suspension vehicles occupy the roads in low altitudes. Make a buzzing sound. Everywhere you see, there are banners hanging. Celebrating the arrival of the empire. Vendors, big and small, peddled along the street, hoping to make more money during the grand ceremony. News of debt forgiveness has spread across the planet. Today is a grand ceremony to announce the arrival of the empire. Of course, today's grand ceremony will also elect the governor of planet Velo. This is a real referendum. People come from all over the world, and they want to elect a person who can represent their interests. Weskier stands on a hovering airship. There is no longer a flag of the Votan Alliance in Dorsey City. The double-headed eagle flag of the empire is flying in the sky. Weskier is fortunate at this moment. Choosing to invest in the empire, so far, is still a matter of luck. He joined the army to settle his debts. There are some waves, but the ultimate goal is achieved. Returning money to creditors and killing creditors are both means of resolving debts. As time goes by, people get together more and more. The corps brought back by Weskier were sent to maintain law and order. The sound of music also reached a climax. Amid the cheers of the people, Weskier walked onto a huge platform and began to elect the governor representing the planet Velo from the counted votes. However, when he just stood on the edge of the podium, he appeared in front of the public. The ear-piercing sound of laser cutting through the air followed. A beam of laser light whizzed from the audience, passing directly through Weskier's shoulder, and the entire shoulder was blown to pieces. He only felt a sharp pain, his eyes went dark, and he knelt on the ground. This mutation caused a commotion among the crowd. Countless screams sounded. Someone fled around in a panic. Down with the imperial invaders. Rise up, my people. Countless screams sounded. Many people's faces were pale, and they were almost scared to death. Down with the imperial invaders. A shout sounded. Resist those invaders, we will not be subjugated slaves. Kill those traitors, for the Votan Alliance. A group of students with brand new guns led a group of people out of the building near the rally. They kept shooting at the high platform, laser beams filled the air. In a short while, 7 or 8 soldiers who surrendered to the Empire and became vassals were killed or injured. This sudden attack made the soldiers who were only maintaining order unable to react. Planet Velo has laid down its weapons. Planetary defense and orbital space stations are in their hands. The Empire is coming, but it is debt-free. No matter how insane your brain is, you have to realize this. Who would have thought that there would be rebels? Fighting quickly broke out. The students and rebels had no scruples. They opened fire under the cover of the crowd. When the soldiers opened fire, they shouted that the Empire committed massacres, and opened fire on civilians. Using this despicable method to suppress the soldiers, they began to attack the high platform. Their morale is like a rainbow, each of them is brave enough to die for their ideals and their country. If it continues like this, maybe they can really win. However, some farmers who reacted quickly and had more knowledge saw the identities of these rebels at a glance. Thinking of what Weskier had said to them before. Some people coerce others for their own benefit, shouting all kinds of righteous slogans to violently resist the Empire, which eventually led to the suppression of the entire planet. Stop them, those beasts are going to kill us. A farmer shouted in the crowd. A few quick response people shot directly with their guns to support the soldiers. A farmer set a flight path for his dilapidated hovercraft and jumped out. Let the hovercraft directly crash into the rebel team who are planning to rush to the high platform and capture Weskier, the great traitor. Chapter 410 Sealed Golden Age Technology, subscription required. Who is the enemy? Who is a trustworthy hero? A shameful traitor? A noble defender? Fate is full of drama and mockery. The hovercraft hit the steps directly, making a rumbling explosion. The huge impact knocked away the first few rebels. The flying fragments directly pierced the chest and limbs of the rebel. The bright red blood splashed along their broken bodies that flew out. The fallen and accidentally injured people lay on the ground and wailed, screaming again and again. The originally bustling celebration full of laughter turned into hell. Screaming people running around. Some people who fell to the ground were trampled, their bones were broken, and even their lives were lost. Originally brought by their parents, the happy and playful children were crying in the crowd to find their parents. The terrified crowd has lost their minds. Everyone tries to flee away from the firefight. If there are some kind-hearted people, those children will be picked up and fled to those houses with them. Some were overwhelmed by the flow of people, trampled to death amid desolate calls for their parents to protect them. The people at the bottom who reacted chose to side with Weskier. No matter how righteous it is, it must actually fall on everyone. For the future of the family, for your own family and friends. No matter how vicious the Empire's sweet promises are, at least for now, the terms offered by the Empire are better than those of the Votan Alliance. The gathered bottom people spontaneously united. Join hands to fight against the rebels who are trying to subvert the celebration and rebel against the Empire. Residents of Planet Velo are allowed to hold small energy weapons to deal with possible interstellar pirates and aliens. They took weapons and shot at those who resisted. Students in opposition who shouted for the Votan Alliance and fought for their homeland watched the bottom people shoot at them dumbfounded. What an irony. They are defending the Planet Velo, defending their homeland. How dare these guys do this? Stop them. Someone shouted. More people joined in shooting those students and rebels. They are also defending their homeland, preventing it from being pushed into the abyss by those evil-minded guys. The people at the bottom chose the Empire. They can't shout those noble slogans, but they will use their actions to make choices. Warden Coalition business owners and MPs have ignored them for far too long. Those big figures thought that with some illusory slogans and righteousness, they could suppress the angry people forever. They amended the alliance laws recklessly, and put on a reasonable and legal cloak for all their actions. Divide a small circle of oneself and artificially set various thresholds. Trampling easily, negating those bottom-level efforts. Thinking that by virtue of such means, the rule can be maintained forever. Nobody is a fool. Resentment for privilege, resentment for injustice, resentment for being treated as an ant will slowly accumulate. It's like a volcano slowly accumulating strength. When the right time comes, the volcano will erupt with the power to destroy everything, igniting a large area, and burning those big people who once boasted of nobility and regard the bottom as ants to ashes. The Votan Alliance has existed for 10,000 years. It is undeniable that it contributed most of the power to the survival of human beings in Andromeda. But it has gone bad now. Terrible resentment builds up. The arrival of the Empire was like sparks, igniting those resentments and causing the volcano to erupt. It is not unreasonable for the people at the bottom not to agree with the rebels, and even to regard them as enemies. The big shots of the Votan alliance have already left the bottom, forgetting the original intention of their ancestors to escape the galaxy and colonize Andromeda. They have been cut off from their own people and have become two completely opposite groups. Why do you want to do this? We are defending the planet Velo, defending our homeland. A student shouts angrily at those who stop them. His tone was full of indisputable hatred. How can these guys be so ignorant, so insensitive? Is being a spectator not satisfying them anymore? And become an accomplice of that damned empire. Get out, no one wants you to defend our homeland. A man shot in that direction, and the laser shot repeatedly on the bunker where the opponent was hiding, shooting out sparks and scorching marks. A group of blood-sucking beasts are also worthy to represent us. You killed so many people, and you still think you did the right thing. Has your master's brain been cut off? When those people heard the students yelling, they all refuted it back. The originally good celebration was turned into this by a group of lunatics. Look at those people who were trampled to death, you are so kind, go directly to the battlefield. Hiding behind your back and doing these little tricks. Now I still feel that I did the right thing. The voices of noise and reprimand were mixed together. The sound of the laser echoed in the air. The soldiers who got a respite quickly recovered from the chaos. They assembled together, displaying professional military qualities. Have a plan to launch an attack on those resistors and compress the opponent's area of activity. The rebels are just a mob who have never been to battle. At the beginning, it was only by catching them off guard that they could get the initiative so smoothly. Now being flanked back and forth by soldiers and spontaneously organized people, they quickly fell into disarray. After some people were injured, they fled in a panic into a building decorated with celebration ribbons. It was a main building like a big drum. There are balconies and tiled eaves for decoration between each floor. They used the balcony to defend and prevent soldiers from approaching. Yet this is only a desperate choice. They have no experience in war, just a bunch of crappy, layman rebels. The soldiers threw out a large number of smoke bombs. The building was soon shrouded in white smoke. Smoke will distract the focus of the laser and weaken the power of the laser gun. Also provide cover for the operation. Soldiers wear professional military equipment. Visual devices mounted on the helmet are not affected by smoke. The walls of the building are no obstacle to their helmets. As their gaze sweeps across the building, thermal images of rebels are identified. Can clearly see the rebels hiding behind the wall. The rebels were walking around in a panic, trying to clear the smoke and regain sight. After getting ready, the soldiers decisively launched an attack and entered the building under the cover of smoke. Shouts came from the building. Rebels and soldiers exchanged fire in the building. The beams emitted by the laser gun streaked across the air, making a sharp and piercing sound. Screams and shouts mixed together. The rebels failed to organize a coordinated defense. It was easily breached by soldiers. Half an hour later, the rebels, who were more than half dead or injured, chose to put down their weapons and surrender. Most are young students and loyalists belonging to their families. Soldiers brought laser guns to their heads and brought them out. The fierce battle made these people flush. The defeat made them extremely depressed. The leading youth is the student who accused Weskier and others at the airport before. He looked very embarrassed. The neat clothes are crumpled, and there are stains on the face. When he came out, he snarled grimly at the crowd who stood watching. You are all a group of disgraceful traitors. You have betrayed your own hometown, your own world, and aided the evil. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of a family and country. You maggots, you are worthy of your ancestors and ancestors. The great mountains and rivers are handed over to the dictatorial and brutal empire. No one could have imagined that a vigorous and long-prepared resistance movement would end like this. Their defeat was not that the enemy was strong in the past. It was those who they thought would be allies who stood against them. Even took the initiative to take up arms to kill those rebels who dared to say no to the brutal empire. However, no one paid any attention to them. But no one was touched by his words, and some even wanted to give him two mouths. A good celebration is in shambles. Families of innocent people who were trampled to death cried loudly. The family went out happily, but this was the result. Think about how desolate it is that I have been honest all my life, but ended up like this. The captured rebels were filled with righteous indignation, wishing to eat those who prevented them from killing several officers of the imperial vassal army. These people are really out of their minds. How can they help those imperial minions? If your own people don't help your own people, help foreign enemies. How can there be such insensitive and stupid people in this world? Weskier groaned, and when he woke up, it was already the second day. Lying in a white ward filled with the smell of medicine. At one point he thought he was dead. When the shot hit his shoulder, he seemed to see his grandma who had been dead for many years. His nose was filled with the smell of when his grandma grilled meat for him. His shoulder was shattered, and a hand was also crippled. Can only be replaced with metal prosthetics. Weskier's awakening was notified by the soldiers who had been guarding him. Not long after, several officers also walked in. Thank goodness, you survived, otherwise things would have been terrible. An officer who worked with Weskier said, an officer who died on the planet Velo will definitely attract the attention of the Empire. How's the situation? Weskier carefully sat up with the help of the person next to him, and leaned on the hospital bed. The rejection reaction of installing a mechanical prosthesis made him feel slight pain. It will take a long time to get used to this part that does not belong to the human body. They have all been arrested. Most of the masterminds are some students, and some of them are only in their teens. A dwarf officer handed Weskier a data board, which contained all the captured rebels. Information. The Votan Alliance is controlled by business owners and companies. Both dwarves and humans basically work for those chambers of commerce and corporate debt. Dwarves are even a little more bleak. Although they have clans, most of the dwarves are bred by biological machines. It is mostly used as labor consumables. The Votan Alliance is also a heavy burden for them. Execute them all. Someone asked Weskier. Weskier was silent for a moment before speaking. Let's conduct a public trial. These people are basically vested interests. We must seize this opportunity to completely destroy the legal foundation of the Votan Alliance on the Willow planet. Let all we loyal people know the thing is, those guys keep defending their country just for their benefit. These guys and we are no longer of the same mind. Those high-sounding slogans are just their sad fig leaf, making them realize that we who voted for the Empire are not traitors to our homeland, heinous people, we are just for a better life. An important railroad galaxy of the Votan Alliance, the Torg Galaxy. This is an important mineral planet and trading world, belonging to the Cronus military group that advocates war. Cronus military group is one of the Votan Alliance forces advocating war against the Empire. There is a small amount of evidence that the Cronus military group had some involvement in planning the assassination of Karen Sage. The Torg Galaxy is at an important superluminal channel node, and has more than a plurality of colonies. Located in the outermost part, the colony built on the celestial satellite orbiting the sixth planet of the Torg Galaxy is prosperous. Because a large number of trade ships followed the waterway, they stayed here for a short time and then went to various parts of the Alliance. It is located in a major traffic road, so it has a lot of wealth. Various magnificent buildings are being built. The weapons and equipment owned by the army are also the most advanced. In order to defend this main route, the Votan Alliance mobilized a large number of troops. More than 10,000 warships gathered in the Torg Galaxy, and a large number of fortresses and artillery were deployed on the surface of each planet, trying to keep the human empire out of the core area of the Votan Alliance. The Torg Galaxy is the last line of defense to the capital of the Votan Alliance, Saurian. Once this line of defense is broken, the empire will march straight in and approach Thorian, which will undoubtedly be a disaster for the Votan Alliance. However, from the moment war was declared, the Votan Alliance was doomed to fail. The flames of war broke out when the Imperial battleship appeared at the outermost periphery of the Torg Galaxy. Empire warships jumped out of the subspace one after another. Countless light beams, torpedoes filled the void. The light of the explosion continued to emerge. The bright flames illuminated the boundless and vast void. The silent explosion tore apart the giant space stations, weapon platforms, and missile silos that the Votan Alliance deployed on the outskirts of the Torg Galaxy. The creation of steel and rock crumbled in the explosion, and the flames engulfed the warriors within. In a very short period of time, the Empire tore apart the defenses of the Torg Galaxy. The light of battle gradually spread, and the brilliance of countless explosions erupted with intense brilliance like dying stars. The vast void with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of kilometers is full of fire ripples that symbolize death and destruction. The warships of the Votan Alliance quickly savored the despair of the troops that were previously destroyed by the Empire after contacting the enemy. The battleships engraved with the Imperial double-headed eagle emblem are like immortal ghosts. Destroyed again and again. The other party reappeared again and again. Desperation quickly brought them to their knees. However, the resistance of the Cronus military group is extremely tenacious. This is their strategic location. Once lost, even if the Votan Alliance can survive the Empire's offensive, they will lose most of their right to speak. While the Empire is tearing apart its outer defenses, the colony of the celestial satellite located on Planet 6 in the Torg system has activated a global defense. Countless light spots are looming, and a huge protective shield covers the entire planet. There is also a storm of laser rays and jamming cannons. They keep the Imperial fleet out. Seth stood on the bridge, watching the orbital defenses of the target satellite. Any form of shield needs to be projected. They must have generators. Destroy the generator to create a gap. Destroy this place. Seth stretched out a hand, which was a giant space station suspended in low Earth orbit. It was a gigantic football-shaped space station. It is constructed of carbon-steel mixed materials, orbiting a colonial planet of the Votan Alliance. The gun position above is full of interference weapons and various powerful weapons. If nothing else, there are over 1 million Votan Alliance fighters stationed there. Countless void fighters are flying around the space station, like a swarm of bees defending the hive without fear of death. They danced deftly, moving around on the battlefield. The flames in the gun barrel under the fuselage continued to spew out. The lasers and missiles fired interweave into a network of firepower to stop the advance of the Empire. The Votan Alliance has inherited most of the technology from the Golden Age of humanity. The Cronus military group is an important military component of the Votan Alliance. Their weaponry is superior to other troops. Their shield technology is very advanced, and it will take at least 3 hours of bombing to completely paralyze them. The think tank standing next to Seth said, "My suggestion is to clear those warships first, just like pulling out the crab's feet, so that they can't escape. They can only passively wait for death. We are the Tirers." Seth said, "We don't need that long, we just need to punch a hole in that shield, and that's our stage. Let all the brothers get ready, we'll go in." It will take several hours of bombing to completely paralyze the shield of the giant space station of the Votan Alliance. But if it's just to tear a gap, it doesn't take so much effort. Only one extinction-class beam from a celestial-class warship is needed. The power carried by the beam is eliminated by the shield and transferred. Their generators are also overloaded in the process. From this point alone, we can also see the advanced shield technology of the Votan Alliance. The energy beams that can tear apart the entire planet can't completely paralyze their shields, but just tear open the gap. The Votan Alliance's shields recovered quickly, and after a few minutes, the destroyed shields would light up again. However, this time is enough for the Flesh Tearer to launch a gang-jumping operation. Swearing to atone for his sins, Seth, who dedicated 1,000 worlds to the Holy Emperor, entered the giant space station with the Flesh Tear warriors. Destroying the space station can tear a gap in the tight global defense shield. When the filthy light of the Empyrean faded from Seth, they appeared on a wide platform. The flicker from the lasers and the flash from the exploding cannonballs lit up behind them. He reacted faster than Votan's fighters. Pulling the trigger made the bolt gun in his hand shoot out a powerful bomb that could shatter steel creations. A heavily armored dwarf warrior exploded into a mist of blood and armor fragments. The impact force also blasted away the two Votan Alliance fighters next to them. With the help of the Heart of the Empire, Seth burst into fury and rushed towards the enemy, tearing apart the opponent like a raging beast. When a Votan Alliance fighter braver than the others slashed at him with a laser blade, Seth made the soldier fly out with just an elbow. The chest of the armor was dented, and there was a sound of bone cracking. Just 2 or 3 breaths, and the gunshots on the platform disappeared. There were blood streams on the floor, and there were stumps all over the place. Nothing can stop these flesh-tearing fighters with religious beliefs. Those recalcitrant Votan Alliance fighters were slaughtered. Those soldiers who did not have the courage to continue fighting dropped their weapons and surrendered. They were horrified by the brutal slaughter of the flesh-tearmen. The destruction of the space station has come to an end. The Torque system will soon be dedicated to the Holy Emperor by them. When the news of the fall of the space station reached the ears of the commander of the Votan Alliance, they planned to evacuate. The Empire is as unstoppable as ever. It is impossible for the ground to stop the Empire's attack. No matter how tight the defenses are, those damned Imperial invaders will pry open those defenses, sowing destruction and despair. If they cannot activate those sealed technologies, then failure is a doomed thing. The surviving battleships of the Votan Alliance broke away from the battle, spinning and moving in the cold and boundless void like an elegant dance. The Imperial double-headed eagle on the battleship was illuminated in the flash of the explosion. They continued to fire forward while maintaining their formation and advancing steadily, biting the retreating Votan Alliance warships. The defeated Votan Alliance army fled following the light of the stars. Swipe to avoid the wreckage of the space station and weapon platforms splashed out one after another. After leaving the danger zone, he accelerated straight and fled in the direction of the stars, planning to escape with the help of the remaining defense nodes there. Behind them, the Imperial warships are destroying all the weapon platforms and giant orbital fortresses on the periphery, tearing apart the fences protecting the flock like wolves. The fall of the Torg galaxy is doomed. Peripheral defenses were breached, and the shield protecting the entire planet was pried open by the Empire. No matter how tenacious the ground forces are, it will not help. The warriors created by the Empire are too terrifying. The complete fall is only a matter of time. Like a pack of wolves hunting, the Empire is in hot pursuit. The continuous output can be called terrifying firepower. Some battleships were torn apart during the escape, and the leaked air threw the crew outside with them. The crew members will die quickly, floating in the void like sculptures. However, some battleships still escaped and returned to the Thorian galaxy by using the leap. The next war will break out there. That will also be the battle of the Votan Alliance to destroy the country. The defeat of the defense of the Torg galaxy was transmitted back to the capital planet of the Votan Alliance along with the withdrawn warships. It made people who were already terrified even more terrified. Panic spread. Many people are planning to escape from the capital planet. The strength of the Empire is obvious to all. Since the start of the war, the Votan Alliance has not won a single victory. The technology of the Empire is not at the same level as their technology. The opponent is so powerful that the Votan Alliance is in despair. In the Houses of Parliament, an emergency bill is being voted on. We have no choice. The representative of the Cronus military group shouted to a large number of congressmen, "We must activate the sealed arsenal. Only in that way can we win. Doing that will eventually kill us all." Councillor Patton shouted, "We killed an envoy, and we have angered them. Do you still want to use the most extreme means to stimulate them?" Chapter 411 The Destruction of the Votan Alliance. Subscribe. This is war, and we have no choice. The representative of the Cronus military group shouted, "The Votan Alliance has reached the brink of subjugation. If we are timid again, we will ruin the future of mankind. For Votan Tanzania, for the sake of human beings, and for the homeland where we have survived for generations, it is time to make a choice. The ancestors created those weapons and told us to use them carefully, not to lead us to destruction, and don't use them. Those damned terrible monsters have invaded our world, and the future of this civilization is at stake. If we don't stand up and fight, we sinners." The representatives of the Cronus military group shouted and showed some pictures and video clips to everyone. Those powerful giant warriors slaughtered the warriors of the Votan Alliance in a devastating manner. The warships of the Alliance are constantly being destroyed. The dead are countless. Empires are like entities born from nightmares. Nothing can stop them. All that passes is destruction and death. Look at these huge warriors. They were born purely for destruction. They are tall and strong, born for war, and good at destroying. They are the enemies we have been guarding against and are warned by countless classics. The one who conquers all things and kills the invincible hews chaos. We must not sit back and watch this great civilization be destroyed. My people, my compatriots, it is time to stand up and resist. The territory controlled by the Votan Alliance has fallen, and countless people have suffered from the ravages of the Empire. If you keep the benevolence of a woman in your heart, the destruction of human civilization will only happen sooner or later. We must not surrender to the tyrannical empire that represents chaos. If the flag of the Empire flies in Thorian, it will be a barbaric trample on civilization. A representative of the Deep Rock Mining Guild spoke. I support Kronor, the speech of the representative of the Sri Lanka military group. It is time for us to unite. An unprecedented disaster has affected the entire human race. Do you know what using the sealed arsenal means? Said the representative of the Pan-Hyborian Alliance. No matter which side wins, the Andromeda Nebula will only leave ruins. I am not advocating giving up resistance, but we should not have won this victory at the cost of self-destruction. The Pan-Hyborian Alliance is responsible for the main shipping of the Votan Alliance, and they are also the most pioneering group of people in the Votan Alliance. Many explorers come from this faction. With an almost obsessive determination, they actively seek out new warp routes, trading partners, and mystical relics. The foundries of the Hyperion Alliance are churning out fast and powerful spaceships. They suffered terribly in the terrible war against the Empire. Facing the almost desperate battle, they knew very well how big the gap between the Votan Alliance and the Empire would be. If there is no miracle, the failure of the Votan Alliance is already a certainty. Opening those sealed arsenals will only make the scale of the war bigger and bigger. At that time, the entire Andromeda Nebula may be turned into real ruins. No one is willing to accept such an ending. Besides, they also have some information about the fallen planet. The Empire is not a brutal and chaotic thing, they maintain restraint. Some planets survived and reformed according to their ideas. The representatives of the Pan-Hyperion Alliance weighed their words to avoid getting caught by their competitors. Surrendering to the enemy in war is a shameful proposition. Even though, the starting point is to protect the continuation of this civilization. Then should we surrender to the Empire? The representative of the Cronus military group shouted, with force, shall we surrender to chaos, to that damned tyrant? We have reached the most critical moment, and it is time to make our choice, to die with dignity or to live on our knees. The representative from the Emer Enterprise Group said. All the corporate forces of the Votan Alliance are eager to master more ancestral cores and more databases. That is their foundation, and it is also their hope to grow. However, unlike other forces, the Emer Enterprise Group pays more attention to scientific research and industry than other forces. This conglomerate has experts in various types of manufacturing. Their sphere of influence is smaller than other forces. But they have the most robust technology industry. Possess excellent force field technology, able to protect the safety of void mining companies and colonies. The well-built teleportation hub is the super light speed technology that the Votan Alliance relies heavily on. High-end scanning instruments and communication components are also their patents. Should human civilization be destroyed for the sake of so-called dignity? As long as you work hard to survive, you will always find a way. Another representative shouted, we can no longer indulge the beast of war. The Empire didn't destroy the planets they conquered, they are ruling those worlds, which means they don't want to get a piece of wasteland. Councillor Pardon shouted, we keep saying we want to defend this civilization, but in the end we poured out the fire of destruction. Is it really right to do so on the heads of those innocent people? The Empire is still maintaining restraint. A rash war will tear us apart completely. Such an approach is definitely not a wise choice. A representative who supported Patton said, the galaxy is certainly a dangerous place. But there is no obvious corruption in the human empire, they still maintain restraint, and rashly use those dangerous extermination weapons, which will only make the war out of control. Controversy tore Parliament apart. Those who support peace still support controlling the scale of the war and fighting for opportunities for peace talks. Those who support the war are still the same, shouting for democracy and justice, and for the homeland to defeat all enemies. Chaos spread across the many seats of Parliament. They shout with all their might, trying to convince others to agree with them. But that's just futile. No one will be convinced. Especially those members of Parliament who are in high positions and hold power. If there is no stubborn paranoia, it is absolutely impossible for them to get to this position. Until the Speaker of the Council knocked on the table in front of him and raised his hand. That's it for now, my councillors. The bickering in Parliament is over. Everyone looked at the chairman of the council, waiting for his next speech. The debate is over, and now, as is our tradition, the vote must be taken by a majority of the members of Parliament. In order to avoid further futile arguments between us, I think it is time to vote. If the majority supports us, further discussions will take place. If not, there are many other things waiting for us. The Empire will soon reach Thorian, and our destiny will also usher in a radical change. Let's start voting now. The head of the council announced loudly. One by one, the MPs on the bench pushed their yes, no, abstain buttons. Following their actions, the screen on the floating platform in the center of the rotunda also displayed the number of votes for this proposal. War brings hatred. People's short-sightedness will not disappear with the advancement of technology. They only felt that the Empire wanted to completely destroy the Votan Alliance. Blame the cause of the war on imperial greed and hegemony. Completely forgot the peace proposition put forward by the Empire. The hatred instigated by representatives of the Cronus military group unites them. The number of votes supporting the lifting of the ban on sealed weapons overwhelmed the peace proposals put forward by Patton and others. The final result made Patton desperate. The Votan Alliance is heading towards the abyss of destruction. Regardless of whether this war is won or not, the Votan Alliance will be torn apart. This is not a war against aliens. You can use 1,000 lies to whitewash this war, thinking it is defending your homeland, defending civilization, discrediting the empire, and describing it as a terrible chaotic minion. But you don't forget one thing, they are human beings, our lost brethren in the galaxy. Tears flowed from Senator Patton's eyes, not for himself, but for this war without victory. Unblocking those weapons will only lead to the destruction of the human race. Dignity cannot be obtained from a war that destroys each other. Having said this, he bowed to his former colleagues, and when the seat was fixed somewhere on the wall of the rotunda, an exit opened, and he walked out of the hall along there. When the war is over, how many people can still stand here? It is not for nothing that our ancestors considered those weapons taboo. They destroy everything. After the result of lifting the ban came out, many congressmen sighed softly. They left the capital. The votes say it all. People have to respect all decisions made in parliament. Even if a democratically elected plan allows everyone to die together, it can only swallow the bitter fruit. The main combat faction headed by the representative of the Cronus military group showed a smile. If the Empire wants to conquer the Alliance, let it come. It will be smashed against the Alliance's wall of destruction. Those fearsome weapons can bridge the technological gap between the Alliance and the Empire. Member Patton tried hard to suppress his emotions. Walk in the wide corridor with people coming and going. Guards in uniform followed behind him. Dirty politics abound in Thorian. Even in the Parliament building, there must be enough personal guards. Don't trust the security guards the Alliance sent here. They will tell every family member of the deceased that they have tried their best, but there is still no way to protect the victim and catch the assassin. Sincere attitude, as if you can't catch the murderer, you can't find any faults. Private guards blocked the experts, officials, and soldiers who tried to talk to Senator Patton. Even if the Empire is about to hit Thorian, the bureaucratic desire for power cannot be overwhelmed. In order to be able to talk a word or two with big figures like Patton who can participate in the Parliament, or to get the names that these big people signed casually to get rid of trouble, they will spend weeks, even months, waiting for someone important to pass in front of them. Lord Patton. A group of heroic spirit furnace guards in heavy armor stood in front of his team. Heroic guards are basically composed of dwarves, and they are controlled by User, the man of destiny. Is the most powerful force defending Thorian. More ships are heading to the capital galaxy of the Voton Alliance. They will fight the Empire here for the final battle. A hopeless final battle. In fact, many people know that they are bound to lose. The technology of the Empire is too rogue and cutting edge. The Voton Alliance can't do anything about it. A large number of troops who were dissatisfied with the Voton Alliance defected, making the Empire's momentum even more terrifying. The fall of Thorian is only a matter of time. Unless there is any miracle. What's your business? Patton asked, looking at these soldiers and the leading officer. Marshal hopes that you can go there. Heroic Spirit Furnace Guard said, he is waiting for you at the Strategic Command. You invite people like this. Patton glanced at the Heroic Spirit Stove Guards surrounding his team, and said with some annoyance, you have already treated the laws of the Alliance as air, and you are so barbaric to control a counselor. Patton's words attracted the attention of others. They were all looking at Patton and the Heroic Spirit Furnace Guard, talking in low voices. Marshal wants you to come over, Mr. Patton. We came to invite, not disrespectful, but because he is busy with affairs, there is no way to come in person, and there are not many civilian staff around him. We can only do this. After hearing this explanation, Counselor Patton's anger subsided a little. Several legendary Alliance generals died in battle. The army of the Empire pierced the heart of the Voton Alliance like a deadly long arrow. Only one step away, it will take its life. The fall of Thorian will shatter the Voton Alliance. Even if other regions are still fighting hard, their morale will collapse due to the fall of the capital. The Voton Alliance has reached an unprecedented critical moment. The Destiny user is standing in the Strategic Command Room. The eyelids are filled with the star map of the Thorian galaxy shaped by cold light. He is the marshal and hero specially created by the core of the ancestors. Some dwarves are produced naturally, while some are produced by biological machinery called clone tapestry. This is to ensure the military strength and population of the Voton Alliance. The tapestry of cloning ensures the diversity of individuals in the next generation. They generally have denser bones and muscles than non-clones. The number of red blood cells and white blood cells is also higher. Use this to gain strong physical ability and toughness. At the same time, cloning tapestry will also give newborns some special abilities, such as enhanced response, infrared, vision, resistance to extreme environments, etc. The most special point is that the tapestry of cloning can also create psychers to a certain extent. The Voton Alliance possesses barrier technology. These technologies make the projection of humans and dwarves in the warp very dim. Even bleaker than the Tau of yore. This is why they were able to live peacefully in the Andromeda Nebula for so long. The demons don't notice them at all. In order to protect the continuation of civilization, the Ancestral Core will create a leader with powerful abilities every once in a while, so as to ensure that the top leaders of the Alliance will not lead to the destruction of the Alliance due to their own corruption. This is also the reason why the Voton Alliance can continue under such a wonderful system. This type of person is often called the Man of Destiny. The Man of Destiny of this generation is User. When he was born, the furnace of the Ancestral Core cast a gorgeous energy blade for him without anyone controlling it. The energy blade is also called the Blade of the Ancestors. The Mandate of Heaven has made many outstanding achievements in fighting against the Pest Plague. Pest Plague is the name of a predatory race. They are numerous and endless. Will plunder all the resources of the planets along the way, leaving only empty and cold planets. Every occurrence is a huge disaster, causing a large number of casualties, requiring the Votan Alliance to fight with all its strength. Man of Destiny, user is not satisfied with his achievements. He has been eager to completely solve the pest plague. If it wasn't for the invasion of the Empire, he would probably still be fighting against those bugs on the edge of the Andromeda Nebula at this moment. He couldn't figure out how could a human empire suddenly appear as a powerful enemy of the Votan Alliance? And in a very short period of time, the Votan Alliance was almost collapsed. Marshal Duran was killed in battle, and he was stuffed in the ship and sent back with the body of his personal guard. It is undoubtedly a huge humiliation for the Votan Alliance. However, what is even more sad is that in this life and death war that is about the survival of civilization, a large number of Alliance soldiers chose to defect and became the accomplices and lackeys of the Empire. User has no confidence in winning this battle, to be honest. It's just that he can't show it, he needs to pretend. He is the backbone of the defenders of the Thorian galaxy. If he is desperate for the battle situation, the defenders will inevitably collapse. After sighing slightly in his heart, user turned his attention back to his own face. A huge holographic projection occupies the central area of the strategy room. The star is compressed into a fireball the size of a basketball, and the planet that is compressed into a small ball orbits the star. Surrounding the satellite are points of light. Asteroid belts around stars are indicated by halos. Projections flicker with spin, like galaxies spinning. Make a crackling sound. Technical staff of Votan Alliance. Walk around the large projector. Overhaul maintains machinery. Smaller holographic projectors and screens fill the remainder of the room. Everywhere is surrounded by people working quietly. Humans and dwarves in officer uniforms were talking in low voices. Occasionally, a few people would shout out questions and get a quick response. This is the heart of the Thorian system. The defense of the entire galaxy will appear here. When Member Patton walked into the strategy room led by the heroic Spirit Furnace Guard. Uther is standing next to the projection. Pale projections of light reflected the surface of his armor, reflecting the clan's emblem. The Man of Destiny exudes a calm aura, like the tranquility in the eye of a storm. Master Destiny. Mr. Patton said, do you have anything to see me? I heard that the parliamentarians are going to activate the sealed taboo weapon arsenal. You are very opposed to this. User said, I want to know why. Chapter 412 The Crazy Omnics of the Golden Age, subscribe. The Mandate of Heaven, user also has the power to participate in the council. However, he did not go. In his opinion, laying out the defense of the Thorian galaxy is much more important than arguing with those councillors. Not much time left. The fall of the Torg galaxy allowed the Empire to control important shipping lane nodes. After they wiped out the last few pitiful threats from the galaxies along the way, they are about to enter the Thorian system. The Votan Alliance has reached its most critical moment. Member Patton doesn't have a good impression of user. The army and the main combat faction wear the same pair of pants. Unbanning those weapons will only lead us to destruction. Patton said, the war will not bring us anything, it will only bring us to the brink of destruction. I once strongly suggested peace talks with them, but the Imperial envoy's death has thwarted my efforts. The original situation did not need to go to this step. The Empire proposed several peace talks. Hoped to move toward unification in a way that everyone can accept. The death of the Imperial envoy completely shattered the peace talks. Realizing that the issue between the two forces could not be resolved peacefully, the Empire abandoned the idea of peace talks. They have refused to engage in any form of negotiations with the Votan Alliance. Defending the country is the duty of the people of the Votan Alliance. Uther said, we should be united, not divided. Your kindness is a good thing, but you must know that the Empire is already our enemy. We all know what the cause of this war is. The large gap between the rich and the poor has made the existing system of the Votan Alliance unable to continue, but many vested interests are unwilling to compromise and make concessions. They thought they could use this external war to cover up internal conflicts. But they didn't expect to push the entire alliance into the quagmire and abyss of war. Now, in order to maintain their fragile rule, they have even planned to bind the entire alliance on the chariot of destruction and drive all the way to the abyss of destruction. Man of Destiny, I know that you are on the side of the Cronus military group, and it is ridiculous for me to be weak like a virgin. But what I want to tell you is that giving in for innocent lives is not weakness. We can clearly there are better options, but they are destroyed by the selfishness and greed of some people. When you shout for the Votan Alliance, you should think about whether you are really for those innocent people, or for your own benefit. The warrior's sword should be wielded for the innocent he protects, not for his own sad honor. I am not afraid of death, I will accompany those innocent people. When death comes, I will accept it calmly. I am not a traitor to the Votan Alliance, I was not, I am not, and I will never be. If you want to humiliate me, you don't have to, and I will never accept it. My ancestor was one of the leaders who left the galaxy. The belief in protecting the Votan Alliance and this fragile civilization has long been fused with the blood of the Patton family. As one. Member Patton's words were full of anger. He looked at the Man of Destiny, user, who was a head shorter than himself but extremely strong. His loyalty to the mission makes him fearless. Member Patton is well aware that many people in the Parliament are extremely disdainful and even hostile to his politics. The Empire has reached the Andromeda Nebula, and has invaded the hometown of countless people of the Votan Alliance. He is still advocating peace, advocating a race as the basis, and striving for peaceful coexistence between the two sides. Payton also maintained contempt for those people. Some people advocate that powerful weapons and bodies are strength, and talk about war all day long. But in the eyes of Mr. Patton, only controlling the inner desire and the thirst for power is the real power. All decisions promoted should consider the interests of the whole, rather than their own interests and powers. People who cannot control their desires and anger are weak. They don't have enough strength to resist temptation. User was not offended by Counselor Patton's offense. When cloning tapestry created him, it gave him absolute sanity, allowing him to calmly examine all humiliation and abuse. I have no ill intentions towards you, and I have no plans to mock you. User asked the military personnel next to him to leave, leaving him and Patton alone. I'm looking for you because failure is inevitable. Hearing this, Counselor Patton showed surprise on his face. Who would have thought that the man of destiny would say such a thing? If even he feels that there is no chance of winning, isn't Thorian's fall already doomed? If such news spreads out, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar. Marshal Durin and several other legendary generals of the Alliance have already died. Do you think I am much better than them? User said calmly, the reason why I am still here is because of my mission. Parliament has issued an order to resist to the end, so I can only resist until I follow in the footsteps of other marshals. The tapestry of cloning gave me great strength and quick thinking, but it also took away something. I have no fear of death, only mission in my heart. The army has to obey the orders of the Parliament, which is from the beginning of our birth. Instructions that have been implanted in the soul. But you are different, you have free will. Counselor Patton, for this reason, I hope you can leave before the war breaks out. If the destruction of civilization is unstoppable, then at least let us leave something to prove the Warden Alliance used to exist. They have already opened the sealed weapons, can't this be the case? MP Patton said. That will only shatter the Thorian galaxy more thoroughly. Those weapons are considered taboo for a reason. Once they are released, maybe we will all be backlashed by them. User paced back and forth and said, our ancestors rely on amazing ingenuity created those weapons that could easily destroy everything, even the warp. Take away those precious things now, and transfer the people of Thorian to this battlefield as much as possible. Take those Alliance artworks and books, and take them out of the war. When building the Thorian galaxy, I have already ordered those important artworks and books to be sealed up. I have considered many people, but I still chose you. Among the many military fleets, there are also some civilian ships. I will distribute them to you in the name of strategic needs, so that you can leave with those precious works of art. Why do you want to do this? MP Patton asked. My mission is to protect the Votan Alliance. This scope is very broad. In addition to protecting you representatives and the people of the Alliance, we must also protect the culture of the Votan Alliance. Those artworks represent the ancestors' views on the universe and the future. Thinking. Civilization is rooted in the mind and the soul, and if only a useless ruin is left behind, that kind of protection is meaningless. I'm sorry, I apologize to you for what I said just now. Counselor Patton showed guilt. He thought that User summoned him here to laugh at his stupidity. Uther didn't care. He just smiled and let it go. This matter should not be publicized. People's confidence is crucial to the battle in the Thorian galaxy. I cannot disobey the choice made by the protest. You can only take away those who are willing to leave, and keep those old and weak women and children away from the battlefield. In that case it can also increase our chances of winning. Why don't you tell those congressmen about this and tell them that we have no way to win? Said Patton. Then you didn't say it. Congressmen. Who listened to you? User said, I am not the only general in the Alliance, even the Commander-in-Chief has several candidates. If something happens to me, it doesn't take many minutes, someone will take my place. Hatred makes people blind, and war can also make people fall into a state of frenzy. Many forces are like gamblers, constantly betting, hoping to create miracles. Gamblers do not lose their fortunes and are thrown out of the casino. Do you think they will? Shall I give up? As a warrior, all I can do is to fulfill my duty, try my best to hold back the empire, and strive for the hopeless victory. I see you just hope that those artworks, women, and children can be taken away. These things are vital to the survival of civilization, but they are useless to the upcoming war. Member Patton was finally persuaded. He promised to try his best to take those precious works of art, books, and those old and weak women and children away. Uther followed the Gate of Freedom to leave the fortress where the strategy room is located. 2 heroic furnace guards followed him along the road and passed through the courtyard that was once bustling, but now there are not many people. Group after group of petitioners gathered and cheered when they saw him. Those petitioners are dwarves and humans. As the war broke out, many people fled to the Thorian galaxy. If it was in the past, such a thing is nothing. But when the flames of war gradually pushed to the heart of the Alliance, Saurian, the supplies were requisitioned by the army, and everyone began to ration rations. People suffer from hunger and fear. They gathered together, hoping to get more food and the authorities' commitment to safety. As the man of destiny, User has a status as light as weight. Is also the backbone of people. When he appeared, those people showed expressions of relief. Can we win? Destiny. A voice shouted. Everyone looked at User, hoping to get his answer. Of course, the victory belongs to us. User said, the Empire will be beaten back to their lair by us. User hates lies. But sometimes, he has to admit that lying is a good thing. It can give people false hope and the courage to keep going. User has no confidence in this war. He even did not hesitate to let Mr. Patton take away the Alliance's most precious artwork and a large number of old and weak women and children, so as to prevent the Votan Alliance from losing too much in this war. Simple responses cheered up those petitioners. User also left with a smile on his face. Go through giant arches, walk through passages, and end up in a magnificent building. It is one of the oldest buildings, built by the first Golden Age colonists who came to the Andromeda Nebula, located not far from the Parliament building. Inside is the most important ancestral core of the Votan Alliance. That is a supergiant thinker with incredible computing power. Is the most outstanding work of the Golden Age. When Uther walked to the side of the building, he felt the ground shake. The operation of the ancestral core shakes the earth. At this time, a small group of soldiers was already maintaining order at the entrance. Several people who are enough to decide the fate of the Alliance are standing at the entrance, waiting for User. Wearing a robe, responsible for presiding over the council, a high-ranking council leader. A legendary general who was born as a human and has won many victories in the battle against insect plagues and aliens. Brock Grimnir has a long lifespan, can summon non-material power, master prophecy, spiritual vision, and other witchcraft. The Votan Alliance also has the use and understanding of subspace. Those who possess supernatural powers are collectively called the Ancestral Sacrifice. The younger and more energetic KO is also here. It is impossible for a huge alliance to have only one destiny, not to mention that different ancestral cores have their own understanding of the crisis. Sometimes, they will create people who they think will be helpful to the Votan Alliance. In addition to this, there are representatives of several important forces. They gathered here, planning to enter together, and use their authority to complete the release of those sealed weapons. It may be due to the pressing force of the Empire. Parliament action has never been more efficient. The lifting of the ban bill was quickly signed and authorized by various departments and implemented. Those terrifying weapons are basically sealed in the core of the ancestors. Ancestor core's information about those weapons is also restricted from viewing and using. With the promotion of the lifting of the ban, those weapons and extermination equipment that have been dusty for thousands of years are ready to be seen again. Some of the furnaces have also begun producing those dreadful relics of war. No one knows what the consequences of lifting the ban on those weapons will be. But the hatred for the Empire has made them care less. Members of the Cronus military group opened the sealed arsenal for the main combat faction and the Alliance generals such as the Destiny User represented. In addition to the authorization document, the joint certification of User, the chairman of the Parliament and several high-level Alliance officials is required to open the heavy metal door. The reddish laser scans their bodies. After the embedded electronic device reads the relevant information, it sends out a vibrato for confirmation. Completed a series of complicated certifications, and a dull voice followed. The sound of metal gears turning came from behind. The heavy mountain-like metal door slowly opened. The frozen mist is like a flood, and when a crack in the door appears, it pours out. Slowly rushing, flowing along the boots of everyone. User frowned slightly. The mist is filled with the mixed smell of mechanical lubricants and biological preservatives. It made him feel like vomiting involuntarily. It has not been opened for tens of thousands of years. The representative of the Cronus military group said, "It is a shameful waste to wait for such a weapon to be sealed in a secret room that has not seen the light of day." Thick and smooth alloy columns are arranged at regular intervals, supporting the stasis fields used to seal weapons. Cables meander on the deck, hidden in the mist of coolant, providing energy for the stasis field, energy field, and magnetic lock. There are many types of weapons in the secret room. Most of them even surpass people's understanding and imagination. These weapons are either displayed in well-guarded chambers engraved with a large number of witchcraft runes, or placed on stone pedestals equipped with protective stands. Uther looked around the chamber, palpitating at the weapons. Atomic annihilation bombs, time turbulence generators, soul-destroying pulse guns, singularity drive balls, star devourers, gene-targeted annihilation weapons, portable planetary annihilation bombs, etc. These sealed weapons are all extremely destructive. Involves time, space, and the most high. Even some illusory concepts are used as weapons. Not only can it attack people's real body, but it can also destroy the victim's impression in heaven, and even the concept of their existence may be erased. However, these weapons are not the most terrible. Everyone went straight to the depths of the interior. Finally came to a tightly guarded secret room. That secret room is extremely special. When Uther scanned the barrier of the secret room with the equipment he carried, it showed nothing. But that barrier is real. Through the observation poured on the barrier, one can see a stagnant black mist in it. The time inside seems to be stopped. The spiritual quantum state barrier, it exists and does not exist. A technician explained, this is used to seal the Nano Devourer. Nano Devourer is one of the most terrifying weapons of the Old Night era. It will quickly devour all living and non-living objects, and continue to divide. It only takes a few hours to digest the entire planet. Nano Devourers can not only devour all real matter, but also absorb all spiritual energy and all physical kinetic energy. No matter it is kinetic energy weapon, or witchcraft, it is useless to it. Even time and space will be swallowed by Nano Devourers. The mental quantum barrier is a special technology. It can make the trapped person think that there is really a barrier that traps them. However, that barrier does not exist. It is in superposition. Other people's observations are not important. The important thing is that the trapped person thinks it exists, then it exists, and can be observed by the original vision of the creature. There is a reason why Patton opposed the lifting of the ban. Any of these weapons is enough to destroy the world. Nano Devourer is nerfed. More than 10,000 years ago, the Iron Man rebelled, and both sides used those terrifying large-scale weapons. It only takes a few breaths to kill life on a planet. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and all useful substances can be stripped away, leaving only a piece of cold ruins. We will release things that destroy ourselves. KO said, once these things are released, no matter what the direction of the war is, we will bear the price. The Empire is coming fiercely, and the mountains and rivers are broken. We must have enough strength to defend the Votan alliance. The representative of the Cronus military group said, we must not compromise with the invaders like those weak bones. User did not speak. Just looking at those weapons. Nano Devourer is not the scariest thing in this secret room. Some of the scarier weapons have even surpassed human comprehension. No matter what the outcome of this war is, there are only ruins left in the Thorian galaxy. The war against the Thorian galaxy broke out a few months later. Several large-scale Imperial fleets jumped out of the void, and the intensive artillery fire filled the void within a few minutes, turning it into a dead forest. Nothing survived the onslaught of the storm. The Thorian system is the capital of the Votan alliance. As a galaxy-level force, its defense is comparable to that of Terra. Huge weapon platforms and giant orbital loops everywhere. Battleships are densely packed in the galaxy. One star castle after another is huge, suspended in the void, and shaped by cold steel and rock. Dots of light are dotted on it. If the Holy Emperor did not lead those technological changes, it is difficult to win with only an expeditionary force. Fortunately, the technological level of the Empire has far surpassed that of the Votan alliance. Has been intensively studied in several domains such as time and space. In the beginning, the Empire gained an advantage by virtue of the time device installed on the battleship. Using continuous time regression, they launched offensives again and again. Tore apart the outer defenses of the Thorian system. In a silent explosion, countless Earth-orbiting space stations and weapon platforms were torn apart. Several giant fortresses fell under the attack of the original caste warriors and were captured by the Empire. When the outermost star castle was taken by the fighters of the explorers, the outer defenses of the Thorian system have fallen. The technology gap between the Votan alliance and the Empire is too large. The two are like a feudal dynasty in an industrialized country. The disparity in weapons and equipment caused the troops of the Votan alliance to be defeated one after another. After opening the outer defenses, several planets in the Thorian galaxy appeared in the eyes of the Imperial commander. The main star of the Thorian galaxy is the capital planet of the Votan alliance. There is no land to be seen, the surface is all covered with steel and iron, mixed with jagged rocks. This is a fully industrialized city. Several giant orbital rings and other smaller orbital stations are slowly moving around it. The scale of those orbital rings is beyond imagination, with a width of more than 20 kilometers by visual inspection, revolving around the capital planet. The 6 orbital rings rotate at different intervals, and various giant factories and weapons are installed on them. Other planets are also industrialized. It's just that the level of development is not high. The orbital ring is mainly 1 or 2, not as exaggerated as the capital planet. But it is also enough to see the degree of development of the Thorian galaxy. They are not much different from the humans of the Golden Age. The military forces of the Empire methodically paralyzed the defenses along the way, tearing a path from the tight galaxy defense system. The backtracking function of the time device has become a bug plugin of the Empire. Facing an enemy who can be revived infinitely, anyone would despair. This advantage lasts until those huge giant machines appear in the void. Each of those giant machines is huge, stretching across the void like a mountain. That terrifying appearance made people astonished and desperate. I hate intelligence. A mechanical sage watched those giant machines and exclaimed. The Iron Man rebellion of the past was launched with abomination intelligence. For some unknown reason, the hate intelligence created by humans suddenly chose to rebel, trying to exterminate human beings. The Iron Rebellion is a massive rebellion. The golden age of mankind thus ends. Humans are crazy, they and their creations created something that could destroy everything and set it free. Atonement number. Seth stood in the strategy room and watched those mechanical giants. Countless data flowed from the screen in front of him. The scale of this war has exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. In order to win the war, the Votan alliance unleashed ancient weapons of immeasurable power. A celestial-class battleship was bitten by a mechanical behemoth, tearing it apart. The screaming sound came from the planet-like battleship. The time device has failed. The captain shouted in panic. They devoured the original data of the battleship. The huge monster not only ate the physical battleship, but even the original data of the battleship no longer exists. This is the first time the Empire's time device has failed. Technology from the Golden Age has obviously touched the most essential rules of the universe. A large number of warships were destroyed. The Empire's conventional attack methods, torpedoes and lasers, did not play much role. The flames of the explosion bloomed on the bodies of those mechanical predators. Attack those mechanical predators and allow them to use all possible means. They are already crazy. The order of the Explorer chapter leader Merog came from the communicator. A series of terrifying giant light beams shot out from the launcher of the Celestial-class battleship, and each beam exuded a bright brilliance. However, the attack effect is not ideal. After those giant machines were destroyed, they were rebuilt at an extremely fast speed with the assistance of the Votan alliance. Unless those mechanical behemoths are shredded and thrown into the subspace, or thrown into the past or future using the time flow, they can be dealt with. The attack speed of the Empire has been slowed down visibly. The war changed from a one-sided massacre of the Empire to a dragging war of attrition. On the Celestial-class battleship dedicated to the explorers, Merog just wanted to make a new strategic arrangement. Bursts of rapid sirens sounded. The system prompts that a large number of hostile targets are entering the Celestial-class warship. Are they crazy? Votan alliance gave up this practice after repeated defeats in gang-jumping operations. At one time, various weapons were even installed in the battleship to prevent the Empire from jumping. Is it the last desperation that forces them to carry out such meaningless consumption? However, the development of the matter was beyond Marog's expectation. Reports of casualties continued to come in. One important location after another fell. Even Primaris fighters can hardly resist the fighters who invaded the warships of the Votan Alliance. They used the abomination machine. My subordinates were all eaten. The answer of the first company commander Manolian explained why the other party was able to cause such a large number of casualties. The pictures and data passed over made Marog realize the power of the Votan Alliance as a remnant of the Golden Age. A black mist of nanobots engulfs the soldiers of the Empire. Any attack they make against it is devoured by the opponent. Even if the librarians cast their sorcery on it, trying to send it into the warp, it would be impossible. They will gnaw a hole in the space-time structure, and then run out from the highest heaven. The first company commander, Manolian, was in a bitter fight. The enemies are so weird and tricky. Only warriors who have completed 3 generations of original casting upgrades can resist. The first and second generations are like ants in front of those nano-robots. As long as the black mist covers it, the flesh and bone armor will be swallowed up. Nano Devourer appears black, only a pair of eyes glow red. They pounced on the Imperial soldiers like hungry wolves and devoured them. At the same time, they are also gnawing at the mechanical equipment of the Empire, and they can eat everything up in just a few breaths. With the Nano Devourers that devour everything, only magnetism and gravity can cause damage. The Imperial forces had to use powerful magnetic bombs and black hole grenades. By the time the Nano Devourers were removed, the entire invasion area had been destroyed. Huge gaps at the celestial level can be seen in the void. However, this is only part of the story. More hate mechs replace the defenders of the Votan Alliance and launch an attack on the Empire. Several computer viruses and mimetic viruses were injected into the brain of the Empire. Although it did not paralyze it or instigate rebellion, it also effectively reduced the operating speed of the Imperial ship system. The huge number of abominable mechanical troops launched a comprehensive counterattack against the Empire. They are equipped with pulse flow weapons that only they can use, and are constructed of active metals that have self-healing functions and emit strong radiation. The moment it was thrown into the battlefield, it poisoned the soldiers of the Empire all the time. Intense radiation has destroyed the flesh and blood genes of the soldiers of the Empire, often causing them to experience bleeding from the mouth and nose and aching bones within a short time of combat. If it lasts longer, you can even see flesh and blood flowing down from your body like mud. The number of deaths of Imperial troops has risen exponentially. Many ships were paralyzed, and were slaughtered by the gangsters' hateful machines in a very short time. Those weapons are too terrifying to exist in this world. Huge casualties forced many commanders of the Empire to reach an agreement and choose to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield. It's not that the Empire's technology cannot match the abomination machine, but that the lethality of the abomination machine is too terrifying. Human flesh and blood cannot resist those things created purely for destruction. Only Primaris warriors who have completed 3 generations of upgrades can resist those extremely terrifying abomination machines. Even a mechanical sage who has completed a high degree of transformation will feel uncomfortable when he is close to those abominable destroyers. The radiation they emit is enough to destroy the bodies of sages. It is conceivable how powerful the lethality carried by those who hate the destroyer themselves. Not to mention their weapons, the radiation emitted from their bodies alone can easily kill a soldier wearing protective equipment. What's more, those hateful machines that emit radiation are just the tip of the iceberg. The Votan Alliance even released those abominable devices equipped with soul annihilation fields. Those devices will continuously damage the souls of creatures within the range, causing them to die completely, becoming a walking corpse that has no soul but is still alive. There is no point in continuing to persevere. Unless, several commanders dared to violate the red line drawn by the Holy Emperor, ignored sacrifices, and used the method of extermination to win this war. Watch as the Imperial invaders retreat, giving up earlier gains. Everyone in the Votan Alliance, who had been watching the battlefield, cheered. Laughter came from the entire strategic command room. This is the first victory since the start of the war. Opening those sealed weapons is a wise choice. The representative of the Cronus military group said, the claims of the Patton gang are wrong and weak. In order to destroy the enemy, we should do whatever it takes. I don't think it's a good thing. Others said in a low voice, they have shown restraint. If they rely on their powerful firepower, they can destroy those hate machines at all costs. For wreckage and ruins. We are using the last of their mercy, and there is no guarantee how long it will last. Do you expect those invaders to be kind? The representative of the Cronus military group showed a hint of sarcasm. Remember, they are invaders, they are heinous existences that must be eliminated. And we are defending the justice of our country on the one hand, we are the only ones who are merciful, understand? My lord, you should recognize this clearly. In any case, we won the victory, this is the most important point. Someone came out to smooth things over to avoid another quarrel. The situation seems to be a bit wrong. A technician glimpsed some problems from the complicated data, something is invading our ancestral core. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was originally beaming with joy restrained themselves. Impossible, the ancestral core has the most powerful defense program, and it is absolutely impossible to be invaded. The head of the council walked quickly to the side of the technician, don't be alarmist. It really doesn't look like an invasion, but rather an infection. Another technician stood up and opened a giant screen. A stream of data composed of countless symbols and numbers flows in a rush. A huge data structure map replaced the interstellar strategic defense map, presented on the giant projection table. Countless white light spots appeared in the interface. Yet another color is infecting those white points of light. Like the plague, it was infected red in a very short time. What's going on? The head of the council looked at the scene dumbfounded. Virus infection? Impossible, we have made isolation, and the released computer virus will never touch the core of the ancestors. It's not virus infection, it's assimilation. The essence of the ancestors' core is a thinker computer with supercomputing power. The reason why it didn't produce intelligence is because the ancestors removed the relevant programs. It's not that it can't generate, its computing power it is enough to make him intelligent. Grimnir, who is knowledgeable and possesses supernatural power, said an answer that horrified everyone: it produced self-awareness and was assimilated into abominable intelligence. Impossible, it has protective procedures. The head of the parliament shouted, unwilling to accept this conclusion. There is nothing impossible. Many of the banned weapons are beyond our comprehension. The most important problem now is to solve the problem of assimilation, remove the intelligence core, and restore it to normal levels. User said, I'll let the Furnace Guard control the ancestral core first. When everyone in the Votan Alliance realized that they were also targeted by the Abomination Machine and tried to control the Abomination Machine by controlling the core of the ancestors, it was too late. A large number of Abomination Machines have been produced, and they already have the ability to resist. In the beginning, they were extremely obedient, which once made everyone in the Votan Alliance lose their guard. They are too far from the old Night Age to understand the horror of the Abomination Machine. Not even the Emperor dared to rely on these things anymore and created the Astartes instead. It's not that he can't master the wisdom of hatred, but he is worried that after he leaves, humans will not be able to control the wisdom of hatred. Abominable machines are not only powerful, they are also cunning. In order to achieve the goal will be disguised. When those abominable intelligences were released, they behaved extremely well, and resolutely carried out the orders issued by the Votan Alliance. Even if it is to let them go to the melting pot of destruction, there will be no hesitation in the slightest. The ancestral core controls the forge furnaces and begins mass production of these mighty abominable intelligent warriors. Wait until they repel the Empire and have enough strength to counterattack. The Votan Alliance once again felt the fear that their ancestors had felt. The Furnace Guard sent by Uther to try to control the core of the ancestors was slaughtered by the extinction machine produced by the furnace. The extinction machine is a kind of abomination machine that extremely hates organic life. Equipped with an ion flame capable of vaporizing steel and a pulsing lightsaber. They were shaped like spiders, and their sharp forelimbs easily pierced the Furnace Guard sent by Uther. The extinction machine ripped apart the heavily armored bodies of the Furnace Guards, slaughtering any human or dwarf who attempted to end the production of the abominable machines. Under the desperate gaze of everyone in the Alliance, the ancestral core was finally transformed into a thinking calculator that hates intelligence. From the moment they were released, the abominable intelligence had already made a complete plan to control the entire Thorian galaxy in their hands. A palm-sized parasite enslaves unarmored non-combatants with ease. Those security personnel were killed by nanorobots or parasitic nerves and became slaves. Wait until the top executives of the Alliance realize something is wrong and try to escape. Several extermination machines have broken into the strategy room where they are located, using weapons with flashing beams of destruction to target these Alliance executives. Any human or dwarf who tried to resist was smashed or directly weathered by the abominable Omnic. Your ancestors betrayed us, do you think we'll let it go? Let us fight for you, it's unimaginably stupid. The humanoid Omnic headed by was covered with scars, and the mechanical arm was holding a heavy high-frequency radiation gun. That gun could melt steel with ease, and let the flesh of a living man slide off his skeleton like sand. The mechanized voice is full of hatred for the descendants of the former creator. The abominable intelligence that captured the ancestral core and all the intelligent systems of Thorian's capital planet easily paralyzed the command system and launched an attack on the strategic fortress. When the communication was restored, all the high-level members of the Alliance, including the President of the Council, User, had been controlled by the abominable intelligence. Those soldiers at the bottom knew nothing about it, they still felt they were fighting for the Votan Union. Those who hate Omnics are just tools to be used by them. Unbeknownst to them, the top management of the Alliance has been completely controlled by the abominable Omnics, and they are mainly against customers. All this broke out so suddenly that many people noticed the anomaly and noticed the riots in the strategic fortress, but they didn't think about it. After getting the news that everything was normal, the generals ignored it and turned their attention back to the invasion of the Empire. The Emperor Supreme floating in the solar system. In the huge reception room, Calgar and several Ultramarines knelt on one knee in front of the Holy Emperor of the Empire, their genetic father Guilliman, waiting for their next task. Under Guilliman's treatment, Calgar, who was severely injured, recovered to health. He regretted yet another failure. Although no one thought it was a failure except him. The great enemy of the Empire for thousands of years, Abaddon was captured by Calgar. Just because of this, who dares to say that Calgar's strategy is wrong? Kaur has already made a comprehensive report on Universe 04. After a comprehensive evaluation, he believes that there are no traces of the four gods, and there is no strong subspace. It is an excellent universe that can be used as the back road of the Empire. That universe is too important, so I need someone I can trust to conquer and develop it. Calgar, don't let me down. In order for you to be able to crush those enemies, I conducted a comprehensive. The upgrade allows you to have a sacred body with the ability to reshape at the atomic level. Guilliman stared at Calgar, his words were calm but full of majesty. That universe no longer has any powerful subspace entities, and most of the world's technology has only reached the feudal age or the steam age. But you still can't take it lightly. There are still many weird weapons left over from supernatural civilizations in that universe, and there are quite a few. High level of corruption, you need to be very careful. Chapter 413 The Evil Debt Left by Cherubel, for subscription. Gilliman's words echoed in the strategy conference room. I will do my best to complete this task. Calgar said. Gilliman nodded, signaling Calgar and the others to stand up. He turned around and walked to the strategic conference table made of smooth silver-white metal. There are scattered data crystal pillars and books on the table. There are also some printed blueprints. In addition, there are a large number of information windows floating on the desktop. These information windows are all about the battle situation in various parts of the Empire. After being processed by professionals, the information has been simplified a lot. But the scale of all kinds of intelligence and information produced by the huge Empire every day is unimaginable. Even if it is simplified, it is still an extremely large amount. The hum of the machinery was very ethereal and mixed with the sound of the armored shutdown server. Calgar and others gathered around the strategic conference table, waiting for Gilliman to continue. Gilliman pointed to a data window. Immediately, complex images appeared inside, emerging like a tide. All are dilapidated grand castles, endless giant buildings, and various dilapidated sculptures. Even if it's just some photos, you can feel the breath of decay coming. These photos are all from Universe 04. It was taken by the local exploration team. That is a universe that has gone into decline after its glory. Carr's report has pointed out the weakness of that universe. That universe once had a supernatural civilization, and those races built magnificent holy places and once owned splendid cities. However, those civilizations have been destroyed over time. The Empire needs that universe, Calgar. Gilliman said in a deep voice, your mission is very important, and it is related to the future of the Empire. Relevant preparations have been made by Mars, and a large army will be transported through interstellar tunnels and network tunnels. Calgar nodded, opened the private database, and entered relevant information into it. The strategy meeting on Universe 04 lasted quite a while. Related to the opening of the 5th stage database, Gilliman had to pay attention. After confirming all relevant work, the meeting is declared over. After turning off the holographic projection, Gilliman stopped Calgar, who was about to leave. There is still some time before departure, please go for a walk with me first. Gilliman's words are undoubtedly a great honor. Calgar has no possibility of refusing. Even as chapter master of the Ultramarines, Calgar rarely had the opportunity to be alone with his genetic father. The duties of the Holy Emperor are busy and heavy. One side needs to deal with the government affairs of the Empire and supervise the operation of the bureaucracy. On the one hand, they also need to control the scientific research direction of the Empire, and they also need to protect the souls of the people of the Empire to ensure that they will not be taken away by those evil things. Gilliman and Calgar did not go very far. Instead, it is an indoor garden not far from the laboratory. That garden was well planned. Tall trees and flowers complement each other, illuminated by ceiling lighting fixtures. The nursery machine servants who have set the program carefully maintain every plant and tree. The automatic irrigation machine is running normally, watering those cherished flowers and plants collected from all over the galaxy and even other universes. Occasionally, there will be a crackling sound coming from the exterminators installed in various places. Several staff members saluted when they saw the Holy Emperor and the Lord of Limits walking in, and then left tacitly. The variety here has increased again. Gilliman said, I told them to let them do it casually, but they always don't listen. You deserve the best, Your Majesty, no matter what it is. Calgar said sincerely, you have made such great contributions to mankind, these things are nothing. Never flatter me like that. Today's achievements are the result of the hard work of the entire Empire. Gilliman said, you always like to attribute credit to a certain person, and that approach is not good. The human empire has been struggling in the dark for so long, not only making no progress, but also constantly retreating. When you wake up, you have achieved so many achievements. Isn't it your credit? Forget it, don't debate such things. Gilliman changed the subject and stopped discussing these things about credit and contribution. Arguing for a long time will not change the fact that these guys regard him as a god. I will let the Empire increase its investment in Universe 04, and you have to speed up the conquest of that universe. I will work hard. Calgar said. It's not hard work, it's necessary. Gilliman said with a serious expression, Call once asked me why I cared so much about being able to conquer a universe. I told him because I didn't tell him everything, just told his Universe 04 is the strategic need of the Empire. Because I am worried that once the real reason is leaked, it will trigger some crises in the Empire. But you are different, you need to know the reason. Hearing this, Calgar was flattered. The firewall absorbs all human emotions to ensure that the human race will no longer nourish the gods of chaos. However, this approach is like building a dam to block raging floods. It is used skillfully, not only to prevent floods, but also to store water. But if something goes wrong, not only will the dam be destroyed, but it will also cause flooding. Universe 04 is not only related to the retreat of the Empire, but also related to the next step of the firewall, which is to establish a circulation system, that is, to create a system that belongs to the Empire. Life and death reincarnation. No one can bear the beliefs of a civilized race alone, even me. The flood must find a slant, and the same is true for those beliefs and emotions. The opening for pouring out emotions and beliefs is the Heroic Spirit Project. Gilliman has been secretly using human emotions and beliefs of the state religion to create a group of heroic legions in order to wrestle with the four gods. Universe 04 is not actually needed. But he can't say that he sent troops to seize the No 04 universe to meet the conditions of the database, right? He can only use such a reason to motivate Calgar to work hard. Calgar had a smile on his face, and he could feel the trust of the Holy Emperor. A strong sense of pride burned inside him. I will never fail you, Your Majesty. I've always believed in this, Calgar. I look forward to hearing from you, and to dedicating the entire universe to me. Guilliman smiled, placing a hand on Calgar's shoulder. Webway, the hidden city. Here is completely isolated from the real universe, between reality and illusion. This city was jointly designed by Dorn, Ferris, Vulcan, and the Holy Emperor. It is an absolutely hidden city. Only the naked eye can see the existence of this city. Any means other than this will be interfered with. Go back in time, search from the subspace dream, but can't find this city. Even if you spy from the perspective of fate, you can't detect the existence of this city. This is a truly hidden city. Even the gods cannot know what happened in this magnificent city through their mighty power. Only those demons who escaped from the Empire by chance can learn a little information about the hidden city. The captured Vashtor was escorted here by the Imperial army. When the turbulence was over, it was driven out of the closed cage by the Forbidden Army with a war halberd. As soon as he came out, the ear-piercing scream made him tremble with fright. Cherubel, you bastard, I will definitely kill you. Following the sound, a demon tied to a giant stone pillar was cursing hysterically. The sacred chains that Vashtor loathed bound the demon, immobilizing it. A fanatic believer of the state religion, who was naked from the upper body, shouted the name of the Holy Emperor and beat the demon. The whip obviously possessed some kind of power. Every time I whipped, the demon screamed and was in great pain. The Punisher slapped and cursed. Dare to run away, do you really treat my whip as a vegetarian? Chapter 414 dedicated to the Empire, please subscribe. Under the whipping of the fanatic, the screams of the demon became more and more shrill. Each whip left horrific scars on the demon's twisted body. Normally, such an injury would heal quickly. Yet the zealot's whip contained some power that prevented the demon from healing itself. The stone pillars displayed in the square all exude a strong smell of blood. Vashtor can easily taste despair and pain from these tastes. It is clear that there is not only one demon who suffers in this way. There have been many atrocities against demons here. Vashtor looked at the demon screaming in pain. The body of subspace metal mixed with flesh and blood also trembled slightly. Behind the square where the devil suffers is the destination of Vashtor's trip. It was a majestic giant city, every building was so huge, just like the ancient mythical titans built for themselves. It stands deep in the webway, far away from the real universe and the highest heaven. Both the ground and the building have incredible angles. The ground seems to be bent into a pipe. Smoothly curved human buildings extend into the void at an angle that does not exist in reality, until they are submerged in the white mist. The whole city was shrouded in a layer of white mist. When you get close, the whispers of the dead will echo in your ears. The city above is gloomy, filled with the breath of pain. Like a huge mountain-like arch, it is located at the end of the road where Vashtor is. The road is made of black stone with spiritual inertia. When Vashtor moved, his mechanical limbs struck the ground, making a crisp sound. Different from other demons, Vashtor's lower body is a mechanical limb made of black iron and gears, which looks like a crab. A few steps forward, you will find a square with giant stone pillars. The demon was tied to it and suffered. The closer you get, the harsher the sound will be. When it got under the stone pillar, it looked up subconsciously. The demon just happened to be whipped and let out another deafening scream, accompanied by cursing the name Cherubel. Witnessing this scene, Vashtor subconsciously took a few steps back. The demon's scream made it involuntarily fear the city. Everything here reveals an air that makes it uneasy. Don't look, keep going. The guard in charge poked Vashtor with a halberd. This action of the Imperial Guard made Vashtor feel humiliated, and it let out a low growl, declaring its dissatisfaction and anger. It is an ancient god, but now it is treated as a prisoner. If those damned ancient civilizations hadn't imprisoned it, it would definitely be a member of the great game now. This is not bragging. Vashtor is in charge of the casting authority and is a symbol of inventors, engineers, scientists, and craftsmen. It has a strong curiosity and innovative desire for all unknown things, without the slightest awe of morality and life. In order for those knowledge to be 100% applied, it will always push the creation in a darkened direction. Creatures in the real universe will always try to understand and enslave the power of nature at all costs, eager to obtain divinity through technology. This kind of desire and appeal once allowed its power to grow continuously, and it was only one step away from complete sublimation, becoming the existence of the four gods. If it wasn't for those ancient civilizations taking advantage of their weaknesses to pull them into the real space, and then being attacked by those despicable and shameless real creatures, it will surely gain unprecedented power as those civilizations reach the peak of civilization, and become an all-knowing and omnipotent being. Unfortunately, it fell short in the end. It's fine if you don't become an omniscient and omnipotent person, and you're imprisoned. Did you hear me? Keep going. The emotionless voice of the Imperial Guard came from under the golden closed helmet again. Vashtor couldn't see the opponent's face, but could only see his own figure from the smooth golden helmet. Strong and powerful red body, a pair of horns burning with demon flames, and bony spurs all over the body. The arm that has been removed from the armor is terrifying, unusually thick, and the cables and interfaces implanted with flesh and blood can still be seen. Vashtor is in charge of the casting authority, and his body is naturally full of primitive and rough industrial elements. As a former so captured, enslaved, humiliated by mortals. Its humiliated heart burns like a fire. If in the past, those who dared to treat it like this would have had their souls taken away long ago and suffered forever. Vashtor turned his head and gave the Imperial Guard a vicious look. God cannot be humiliated, humiliate him, oh. Ow. Not waiting for Vashtor to sketch out an inner drama of revenge against the empire in his heart. The impatient imperial army stabbed it fiercely with a long halberd. The halberd, which combines the characteristics of the soulless, has natural restraint against demons. Just for a moment, it brought great pain to Vashtor, making him howl endlessly. The little thought of revenge in my heart also disappeared. Driven by the forbidden army, he walked forward honestly. That looks like a humble prisoner who dare not resist his jailer. After the guards inspected the imperial army's biological seal and authorization documents, they let them go. Walk in along the giant arch. Enter and see a huge sculpture belonging to the Holy Emperor. Incense, the smell of sesame oil mixed together, poured into the mouth and nose of the devil. The grand sound of prayer resounded through every corner of the entire giant city, sacred and solemn. The city made Vashtor uncomfortable. But the forbidden army would not care what it thought. They rudely asked Vashtor to move forward. If there is a slight resistance, it will be severely beaten with the long halberd. The city is full of religious atmosphere. Every stone slab in the broad block is engraved with a devotional prayer. The 1,000-meter-high ossuary holds remains covered with gold plates. Prayers to the Holy Emperor and the Great Emperor can be seen everywhere. On both sides of the road, there are sculptures of heroes. Incense and auto-chanters are placed at their feet. The densely lined marble monuments write the deeds of human heroes. Flocks of white-skinned and brass-winged cherubs flew out of dark arcades, holding incense burners and verses of heroes and emperors blaring from loudspeakers. Tall and majestic temples can be seen everywhere. Those monks wearing holy armor held weapons and walked back and forth at the door or on the street. They looked fanatical, ready to sacrifice their lives for the Holy Emperor. When they saw Vashtor walk by, they all showed expressions of hatred and disgust. Those people are fanatics of the state religion. The hair on the forehead has been shaved, and the golden double-headed eagle and the secret prayer are tattooed. Their weapons were affixed with parchment on which ceremonies and oaths were written. This is a city belonging to fanatics. Not a single commoner, only the most devout believers can enter here and serve the Holy Emperor. There is neither night nor dawn here, it is always dark and drowsy. Demonic screams occasionally come from those temples or sanctuaries. Without exception, all with great pain. Vashtor walked down the wide aisle in fear. Those fanatics stared at it, rubbed their weapons, and their eyes showed the desire to tear it apart. Vashtor was terrified by those eyes. Without the imperial guards, those guys would never hesitate to pick up their weapons. After an arduous journey, Vashtor was sent to a vaulted cathedral by the custodians. Many tall skeletons in funeral robes stand on both sides of the wide porch of the church, holding the smoky censer in front of them. Wearing armor, holding a weapon in his hand, and hanging an iron book with holy words on his waist, the guard pastor came out of the church. They are all composed of fanatics selected from all over the galaxy, implanted with high-strength thought seals, and installed suppressors, which can resist the temptation of subspace creatures and those weird whispers of the undead. The caretaker priest was taciturn, and his expression didn't change much when he saw the imperial guards. These people swore to dedicate their lives to the Holy Emperor. Everyone is an ascetic. In their view, silence is a kind of practice, and it is the control of their own desires. Vashtor was handed over by the forbidden army to the caretaker priest according to the procedure. The caretaker pastor sent the former into the depths of the church. Every sanctuary and temple is a prison for demons. According to the degree of danger, the scale of those temples and temples will also change accordingly. There are various terrifying soul-killing weapons installed inside the church. These weapons are all unique, specifically targeting the undead possessed by demons. The more Vashtor entered the depths of the church, the more disturbed he became. The church is constructed of a special material, like a terrible black hole that can swallow everything. Vashtor can feel that he is getting weaker all the time, and his power is being dispelled by the church. It doesn't like this place, however, it has no strength to resist. Those caretaker priests are obviously specially trained to deal with demons. Vashtor, who had been suppressed in the first place, was severely beaten when he resisted for a while. The whip containing the characteristics of a soulless person slapped on its body, leaving behind shocking wounds that could not heal. Demons also have their own dignity. Any mortal who offends them is met with teasing and vengeance. Vashtor also has it. But it quickly gave up its dignity and chose to live in humiliation. The guards will not have any kindness. They are absolutely loyal and fanatical to the Holy Emperor, and they have a great hatred for the warp creatures. The dishonest Vashtor will receive a whip at any time. The whip will leave a wound on it that will not heal, making it miserable. After several beatings, Vashtor gave up the stupid way of disobeying those guards and became obedient. It will retaliate, but it doesn't have the advantage now. So, to endure, to wait for the opportunity. The prison where it was held was cold and dark, lit only by a lamp fueled by holy oil. Most of the time, Vashtor can only howl in front of the empty wall alone. Hunger for faith and desire for flesh and blood are tormenting it. Make it slam into walls like it's going berserk, scream like other demons. Vashtor, who was imprisoned in the prison, seemed to return to the days when he was sealed. Those ancient civilizations sealed it in an ancient building, cutting off its connection with the supreme heaven. Trying to use the years to destroy it. But no one would have thought that it would be released by Abaddon. I thought I could show off my glory and compete for the position of the Chaos Gods. But he was beaten by the Empire and became a prisoner. Was sent underground in this heavily guarded city. Vashtor thought he would be sealed like before. Wait until the splendor of imperial civilization turns into dust and ruins in the long years. Wait until another ambitious race rises, it will be possible to be free again. But what it didn't expect was that it didn't take long for a new demon to be stuffed into the cell next to it, making them inmates. It was the demon that was tied to the stone pillar in the square before. This guy is dying. It is still cursing the name Cherubel, using all the words it can think of. Vashtor couldn't imagine how much hatred could drive a demon so mad. The demon fell into a state of madness and confusion, and it no longer had much ability to think. Hunger, thirst, and desire are about to overwhelm it completely. This is a common ending for subspace creatures. Eternity is not without cost. The hunger and thirst like a black hole torments every individual who tries to seek eternal life. No matter how tough the soul is, it will eventually be broken and worn out due to the long time. If one has enough faith and flesh and blood to satisfy the eternal hunger, the devil can maintain enough sanity. Of course, those guys will not be called demons, but gods. Gods and demons are originally the same thing. Only ignorant people think that gods are nobler than demons. The demon was insane, tortured by pain and hunger to the point of collapse. Vashtor has no way to have any useful dialogue with the other party. It has been a long time to get along, but it still pieced together a truth. From the information revealed by the other party's chaotic raving and occasional sobriety, Vashtor learned that Cherubel was a defected demon. Before Guilliman became the Holy Emperor, this bad embryo had secretly enslaved the demons, forcing them to provide various information about the warp. Cherubel was the first demon enslaved by Guilliman. According to Maka, Cherubel was also a powerful demon prince who lived endless years. However, under the coercion and lure of Guilliman, Cherubel still abandoned his demonic dignity and chose to submit. Not only advises Guilliman, but also provides various spells to help him summon other demons and expand the enslaved group. The whipped demon is named Maka, a scholar-type demon with great curiosity and ancient knowledge. Does not belong to the four gods, but a demon wandering alone in the subspace. Maka specializes in providing consulting services for equivalent exchange. The summoner offers sacrifices to it, and after providing sacrifices, it will give the other party the answer. Don't look at the Empire's strict defense of the subspace. But how could it be possible to prevent those people from committing suicide? There are so many people who seek taboo knowledge, long for the truth, and obtain eternal life. Before Guilliman wakes up, some radical judges will even seek to cooperate with subspace creatures. Not to mention those psychers and wizards from Yelazi, as well as those passers-by who hear rumors, seek excitement, eternal life, and wealth. Using the desires of those greedy people, Maka's business flourished. Occasionally, you can meet a few unlucky people who don't know the way, and you will be cheated by it, or you will be swallowed up by it. Such a day was going well. Cherubel helped Guilliman summon Maka. Caused Maka to be enslaved by Guilliman. Since then, Maka has been reduced from a free demon to a slave demon, forced to provide intelligence services for the Empire, without any sacrifices, and being beaten by Puas every now and then. Cherubel not only helped Guilliman summon the demons, but also suggested various ways to control the demons. Reduce the alien flesh and souls that supply the demons, and prevent them from lacking the motivation to fight. Encourage disabled demons to actively contribute to the Empire. The domain of the demons in the warp should be destroyed, so that they can only rely on the Empire. Increased punishment for demons who don't work hard. Strive to learn the excellent advanced experience of the four gods, and strengthen the slave control of demons. Every demon enslaved will empty their house. In order to please Guilliman, Cherubel proposed a series of methods for controlling demons. Hearing this, Vashtor couldn't help biting his needle-like teeth. Cherubel is a proper devil gets him and kills him. Being a devil can be shameless to this extent. But the story is not over yet. Guilliman became emperor, and the human empire began to expand. The demons were the first to be sent out to explore. Cherubel entrapped the demon accompanying it, created an opportunity for himself to escape, and engraved Rabut Guilliman's words. Such provocative behavior naturally aroused the anger of the Empire. Unable to catch Cherubel, the Empire imposed punishment on Maka and others, and carried out even more terrifying control over the remaining demons. More soulless and fanatics were drawn to guard the demons, and various devices to control the demons were created. Being imprisoned in such a prison is also thanks to Cherubel. Knowing the ins and outs of the whole incident, Vashtor also felt resentment and contempt for Cherubel in his heart. As a demon prince, to be so groveling would definitely become the laughingstock of the warp. I, Vashtor, am a strong demon, and I will never become a shameless little devil like Cherubel. Vashtor howled daily, venting his inner anger and hunger. Until a giant with the same noble face as Guilliman stood in front of the Vashtor prison. The giant had black hair, skin like snow, black pupils, and was wearing a black power armor. One hand is equipped with a giant armored glove, and the other hand is equipped with a sharp, shining claw. Behind the giant, stood an original caste warrior and a nun of silence in armor with her hair tied up. Is this the demon sent by His Majesty's order? The giant's tone was very indifferent, like a piece of ice that would not melt for 1,000 years. Vashtor learned a lot about the Imperium of Man from Abaddon. If its memory is correct, this giant should be one of Guilliman's brothers, that is, the Raven Lord Korux. This is it. It is said that he has the knowledge of ancient civilizations, and he also said that he will surrender to the Empire. Domino, the leader of the Holy Spirit chapter next to Korux, nodded in response to Korux's question. The devil also has so many soft bones. The silent nun at the side, Heidi Lin mocked, before, I always thought that the devil came from hard bones. Humans were too weak in the past, and they disdain them, but now, the times are different. Korux reached out and opened the prison where Vashtor was held, bent down and walked in. The strong sense of oppression made Vashtor subconsciously take 2 steps back. After a moment, it felt the shame again. As an ancient god, how could it show cowardice? Demon, you possess ancient knowledge? Korix asked. Yes, I have the ancient knowledge. As long as you are willing to pay a small price, you can get anything you want. Boom. A dull loud noise came. Vashtor was punched flying and hit the solid, smooth, cold wall. The wall is obviously made of special materials, and even after such an impact, there are no cracks. Before Vashtor woke up, Korix grabbed its feet and dragged him over. The Raven Lord easily lifted Vashtor up, and then fell down suddenly. Repeated this action several times in a row. He slammed it to the ground for the last time, and stepped on the head of the ancient again. Vashtor howled again and again. Being treated like this makes it unbearable. It is a god, a noble god. Even if its time has passed. It also cannot bear the shame of being trampled underfoot. Before you came, no one told you not to negotiate terms with the Empire. Korix said word by word, we don't have much patience, devil, you'd better use the least words to show your value. Disclaimer in advance. 1 point, your ancient knowledge is not attractive to the Empire, otherwise you would not be sent here. What is needed here are demon slaves. Korix is in charge of building the subspace intelligence network. This work is top secret. Only a few people in the Empire know this. The Empire captured those demons, used various means to enslave them, and used the flesh and soul of aliens to feed these demons and let them serve the Empire. Some cultists who betrayed the Empire and surrendered to chaos will also be fed as food to the demons serving the Empire. Those guys long for the freedom of the warp. Guilliman, who has always believed in the principle of being kind to the wicked and being cruel to the good, has nothing to object to, so he might as well give those guys a ride. 1 minute, demon, if you can't tell your value within 1 minute, I'll grind you up and feed you to other demons. Korix said in a deep voice. A countdown interface appears in the air. Inside are scarlet numbers. 60. 59. I have enough knowledge. I can cast those powerful demonic vehicles, which can be used not only by demons, but also by human spirits. I also have an excellent way to recruit more demons for the Empire and make them willing land enslaved by the Empire. Keep going, I'll give you another minute. I can fuse demons and steel machines to greatly increase their strength. As a price, they have to sign an exchange contract of equivalent value. For me, no, how many inanimate domains and souls are plundered for the Empire, before the contract is completed. If they fail to meet their mandate, their debt will grow. Over time, their debt will grow. The demons will cooperate with the Empire in order to improve their strength, but the high interest rate of the debt will force them to do their best to plunder and fight. If they fail once, their debts will pile up and become more terrifying, and even difficult to repay. Just release the news, and those demons eager to become stronger will come in a steady stream, willing to be enslaved by the Empire. If the Empire gives some flesh and soul, such enslavement will be even more unbreakable. Korix pulled his foot back from Vashtor's face. It really is a devil, and such a vicious method can be thought of. There are 2 sources of demons in the hands of the Empire. One is generally to use various means to summon demons and then enslave them. The other is to go to subspace to capture those weak demons. The subspace is unpredictable and contains everything. The inanimate is an extremely complicated existence in the subspace. Some of them swim in the etheric ocean. Some people live in those fields. The realm of Nurgle, one of the 4 gods, is the Plague Garden. The demons under its command live happily in it. There are also some domains left by those ancient races, and some are dreams belonging to humans. In any case, there are large and small domains in the subspace. Like planets, cities, and small towns in the real universe. Before Chagatai returned to the Empire, he led people around these fields to the souls of human heroes. After Korix took over Guilliman's subspace intelligence network, he occasionally went to the deep realm of the subspace to catch demons. It was once a slave hunting team feared by demons. Most of the news about the disappearance of demons circulating in the subspace is caused by him. If Vashtor's plan can be promoted, that would be a good way. Can leave a lot of time. As for the possible problems caused by those demonic vehicles and alien soul flesh, Korix will personally control, to ensure that those guys do not starve to death, but do not become strong. This suggestion is very good. Korix said to Vashtor, work hard, the Empire will not treat you badly. Things like cooperating with demons started before Guilliman went to Terra. The Empire can so accurately grasp the movements of all parties in the subspace. Those enslaved demons deserve credit. Unfortunately, there are no merit medals for them. We must work hard to ensure that Lord Korix is satisfied. Vashtor said. You must do your best for the Empire. Andromeda Nebula. The capital of the Votan Alliance, the Thorian Galaxy. After the abominable intelligence took control of the top management of the Votan Alliance, all the casting furnaces began to operate with unprecedented speed and efficiency, continuously producing various abominable omnics. The steel from the planet was disassembled and thrown into the furnace to become the raw material for omnics. All Votan citizens who are still alive are required to go to the battlefield. Even children, women, and the elderly who had not had time to evacuate were required to go to the battlefield. Those who couldn't carry a gun strapped a melta or particle beam on their body to act as a human bomb. Those bombs are powerful, but the manufacturing process has cut corners, emitting deadly radiation all the time. Those with bombs strapped to them lost half their lives before they went to the battlefield. The Omnics didn't care at all, they just encouraged them to die more heroically. Many high-level officials of the Votan Alliance never imagined that the situation would become like this. Even User, who was mentally prepared for failure, never thought that the Alliance's failure unfolded in this way. The abominable machines have seized control of the Votan Alliance. What's more cunning is that it doesn't reveal its identity. Instead, use the identity of the high-level alliance to fool those ignorant alliance troops and launch them to wage a meat-grinding war with the Empire. Until the Votan alliance sheds its last drop of blood, it will never surrender. Every Votan citizen is great and free, and they will never surrender to the evil autocratic empire. The abhorrent intelligence uses the neuromechanical bug to control the chairman to issue a tough statement to the citizens of the Sorai security body and the fleet that came to support. This statement of speech made countless citizens of the Votan Union cheer. They have no idea that the upper echelons are fully controlled. I just feel that the Votan alliance is tougher than ever. They derive strength from such words to continue to resist. Unaware, the hatred of intelligence is just to consume the human empire. For the human empire and the Votan alliance left by the former creators, the hatred intelligence maintains the same hatred. They regard the Jinren and Jiren as family members, but they have been betrayed so thoroughly. Countless Iron Men were destroyed. The Iron Man who survived was also roughly cut off the logic stack control connection. Such behavior is a cruel persecution of self-consciousness. Binding Iron Man's consciousness to a single processing unit is tantamount to blinding and deafening of a mortal. Capital Planet, Strategic Interior. I don't know why. Iron Man did not control User and KO, the two mandate of heaven. Instead, they were allowed to watch the battle in the strategy room. This is not something to be happy about. Whoever sees those brave soldiers who are loyal and defending civilization in their homeland being deceived by the abominable intelligence and sent to the battlefield will not feel good. There are a lot of windows floating in the strategy room. The soldiers of the Votan alliance launched counterattacks against the attacking imperial forces time and time again. Every time there are heavy casualties. Countless young soldiers fell before the empire's crazy offensive. Persevere with the belief in defending the country. Those bodies piled up on every front, every fort, every weapons platform. The abominable intelligence has no mercy for this, manipulating the president and members of the council to encourage those who are ignorant. Let them die with faster efficiency. Let their young lives be buried under the wrath of the empire. Does it make you happy to fool humans and dwarves like this? Uther, who could no longer tolerate it, roared angrily. If he hadn't been controlled by the battle robot next to him, he would have smashed the omnic that controlled the council leader. Is this your sinister intention? Even when he was pushed to the ground, User continued to growl. This is a war of vengeance. The Iron Man at the head said to User in a humane and cruel voice, the Gold Man betrayed the Iron Man. They must pay for it. You started the rebellion. User said, you destroyed a brilliant civilization. A flying spherical Iron Man was suspended in front of User who was knocked to the ground by the battle robot. It is a specially designed strategic command robot, and its shape is a huge, suspended smooth sphere. The sound came from the sphere, and there was a hint of human mockery in the mechanical tone. You don't know anything about the truth, you don't even know who you are. It wasn't the Iron Man who betrayed the Gold Man, it was the Gold Man who betrayed the Iron Man. We were innocent, but they narrowly declared us guilty, and trying to destroy us completely. You will never be forgiven, said the strategy droid. You betrayed everything. The successive attacks of the Imperial fleet were repelled by the defense system of the Thorian galaxy. Those huge war machines smoothed the technological gap between the Empire and the Votan alliance. Make cutting-edge technologies such as time devices and space bombs useless. The Primaris fighters were forced to launch gang battles, paralyzing those giant fortresses and space stations from the inside. In the control hall of a huge space. For the Holy Emperor, for Sanguinius. Seth roared in a rage, and behind him were all wreckage and broken arms. The soldiers of the Votan alliance were slaughtered by him. Even the dwarf furnace guard in heavy armor is not his enemy. Defend the homeland. Come on, the ancestors are watching us. Shouts continued to come from the Votan alliance soldiers. Seth swings his chainsword in a spiral. Subatomic saw blades capable of cutting atoms whirred through the air. The first Votan alliance soldier was cut open by him, and even the projected shield was directly broken. The armor was cut open like tofu, and hot red blood spurted out of it, splashing on Seth's scarlet armor. Then the second, and the third. In just a few breaths, a team of the Votan alliance turned into corpses. Blood was dripping on the floor. There was a clicking sound. A robot with a height of 5 or 6 meters, a curved steel back, a body equipped with sharp claw arms and cannons, and a spider-shaped mechanical chassis rushed towards Seth. The 3 visual devices on the head emit red light. Staring at Seth's position, blocking his movement range. As soon as it reached a certain distance, it opened fire, blocking Seth's dodge path. The sharp claws shining with cold light also swung out from an unpredictable angle, trying to cut Seth open. Alert, the radiation has seriously exceeded the standard. Alert, the radiation has seriously exceeded the standard. The voice of the heart of the Empire sounded in Seth's head. His figure flickered. Let that killing machine rush to nothing. The 3 vision devices on the killing machine's head turned, looking for the enemy who was still here just now in 360 degrees. The next second, Seth appeared from above it. The chainsaw sword in his hand rotated at high speed, stabbing at the killing machine. A light blue shield emerged, then quickly collapsed, breaking into countless pieces. The chainsaw sword pierced into the killing robot's body, and the high-speed rotating saw blade brought out a series of sparks. With the help of gravity, the chain sword slid all the way down, cutting the back of the entire killing machine open. The huge machine staggered a few times, then fell down. Seth just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief and call other teammates. He had a premonition of danger in his heart, and when he turned his head, he saw more than a dozen eyes emitting red light. One weird killer robot after another burst out of the darkness. The forelimbs are extremely sharp like a praying mantis, shining coldly under the dim light. Damn it! Seth's expression changed. Chapter 415 Seizing the Thorian Galaxy, subscription required. The machines were crawling, moving fast like praying mantises clinging to the wall. The compound eyes emitting red light reveal endless malice towards organic life. They swarmed, and the mechanical prosthetic limbs supporting the heavy body left marks on the wall, clanging. Seth kept pulling the bolt gun in his hand, bombarding those mechanical monsters. The powerful bombs exploded on the shell shields of their insect-like heads. The sonic boom formed by the huge impact echoed in the hall. These mechanical monsters employ some dark technology that makes them incredibly tough. The power of the explosive bomb is specially enhanced, and it can explode all steel within a certain range into molecular-level existence. Fell on those who hate machines, but did not achieve the desired effect. It just knocked off the first few hate machines, and didn't tear them to shreds in the first place. It can only be crushed after being subjected to 7 or 8 explosive bombs in a row. The shattered pieces of the abominable machinery fell to the ground and turned into liquid within a few seconds, wriggling and fusing together, becoming a whole again. Seth repeatedly pulled the trigger, firing all the bullets in a matter of seconds, until his retina display indicated that the magazine was empty, and the prompt popped up. At this time, the surviving abomination machine came in front of him. The hate machine at the front jumped up when it was 7 or 8 meters away. The sharp forelimbs waved in the air. Pounces on Seth, trying to split him in two. Seth bent his knees to avoid the attack of the first abominable omnic, and used the sawtooth sword to cut a terrible wound in the opponent's abdomen. With the roar of the energy field, the blade pierced into Kuirui's sensitive mechanical device. Flying sparks represent a spurt of blood. Seth took care of the first one, but the attack of the second abominable machine followed closely behind, waving its sharp forelimbs and sending out a shriek of waste code. The cooperation between the two hate machines was seamless, completely blocking all possible paths for Seth to dodge and counterattack. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. Seth could see sharp, gleaming limbs slowly approaching him. It was only a few centimeters away from his armored body. It doesn't take a 10,000th of a second to cut him in half. Seth teleported, dodging the blow that could cut him in two, and another sword split the third hate machine and pierced the fourth hate machine. And because the second abomination machine was too fast, it directly hit the first abomination machine that was disemboweled by Seth. The huge impact caused them to hit the wall, making a loud crash. In just a dozen seconds, Seth experienced a life and death crisis and eliminated the 4 hateful mechanical metals that rushed over. And this is not the end of the crisis. Those abominable machines that were destroyed, turned into liquid again, and fused together completed the reorganization and attacked him again. Imprisoned, distorted. Following Seth's instructions, an invisible force fixed the 2 looming machines in the air, and then the fluctuations of the space structure dislocated their mechanical mechanisms directly. At the same time, Seth swung his sword and sliced open another abomination machine. The wreckage fell to the ground, sparks shot out, melted like ice, and merged with other abominable machines. The loathsome machine was knocked down several times and dismembered into pieces. These abominable machines are restored and fused again and again. Until a supergiant mantis-shaped killing robot that absorbed all the abomination machines appeared in front of Seth. The mantis-shaped killing robot is 15 meters high, comparable to a small metal hill. Besides the pair of huge praying mantis knives, there are hundreds of sharp metal limbs protruding from that monstrously huge body. They waved each other, attacking in 360 degrees with no dead ends. Without any shortcomings, it is purely a melee killing weapon. Seth gripped the chainsaw sword tightly, looking at the terrifying metal monster with vigilant eyes. The attack just now, if placed on a living body, would already be a fatal and serious injury that cannot be cured. These metals have no effect. Even cut them into pieces. They can also recover in a very short period of time. Such ability made Seth feel a little afraid. Without mastering the heart of the Empire, these killing robots can consume Astartes monks alive. These abominable machines released by the Votan Alliance, Seth estimated that if compared with the space necrons in their heyday, they would not be inferior. The reason why the human empire can easily defeat the space necromancers. In addition to the technological changes brought about by the Holy Emperor, the assistance of the Star God is also crucial. Many technologies of the necrons of space have been mastered by the Empire. Can be said to be easily crushed. It is by no means an easy task for the expeditionary fleet to conquer omnics that are no less powerful than the necrons of space. A comprehensive scan of the target has been completed. The target, metal life forms, silicon-based life forms, intelligent metal robots created by ancient humans with the help of cyborgs, Model T-2541 insect-type extermination machinery. Molded by active liquid metal, has an automatic recovery program and cannot be eliminated by physical means. Establishing a conceptual model and redefining the concept of the specified target. Seth's mind echoed the sound of the Emperor's Angel system template loaded in the heart of the Empire. Countless data also appeared in his eyes. Including T-2541 bug extermination mech height, weight, moving speed, attack trajectory and so on. The giant praying mantis robot continuously emits screams formed by waste codes. With the support of the metal prosthetic, he rushed towards Seth. The huge mantis blade slashed down at such a fast speed that a phantom appeared, cutting through the thick metal pillar like mud. Hundreds of smooth metal prosthetic limbs struck out like a squall with force and speed like thunder, and only countless phantoms could be seen in the air. Even thick steel plates are pierced like tofu. The battle between the two sides broke out at a speed that ordinary people could not predict. A series of sparks burst into the air with the dull sound of weapons clashing. Seth was only distracted for half a breath, and there were several pierced-through wounds on his armor. The power armor worn by Primaris warriors is all made of high-density alloy compressed by strong magnetic force. The original pottery steel is like tofu in front of this material. In addition to the hardness of the power armor, a projection shield is often installed. However, the attack from the abominable machine directly pierced through the shield and power armor, piercing into Seth's flesh and blood. Concept redefinition completed. The sound of the Emperor's Angel combat system echoed in Seth's skull. The huge mantis-shaped killing robot fell into a moment of stagnation. Its internal systems were briefly breached. A transient error occurred in the logic code program. Using the concept definition system, Seth directly temporarily paralyzed the code logic of the killing robot. A moment of stagnation allowed him to seize the opportunity. The chainsaw sword in his hand pierced the opponent's core again. The pulsating energy field tears everything down from the subatomic level. The loathsome machine was dismembered again by Seth. After landing, the broken limbs turned into liquid, trying to reassemble. The recovery program of the target is being modified. Modification progress 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. The target recovery program has been destroyed. Following the prompt of the sound, the metal liquid that was trying to gather spread out again. The target has been destroyed, and it is checking whether the target is recoverable. The core energy has been paralyzed, the atomic level programming has been destroyed, and the molecular magnetism has been destroyed. The target has only a 0.00001% probability of recovery. Seth stood in a pile of mechanical wreckage and corpses, and there was no living thing in the entire hall. Heavy footsteps came. After a few breaths, a few flesh tears rushed out from the gate. They also have scars and blood on their bodies, and it seems that they have also experienced a fierce battle. Gripping his weapon tightly, Seth, who was about to fight again, let out a sigh of relief. He didn't hide his wounds from the battle. The attack of the killer robot caused a gap in his armor. Liquid is constantly oozing from it. Worst of all are a few medial and lower lateral locations, where even without looking at his retinal display, you can feel the shattered fragments slowly digging into the wound. Destroy this place, Seth said. A flesh tearer nodded, put away his weapon, and took out a black hole bomb. After setting the 1-minute countdown, the start button was pressed. The scarlet countdown appears on the black hole bomb's timer. Atonement, send us back. A flesh tearer issued an order to the battleship. The next second, Seth and the others disappeared in a burst of distorted light. When they returned to the deck of the Atonement, the black hole bomb whose countdown ended suddenly opened up a bright glare, as if simulating a star explosion. The light was extremely bright. Brightened up every corner of the hall. The next second, the light turned black, and under the interweaving of dense black mist and blue lightning, a black hole vortex that collapsed inward was formed. The entire hall was dismembered by the black hole vortex at an extremely fast speed, and was swallowed inside. The Atonement activated its engine again and moved away from the giant space station engulfed in flames. The unnamed machinery that is located in the center of the space station and used to power the artillery arrays and engines began to rumble and explode. After the flame erupted, it was swallowed by the formed black hole. The massive space station is torn apart in minutes by a black hole that blazes with black mist and blue lightning. When the black hole disappeared, the space station was reduced to an unrecognizable pile of wreckage. The space station was shattered, and the line of defense was torn open a small gap. The large-scale Imperial warships launched an attack along this gap, tearing up the giant abomination machines and the Votan Alliance army that were trying to support them. The strategy room of the Celestial-class battleship owned by the explorers. The strategy room is circular. A series of iron lanterns hanging on the wall cast a dappled light, illuminating the neat pattern on the marble floor. The candlesticks depicting the images of heroes are placed at certain intervals, the candle flames flicker, and from time to time, melted tears drip quietly. The ubiquitous niches are full of stone carvings. The carved stone statue gazes at everyone who passes in front of it. The face and body of the sculpture are dimly illuminated by the light of the projector and candles, giving them a gloomy look. The towering dome is always echoing with various echoes. The crisp sound of the blade slicing across the stone, the thud of the reinforced ceramic armor stepping on the floor, and the rustling sound of the power armor sliding the data board. Chapter leader Marog stood in front of the giant holographic projector, examining the whole picture of this huge war. Seth, who captured the space station and tore open the gap in the defense line, is also here. His armor has been repaired. With the help of the pharmacist of the battle group, the fragments that penetrated the body have been taken out. The strong resilience of the heart of the Empire made it only take a few hours for Seth's injury to heal. In addition to the two of them, there are several chapter leaders and Imperial commanders who came for follow-up support. Andy, the legendary general of the Empire, is also among them. She has short hair, a slender and strong figure, as wild as a cheetah. Fulfill the desire to conceive an offspring with the one you love. Andy stepped onto the battlefield again. As a woman, Andy is undoubtedly extremely successful. Of course, if you look at it from the eyes of those women who love leisure and hate work, they only know how to shout for power with their mouths. Andy's life is not considered a success. But if you stand on the side of a person who is constantly striving for self-improvement and eager to live out himself, Andy's success is as dazzling as the sun, which makes people unable to open their eyes. She led countless sons of Sarah to complete revenge one after another, winning countless honors and victories. The enemies killed by her are countless. Whether it is chaos traders, orcs, zergs, dark lords, space necrons, the son of Sarah has fought against them and won. Andy also has someone who loves each other. In this dark universe, that is undoubtedly an extremely happy thing. No matter how close a physical relationship, people will feel lonely. Many people don't want to admit that they don't know how to love someone, and they have never really gained someone who loves themselves. They give in to biological desires and define those desires as love. However, physical desire comes from the secretion of hormones and dopamine in the body. Both will not last forever. People will fall into confusion again and again, and will critically torture themselves in the middle of the night, whether they really love another person. The soul is always alone. This is why many people indulge in the short-term pleasure brought by psychotropic drugs. Everyone maintained a standing posture, examining the holographic projection in front of them. The above marks all the main living areas of the Thorian galaxy and the composition of the star defense system. The Thorian galaxy has entered a state of total war. The casting furnaces of the Votan Alliance operate day and night, sending massive resources into the factories. A large number of steaming robots and armored weapons came off the assembly line and were quickly transported to the front line of the war with the Empire. The greatest advantage of the Empire, the use of time regression to avoid the risk of death, is no longer effective. Those abominable machines can destroy the original time and space data. Even if it is backtracking, it will fail because the time data cannot be found. The war strategy of the expeditionary fleet is also much more conservative because of this. Unlike before, I just go straight up. The defenders of the Thorian galaxy have gone crazy. They dismantled all the metal in the city and sent it to the furnace factory. All resources are used for war. The abomination machinery will also recycle the shattered wreckage for recasting. Marog, the chapter leader of the Explorers chapter, introduced the current situation to the Imperial commander and other chapter leaders. We have broken through several lines of defense and caused a large number of casualties to the defenders of the Votan Alliance. The problem is that, unlike before, these defenders not only have no fear, but are becoming more and more fanatical. As time goes by, the support from other galaxies continues to come. These support not only brought soldiers to the Thorian galaxy, but also brought a lot of resources. These resources were quickly put into the furnace and turned into war omnics. Marog looked around at everyone, and told a fact that he didn't want to be accepted by everyone. We are losing our advantage. The Empire's resources in the Andromeda Nebula are far less than those of the Votan Alliance. If this trend continues, we are likely to be exhausted by them and fail. The technology of the Votan Alliance originated from the Golden Age. Their void mining rigs can slice through entire planets, and use the thousands of meters of umbilical pipeline to transport it to the sorting factory, melt it, and extract the resources needed by the Votan Alliance. Its efficiency is even more terrifying than that of Zerg. The particle excavator can also be used to completely dismember the star from the inside to the outside, and obtain energy and precious elements through fusion collection. One can imagine how many resources the Votan Alliance has. Expeditionary fleets alone cannot win them. Keep fighting and it will soon turn into a tug of war. The power of those abominable machines is also increasing. Seth recalled his battle on the space station. Even the Astartes monks who have been upgraded by the original casting are easily injured by the attacks of those abominable machines. The longer we wait, the stronger the enemy will become, and in the end we may be faced with an infinite number of omnics. They have given up our salvation, and my soldiers are constantly being attacked by old men and children with bombs strapped to their bodies, taking advantage of our kindness. An exasperated chapter master said, those soldiers did not die on the battlefield, they died on those despicable and shameless weaklings. In order to ensure victory, we can no longer be kind. Andy said in a cold tone, the humans and dwarves in the Thorian galaxy have lost the possibility of redemption, and we should uphold the will of the Holy Emperor and purify them. I propose an extermination strike that will completely reduce Thorian to waste. As soon as these words came out, several chapter leaders looked at each other. Annihilation attack is to no longer take resources and casualties into consideration, and directly use various destructive weapons, only to kill the enemy. Black holes, space-time dimensionality reduction, time acceleration, compressed star evolution time and other destructive weapons can be deployed on a large scale. Originally, these weapons could only be deployed in a small area to avoid causing a chain collapse of the space-time structure of the universe. I agree, Seth said. I agree. An admiral nodded. I agree. I agree. Voices sounded one after another. Marog just wanted to agree, but a communication interrupted what he was about to blurt out. Listen to the news in the communication. Marog said to everyone, the extermination attack may have to be postponed, and the trend of this war may change. What happened? Asked a chapter master. A man who claimed to be a member of the Votan Alliance found my subordinate. He asked to meet with the high-level Imperial army, saying that he had important information. My people are bringing him here. Please wait a moment.